95.7 The Fan presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
This could do it. Into right center. Who's got the call? Cam or Varsho? Varsho puts it away. Astros win the opener of this three-game series in the Bronx. 9-7 the final. And coming off one of the toughest homestands of the year. And in a long time, the Astros desperately needed this win, Blummer. Astros 9, Yankees 7.
They did not give up. Score 9 runs against really good 8 runs against a really good pitching staff. They never gave up. We got some really good at-bats. Give credit to the guys. The top of our order, just grinding at-bats, big hits. Even Varsho starting to swing the bat well, getting some big RBIs for us. So I'm really proud of our effort. We needed to come out here today and play this way.
That was Joe Espada back in the saddle after missing the game on Sunday with a family emergency. And the Astros, big win last night. Welcome in, everybody, on a joyous Wednesday this morning. Back to 500. I believe back in first place. The Rangers were losing when I went to bed last night. I probably should have checked that. Welcome in. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Hi, Seth.
Hello.
Good morning.
We don't play the celebration song today.
You know what? Good call. Back in first place. Hey, Byron, this would be the first time we'd have asked Byron to play it since he started producing. Do you know where to find Celebration by Kool and the Gang? You have it? Hit play. There we go. Good call.
Yeah. Who needs starting pitching? That's right. That is the rallying cry. Shut up, Sean.
Yes.
Pay no attention to the fact that they've gone 12 games without a starting pitcher going 6 innings.
Dude, did you see that tweet? Did you see that? That's one of the most harrowing tweets I've ever looked at. So Ethan Pecco last night. Good morning, everybody, by the way.
Which tweet is that?
It was a Brian McTaggart tweet. Sorry. Brian McTaggart, the Astros haven't had a quality start. This is in support of what you were just saying.
Oh, okay.
Since Hayden Wisniewski gave up 3 runs in 7 innings against the Giants back on August 10th.
Yeah.
Remember back in the day when the Astros had a pitching staff where Framber Valdez was like their third starter and he was getting a quality start every time out? Those were fun days.
Well, it's not even. So I feel like the more daunting one is the 12 consecutive games without a pitcher even finishing 6 innings.
Yeah.
Because that speaks more to the ineptitude of whatever the hell this staff is right now.
5 2/3 of an inning, 5-4, 5-4, 3 2/3, 3 2/3, 5 2/3. Ooh, I forgot. Who was that workhorse? 5 2/3. It just says the amount of innings these guys have pitched. Yeah, that's it is definitely, it's 2 things. A, not a recipe for long-term success, and B, probably, I don't get too far off in the weeds on what happened over the weekend blowing those leads, but it's probably a reason why the bullpen has started to show some holes, including last night. I mean, they gave up runs last night too. That's the bullpen is going to be, if the Astros are in the running at the end of September here and make the postseason, that is going to be one taxed bullpen that they're heading into the postseason with.
Right. Yeah, and when you have to start using Hader in new and creative ways, that's just never a good sign.
Nope. He had to come in the 8th inning last night because Abreu couldn't get out of the 8th inning last night. So, but they get a win, man, 9-7. They do what the Astros do. They're not great at home. They're not great against bad teams. But if they go on the road against good teams, you can count on the best version of themselves, I guess.
In the weirdest of circumstances, too. I mean, you gave a quick rundown of what Espada's weekend was like. And whatever his personal emergency was is you cap on top of that you basically are offered the option to get fired or not. Would you like to get fired now or later?
Yeah.
Which opens the door as long as he actually stays employed through the end of the season. Who knows what could happen? It's just hard. It's like even last night where it's great. Hey, the bats came alive. It just the pitching is what it is, and it's what you're going to have is an incredible. You're going to have an incredible effort by the bats, and maybe a couple of out of nowhere performances by the pitchers to make any kind of a run.
Yeah. There's just nothing you can count on with this team right now, and so you get nights like last night where they punch back, and there's going to be other nights they lose 8-1. It's just they're very inconsistent.
I don't trust Yanner Diaz at this point to be hero.
2 home runs, no, but we know he's capable of it, and we saw it last night. It's funny that So yes, there's a lot swirling around this team right now. That they went and got a win last night, I think, is admirable, especially given that they fell behind a couple times and they got some big home runs, one by Pena, another by Yiner. Yiner hit 2, one early in the game, another one tied at 6. The big hit was this one here. Let's hit that Yordan triple, Byron. This was the big hit. After Yiner had tied the game at 6, the very next inning, Yordan Alvarez does something he hadn't done all season long with Pena on base.
That ball's into right center field. If it gets to the wall, the Astros will take to the lead. It does get to the wall. Pena's going to score. Yordan is going to think about 3. The big guy going for a triple. He's in there, and the dugout explodes. 7-6 Astros.
How about it? Yordan Alvarez with a triple to put the Astros ahead.
Yep. His first triple of the season put him ahead 7-6. The final score would end up being 9-7.
First triple since 2024.
Yeah.
So and I think that's again last night. If you're gonna make some kind of run, Pena coming back into form after he's had a rough August so far, and Yordan going. What was he? 3 for 5 last night. 3 for 5. I guess it shouldn't be a surprise if he doesn't have that many triples because it's either typically he's either almost murdering an infielder with a 110-mile-per-hour pitch, or he's hitting it 7 miles out of the park.
Yeah. So that's that was cool last night, I think. But as far as everything swirling around the team, the bigger story with the Astros nationally is they fired their GM on Monday, and the reports were, as you alluded to, Seth, that Bob Nightingale of USA Today said that according to his sources, Joe Espada had been given the option either to follow Dana Brown out the door or stick around for the rest of the year. It seemed like Chandler disputed that report a little bit, Chandler Rome. It seems like there's a standoff going on between local writer and national writer on this one.
What's Chandler's version of it?
Well, I think Chandler's, from what I recall reading in Chandler's stuff, that the report from Bob Nightingale about Joe Espada being given the option to leave may not have been true.
Yeah.
Or at least that's not what he's hearing. I don't really care either way. The bottom line is Joe Espada is going to be here the rest of the year, and Jim Crane himself confirmed that yesterday. Jim Crane met with the media for the first time in God knows how long yesterday at Yankee Stadium to talk about firing Dana Brown, to talk about Joe Espada's situation. The reports before the game were Jim Crane, before he was meeting with the media, was in Joe Espada's office with him for a period of time. So it's a very weird situation right now. And when you fire a GM in August, it's inherently weird because you just don't see that happen very often. And even when Dana Brown was employed by the Astros, it was a weird situation in the building with Jim Crane's little brain trust there that kind of were like overseeing Dana Brown almost. You know, they nixed a trade that he had before the deadline to get an outfielder, for Brian Abreu. So it's there's going to be two things going on here with the Astros in conjunction, in tandem. One is the pursuit of a playoff spot. The other is the pursuit of a new GM.
Yeah.
And they're both very, very important for this team. And I'm anxious. I don't know how either of them are going to work out. I don't know how other GMs look at this job right now. I don't think it's as I outlined several reasons yesterday, I don't think this is a great general manager job right now.
Well, and it's, the owner has come right out and said that they plan on making the playoffs every year. So replenishing the farm system while also making the playoffs every year without being one of the very top spending teams in the league, that is a really, really difficult thing to accomplish. I guess Milwaukee maybe might be the best example of that right now.
Yep.
Is somebody that's but it's also they're still living off the benefit of when they weren't as good. So that's a tough. To take on that job and say, okay, the owner's telling you right at the beginning, listen, it's basically like telling a person in a normal company, we want you to increase revenue, but we're going to decrease your ability to spend, to hire, to do everything.
Yeah. No,
we don't want to make any investment in it, but we want to increase revenue.
Right. No, we just wiped out half your sales force. Now go grow the revenue.
Yeah.
It's you're having to do it with fewer resources. I thought this was an interesting answer from Jim Crane in that session that he did with the media. He was asked about the philosophies that the Astros have had in running the team during his tenure as owner. The question was, as you look at your philosophies, how you've run the team the last 9 or so years, and as you see baseball going the direction it's going, Do you think you can continue to run it as you've run it in terms of not wanting to go crazy in free agency, not wanting to give long-term deals? Do you think that's a viable path for this team to keep its window open? This was an interesting answer because I think it gives a window into what you're talking about, Seth. Like, what is the philosophy going to be for whatever general manager comes and steps into this job? And Crane said this: I think you're watching some pretty good teams that don't have big payrolls. That's certainly something we'll study very hard. We were able to add as we went along and keep the team in a winning mode, and we're still in a winning mode. I think we'll need to make some adjustments and look at how other people do things. There's always something to learn. We do spend some money. We're right there at the cap. We've been a little over. We're in the top quartile of spending money, and we try to spend it wisely. That's the thing. Like, Jim Crane's not cheap. He's just got a code that he adheres to when it comes to the number of years he'll give out and the number of dollars he'll give out to people outside of the building. The biggest one he's ever given out in both instances was Josh Hader, 5 years, $95 million. That's worked out okay.
Yeah.
Other than the injury to Hader last year, it's worked out fine. But I think that Milwaukee's a great one. You brought up Milwaukee. That's a great one to bring up. This is a team that's winning a lot of games, and they're spending some money, but not a ton of money, and they've got a ceiling on what it is they do. I think if you're looking into a window for what the Astros are going to be moving forward, and we don't know what anything's going to look like after the work stoppage, but let's assume that there is still some difference between the haves and the have-nots, because there always will be, that it does seem like Jim Crane may feel a little burnt by some of the contracts he's given out over the last few years.
Yeah.
And that he's going to try to operate more like the mid-sized clubs. That's how I read this. He's going to look and see if it makes sense to operate more like the Milwaukees of the world than the New Yorks and the LAs of the world. And I hate to say this, but for Crane's sake, but then you got to get more of these analytics guys back in the building.
Look at the Rays. The Rays. Nobody wants to be exactly like the Rays because it's a depressing place to be. Yeah. Not the city of Tampa, but the baseball organization, because they do it. They managed to win with this cut rate philosophy of developing the hell out of pitchers, but then shoving them out the door. So I think the model for the Astros has been partly, all right, well, we can do that, but with money. You know, we want to shove guys out the door too, but at a higher level. And we want to also be able to pay some people, just not pay everybody and not give out these mega deals.
And we want to pay them early if we can.
You know, and I think that philosophy is good. I think you're 100% correct, though. Where are you on the cutting edge right now? You're not. Like, this is not the organization that's looked at as, wow, they're being on the cutting edge of how they're using high-speed cameras with their pitching development, or in how they scout players, or back in the day, they used to have this. Luno had this incredible knack for figuring out Latin American prospects that other people were discounting or disregarding.
Yep.
And they don't have that edge anymore. You're right. And just leaning back on the old school, like, let's put in a chaw tobacco and, examine a guy's jawline, see if he's got the it factor. I don't think that's the way forward.
No. And my fear is that Jeff Bagwell does think that's the way forward. And Bagwell's in the building. And if I'm one of those analytics guys, if I come from that sort of tree and I'm looking at the Astros job, you have to ask the question, what does the structure look like? Am I reporting to you, or am I reporting to 5 other people? You know, and if it's an honest answer, and the honest answer is you're reporting, it's a Jeff Luhnow situation where you're reporting directly to Jim Crane. And I think, too, the thing that we found, let me finish that. If that's the situation, then I think there's a chance that it's a challenging job, but there's not going to be a great GM job that opens. I should acknowledge that, right? Like when he goes, well, is this a good job? Should I take it? There's only 30 of them, so you may not get another bite at the apple if you're a candidate to be a GM. I do wonder a couple of things. One, are they going to be hiring somebody who's a first-time GM again? The last 2 guys that he's fired have been first-time GMs, including Dana Brown, who failed at the job. So
the last 3 guys he's fired. I mean, Luhnow was what was his position? Yeah,
he hadn't been a G. You're right. No, I'm just saying, like, in terms of the 2 guys he just fired. Like, does he want somebody with some experience?
I'm just bringing it up to, like, that Luhnow was the ultimate first-time GM and a renegade in a lot of ways. Like, that was a huge putting the cojones on the table.
Yeah, moment. Big time. And so, so my other thought is about Luhnow, and this is some of the things you're reading. Why was Jeff Luhnow so successful then if James Click and Dana Brown couldn't work with Jim Crane because Jim Crane fired Jim Crane fired James Click after they won a damn World Series. In the talk is that Luna was really able to sell his ideas to Jim Crane.
Yeah.
And I think there's that too. There's got to be an element of whoever the GM is that is a salesperson that's able to be convincing. You know, Jeff Luhnow had to be convincing in the worst of circumstances, losing 110 games a year, that this is that it's all going to be okay.
Well, and the thing, I think there's a difference, and that's the problem. When you try to just lump analytics all into one big bucket, you forget, like anything else in life, there's a lot more to it. Yeah. You know, there's some mathematicians that are Nobel Prize winners. There's some mathematicians that teach junior high. Mm-hmm. You know, like that it's just not having the analytical edge comes with also having people that are visionaries and or geniuses and everything else that goes along with it. So I don't know where you go out and find your next Jeff Luhnow. I think that if I were a GM and I thought that I would be a guy that could sell to Jim Crane, it seems like they've turned their eyes towards Asia. And like just as the Astros used to have an edge in the Cuban prospects or Latin American prospects in general, maybe they feel like there's an opportunity in Asia. Mm-hmm. So it hasn't worked out so far with Imai. Turns out Dana Brown wasn't the great the guy that was going to go over and open up Asia for the Astros. But if you feel like you've got some kind of inside info or way to approach all of that, okay, maybe you can sell Crane on that and he'll be alongside. But you got to sell Bagwell on it too. And that's a tougher sell, I think.
Yes. Oh, on anything analytics, it's going to be. Yeah, and people.
Well, even if it's not analytics, if it's just this guy, because part of what they were doing in Latin America wasn't just analytics. It was also just telling your scouts to look for something different. Yeah. The analytics side might have been like, hey, listen, people are discounting these 19 and 20-year-old prospects way too quickly. Mm-hmm. Let's just go ahead and take a look at these guys.
Yep. Jeff Bagwell is the Astros Easterby. It feels like every time we bring up Bagwell, we get 5 texts saying he's Jack Easterby. I think the similarity there...
It's probably a lot more fun to party with.
It's who, Bagwell?
Yeah, than Easterby.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Easterby, there'd be a whole lot of, don't tell my parents. Yeah. You're not going to tell my parents, are you?
Yeah. I guess the big similarity would be if you were to... I don't know if Jim Crane's asked anybody, like, what is Jeff Bagwell's role? I'm guessing the answer would be a lot like the Jack Easterby answer we used to get, like, well, he does a lot of things, you know? Like,
yeah.
That was always fun. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Texans practice in North Carolina gets started, I believe, at 8:30 Houston time. So we'll keep an eye on the people who are updating the internet on that practice. We'll do that a little later on today. Baseball Talk, by the way, on 95.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. I believe we're also giving away, University of Houston tickets and the 9 o'clock hour today to the opener against Oregon State, so be on the lookout for that late in the first segment of the 9 o'clock hour. Coming up next, we talked a lot about the Kayshon Boutte trade yesterday. We got the explanation yesterday from the New England side as to why that trade made sense for them. We'll hear, do we agree, coming up next.
Hey, Kirk Holmes is the builder you go with if you want to build a custom dream home.
Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Was there any concern about helping out a conference rival, potential opponent, a team you played in the playoffs last year?
No, there was no concern about that, and I don't think there's any concern for them to send us a safety that we think can play.
All right, that was Elliot Wolf. He's the general manager of the New England Patriots. And if you didn't hear the question was, are you concerned about helping out a rival that you're going to be competing with to get to the Super Bowl? Elliot Wolf, not concerned. And that's I like when teams look at trades that way. When sometimes people look at two teams and go, well, those two teams aren't going to deal with each other. They don't want to help the other one. Well, that's not a lot of confidence in your side of the trade then if you're thinking that way. I understand that that's what happens in sports, that there's a little trepidation about working with teams you're competing with. I like that both GMs in this case, especially the GM on our side of things, because I think the Texans got the better of that Kayshon Boutte deal. Certainly for 2026, I think they did. We'll see if Jalen Reed turns into something. We'll hear from Wolf in a second about what he thought about Jalen Reed. But I'm glad this deal got done when it did, Seth. I'm glad the Texans have a nice runway here. Apparently, Kayshon Boutte is accompanying them to Carolina, so I don't know if he's suiting up for practice today or not. I have no idea. But Kayshon Boutte was in the building yesterday.
Yeah, he was in the building, and it's interesting. There's one NBC person, Phil Perry, who was speaking up on is it 98.5 up in Boston, and he had said, just talking to people in Houston, it doesn't sound like he's assumed to be a starter even there. Better than Tank Dell. They're not necessarily enamored with this guy. They don't feel as though they've gotten one over on the Patriots, and that this is like some massive steal for them, even though they have a need at the position right now. So that's the one thing that people kept bringing that up to me yesterday. That report. So I don't know who he's talking to in Houston, but
yeah, that's a bold report.
It's a bold report, and it's also I think that it does align though. I think that out of respect to Xavier Hutchinson and all those guys, yeah, they're probably not going to have him come right in and say, yeah, this guy that had 500 yards receiving last year is 100% the day one starter.
Oh, yeah.
So it's a little bit of just as when Braden Smith was signed, we shouldn't have been so quick to think, oh, yeah, so he's your starter at right tackle.
Right.
But it's definitely a more viable body in the building.
Well, and he's got a superhero power that some of these other guys don't have, not named Nico Collins. You know, if Kayshon Boutte can, you got to plan for Kayshon Boutte and at least a few of the things that he can do.
Yeah.
So this was Elliot Wolf. I'm always curious the thoughts on the other side of this trade. Look, Jalen Reed was a depth guy here who showed some promise as a rookie, but was banged up quite a bit. And I felt like more was on the field at the end because of the litany of injuries they suffered at that position throughout the year than him having, he was their best option at the time. But if you're a Texan fan, that position was the one area on defense that was just a revolving door, starting with C.J. Gardner-Johnson at the beginning of the year. This was Elliot Wolf. They really, really liked Jalen Reed coming out of Penn State.
Jalen Reed trade, Jalen was a guy that we identified in the draft process as someone that we might pick, and he ended up going before we could take him. Followed his career last year with Houston, and thought it was pretty remarkable that, as a rookie who hadn't played much during the regular season, that they trusted him enough to play the majority of the playoff games and just continue to follow him. And when we determined that he might be available, that he was someone that we wanted to acquire. Thank Kayshon for everything over the last 4 years, or 3 years that he was here. Showed tremendous growth and progress as a person and a player. And excited for him and his opportunity. But this was about the Patriots and doing what's best for our organization.
Okay, so there you go. Jalen Reed, that's a pretty high opinion of Jalen Reed. A rookie 6th-round pick who played 7 games and started 1 game last year.
I know that. Well, he was a guy that, for whatever it's worth, there's a lot of people that thought that he was, worth going a lot higher than he did in the draft. So, but for whatever reason, why guys shake out like that. I think that this isn't one that I look at and think, oh, the Patriots are idiots for this. I get it, especially if they really like Jalen Reed. And it's a little bit, I don't want to compare it too directly to Dana Brown trading for years of service when he traded away Kyle Tucker for Cam Smith and Paredes and Wisniewski in their years of service.
No, but it's a factor.
It's that same dynamic. Yeah. Boutte, they were probably going to part with Boutte at some point. The surprise for me was just that if they just waited a little bit longer, I think they probably could have gotten a better return. Except that, but they like Jalen Reed. So would they rather get a 4th or a 5th round pick, or would they get this would they rather get this prospect that they actually really like, who they think could be, equivalent to a 3rd round pick?
Well,
so that's the part where I think that it makes sense from their perspective.
Who they need now.
Yeah.
The pick doesn't pay off until April, So
that's what we should have discussed more, was potential player-for-player trades when we were talking about the possibilities.
It never dawned on me that would be the case. It never dawned on me. Yeah.
It hasn't really dawned on us that we're kind of rich now. It's like sometimes after you get your first good job and you're like, holy crap, I can just go out and buy a TV.
Right.
I hadn't even really thought of that.
Oh my God.
I've been looking for ones on the curb.
Yeah.
But I can just go buy one.
Right.
Now it's like they've got so much depth on the in certain areas.
Yes.
Especially at the safety position. They had depth last year, but they had to use all of it. Where this year, now because Kamari Ramsey has played so well and because they signed Reed Blankenship, lo and behold, all of a sudden they've got some depth at safety.
Yeah. Trading draft picks is like having to dip into your 401k.
Yeah.
Now I've got you. I have a Jalen Reed in my checking account right now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I think I'll do that. Here's one more from Elliot Wolf. He was asked, was Kayshon Boutte the odd man out?
Kayshon, I wouldn't say. I mean, I guess he was the odd man out, but there were some different conversations that we had with different teams throughout the league, and again, the opportunity to acquire Jalen Reed for a player that Houston wanted is something that we decided to pull the trigger on. We feel really good about our receiver group. We have guys that can play in multiple positions. They all really complement each other well. And obviously when we acquired Romeo and AJ, something had to give, because we have, guys that can play in the slot, guys that can play Z, block, play special teams. So there's just a lot of different elements, and we feel really good about the guys that we have in the room.
Yeah, this deal got done because New England has a very, very high opinion of Jalen Reed, and we'll see if they're right. It's not a big body of work to say that you're right. And the one thing if I were sitting across from Elliot Wolf that he said in the first cut that we played, not the one we bumped in with, but the one where he was kind of going deep on Jalen Reed and what they thought about him, is when he said, well, they trusted him enough to have him out there in a playoff game. They were out of options at that position.
That's a little ambitious.
I mean, he had 2 legs and 2 arms. That's why they trusted him. Yeah,
he was the likely culprit in at least a couple of the big plays the Patriots
had.
Yeah.
They
trusted him enough. Before that, they had trusted Kayvon Wallace and other people that they could just pick up somewhere down at the bus station.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
they trusted him all right.
Yeah. So no disrespect to Jalen Reed, he may turn out to be a fine player, but that part to me was over. I'm like, were you watching the Texans that closely this year, Elliot Wolf, at that safety position?
The other part about the first clip you had played about them, whether there was any concern about helping out a potential playoff foe or whatever, or an AFC foe. And that's in line with the old Patriots way of Belichick just not being afraid to trade within the division or anything. I do like that. I like having a certain amount of bravado where you're like, listen, we got to worry about getting us to be the best team, and then we'll take care of everybody else.
Yep. The trade is getting widely praised on the Texans side around football. We went through
A's for the Texans and C's for the Patriots.
Yep. We went through the report cards yesterday. Here was Dominique Foxworth on ESPN on Get Up yesterday with his thoughts on the Boutte trade.
I absolutely think so. I mean, I think we have to take into account how good this defense is. And it feels like that window, we talk about windows in football, like suddenly shutting. Their window is open as it's going to get. They have a good quarterback. They had 2 really great receivers in, or at least we thought Higgins was heading that direction when he got hurt. And the way that they demonstrated, they went out and got Boutte quickly. They know that everything's on the line for their quarterback. They want to pay their quarterback. They want to have the success that we think this team deserves. And I think Boutte, like in that playoff game last year, he had that incredible one-handed catch against the Texans. I'm sure that was in their mind, and they knew that he was someone who's going to be available. So this is a big acquisition.
Whenever you can get Boutte quickly at a good price, you just got to go out and get it. Jed York will tell you that.
Yes.
That's
I'm here for all the. Oh yeah, we'll talk about that.
I think that I am kind of curious about just exactly what the depth chart looks like, and whether they do just slot him in immediately as a starter, or if they feel that good about either Xavier Hutchinson or Jared Wayne or somebody else, that it ends up being more of a rotation.
Yeah.
But we'll see. A lot of that's going to depend on if the offensive – look, Kayshon Boutte is really good at reeling in deep balls. You got to have an offensive line that's capably pass blocking to create those opportunities. So some of that might come down to how the offensive line is playing.
Yeah, we'll see. Now, I will say this. I saw people posting screen grabs of the actual depth chart the Texans put out for this Carolina game, and it has Keelan Rutledge at center still. So if you see an actual depth chart, take it for what it's worth. Those come with caveats. So Texans practicing today at, I believe I was told, 8:30 Houston time in Carolina. So we'll keep an eye on things over there. Right?
And I think this will be – it feels like that lineup that they had for the second preseason game, given how pleased D'Amico said he was with the way they played, and given how they've talked so much about having continuity and seeing how different guys work with each other. You know, it's kind of almost the sum total, not of even as much about individual players as how well do these individual players work with each other. Yeah. That my gambling favorite would be that we're going to see that same. Well, I think we're going to see that same starting group out there for the for game number 1. I don't know what they're going to do in preseason game number 3 when it comes to resting people and whatnot.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll know by Friday night. 6 o'clock kickoff, 3 o'clock Texans countdown. Seth and I have you for the pregame, and then Clint Stoerner and myself have you for Texans postgame following the final preseason game. And then we got a couple of weeks, and the season will be here before we know it. The Buffalo Bills coming to town for week 1. A reminder, in the 9 o'clock segment today, we're going to be giving away a 4-pack of tickets to the University of Houston Cougs opener against Oregon State. That's on September the 5th, so we're looking forward to that. That's an 11 a.m. kickoff, so you get a little morning tailgating in, and then you go to the game. That'll be fun. We'll be doing that giveaway at in the 9 o'clock hour, the 9 o'clock segment. Those tickets, of course, are courtesy of our friends over at the University of Houston. Coming up next, headlines. Let's circle back to the Astros and talk about their win over the Yankees last night. Injury scare in the NFL, and more on the Jed York situation. Also, college football. The two big conferences have planted their flag on how they feel about NFL guys coming back to college. That was big news yesterday as well. We'll get to all of it in headlines coming up next. But I want to tell you about the Men's Tea Clinic and the experience I've had there for the last 6 years going to the Men's Tea Clinic.
281-222-2222.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
That ball skied to right field. It's a short porch here. Yankee Stadium got a shot. We're tied again. Yainer Diaz with his second home run of the night. This one to right field. And the Astros have tied the game up for the third time since falling behind.
A couple of Yainer bombs tonight. One to the pull side. This one going to the opposite field.
They did not give up. Score 9 runs against really good 8 runs against a really good pitching staff. They never gave up. We got some really good at bats. Give credit to the guys. The top of our order, just grinding at bats, big hits. Even Barshow starting to swing the bat well, getting some big RBIs for us. So I'm really proud of our effort. We needed to come out here today and play this way.
All right, that was Joe Espada. It was 9 runs, Joe. Joe corrected himself. He corrected himself incorrectly. It was 9 runs, 9-7 the final score. The Astros beat the Yankees, and they are back in first place, Seth. They were trailing by a half game yesterday. The Rangers lose to the White Sox last night, so the White Sox do the Astros a favor. And they're back in first place by a half a game in a just been a strange 48 hours for the Astros.
It's been a lot, man.
Omar Lopez managing on Sunday because of a family emergency with Joe Espada. GM gets fired on Monday. Jim Crane does a media session yesterday for the first time in forever to talk about the whole thing. And amidst all that swirling around, credit the Astros. Not only a win against the Yankees, but a win where they got punched in the face a few times, and they punched back quickly each time.
And because of the conflicting reports about what Joe Espada's status was with the team, we don't know just how much Joe Espada needed that particular win. Because Bob Nightingale reported that Espada was basically told, hey, we can fire you now or fire you later, whereas Chandler Rome disputes that and says that his status hasn't changed at all. He doesn't have a contract after this season, but that's not all that uncommon in baseball.
Yep. Literally, here's the sentence Chandler typed. Espada's status remains unchanged, according to 2 team sources, contradicting a USA Today report that claimed Espada had already been informed the Astros plan to part ways with him after the season. So we've got reporter beef going on right now.
Whoa.
So Nightingale versus Rome right now.
So, and you know what? Both of those guys could be telling the truth depending on what their individual sources are telling them.
They could both be telling the truth about what they were told.
What they were told by sources, right?
Yep.
So the Astros are first in the AL West, and boy, it is perfectly symmetrical, 66 and 66. It's a thing of beauty.
It's almost satanic, yes.
Yeah, I know, yeah, but not.
But no.
But they added an extra 6 to it.
They did. All right, so the Astros back at it tonight against the Yankees. Texans have joint practice today, starting at 8:30. We'll keep our eyes on the interwebs to see what's happening at that practice. They're practicing with the Carolina Panthers, who they play in the final preseason game on Friday night, 6 o'clock. You can hear that game here on 95.7 The Fan. Couple things in the NFL. The Bengals got a bit of a scare yesterday. Jamar Chase went down kind of funny on one of his knees. He kind of tweaked going up for a catch, coming down. He landed funny, and was helped off the field. It didn't look good at first, but ultimately, Jamar Chase said probably just hyperextended it a little bit. He was saying that he was pining to go back into practice. They held him out the rest of practice, but the Bengals have experienced this now a couple times over the last couple of years. Remember Joe Burrow? He ended up getting hurt, and he did end up missing time, but it looked like Joe Burrow might miss a season a couple of years ago when he went down in training camp. So they get another scare with the highest-paid receiver in football, Jamar Chase. But alas, it sounds like, Seth, he will be there on week 2 when the Texans play the Bengals.
It's one of the matchups I'm looking forward to. Mm-hmm. I mean, between the receivers and the Bengals and the Cowboys, you're going to see some awesome wide receiver versus Texans cornerback matchups.
Man. It's going to be fun. The Jed York situation, the owner of the 49ers, who was arrested over the weekend for soliciting a prostitute, an undercover sting, got him. Had to spend a couple days in jail in Ohio. Kyle Shanahan met with the media yesterday, the head coach of the 49ers, and was asked about the Jed York situation.
Obviously, the news yesterday morning about Jed. Have you had an opportunity to talk to him, or just kind of what's your view and where things are with the organization moving forward?
I got to talk to Jed the last 2 days and today.
Obviously, it's a very tough situation. I mean, views for the organization going forward is the same as usual. I mean, there won't be any difference in that. But I know it's extremely fresh. I think it's a very, very personal situation. I got a lot of respect for Jed. I got a lot of respect for Danielle. Their family does mean a lot to me. So I'm like, with it being this personal, I'm trying as hard as I can to keep it that way. So
what was your message to the guys today? What was that?
I don't need much of a message to the guys. I think that's kind of irrelevant to our guys.
Can you imagine if he's like, what's your message to the guys? If you're going to solicit a prostitute, do it face to face. Okay? Don't do it. Don't do it at some website and text somebody you don't know. Okay?
I think that doesn't that doesn't necessarily protect you either. I guess yeah. I know you're joking. I guess the message would be, hey guys.
I wasn't expecting you to break down my answer.
No. I'm just thinking of a teammate I had once who got busted for trying to solicit with $15.
There's no foolproof way.
Yeah. Has Brandon Ayuk weighed in on this?
Oh, great question. Oh, I think no, he didn't.
He must have.
No, he may have. I haven't seen it, but I think I sent you this tweet. Someone said a picture of the. A picture of the prostitute that got Jed York pinched, and it was basically Brandon Ayuk, but with
a wig on. Yeah.
It was pretty funny. Okay, so the SEC has joined the Big Ten in unanimously passing legislation within their conference banning pro players coming back to play in college. Mm-hmm. Now, the SEC is the one conference that had a school that was ready to do this, LSU. Lane Kiffin had agreements with couple of players that were getting cut by the Saints and the Browns to come back to college. This is probably the thing that we've seen the conferences act the quickest on. And the SEC and the Big Ten now both unanimously have voted to put rules in forbidding their schools from doing that. Notre Dame has joined in them as well and says Notre Dame's an independent, so they just raise their hand and say, we're with you on this one.
Yeah.
The SEC expanded it to include the NBA and the WNBA as well, I guess just to make sure all their bases are covered. But any player who is declared for the draft and didn't withdraw, any player who has signed a contract with a pro team, and any player that's shown up at any time on a pro roster cannot come back to play in the schools in those conferences. The Big 12 is meeting about this today, and it's expected they're going to pass similar rules. So the power conferences are kind of laying down the law here. Now, who knows if this is going to wind up in a courtroom again? That's what started this in the first place, a Louisiana courtroom. Coincidentally, I'm sure, a Louisiana courtroom put an injunction in place to give these players an opportunity to come back to college. I was very, as you know, Seth, I was very happy to see this by the SEC yesterday.
Yeah, I think if I were a coach now, where yesterday I have no shame about flip-flopping on this. Yesterday I said, look, if it's something that every team is going to have available to them, then as a coach I would participate. By now, I would put my political finger in the air and see which way the wind is blowing and want to be sure I'm on the right side of history. Yeah. You're like, all right, well, listen, this is not good for college football whatsoever, and I will not participate in it.
Yeah. Well,
I think now it is intriguing, though. Some of these guys, think about the boon it would be for some of these FCS schools if they don't rise up. And all of a sudden, you got guys that were at least good enough to be in a pro camp coming down and just whoop butt in the FCS
whooping up on South Dakota State. Yeah. Oh, man. I like this. I just think there needs to be a delineation, and it's
I think yesterday when we talked about this, I totally 100% appreciate your take on it, which is it just doesn't feel right.
Yeah.
And the only thing where it just doesn't move the needle for me is that nothing about college football feels like anything that it used to feel like. So I've given it up on all of that. But I agree that this is one of many things that just doesn't feel right.
Yeah. I just don't think it's good for the sport. So there you go. Those are your headlines for today. Okay. 7 o'clock hour coming up. We'll get to some Texans talk. Bill Barnwell's got 5 teams he thinks are going to decline in 2026. The Texans are not one of them, but he's got 5 of them. I've got reasons why the Texans need all 5 of these teams to regress. And also, why is there a turf war over this? Something that happened yesterday. I'm just curious. Why? We'll let you know what that is. We'll talk about it coming up next. But I want to get you guys in a new luxury vehicle right now. And if you're going to do that, go where my family is.
Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. 95.7 The Fan presents Payne and Pendergast.
My question is this. Can we all just sit back and enjoy the new uniforms and not have to turn it into some sort of turf war with everybody?
Oh, we're not enjoying the new uniforms
No,
anymore?
I think people are. I just think that, you know, you got Tennessee people being like, oh, you're just trying to be like us, the Oilers.
Yeah.
And then you've got Houston people trying to explain to Tennessee people that, no, that color actually is part of the history, and the tiles are something that have been part of the street designation in parts of town for years and years. So there's things going on both sides. I was just watching, and again, admittedly it's on Twitter, it's in social media, which is a toxic place to begin with. You know what I mean? Like it's like, why is everybody fighting in this country bar where people fight? You know, like it's so. But I'm watching this. There's this Easton, what is his name? Easton Freeze.
Yeah.
And he's a beat writer for the Tennessee Titans, I guess. And he's got this whole article about how
it's on A to Z Sports.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, his title on here, I believe, is Titans beat writer. Yeah. Tennessee Titans beat writer for A to Z Sports. He's got this whole long article about how sad it is that the Texans and Houston just can't let it go with this shade of blue. Then you've got Houston people going back at him. You know, like Adam Clanton's calling him a coward for not going on his radio show. And I like Adam's a friend. I'm just pointing him out as one person. But I'm like, well, I'm watching this. I'm like, what are we doing over a color?
Yeah.
Like,
well, no, but it's a classic. I love it because it's one of those situations where you're stuck. As soon as you take this position, if you're Easton Freeze, and you say, why are you taking our color? It's just a color. Why do you care about a color? To which you can reply, why do you care about the color?
That's my point.
It's just like, we care too much about something that you care enough about to say that we care too much about it.
To write 3,000 words about it.
Right.
To sit down at your keyboard and type about it.
I guarantee you this.
Yeah.
If we went up to Easton Freeze and said, we're going to cut this color in half, we're going to cut this color in half and it'll die. That he would say to King Solomon, fine. Yeah.
Oh, let it die.
The Houstonians might say, oh, okay. All right. We care about the color. We love the color. We will let you have it.
Right.
Yeah.
Let it live. Don't kill the color.
But since it's not a life or death situation, we're just going to defy every Amy Adams Strunk attempt to sue educational institutions and everybody else whenever we want to use the color.
Yeah. Like, who's petty about this?
Yeah.
My favorite paragraph in his piece, this Easton Freeze guy, it says Tennessee will wear the Broadway Knights uniforms once this season against the Jacksonville Jaguars. Let me pause right there. I like the Tennessee uniforms. I think they look cool. Like the light blue helmet with the dark blue jersey, and they kind of got some things in there, like a tip of the hat to Nashville. Like some of their striping has like little subtle guitar strings in it. Like, I think that's cool. The design is fantastic. You want to look awesome in primetime in the dark under the lights, but the Titans have to wear them in Week 10 at home against Jacksonville at noon in broad daylight. And in my mind, I'm going, yeah, because they suck. They're not. Right. And sure enough, his next sentence, Tennessee has no primetime games to wear these uniforms in. I just got a nice chuckle out of that. Like this clown wants to. Yeah, maybe they got to wear them at night.
Maybe you should worry more about that football team actually winning some football games than whether Houston is clinging on to color too much.
These would look so good at night. Well, you should wear them at night. There's a problem. Yeah. We suck too much to play at night. Yeah. So, anyways, I'm just
that's the whole thing. I mean, like the history of I think the problem from the Titans is because they don't have a lot going on over there other than inbreeding and country music.
Yes.
That they don't understand that the reason the Oilers colors were that color was because that was a color that had been used historically in Houston.
Yep.
So it wasn't just some random chance that they chose that color. So it was first a Houston thing, which became an Oilers thing.
Yeah. And I think putting different colors in there than your base uniform is a smart thing to do with the rivalry uniforms, regardless of what color it is. You know, if they'd come up with black uniforms, I think that would have looked cool. But I like overall, from what other than the one article that you cited yesterday that ranked the 8 uniform releases that had them 8th because it was too local.
You know what? He re-ranked that later, and the Texans ended up 7th out of 8. Which maybe he got word that I had implored him to go die, and he thought, okay, I don't know what kind of supernatural powers this Seth Payne character has, but yeah, I'll bump it up one.
Yeah, most of the reviews that I've seen, and admittedly, I probably have pro-Houston things curated to me, but most of the stuff I've seen very positive about the Texans uniforms.
For whatever it's worth, and if you care about this stuff, a couple listeners told me that on Reddit, where people were discussing all these different uniforms, that the Texans, the Reddit thread, the subreddit for this, what the hell? What do you call it on Reddit? A post? All right. So the post for this this uniform had like 5 times the engagement of all the other ones, and a lot of it was from people outside of Houston saying how much they liked it.
Yeah,
I think it was pretty universally well received by not just Houston but the league at large.
Yeah, I think so. The one that I saw, the criticisms I saw, because if you missed it, the AFC South and the NFC North, those are the 8 teams that get rivalry uniforms for this coming season. The biggest criticisms I saw were the Green Bay ones just look too much like their regular uniforms.
Yeah.
Which, when you've been around for 100 years, it's probably hard to find different variations of the color scheme that you have. The other thing that I saw was, people did not like the Bears uniforms. They're ugly. They've got orange pants with a dark blue jersey.
It looks like, is it either Illinois or Syracuse?
It looks, no, both. Yeah, I didn't even thought about that. It
makes sense for University of Illinois. I kind of thought that, except my first thought was Syracuse.
Yeah.
If I grew up around Chicago, I'm guessing I would have thought Illinois.
The other, I don't know if it's criticism or if it's people just kind of pointing and laughing a little bit, is that with the Bears, that Caleb Williams' pose that he's sitting in their video did you see it by any chance?
No.
It's a little zesty.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
well, he's getting a lot of that. Pretty much anytime a picture comes out, the people will criticize Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams is very polarizing when it comes to his whole act, you know?
Yeah.
A lot of people were wondering, well, where were the Bills in that ranking? That Bills uniform, that horrendous Bills uniform, that's just one of their alternate ones. That's not their rivalries uniform.
Yeah, I think that's like their
Nickel City.
Yeah, that's like their City Connect uniform.
The thing about the Bills one is I actually like the gray uniforms. It's the helmet. The helmet's just disastrously ugly.
Yep.
It looks like it's got an unfinished logo on it.
Yep. They're not good. So yeah, I mean, if you're out there on those Twitter streets defending the color H-Town blue, you do you, man. I just it feels like it's wasted. It feels like empty calories to me. Bill Barnwell of ESPN.com has 5 teams that could regress in 2026, and the Texans are not one of them. That's great news. The good news for the Texans is that 3 of those teams are teams that they are theoretically competing with to get to the Super Bowl. They're all teams. They are all teams that finished ahead of the Texans in the standings last year. Denver was 14-3, Jacksonville 13-4. New England was 14-3 last year. I'm not going to go deep into all the reasons on why he's got them regressing. They're for all the reasons you would think. Schedule's harder this year.
Yeah.
They played, one of the teams, I forget who, played against, I think it was Jacksonville, played a bunch of backup quarterbacks. 41% of the snaps they played last year were against backup quarterbacks. The turnover margin they had is unsustainable next year. It's always, these regression things are always some variation of like 3 or 4 things.
Right. I would point just from a stat nerd's perspective, stat nerd Seth being in the building.
Yeah, man.
He kind of brags at the beginning that since they've started doing this column, they're 34-9 at picking teams that will fall short of their win total from the previous season. That's not as impressive as it sounds when you take teams that had really high win totals the year before. The more likely thing is a regression to the mean. So let's don't thump your tiny little chest over this, Barnwell.
Yeah, dude, you're.
Yeah, a team wins 13 games. Yeah, the vast majority of teams that win 13 games don't win 13 games the next season.
Bold move.
It's really hard to do, even if you're a really good team.
Bold move picking the 14-3 team who played the easiest schedule in the league last year to have a worse record next year. Okay.
Now, the fact that the Texans didn't make this list, for one, he wouldn't have the guts to do it because they didn't have a gaudy win total, so it's not as likely.
They have more wins than Chicago and Carolina, though.
Oh, that's a good point.
Also
that's a good point.
Yeah.
So but I think the biggest thing that people would wonder is, okay, well, defenses don't tend to be as consistently good from year to year. Yeah. But people who would usually say that look at the Texans and say, well, but they're bringing everybody else back, and they got a couple of new people, and D'Amico Ryans tends to just always have good defenses. So I think that's one thing where the people, like a lot of people that might typically say, all right, is this sustainable? They're saying it's sustainable, at least in the short term.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think sometimes with defenses, there's two things at work. One is turnover margin. The other is just how you are play to play.
Yeah,
I think a defense that's really good play to play, like the Texans are, that just allows so few yards per play, so few points. That's a more sustainable thing than, hey, we were plus 20 in turnovers last year. Mm-hmm. There is a luck element to fumble, recovering fumbles and things like that. So the 5 teams here, though, I don't want to dig in deep on why each team he has them regressing. I just want to look at them as to why we as Texan fans need them, and really as human beings need these teams to regress next year.
Yeah.
I'll start with the teams in the AFC. Now, the obvious reason we need Denver, Jacksonville, New England to regress for Texans reasons is they're in the standings with them. They're chasing them to try to catch them. They're all vying for a Super Bowl. For personal reasons, Denver, I need this one so that all the Bo Nix love can go the hell away.
Yeah.
That Bo Nix stops getting rated ahead of C.J. Stroud on things. That Bo Nix gets treated like the other quarterbacks in his draft class that I think are really good investments for a $70 million a year contract, like Jaden Daniels when he's healthy. Caleb Williams, I think, is going to end up being a good investment. Drake May got to a Super Bowl. I think Bo Nix has a lot of holes in his game, man.
No, Bo Nix is one of those guys that, you can think of various guys that you've seen just come play at NRG where when you watch him in person, it really hits you. Man, I don't think he's necessarily all that great, even as he's doing some great things and beating the Texans, and just he's capable of making some incredible plays. But when it comes to actually throwing the football, I mean, the interception he threw to Kalen Bullock, what the hell was that? And you look at the air that accumulates underneath his deep balls, and his just general overall throwing ability. Yeah, I don't think he's that good. The same way with Tua Tagovailoa when you watch early on, and even though they were putting up those incredible numbers, you say, I don't think he's that good.
No, and I need him to go away. That's what I need. I need him to go away. So that's Denver. Jacksonville, I think it's pretty simple. We need this one so that the magnificent Gladstone's galaxy brain roster that he's putting together, where he's overdrafting guys by 2 rounds, he's letting his best players walk out the door and replacing them with what might be much lesser versions and younger versions of them. I need this plan to blow up in his stupid, pointy-nosed face.
Mm-hmm. Well, the big thing about that is, too, just with no emotion attached to it, he's in that position where he's either the smartest guy in the room or the dumbest guy in the room.
Yep.
There's no way about it, because he's operating really pretty far outside the norm. That, all right, 2 types of people do that: geniuses and idiots. And he might just be an idiot that's got a really good thesaurus.
I love that. 2 types of
people
do that.
It's like that chart they always show on social media with the bell curve.
Yeah.
Where you have like the really smart people and the really dumb people saying the same thing on either end of the.
Yep. So that's Jacksonville. New England's a pretty simple one for me personally, Seth. I know there's a lot of people probably rooting against New England because Mike Vrabel, and his whole peccadillos this offseason, and they're New England. They've won too much over the last 20 years. Mine is pretty simple. It's fiduciary in nature. I need this one because I have a massive bet on the Patriots under 10.5 this year. A bet that I placed on them before all the Rossini stuff popped up. That. I bet an under on the Patriots the week after the season ended this past year, just because that schedule was so easy. Mm-hmm. So easy last year.
It was, by DVOA, it was the easiest was it ever? Or in the last 30 years?
It was in that neighborhood, yeah.
It was really, really easy. And they don't start off with it all that easy. Their first 4 games are Seattle, Pittsburgh, Jacksonville, Buffalo.
Okay. Those are 4 playoff teams from last year.
Those are 4, but then they do face the Raiders and the Jets immediately after that.
The Raiders game will be interesting with the Patriots for 2 reasons. One, you've got the Tom Brady dynamic of owning the Raiders.
No dog in the fight when the Super Bowl.
Yeah. So you've got that. Number 2, of the 3 losses last year, the Patriots, endured. One of them was to the Raiders in the opening week of the season last year.
Good call, yeah.
Yep. So those are the 3 AFC teams. The NFC teams, there's a little less emotional, like Texans emotional tie to, because they don't even play either of these teams that I can think of this year. They don't play Carolina. They don't play Chicago this year. But the reason why I need those 2 teams to regress, I need Chicago to regress so we can stop hearing how great Ryan Poles is. And we can stop hearing about C.J. Stroud big broing Caleb Williams in 2024.
Yeah.
C.J. did it to himself. I get it. I'm just tired of hearing about it. That's all. So,
well, with Caleb Williams too. I mean, this is a dynamic. There was another quarterback that threw 5 interceptions in 2 playoff games.
Did he
this
really?
Past offseason, yeah.
In those 2 games,
yeah, he threw 4 touchdowns and 5 interceptions in the playoffs.
That just goes to show you the only thing people talk about with him in the playoffs is that 4th down throw that he made in a game they lost, if I'm not mistaken, against the Rams.
Sent it to overtime, right?
Yeah. Like it just goes to show you, like if you actually make a play or 2 here or there, your team doesn't even win the game.
I don't think you're saying anything that Bears fans aren't also saying. I mean, largely that offense was held back by Caleb Williams more so than bolstered by Caleb Williams.
Yep.
And I'm not saying this is a Caleb versus CJ argument or anything. I mean, they openly said it during the year that. Yeah, like they know they're winning despite Caleb Williams' performances, not because of them. So he still has a lot to prove.
Yep. Carolina is the 5th team they've got on this list. So the 5 teams are Denver, Jacksonville, New England, Chicago, who's 11-6 last year, and Carolina, who was 8-9, but they won the division and they were good in the second half of the season. I need that one. I need Bryce Young to stop getting so much love. I didn't like seeing him finish in the top 100 against C.J. Stroud. You know that's my standard for players is top 100 is gospel. I also need Psycho David Tepper back in my life.
Yeah.
The David Tepper that was dumping drinks on fans in Jacksonville a couple of years ago. For those who don't know, he's the owner of the Carolina Panthers.
Ripping the hat off of the a restaurant host's head because it wasn't a Panthers hat.
Yeah. I need that guy back in my life. He's been far too out of the news since Dave Canales got there.
Yeah, no, and I feel like he's going through that classic Daniel Snyder cycle where he'll be ridiculously micromanaging, but then I've learned my lesson. He'll step back for a little while until something pisses him off, and then he's going to be right back into it. Yep. So yeah, you need crazy Dan Snyder version of Dave Tepper back in your life.
Yes. Getting people weighing in on the text page. I want to be with you on Bo Nix, but unfortunately he's better than CJ recently. CJ's New England game notwithstanding, CJ was a better quarterback in the regular season last year than Bo Nix. I will stand on that. Bo Nix they had a great defense and he made some plays at the end of games, but play to play, I don't think he was as good as CJ Stroud was in the regular season in 2025. That's how I feel on that. So the NFL.com has 22 guys who are cut candidates or trade targets coming up this Sunday, Seth, because teams are cutting down to 53 on Sunday afternoon. There's a few interesting names on here. I went through the 22 names on here. I didn't find any that I'm like, the Texans should trade for that guy.
Yeah.
But I found some ones that were funny. There's a chance J.J. McCarthy could get cut in
just
Minnesota.
Flat out cut, not traded for?
Just flat out cut. Now, this is what I would suspect would happen, because Carson Wentz is also in the room there, and I would suspect even Carson Wentz is as bad as he's been over the last few years. Yeah. There's a chance he's a better option to back up Kyler Murray than J.J. McCarthy right now. This is what I suspect would happen, is that Minnesota would do that thing where it gets floated that they're thinking of cutting or that they're going to cut J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, the GM of Minnesota, I forget his name, his phone starts ringing with teams that are like, hey, we'll give you a 6th for him.
Yeah.
Hey, you give us
Yates
McCarthy
style.
and a 7th for a 5th or something like
That's
that.
what happened with T.J. Yates. It was announced that he was going to get fired, then he got traded, or cut, and then he got traded.
He got traded for Akeem Dent. So that's what I suspect. But J.J. McCarthy, needless to say, that pick has not worked out. In a quarterback class that most of them have worked out, he has not. Odell Beckham Jr. apparently is a cut candidate in New York with the Giants.
Yeah, that's
he's not been able to really distinguish himself in training camp this year.
He hasn't he hasn't done anything in several years. He's old now. Yeah.
So for anybody out there who thought that he would be a solution to a team's wide receiver woes, just know that he could be available for free.
He had 55 yards receiving in 2024 and then 0 yards receiving last year.
Yeah. Well, you got to play in order to have receiving yards. This is what it says. By most accounts, the 33-year-old Beckham arrived at camp in better form than some expected. However, he hasn't stood out enough at a position aching for a veteran to show out, given that he isn't taking any special teams snaps in the preseason. God, can you imagine Odell Beckham Jr. having a rundown on special teams to make the team?
He hasn't taken any special teams
in New York.
Did you actually have to write that down?
Yes.
That would just be the assumption. It would be a surprise if he had.
Yeah. So Odell Beckham Jr. The one that jumped out at me on here, Christian Kirk.
Yeah.
Stop me if you've heard this before, Seth. He's hurt again.
Oh no.
Yeah, Christian Kirk. He's a San Francisco 49er, for those who don't know.
I just, with the Giants, because they'd gone through that phase where they were signing every old man receiver that they possibly could.
Yeah.
I mean, if you just look at the names there's just too many guys who are young guys or at least guys who are still viable. Like Braxton Berrios. Would you rather have Braxton Berrios on your roster or Odell Beckham Jr.? Without even thinking about it, Braxton Berrios, because I know he's still very, very fast, and he's more recently played solid football.
You know what he had last year, Seth? Braxton Berrios? A few catches.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, he had a few catches. Odell Beckham Jr. did not. So, if you want to go shopping, that list is on NFL.com. I didn't see anything on there, but I just thought it was an interesting trip down memory lane there with Christian Kirk being on there. All right, there are new details. Speaking of the 49ers, there are new details in the Jed York arrest case. The Athletic had this. I guess the police report is out. Jed York, owner of the 49ers. If you've been living under a rock or asleep for the last few days, he was arrested in Ohio on Sunday morning on an attempt to solicit a prostitute who ended up being an undercover cop. Sting. Yeah. He responded to an ad on a prostitution website. Turns out he pinged the number on there 3 times. Twice on Saturday. He was thirsty, man. Yeah. Twice on Saturday and then again on Sunday morning. They finally replied to him on Sunday morning.
Boy, the cops were playing hard to get there.
They were. That's the same thing. It's undercover cop, man.
There it is. They're playing the game. They're not going to. They're going to look like there's somebody that's got a heavy docket. You know?
Yep.
Yeah.
He responded to the ad under the pseudonym Joe. Okay. So if they aren't calling him Joe in the building there, they're just doing it wrong.
Well,
I know
Joe
he's the
York.
Boss and everything, but yeah.
There's Jed York, and then there's Joe.
Joe York. Yeah, he's like
Joe's
9. He's
down
9.
bad, yeah.
When you see an ad in a prostitution website, do you hit a switch?
Yeah.
And Jed York's like, this Joe comes out. Joe comes out.
Big Joe and Little Joe.
There is there is some discrepancy over the dollar amount. $140 had been the reported price.
Yeah.
Apparently there was a mistake in the reporting of it. It was $160 for quote.
Well, that's more in line for a billionaire. Yeah.
for quote full service sexual activity, end quote.
Is that how they would normally phrase it on a?
That's how they phrase it in the article on the Athletic.
No, but I'm wondering though, like if you're an online, like if that's how you're finding things, it seems like they would have like different buzz phrases and everything to try to keep it from being as obvious that you could get arrested for it.
Yeah, I know that's a good question.
Like a little, I don't
or if
know.
under questioning, Joe York said, "This is what I was looking for: full service sexual activity," and
when he was texting back and forth with the
or when the cops were asking him, if he didn't lawyer up, if the cops asking him, "Hey, so what went on here?"
Well, he negotiated it for quote full service sexual activity.
Yeah. The undercover officer apparently gave Joe York, a phony lot number. And when he couldn't find it, he went back out to the main road, and that's when he got pulled over. They ordered him to hand over his phone and the money that he was going to give to the to the fictitious prostitute.
Yeah, the $160. Yeah.
So they
that's
don't.
Good. Yeah, that's pretty. Especially if you only have $160. I imagine Jed York doesn't carry around a lot of cash.
No,
just 'cause he's a billionaire.
No,
I'm sure he's got Apple Pay. He probably had exactly $160 cash in his wallet.
Right. And so I guess they donated that to like a human trafficking cause.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. This was what I was curious about.
There was a moment, by the way, though. That's when you get pulled over there. That's probably where you're kind of like, at the very least, Jed York, you gotta appreciate that there's not like a cop's camera there or something.
Oh,
you're not like this wasn't To Catch a Predator type scenario. But if it was like that type of show or something,
or Live PD. I think if they call it On Patrol now, that would be the worst. Yeah. This is the charge I was most interested in because soliciting a prostitute is self-explanatory. He also had to pay $1,000, a fine for a charge of, quote, possessing criminal tools.
Yeah, I was curious about that.
Yeah, I was wondering, okay, did he come with apparatuses?
Or just
Jed York pulled out his briefcase full of things,
But those wouldn't be criminal tools necessarily.
Well, depending on just I would think not.
But so the cell phone is the criminal tool.
The cell phone apparently
was
what
he used to commit the crime.
Yeah. According to the reports, it wasn't some sort of toy or anything like that.
Yeah.
Now
Jed York's kind of a criminal tool. He's always been one of the dorkier owners, little rich kid,
Oh yeah. No, maybe he's like, oh yeah, I'm possessing a criminal tool. All right.
Remember the story about Jim Harbaugh told him that you could leave men are speaking.
Yeah.
Jed was probably into it. He said, "Whoa, I like it.
Men are
I like
speaking
it when he degrades me."
Apparently, the owner of the trailer park that this took place in wanted to clear the air and make sure that people knew that this was not some seedy trailer park, that no, this was not going on in one of the trailers. Jed York pulled in here when he couldn't find the place.
Yeah, because the cops had said that there was they had listed that as the phony place.
Yeah, he couldn't find it, so he turned in here and then turned back out. We don't do that kind of thing. This isn't some trailer park where we're making meth in one trailer and prostitutes in another trailer.
Right.
And
it did look like a nice trailer park.
It did.
It didn't look like a seedy trailer park at all.
It did, man.
I kind of feel bad for the trailer park owner then. If the cops just randomly chose that one, you gotta listen, man. If somebody famous gets pinched, that's bad PR for the trailer park.
Yes. So that's where we are. Ocho and Shannon Sharp and Joe Johnson had a funny take on this that probably needs to be saved for the 9 o'clock hour.
Okay.
Given the driving into school and things like that.
Probably. Oh yeah, I'm sure the kids have no questions about the last 10 minutes. So yeah, cool. Yeah.
Well, no, it's kind of next level.
Yeah.
So yeah, there you go. That's the latest with the Jed York situation. Okay, let's cleanse the palate. I want to thank everybody, Seth, who texted me yesterday, still texting me today, with condolences on the passing of the legendary Dolly Parton.
Yeah.
Yesterday. For those who don't know, if you listen to the show, you know, obviously, because some of you were texting me, Dolly Parton was one of my favorite human beings on the planet. Of people that I don't know, celebrities. She was a joy. She was very charitable. Can you please turn up the music, Byron? Thank you. There we go. Turns out she passed away after a brief bout with cancer yesterday.
Oh,
it sucks.
I was surprised because she was 80, but she was very, very youthful.
Yes,
she looked incredible. She's in incredible shape, so it makes sense that it was cancer.
It was cancer. She'd been sick. She hadn't disclosed what exactly her health issues were over the last few months, but where I started to worry was back in within the last year or so, where she had to cancel her shows in Vegas. I was really hoping to get to. I never got to see her in concert.
Yeah,
I was hoping to get to see her in concert at some point. That'll never happen unless she's doing big concerts in the sky and I'm allowed up there to go see them. Just very much in question. So she'd been sick. She'd done an interview as recently as 4 or 5 days ago saying, I still have so much more to achieve. And then she passed away yesterday in Tennessee. Her husband His name was Carl Dean, passed away in March of 2025. You see this a lot with older people.
Oh yeah.
The spouse passes away.
Yeah.
And then they they sort of maybe either outwardly or maybe subconsciously sort of start to lose some of their will to live.
Yeah.
He was interesting because he was the ultimate like out of the spotlight spouse. Like he was almost never seen publicly. I would think that's the dream right there, right? Married to a queen like Dolly Parton and not have to do any of the stuff where you have to interact with human beings?
Well, yeah, it would be for Carl Dean, perhaps. For you, I feel like it would be a nightmare. You're openly jealous of people who get more attention than you.
That's true.
You would constantly be in a situation where you're basically Mrs. Dolly Parton.
It's true. It's very true. It's very true. No, you're right. I would be out on the front line with her because I'd be really proud that Dolly Parton is my wife. But I would operate in a world where I just sit by myself in a big mansion, watching TV, writing, doing whatever. I would operate just fine in that environment.
I don't know.
I think
fine. You'd end up being more like Colonel Tom Parker was to Elvis. I think you would end up.
Shut your mouth.
You would end up mismanaging her career by your avarice and your jealousy.
No. I wouldn't. Well, I don't think Carl Dean had anything to do with managing her. If I'm not mistaken, I wouldn't.
Right, because he's not you.
Yeah. No. You saying I would overstep my bounds?
Yes.
You jackass. I can't believe you just compare me to the Colonel. Have you seen the Elvis movie?
Yeah.
With Tom Hanks.
And I've seen documentaries about him that make him look even worse.
Yeah, dude. He looks. I have not.
Yeah.
The movie, the Tom Hanks character in that movie. First of all, it's very unsettling because it's Tom Hanks in a bunch of fat guy makeup. It's really weird.
Yeah.
He was a horrible human being. Well, thank you. I'm glad you think so highly of me.
No, seriously, kudos to him for and it's rare for a superstar like that to be happily married for how many years? 50 years?
60 years.
60 years?
60 years.
Happily married?
Yeah.
That's an incredible couple. And it's an uplifting. She had an uplifting life from where she came to what she accomplished, and not afraid to sometimes, like she had her own opinions about things, and she would speak out even though her base might not agree with it or her fan base. She was a really, really interesting and obviously very accomplished.
She
person.
loves human beings, man. In fact, do we have her pep talk, Byron? Dolly Parton is going to give all of you a pep talk right now.
You are enough, and anyone who tells you otherwise isn't worth your time. You got this. Yes, I'm talking to you. Other people didn't always believe in me, and in those times, I had to believe in myself. Plus, nothing's better than proving people wrong.
Yes.
Make a list of the things you love about yourself. They can be big or small, like, I cook a mean chicken pot pie, or I'm a great mom. And if you tell yourself enough nice things, eventually you'll believe them too. Mm-hmm. Go in with confidence. You got in the door because you deserve to be there. Don't forget that, and don't let it hit you on the way in.
Yeah, coming up next.
Don't let the door hit you on the way in. I like that.
Coming up next, the list of things I love about myself.
Yes.
Actually, I'll need a longer segment.
I would have been an incredible spouse to Dolly Parton.
I would have. She would have loved me.
I am not like Colonel Tom Parker
I'm
at
definitely
all.
not. Yeah, those are the things I love about myself.
No, that is. I like that too. Don't let the door kick you on the way in.
On the way in.
Hit you on the way in.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of that imposter syndrome,
Man.
Yeah.
I was feeling a little down about myself for the last 90 seconds after Seth told me I was Colonel Tom Parker. That's exactly what I needed.
I didn't say you are. I said you would be. You have it in you to be Colonel Tom Parker.
It's in there somewhere. Oh, my God. All right. Payne and Pendergast.
I saw you. Judy used to. If they did a movie about you, it would be Judy when she was competing in college in cross country running.
Yes.
And her like being conflicted because as she neared the finish line, she also knew that you were standing there saying, "I'm Judy's dad," and yelling, "You see all that, you idiot losers." She's my creation. I did that.
Oh.
Glory to Sean.
You didn't tell me you were at the Nike Championships in 2016.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I did. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, coming up next, I love fantasy football is upon us. I've got 3 drafts coming up in the next week. I'm not going to make this about who I'm going to draft or who's going to be on my team. I one of the things I love about the internet, fantasy football punishments for last place teams are sort of a theme that's popping up right now. I really like this one. So we'll share that with you. We'll do that. Back at the top of the hour, we'll get back to the Astros winning and beating the Yankees last night. And where do they go from here inside that front office? We'll do all that at 8 o'clock. That's coming up next. Stay there. But first, I want you guys to save some money on your electricity. As I make my list. raise and promotion today. Yeah. If you missed
wrote down 10 things he liked about himself, and boom.
And I'm going to go in there. Wheat Straw actually does he does blue collar labor, man. He was working the crane over at the high rise they're building across the street from my building.
All right, look, he's a crane operator.
Yeah.
Technically blue collar, but that is a highly skilled, well compensated.
Oh yeah, no, I mean he
position.
does real work. Yeah.
Yeah. Crane operator is badass.
Oh, I know.
Especially, but a lot of responsibility.
Big time, yeah. Oh, dude.
You're not allowed to, unlike cartoons you may have watched, you're not allowed to just go swinging a wrecking ball through anything you want.
No, despite what Looney Tunes may have taught you. Yeah.
You ever go crazy. And they hate it when you're drunk on the job. That is one job that you are really not allowed to drink on the job. Yeah.
No. Getting a lot of Dolly react. We'll read some of them here. Someone said Joel Osteen is just a Timu Dolly Parton after listening to that clip that we played. That's neither here nor there. That's a texter saying that. Someone said Dolly may be the best person in the world. That clip you played just sealed it. Yeah. Dolly Parton's marriage by her account and others was a long and successful one. Yeah. 60 years they were married.
Yeah. Why would somebody write that in? Yeah, like that's. I feel like that's an AI version of something. Like, yeah, of course. Yeah, they were married 60 years and they seem to be really happy together.
They're really happy. There are some people that spend all that time together and they're not happy.
They're miserable.
Yeah, they stay together.
Maybe that guy thought when I was talking about you that he thought I was talking about Dolly's husband.
He conflated me. He conflated me with Carl Dean. Yeah, don't do that. Carl Dean was probably a saint living with Dolly for 60 years. She rubbed off on him. All right, so I love fantasy football punishments. We'll get back to the Astros at the top of the hour. It was a big night for them last night. Cousin Sal, who is part of the Bill Simmons inner circle, he's Jimmy Kimmel's cousin.
Yeah.
And he, does a lot of football predictions and things like that. He was on a podcast, a fantasy football podcast, and he laid out this as a fantasy football punishment for a last place team that he had heard about.
Good one, Raheem. Yesterday, it was the 10K. So you're dropped off, whatever distance a 10K is, and your buddies take your credit card and they go drinking, and you have to. You can't stop them from running up the charges until you finish the 10K and get back to the bar wherever they are and snatch your credit card. So they can do damage. That was fun.
Yeah, that's a tough one, man. That's a tough one. That's so the average person. It's about 6 miles, right? A 10K?
Yes.
So the average
6.2, yep.
If you're in okay shape and you can run, let's say a 10-minute mile, like let's say you're not in good shape, good running shape, and that's if you're in okay shape.
Okay shape
for
is
running.
10, yes.
For running.
Yep.
That's
an hour.
You could pull it off in an hour.
Whew.
Yeah. Boy.
You'd have to have some guidelines.
I know there's a lot of runners out there saying, like, guys, listen, no, you're not. You guys are in better shape than what we're talking about.
Yep. No, the average fantasy football player is what we're talking about here.
If you're somebody who has to walk it, that's like 3. If you're walking at like a brisk, like a 3.5 mile pace, if you're walking because you're not in shape at all, then you've got a chance of making it there in under 2 hours. But that's a lot of money.
You would have to. There'd have to be guidelines, right? You'd have to be like, okay, no buying a bottle of Louis the 13th or whatever.
Yeah, you don't go do like what some of the jerk veterans do to NFL rookies.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, we got to stick to beer and well drinks.
Right. And no sipping a beer and then going, oh, I don't like this, and dumping it out and then asking for another one.
Right.
You can't. Yeah. But boy, that's if you just did regular drinking. You're talking in a normal fantasy football league, you're talking anywhere from probably 9 to 15 people drinking on your credit card for at bet, like for me, like you're describing me, like I think I would be like 6 miles from me, I'd be part running, part walking, and it would probably take me longer than an hour to do. And I exercise every day, but I don't run 6 miles a day. I walk 4 miles a day. If I walked.
If you walked, I think a brisk walk is like 4 miles per hour.
Yeah.
Like that's where it starts to turn into jogging if you go faster than 4. So 4 miles an hour, you get there in less than an hour and a half.
I walk 4 miles a day. I do the same walk every day. It's 4 miles, and I do it in like an hour and 9 minutes or something like that.
Uh-huh.
So it'd be, if I just walked it'd be like an hour and 45, almost 2 hours.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's a good punishment.
It's a great
good punishment, especially because the misery and the desperation that somebody might feel in just trying to get there as fast as possible.
Can you
not
imagine
in shape, yeah.
if like the fattest guy in your league finished in last?
It's a good motivator if it's a bunch of people in a league that all feel like they're a little out of shape.
Yeah.
And you get to mid-season and you're not doing so hot. You got to start.
The second half of the season, you got 3 or 4 guys that all of a sudden have hired personal trainers.
Yeah.
They're CrossFitting. That's funny.
You know what? I'd like to take this opportunity to publicly thank Clint Stoerner for not holding me to my end of the bargain. To my end of the agreement when I challenged him to race a mile last year.
Whatever happened to that?
My knees almost fell off.
Yeah.
That's I trained for it. I went in hardcore for 2 weeks and then I couldn't walk.
Oh, that's right. You hit up my daughter for a workout regimen.
Yeah. She was smart enough to never follow up with me. I was gonna give her some updates on my plan. I was being smart about it. I was gonna do a whole lot of like intervals and hills and stuff to where it'd be easier on my knees. But my knees are bone on bone completely. They got no shot of any kind of actual
really?
running. Yeah.
Oh,
they're
brutal.
just jagged. I'll show you the X-rays. Just like it looks like the evil, like a lair of an evil villain or something. There's like all these spikes up and down all over the place.
Like stalagmites hanging down.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Hey, speaking of fantasy football, couple days ago was the 7-year anniversary of Andrew Luck retiring in the middle of a preseason game, or it getting reported in the middle of a preseason game.
Yeah.
Preseason week 3 against the Cowboys. I remember you, me, and Clint were up here watching the Texans in the live lounge, and it gets announced that Andrew Luck is retiring, and it's also the anniversary of O.J. Simpson in his fantasy draft that night, drafting Andrew Luck. And then an hour later, Andrew Luck retires.
Oh.
Here was O.J., one of his fellow owners in his fantasy league. O.J. had this message for Andrew Luck.
Andrew Luck, what did I do to you? You could have retired an hour and a half ago before I picked you in my fantasy picks. I mean, what did I do, Vic? I've been a fan of yours. Why would you do this to me? Come out of retirement. I'm just saying.
I'm not going to lie. If I was Andrew Luck, that would have scared me back into playing again.
Show up at my house with a pair of eyeglasses. I'll tell you that much. That's what he said. Yeah. Whoa, man. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think OJ would ever go after Andrew Luck.
I would hope not.
No.
Well, he won't now, for sure. I would think in that league that if you had a punishment for the last place team, if the last place team was OJ, I would just be like, if I was the commissioner, I'd be like, no, you're fine, OJ. You don't need to do this.
Yeah.
It's okay. If I was any other team, the punishment should somehow involve OJ. Like, you got to be alone with OJ for 3 hours. Or you
got to flirt with OJ's girlfriend.
You've got,
platonically.
Yeah. You got to wear a Ronald Goldman mask in front of OJ for an hour and see if he does anything. Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Let's circle back to the Astros. They beat the Yankees last night. The big hit in this game was something we had not seen this entire season so far. And the follow-up, what did Jim Crane have to say with the situation with Dana Brown? What's Joe Espada's future look like? We got a lot of stuff to get to with the Astros. We shall do that coming up next. But I want to tell you first about Dr. Ben Salento, Texas Sinus and Snoring. I was telling some of my buddies yesterday. They're like...
sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. 95.7 The Fan presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Oh, sorry, Byron. I stepped on the bump in. Here's the final call from yesterday's game.
This could do it. Into right center. Who's got the call? Cam or Varsho? Varsho puts it away. Astros win the opener of this 3-game series in the Bronx. 9-7 the final. And coming off one of the toughest homestands of the year. And in a long time, the Astros desperately needed this win, Blummer. Astros 9, Yankees 7.
Okay, let me just, the phrasing there real quick. Coming off one of their toughest homestands of the year.
Yeah.
The outcome was tough.
Yeah.
The level of competition was wretched. And so,
Right.
yeah. So I know what he's saying.
Homestand the same way. I don't know. Yeah, it was about as tough as walking a mile.
Yes.
Except that it turned out that, yeah, you ended up falling in a pothole on the way there. Yeah.
Yes. So that was so the Astros got back on track last night. We'll get to that in a second. I want to read a couple texts here. Coming off of talking about that punishment that Cousin Sal laid out, that you get dropped 10 kilometers away from a bar where your friends have your credit card and they can run up the tab until you get there. Someone is saying that a 10-minute pace for 6 miles is a little better than okay shape.
Okay,
So-
gotcha. Yeah.
So it'd be more than an hour, I guess. You got someone saying, Sean, figure out a 4-mile loop that you walk that ends at Beck's Prime so I can work out with you. That happens a lot, actually. It ends at Beck's Prime. Okay, this is good. Real quick. I would hand my best friend in the league my credit card, and I'd give him a few $100. I'd get him to give the credit card to the biggest jerk in the league to give to the bartender, but I would have canceled the credit card. So the jerk has to go up to the bar and sustain the embarrassment of having the card rejected.
Yeah.
And then have the buddy pay cash for the tab.
Well, but you're gonna get there and pay. I gotcha.
Yeah. Just whatever.
It's not like you're never gonna arrive. Yeah.
No. But the getting to embarrass the biggest jerk in the league is always a fun thing.
Yeah.
So the Astros win yesterday. The starting pitching is still a big issue. The Astros have not had a starter have a quality start or go more than 6 innings since August the 10th, when Hayden Wisniewski did it against the Giants. I mean, it's damn near September now. So the game log of innings pitched for their starters over the last 2+ weeks, it's just a slew of 3s and 4s and 2 2/3 and 3 2/3. There's one that was under an inning long. That was Brian King. That was an opener. That wasn't going to be a long stint anyways.
Well, and it doesn't even matter about quality start or not. They haven't even gone 6 innings.
Yeah.
Much to not even think about how many runs they've given up. They're just it's the one of the good things you have on this team is your bullpen, except that they can only do so much. They're relievers for a reason, and you can't stretch them out like this and expect there to be a lot of positive outcomes.
Nope.
Man.
Nope.
You can't rely on Yiner hitting 2 home runs every night.
No, it was nice to see, but he's among many guys who've been really inconsistent. The big hit last night was this hit from Yordan Alvarez. The Astros had twice tied the game in the previous few innings. They fell behind 5-3. Pena hits a home run to tie it at 5. They fall behind 6-5. Yainer Diaz hits the second of his 2 home runs to tie it at 6. And then the next inning, Jeremy Pena's on base. Up comes Yordan Alvarez.
That ball's into right center field. If it gets to the wall, the Astros will take to the lead. It does get to the wall. Pena's going to score. Yordan is going to think about 3. The big guy goes for a triple. He's in there, and the dugout explodes. 7-6 Astros.
How about it? Yordan Alvarez with a triple to put the Astros ahead.
It was fun when you could tell when that thing rolled to the wall and Yordan was running his ass off. I'm like, this might be it. This might be it.
Yeah.
Slide. And even then, Sets, I said, you know what? I'm going to let him slide. I'm going to allow him to slide here. You know how I feel about Yordan sliding.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of it.
Yeah.
But if it means getting his first triple of the year, I'll let it go this time.
Yeah, it's a glorious thing watching Jordan hit a triple. It's a rare delight.
Yep.
The first hit he had last night was like 111 miles per hour off the bat.
Yeah.
And he ends up, still in the lead in the Triple Crown in every category.
He is. He still hasn't hit a home run. I think it's up to 24 games now. He hasn't hit.
Yeah.
He's hit one. He's hit 1 home run in like 23 or 24 games. It is really strange. Jordan it's undeniably has been a great hitter since he set foot in the big leagues back in 2019. Like, he's just the model of consistency. The only time that his stats have dipped have been when he's been injured. He only played a game or two in the COVID year, and then last year he was dealing with injuries all year long. So I don't even count 2025 as one of the seasons. That would be one of those things, like, you know how they say throw out his highest score and your lowest score, and that's what we're going to grade you by. I would let him throw out 2025. Every other season, he's been the model of consistency and a professional hitter with a great eye, really patient, all of those things. But all that said, it's very strange that in a race for the Triple Crown, that of the 3 metrics that I feel most confident in him winning is the batting title.
Right.
For a guy who hits some gargantuan home runs, it feels like he's going out and getting 2 hits every night.
Well, and I think part of that's indicative of, I know people have speculated maybe his hand's bothering him again or something, but nobody's pitching to him, so he has to be selective as hell. And when he is going to be as selective as hell, that he's capable of also just, getting hits, but, it's not just going to have to be all walks and a high on-base percentage.
Yep.
That's how skilled he is. But, how many times is anybody serving up a home run ball to him anymore?
No, he's not getting great. He's getting intentionally walked a lot.
Yeah.
So there's that, too. So Astros win yesterday. Peter Lambert on the mound tonight. They'll go for the series win tonight against the Yankees in Yankee Stadium. And they're up a half game on the Rangers right now. So they are back in first place by half a game. Follow up on the firing of Dana Brown. Jim Crane met with the media yesterday. The day started with Jim Crane meeting with Joe Espada in Joe Espada's office behind closed doors. Crane then came out to meet with the media. Reportedly, according to an article Chandler Rome wrote, Jeff Bagwell then went into Joe Espada's office, and they had a closed-door meeting, so would have loved to have known what was being discussed there. But Jim Crane, basically said just felt like it was time with Dana Brown, that the results of the series against the Athletics were not the reason why Dana Brown got fired, which I actually believe. Yeah. It may have been the straw that broke the camel's back, but nobody ever gets fired for just one thing.
Right. It leads up to it's a series of things leading up. I guess the one unknown thing here would be perhaps, how much or how little did Dana Brown and Joe Espada see eye to eye on things. So whether Espada felt like he wasn't able to necessarily manage the team he wanted to, or however that all works out, I doubt we'll ever. It doesn't feel like Espada or Dana Brown are going to be the kind of guys to dish about that kind of stuff.
No.
And it might not have been heated or anything, but maybe they just didn't have the same outlook on things, and they want to give Espada a chance to manage the way he wants to manage.
Yeah, Espada, I'm having a hard time finding the quotes.
That's pure speculation by me.
Yeah. I'm having a hard time finding the quotes from Crane in here, but the quotes from Crane when he was asked about Espada, first of all, he said that no decision is going to be made till the end of the year on Espada, and it's been that way all year. So there's a dispute now between Bob Nightingale's report from USA Today that Espada had been told that he could follow Dana Brown out the door if he wanted to or stay, and he chose to stay. There's a dispute with that now based on what Crane told the assembled media yesterday. It sounded to me too, Seth, like Crane was kind of echoing something I know I was saying and others were saying, which is of the two guys that, GM and manager, I always felt Dana was in much more trouble than Joe Espada, because you just look at the roster that Espada was handed, the injuries and things like that. And some of the quotes from Crane yesterday, I'm not saying he was giving Espada a pass to the degree that he's going to be back next year, but it definitely felt like if fingers are being pointed by Jim Crane, and we can see from his actions now, they are being pointed solely at Dana Brown at this point.
And if you look at the team, it's the starting pitching. Yeah. And, without letting the manager completely off the hook, you still have to ask, okay, some of our issues with Espada at times are, making the wrong decision on an impossible decision to make, which is when do you pull a guy like Christian Javier ultimately the reason it's a hard decision is because so many of these guys implode.
Yeah.
And yet at the same time, you're trying to preserve a bullpen that's actually doing good things for you.
Yes.
And you have to make this decision between, oh gosh, I don't know. Do I leave the pitcher in for a 4th inning? I'm guilty of it. I end up criticizing Espada for pulling the pitcher or not pulling the pitcher in the 4th inning, which that's not Espada's fault. That's on the actual pitchers that he has to work with.
No, well, in Imai, they're spending $18 million on Imai, and they won't touch him out of the bullpen right now. Like he goes several days in between outings. It's bad enough with Imai. He's in the bullpen not being used, and they're bringing this Ethan Pecco up to pitch yesterday to the Yankees, and look, he's yet another one. Thank God they scored 9 runs last night, because Pecco, and sometimes when I haven't seen these guys, like what they look like Ethan Pecco, when they called him up, I didn't know what he looked like, and I hope they bring him up, and he's this big strapping guy, and he's up there, and he's humping it up there at 96 miles an hour, and then they bring Pecco up there, and Pecco's like this paunchy dude who he's probably 24, and he looks like he's 46 because of his mustache. Pecco. Here's Joe Espada last night on.
Oh, that's right. You didn't get to see him because it was during the game, during the Texans game, the last time.
Right. Yeah, this is Joe Espada on Pecco.
I thought he was better than day one. I think his stuff is really good. I think when he commands and controls his stuff, he can give you a longer outing. When it's the walks that it stretches the inning for him, and now he's got to pitch out of trouble. But when it comes to stuff, the sinker, cutter combo, the change, like he's got really good stuff. So he's improving, and every outing he's gotten better.
Okay.
Yeah,
he's improving. He gave up 5 runs in 4 1/3 innings.
I know. We're stuck in this position where we talk about starting pitchers for the Astros like you're watching a spring training game,
dude.
This is
what's funny. This is what's funny too. This you can count on from Joe Espada. And look, Joe Espada is the eternal optimist, and it's probably one of the reasons why I'm guessing his players like him. Is that I don't know if he's one of these guys that's one way in front of the media and he's another way behind the scenes. But I just think it's funny. You could play a drinking game with Joe Espada, and I think even after an outing where a pitcher gives up more runs than innings that they pitched, he'll say that they had good stuff. Similarly, in games where the Astros score 1 run and leave like 11 guys on base, Joe Espada will say we had some good at-bats.
Right.
Always.
Yeah.
They can lose 9-1, and the 1 run is a singular Yordan Alvarez solo home run, and nobody else gets a hit. And he'd be like, we had some good at-bats. We had some good at-bats. So, yeah, that's the thing with Espada.
I think the thing with Pecco that might be swaying you a little bit, though, too, in terms of how much confidence he inspires by his physical appearance. We went through a period of about 30 years where, like, anybody with a mustache in a movie was like a goofy cop or a jackass accountant or something like that in sitcoms and in movies, to where now every 24-year-old has what looks to us like a goofy mustache.
Yes.
To them, and young women, it looks like the height of style and fashion. To us, they look like the goofy cop that shoots himself in the foot.
They look like a cop. Yes, they look. They look like a cop who is pulling a flask out of the top shelf of his desk and taking a swig while nobody's looking.
Yeah,
putting it back in and then going out on the beat.
Or a stepdad that's just completely out of sorts in a sitcom or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
Your mom's new boyfriend.
That's why I can't take 24-year-olds seriously right now, because they look like the biggest jackass I knew in high school. All of them, because of these stupid mustaches.
Your mom's new boyfriend who immediately starts calling you champ.
Yeah.
Pat on the back. Owner of a power washing company called Pecco's Decks.
Yeah.
Divorced Little League coach who takes bunting way too seriously.
No, definitely divorced Little League
divorced coach. Little League coach, yeah.
What are you looking at? Things that guys with mustaches do?
Manager of an apartment. These are all off the top of my head, Seth. Manager of an apartment complex where the pool has been, quote, closed for maintenance since 2019.
Yeah, definitely that.
Like the apartment complex that Daniel LaRusso lived in the first Karate Kid.
That apartment manager in movies forever. Yeah, if somebody had to go in and talk to a motel manager, especially
motel
at 2 a.m. you walk in and there's an inept motel manager. He's gonna have a mustache that looks exactly like the mustache that every 24-year-old
You're like,
Pecco,
why are there ducks in the pool again?
Right.
I'd like to swim.
But that's us. That's us being old. So his appearance to you looks goofy. Partly, it's only because of the propaganda from Hollywood for the last 30 years.
Yep. The guy behind the counter at AutoZone who says, "What size engine?" before you even finish your sentence.
Yeah, or asks a question that he knows you don't know the answer to.
Yes.
Yeah, like he's just gonna lord it over you that you don't know what year your car is.
Dude.
Yeah. Is that a 4-cylinder or a 6-cylinder?
Yeah. Petco could definitely get you a catalytic converter if you needed it, I think.
Yeah.
He'd find a
like
way.
an illegal catalytic converter.
Yeah. No, 100% illegal. 100%.
Well, we got
illegal.
those on the shelf, or I could get you a deal. Yeah.
Yeah, talk to me. Call me after my shift.
Come meet me around back.
Call me after my shift, and I'll get it for you. So there you go. And I, we'll see what happens with this Joe Espada situation. Candidates for general manager, according to Chandler Rome, include Brad Ausmus, who finished runner-up to Dana Brown the first time around. Boy, I feel like if Bagwell has heavy influence in the building, I'm shocked Brad Ausmus didn't get it the first time around.
Yeah.
That he was runner-up. I mean, Ausmus and Bagwell are
I
close.
feel like Bagwell's influence maybe has grown,
Yeah, maybe.
Then. And with Crane's proclivity for bringing guys back, blasts from the past back into the organization. That might now on the surface of it, if you take all of that out of it, it would seem like Ausmus might be that. Ausmus might be that good blend between he's a super cerebral guy, but he's also a baseball guy.
Yeah,
I'm guessing on the analytics side of things, he's probably more forward thinking than Jeff Bagwell. So maybe that would be actually the right choice.
It's hard to be less forward thinking than Jeff Bagwell. Yeah. See this tomato? I'm guessing it's more forward thinking in analytics than Jeff Bagwell
the
is.
manager at Fred Flintstone's rock quarry there is a better option.
Mr. Slate.
Yeah. Oh, that's right, Mr. Slate.
Mr. Slate.
Did he have a mustache?
He did not. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, quick reminder, about an hour from now, exactly an hour from now, we're going to be giving away a 4-pack of tickets to help fill up the stadium for the Cougs opener against Oregon State. That's September 5th in the morning at 11 a.m. An hour from now, we're going to be giving away a 4-pack of tickets. So make a note. Those tickets are courtesy of the University of Houston. College football will be here before we know it. That game's on ESPN, like the ESPN, not one of the ESPN 2s or things like that. So we want to fill that place up. And the Cougs, top 25, man. Willie Fritz got it going on over at the University of Houston. So let's fill the place and cheer loud. And be on the lookout in an hour for tickets to that opener. All right, coming up next. Hey, let's circle back to the Texans. If there's a Texan who might be getting into media when it's all said and done, it might be this guy. His thoughts on C.J. Stroud. We'll let you know who it is. Thoughts on C.J. Stroud from this player. That's coming up next.
Hey, I pulled up the wrong thing. Apologies to everybody.
Kelsey.
Yeah, I know.
You don't seem like you know.
Sean, I know exactly what's going on all the time. If there's one thing that you need to know about old Sethers, it's that Sethers always knows what's going on as he waits for yes, I know exactly what's going on. Kelsey, on Kelsey right now, there's no better place to test out all of your predictions, all of your knowledge of the upcoming football.
95.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
We're trying to build an identity. And, don't get that misconstrued. There are a lot of good players around the league and good offenses. But I think year after year, you rebuild identity every time you walk into the building, right? Over every OTA, every phase 2, every training camp, every season, you build a new identity with the guys that you bring in, the guys that leave, new coaches, same coaches. So we're trying to do just that, build an identity, try to be smart, tough, and dependable every single day, and bring it against one of the best defenses in the National Football League.
Foster Moreau just cracks me up, man.
He sounds so much like a GM or a coach.
A coach or a commentator. Or,
yeah.
He's
100%. If he chooses to go into it, he'll be great. He might be one of those guys that ascends to being a head coach way faster than you expect because he'd win every interview and press conference.
I think he'd be one of those guys that in the broadcasting world would be one of those guys that was almost nondescript as a player.
Yeah.
But an elite broadcaster. Almost like a more sophisticated Ross Tucker. Ross kind of has some of that caveman to him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That was Foster Moreau, Texans.
So he'd be more like Mr. Slate than Fred Flintstone.
Probably so. Yeah, probably so. Someone's pointing out on the text page that Mr. Spacely, George Jetson's boss, had a really nice mustache.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that might be who you're thinking of. If you're wondering why we're talking about mustaches, we had a segment about Ethan Pecco, a half a segment about him.
Yeah.
You can rewind on the Odyssey.
Everything that Foster Moreau said in this press conference, I thought was really good and partly indicative of what they've tried to do on offense, which is they're trying to draft a different type of guy. They're trying to bring in a different type of veteran. And really just have more offensive players that even talk about swarm. I've heard guys mention. I heard Jalen Knowles mention swarm yesterday, and I did one of my little dings because usually it's the defensive guys, Will Anderson or somebody else, talking about swarm, where the offensive guys don't even talk about it. Foster Moreau is very much, when you watch him out at practice, you watch the way he plays and blocks. Yeah, okay, this guy fits the mold of the Texans defense. This is more of a swarmy guy on offense, and I thought. We'll play it in a little bit, but just his thoughts about being a leader and what it means on this team, you could see exactly what he meant about why they brought him in.
Yep. We'll get to that in a second.
Oh no, we don't have that cut.
That's okay. I can get it. We'll get to it in a second. Here is Foster Moreau on his quarterback, C.J. Stroud.
I mean, he's a hell of a ball player. I remember we played him. It was. I think week 7 or week 6, his rookie year, we came into town and he was on a tear. They did not talk about him in the scouting meetings like, the basically who is this team that we're going to play against, right? They did not talk about him as if he was a rookie. And he's continued to chase that and prove that every day. He comes in, he works hard. He strives for perfection, and he makes our football team better on and off the field.
And that Saints game in 2023 was a really impressive. CJ, I know his numbers weren't incredible or anything, but it was him doing a lot of stuff that you don't usually see rookie quarterbacks doing. That's what's been so disappointing about CJ not improving statistically over the last couple of years is that he did a lot of things that rookies don't typically do. So this year, in his second year of this offense, where things are a lot more comfortable, and teams, as they always do, once they start getting film on you, once they know what you like and don't like, they take away those things, some of those things he was doing his rookie year. I feel like this year he'll have more answers for that. And a lot of it just boils down to, does he have good pass protection in front of him? Are the Texans capable of running the ball? Because that's, no matter who you are, when the environment's better around you, you're going to be a better player with better supporting cast around you.
Anytime someone brings up a 2023 game with CJ, it's always a game that he excelled in, and I'm always like, oh, I miss that CJ. I had so much fun watching CJ that year. It's not been as much fun. Been fun at times. Not as much fun the last couple of years. This is Foster Moreau talking about what Seth just mentioned on what he brings to the tight end room and the younger guys in that room.
Try to bring in some veteran leadership, a little bit of experience, and a little bit of understanding for this offense. There's a lot of off-the-field stuff that goes into it that, wasn't expressly told to me. But, we took Marlon with one of the second-round picks. And, I feel part of my job, part of Dalton's job, Brevin's job, and obviously James Ferentz' job, right? Try to get this guy up to speed and get him ready to play some real snaps off the field. That is a burden we all should bear, right? As a veteran player in this league, I feel like that's the standard, right? It's not a protect my job. It's not a, F the rookie, I need my snaps. No, it's a matter of get guys ready to play so that on Sunday we could all compete and perform to the best of our abilities, right? And we're going to need Marlon to do that. Blocking and catching the ball wise, all that stuff's great. But making sure, all compasses point north, that's kind of my initial job as I see fit.
The part that was interesting to me there was that he said things that weren't expressly told to me, and then we go and draft a tight end in the second round. I didn't. His tone of voice wouldn't imply that he was bitter about that or anything. But is there an element perhaps where they had told him like, yeah, it's going to be you and Dalton Schultz, and then all of a sudden they go and they draft Marlon Klein, and that maybe okay, there's going to be more competition for playing time and targets than I thought.
Do you remember the ultimate of that in the tight end room with the Texans when they drafted players and a player freaked out about it?
Yeah,
Ryan Griffin. He was
supposedly they weren't related.
He was in Nashville. Well, it was an awfully big coincidence. I think it was the year the Texans might have drafted the two Jordans, Jordan Thomas and Jordan Akins.
Yeah.
And Ryan Griffin was in Nashville and coincidentally hurt himself like punching a window or something like that.
He punched through a plate glass window. Yeah, where the draft was in Nashville.
Yeah.
And he was right there to see his team draft a couple of tight ends.
Yeah, I think I got the years right.
It might have been coincidental. Who knows?
You never know. Yeah. There are a lot of things happen in Nashville, What happens in Nashville stays in Nashville.
That part now, so the part about Marlon Klein, we've heard both Foster Moreau and CJ now talk very positively about Marlon Klein, but also point out that he's got a lot to learn, when it comes up to all the finer details and everything. I don't know how much they're gonna use Marlon Klein early. I would imagine they're gonna try to figure out some ways to use him where he doesn't have to know the full playbook and know every little check and everything, because he's a potential physical force to have out there. But I think we're probably going to see Dalton Schultz and Foster Moreau a lot more early on until Klein starts getting really, ingrained in the offense.
That makes sense. Here's one more from Foster Moreau. This is on facing the Texans defense in practice every day.
It's a challenge. It's a challenge, certainly. And he knows it well because, he spearheaded a really nasty defensive front for a number of years. But again, like the phrase that everyone says nowadays is iron sharpens iron, right? What people don't understand is like you have to match that intensity to be able to get better, right? It's not iron sharpens copper, right? It's like you have to bring it every single day against iron for yourself to grow, for yourself to sharpen, as it says. Our front seven is nasty. They are. And we're multiple. We're multiple in the secondary. Got some great players. And so for us to come out, the bare minimum is you have to match their intensity, right? Because if not, it's just going to pour over on you. It's a tidal wave. It can be with these guys.
He's one of those guys, Seth. The things he's saying are so distracting to me that I lose track of what his point is. He's like, it's iron sharpens iron. It's not iron sharpens copper. And I'm like, oh my God, this guy's amazing. This is where I got to get better at AI. I need to take things Foster Moreau says and have them in Brock Osweiler's voice.
Yeah.
Or Jameis Winston's voice.
Yeah.
If Jameis Winston said it's not iron sharpens copper, it would blow up the internet.
They not to get all deep into metallurgy here or anything, but I think iron does sharpen copper. I think the harder metal sharpens the softer metal. Iron sharpens iron doesn't make a whole lot of sense because you don't use the same metal to sharpen something else. So I've always chosen to interpret that as two people fighting with iron swords. They make each other sharper by, going up against somebody with an equal weapon.
I can't believe you've thought about this.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I've never liked the term because iron sharpens iron doesn't make sense unless you're talking about two people fighting with iron swords against each other.
What you're
so
saying
they get better
is
because they're sharpening
there's
each
no
other.
such thing as a stalemate when it comes to one metal sharpening another. It's either
They would dull. I think they would dull each other. Iron dulls iron. Iron does sharpen copper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've looked it up.
I guess you could use I guess there's hardened iron versus a softer form of iron. But I know, like, iron sharpens copper is hard to say.
Yeah.
And B is actually more accurate for what's been going on with the Texans defense versus the Texans offense.
That's
the
a better
offense
metaphor.
is copper and the defense is iron.
Yeah. Hey, Foster, I know you haven't been here the last couple of years.
Yeah.
But you're playing on a unit that's been copper like crazy the last 2 years.
Yeah.
All right. The Texans just made a transaction. They had the reports of this yesterday, but it's getting announced today. They put Dylan Horton on IR. That's official. For those who hadn't heard, Dylan Horton torn Achilles, so he is done for the year. They signed Derek Parrish, who is somebody that University of Houston fans are very familiar with. He was a beast at U of H back in the day, in the Dana Holgerson era. He was a monster at defensive end. I think he played some fullback as well. 6'1", 241. He's 27 years old. He hasn't done much in the NFL yet, but he came in for a workout and I guess killed the workout, and so they're going to give him a look. They're signing him to the regular. Well, they're signing him to the roster. There is no practice squad yet. Yeah, it's a 90-man roster, so I don't even know why I brought that up. But yeah, they're bringing for you Cougs out there, Derek Parrish, at least for now, he's a Houston Texan at a position where I think is still. I think the defensive end position after Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, and Clowney is very up in the air right now. Yeah, and so with Dylan Horton with his torn Achilles, and Dominic Robinson's got some kind of a calf injury. Jadeveon, they both have lower leg injuries. Yeah. They're kind of banged up. So there's an opportunity there either for practice squad or being that fourth defensive end. Absolutely. Didn't Derek Parrish play fullback in college too a little bit? Yeah, I mentioned that. Yeah. Oh, you did? Okay. Yep. All right. We're giving away a 4-pack of University of Houston tickets in the for the opener against Oregon State in about 40 minutes or so. So that'll be towards the end of the 9 o'clock segment. So we're going to fill the place up, and you're going to be, you and 3 friends, if you're the winner, if you're caller number 10, are going to get 4 of those tickets for what should be a really fun home opener against Oregon State on ESPN. It's courtesy of the University of Houston, so be on the lookout for that in the 9 o'clock hour. The other news heading to Carolina, Kayshon Boutte is with the team. Why did New England do this trade? Why did New England help the Houston Texans? Do they even look at it that way? We heard from their GM yesterday, and we will tell you what he had to say coming up next. But Bex Prime, BexPrime.com if you want to find the Bex Prime.
Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Was there any concern about helping out a conference rival, potential opponent, a team you played in the playoffs last year?
No, there was no concern about that, and I don't think there's any concern for them to send us a safety that we think can play.
All right, there you go. That was Elliott Wolf, the general manager of the New England Patriots, being asked by the assembled media in New England, and we'll hear more from Elliott Wolf in a second, being asked, hey, you concerned about helping out a team that you beat in the playoffs last year and that everybody thinks is on the list of contenders to come out of the AFC? And he gave the right answer. If you're a GM, you're more focused on how the trade helps you than what it does for your opponent. The hope is that it helps you more than it helps your opponent, especially if that's somebody you're competing with in the AFC. I don't know that I agree with him, Seth. I like Jalen Reed fine as a player. I think in 2026, and that's the big thing, and you've pointed this out, this is probably a longer play for the Patriots than it is the Texans. It's a 3-year play for the Patriots because they've got Jalen Reed for a few more years. The Texans are getting Kayshon Boutte in a contract year.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you take a fifth-round pick and if you use a fifth-round pick on a player that you like and that you know zero about how he's going to play in the NFL. Because I say a fifth-round pick because, people thought, okay, they might have been able to get a fifth-round pick for Kayshon Boutte. So they see Jalen Reed, a guy who's played in the NFL as a rookie, had a couple good preseason games so far this preseason. They like what they see of him. They liked him as a prospect. That they took a position on their team that they were a little too loaded at wide receiver. I would argue you can never be too loaded but they had a need for depth in their secondary. And they like Jalen Reed a lot. So I don't think the trade was as lopsided as myself and pretty much everybody else thought it was, because everybody gave the Texans an A and the Patriots a C. All of that really depends on how good of a player Jalen Reed ends up being.
The weirdest thing to me about the Kayshon Boutte trade is not that the Patriots made the deal with the Texans, because as we'll hear from Elliott Wolf in a second. Well, in fact, let's play it now. Elliott Wolf here, he talked about how Jalen Reed is a player they liked. He went a little deeper on that. Here, they really liked him coming out of Penn State.
Jalen Reed trade, Jalen was a guy that we identified in the draft process as someone that we might pick, and he ended up going before we could take him. Followed his career last year with Houston, and thought it was pretty remarkable that, as a rookie who hadn't played much during the regular season, that they trusted him enough to play the majority of the playoff games and just continue to follow him. And when we determined that he might be available, that he was someone that we wanted to acquire. Thank Kayshon for everything over the last 4 years or 3 years that he was here. Showed tremendous growth and progress as a person and a player, and excited for him and his opportunity. But this was about the Patriots and doing what's best for our organization.
The weird thing to me is not that they made the trade with the Texans, because you can hear right there, Elliott Wolf really likes Jalen Reed as a player. Liked him coming out, and Jalen Reed, other than maybe not being able to stay healthy, has done nothing to dissuade them from what their scouting report was, it sounds like. They like him enough to trade with the Texans for him. The weird thing to me about the Kayshon Boutte trade and Boutte's status with the Patriots in general is that I get A.J. Brown being the number one wide receiver there.
Yeah.
It's that they felt Kayshon Boutte was this expendable when Romeo Doubs is your second receiver. And Romeo Doubs is a nice player, but he had his best season last year in Green Bay. He just finished up his rookie deal. So he's 4 years in. He had his best season, 55 catches, 724 yards, 6 touchdowns. Not like he was on a team that had some alpha that was soaking up all the targets and everything like that. So that's the weird thing to me is they thought Boutte, who was an ascending player, was expendable enough that they should trade him because they signed Romeo Doubs in the offseason.
Yeah, and what I think the problem, I'm guessing the difference might be that Romeo Doubs just has a better route tree and can do more for them, so that they feel like they've got more options with him on the field. And that is where some of the speculation out of New England is that the Texans aren't necessarily super, super high on Boutte either, just that they needed another body and another viable wide receiver that they can trust. But the one guy from NBC Sports Boston up there said, quote, just talking to people in Houston, it doesn't sound like he's assumed to be a starter even there. They're not necessarily enamored with this guy. They don't feel as though they've gotten one over on the Patriots and that this is like a massive steal for them, even though they have a need at the position. Okay. So that's now that's one guy. That's Phil Perry out of NBC Sports Boston.
Yeah.
That's one person. I don't know who you would have talked to in Houston.
That's my thought on that real quick is that one, the first part of what you said there's nothing about that surprises me. Like, why would you trade a backup safety for a guy and they're going to anoint him the starter when you've got guys competing in camp all year? That makes sense that he would have to earn a starting role. I don't like the phrasing of it, that they're not that enamored with him, because that makes it sound like there's some degree of, like, ultra skepticism or disappointment that he's a distressed asset or something like that.
Well, I mean, that's tricky phrasing. That could mean a million different things. I think the part where he says they don't feel as though they've gotten one over on the Patriots.
That part I'm fine with too.
Yeah.
Like, and Nick says that all the time. Like, the good trades and the good signings are the ones where both sides feel good about it. So the phrasing of not enamored, like I would be shocked if somebody inside the Texans building said to Phil Perry, "We're not that enamored with Kayshon Boutte."
Right.
The phrasing of that is very negative to me, and so that's why it popped for me. I'm like, wow, okay, like they don't feel like they got something potentially good here. So
I think the sum total of it there is that it's not however he phrased it. And I think it's a realistic thing to remember that, just because they traded for him doesn't mean that all of a sudden he becomes the number 2 guy. And also, just out of respect to Xavier Hutchinson and Jared Wayne and everybody else who's been there in camp, I don't think they're going to necessarily make it as obvious right away. No. But he does add a dynamic to an offense and a quarterback that loves the deep ball.
Yes.
He adds a deep ball threat to your repertoire there.
Well, I would say too that there may be, it's been this trade has been, it's certainly been widely lauded by people that cover the game.
Yeah.
The report cards have been good on the trade. I think Texan fans really love this trade because the 2 games that Kayshon Boutte has played against the Texans, he has beaten Derek Stingley for a touchdown.
Yeah, we have a little bit of that same
the Lamar Miller syndrome.
Yeah.
Lamar Miller, he ran for 200 yards against the Texans back in 2015, and the next season the Texans give him a big deal in free agency.
Yeah.
So I think with the fans, I think there's a little bit of that going on, that they're not looking, because I'll be honest with you, I was surprised his counting numbers were as kind of pedestrian, maybe a little disrespectful. I was surprised he only had 33 catches last year.
Right. No, and that's where, because he excels at the long ball, and you're not throwing long ball. Even the Patriots who throw a lot of deep balls, it's still not a steady diet of them, down after down after down.
Yep.
So that's where the interesting thing comes in, though, is that when you put him on the other side of the field as Nico Collins, you can't rotate your safeties both ways, and if you do, then you've got a whole lot of room underneath for guys like Jalen Knoll to take advantage of it. So I don't think he doesn't have to be adept at everything to still provide a really valuable offset to Nico Collins.
Yep. Here's one more from Elliot Wolf. Was Boutte, I should say, the odd man out?
Kayshon, I wouldn't say, I guess he was the odd man out, but there were some different conversations that we had with different teams throughout the league. And again, the opportunity to acquire Jalen Reed for a player that Houston wanted is something that we decided to pull the trigger on. We feel really good about our receiver group. We have guys that can play in multiple positions. They all really complement each other well. And obviously when we acquired Romeo and AJ, something had to give, because we have, guys that can play in the slot, guys that can play Z, block, play special teams. So there's just a lot of different elements, and we feel really good about the guys that we have in the room.
Yeah, he's kind of speaking to what you just said, Seth, which is a great point, which is that they're looking for guys to fill certain roles in that receiver room or run the route tree, and the Kayshon Boutte, might have been he might have been limited in the types of things that he can do in terms of the versatility.
No, he definitely is limited.
Special teams.
Yeah, like that is it's an open scouting report on Kayshon Boutte when it comes to that stuff. That Romeo Doubs is just way more polished.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you as we head into the 9 o'clock hour. All right, we had so many petties yesterday for the Pettycast that we had leftovers that were good that we didn't get to. So we'll do that here at 9 o'clock. Pettycast leftovers from yesterday. including an interesting one, John Gruden's biggest regret as head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. This is pretty good stuff. We'll get to all that in the 9 o'clock hour. Stay there.
Hey, if you've got a...
KKAM Houston, your home for the Texans. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. 95.7 The Fan presents Payne and Pendergast.
I think yesterday was the most our cup was overflowing with Petty in the Pettycast.
Yeah.
Because we had leftovers from yesterday.
We do?
Yeah, we got leftovers from yesterday, Seth. It was really hard to eliminate any of these. So I had to yesterday, but we're in the middle of the week. It's Wednesday. I've not seen any reports yet from Carolina on the practice that's going on there.
I saw a video of various players walking out.
Yeah.
Practice. That was it.
Little Davis Mills, Brett Rippon walking into the facility or walking onto the practice field. There's some other ones here. Yeah,
Bryce Young walking out, looking again like a teenager. For all the crap that CJ got for looking like a teenager walking into the building, there's the one shot of him at the beginning of training camp.
Yeah.
Every time I see Bryce Young walking, he looks like a teenager. It's just. I mean, it's not. I'm not bagging on him or anything. He's a diminutive individual, and So when he puts baggier clothes on, he looks kind of like a teenager.
Yep, he does. He does. All right. So let's get to these Pettycast leftovers. Mike Francesa. If Mike Francesa's in the Pettycast, he usually ends up getting played. He didn't yesterday, just because the ones we had were so good. Labor Day is coming up a week from Monday.
Yeah.
September the 7th. And this is actually, I think, a really good point by Mike Francesa. He is petty about Major League Baseball not scheduling games. Some teams not having games on Labor Day.
On Labor Day, I'm not going to even waste my breath. You know my thoughts on that. Baseball is absolutely clueless when they don't set up not only have everybody play on their three big holidays, but set up premium matchups on their big holidays. I mean, and you have the New York Yankees off on Labor Day. I mean, it's mindless. It's absolutely mindless. But I've yelled about that for so long I give up because baseball just doesn't acknowledge it.
It is wild that the Yankees don't play on Labor Day. There are games on Labor Day in baseball, and I would say, I'm looking at the schedule, that there are there's about 7 or 8 games during the day, during the afternoon. And then there's night games on Labor Day. There's a couple West Coast games that are at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night. Like, it's just some normal day.
But like Mondays, that's a thing where Labor Day, I get it, just because Saturday and Sunday are probably just still better days for baseball watching on TV and everything, regardless of Monday being a holiday, and that's your travel day and all that. But you know what? You're right. If there's a game that's playing on Tuesday and not on Monday, or a team that's playing on Tuesday and not on Monday, just go ahead and
it's a holiday.
Let's flop this around a little bit and slap it in there.
It's a holiday. I think he makes a really good point.
And especially with football, because football used to play on Labor Day weekend, right? Didn't they open on Labor Day weekend?
They did, and they leave it for college now. They do it a week later now.
I mean, if the NFL vacates a spot and baseball isn't acting like, oh, thank you, my stars. Oh, the big brother gave us an opportunity. Take advantage of that opportunity,
Absolutely.
baseball.
That's
you
a great
laggards,
point.
you idiots.
That is a great
you
point.
morons.
That is a great point.
Yeah, you whine and complain about football trying to take over everything else.
Yeah.
And then when they just flat out hand you something on a silver platter, you don't do anything with it.
See? I like this.
Idiots.
You went from 0 to 60 quick.
Yeah.
All right, here's John Gruden. John Gruden, on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast, sat down with Will Compton and Taylor Lewan and said his biggest regret as a Las Vegas Raiders head coach was this.
Antonio showed up on a hot air balloon. He had his feet fried. He had cryotherapy. I never even heard of cryotherapy. And he had an issue with his helmet. He wasn't happy the NFL wouldn't let him wear his helmet. So we really never got him around the guys very much. I didn't have very much interaction with him at all. Really, one of the most frustrating things in my coaching career was not getting him to play for us. Mm. We had a mini camp. I tell you, we had a mini camp back in Oakland. He put on a display. He took some of our routes that we like to call lookies. I got all these words. He made the routes look better than anybody I've ever seen. And his conditioning was sick. If we didn't have a fence around the field, he might have got killed by a car because he finishes everything. He'll run 100 miles an hour. I thought I went home and got hammered one night after minicamp. I told my wife, I said, we're going to complete every pass. That's how good this guy looked. He was phenomenal. And unfortunately, I never got him for one freaking game.
That was one of the wildest things. The Antonio Brown Raiders thing.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Yeah. I mean, like, first of all, whenever you start off a sentence, such and such showed up on a hot air balloon.
Yeah.
You think it's a metaphor for something, right? Would you not think that was a metaphor?
Yes.
You're like, oh, no. Oh, it was Antonio Brown you're talking about.
Yeah.
I don't even remember that story, but I assume he was saying literally that he arrived in a hot air balloon.
100%. Yes.
Yeah. There's no metaphor there.
Nope.
So, that's so who's he petty towards? Mike Mayock? For not like
I think he's just petty about the whole situation.
Yeah,
probably.
yeah.
Like probably a little petty towards Antonio Brown, I would imagine.
That's true.
Right.
But you know what you're signing on for, don't you?
I don't know. Had he gone that psycho yet? Like I don't
think I've ever heard a coach admit to getting bombed after a minicamp practice or
out of joy.
Practice. Yeah.
Out of joy, he's like, I went home and got hammered and told my wife. All right, so I think he's petty towards Antonio Brown. I think probably just petty about the whole situation that he didn't get that chance to see every pass get completed like he was hoping for.
Well, that was why Antonio Brown. I mean, he was in what he says about him being in incredible shape. Yeah, it's not like Antonio Brown's problem was ever that he didn't work out or anything.
Yeah,
it was everything. It was everything from the neck up that needed a little bit of help. And work.
Yeah. Here's Joey McGuire. Leftovers from the Pettycast is what we're doing here. This is Joey McGuire. Did a press conference. Texas Tech head coach. We know Brendan Sorsby was set to play at Texas Tech after a court injunction ruled that he could play there despite the NCAA wanting to suspend him for the year. The Big 12 was about to step in and say, hey, look, we don't care what the court said. We're going to punish Texas Tech. Texas Tech flinches, tells Sorsby, you may want to go ahead and go pro. And then the NFL says, well, you need to have a supplemental draft for that, and we aren't having one for you, kid.
Yeah.
All right? So the NFL basically functionally suspended Brendan Sorsby for a year by saying we're not going to have a supplemental draft. There's no way for you to come play.
Like pretty much it's at the discretion of the league whether or not they want to let somebody like that in. They don't have to consult the CBA or anything, as I understand it. So, yeah.
Joey McGuire, still petty about that whole situation.
We spoke to 50-plus NFL personnel the days before the commissioner said that they were not going to allow Brendan Sorsby to be a part of the supplemental draft. If I would have known that from the beginning, I love Brendan. And, he's been out here. He was at a practice the other day. I would have said, hey, let's just don't take this chance, man. I don't want that for you. It's amazing where across all levels of football and really athletics that there are going to be people playing this year. They're going to be suspended for X amount of games. And Brendan Sorsby is going to have to sit out and wait till 2027 to play at any level.
He's such a dope. It's amazing that guys are going to be suspended for other things that have set suspensions in the rules.
Yeah,
and Brendan Sorsby is going to be suspended for something that also has a set of rules.
Well, that's where, and it goes in, and people fall into this every time they start talking about sports gambling. They bring up, they get into the moral relativism of like, well, what about all these awful crimes? Right. The problem is that somebody can go commit an awful crime away from the sport of football, and that doesn't affect the integrity of the game in terms of whether fans trust it or believe in it or not.
Yep.
So it's the same thing as if you go and do something outside of your company that you work for that doesn't directly affect the product that you work for. They might handle it differently than if they catch you messing with the product. And when people are gambling, they're messing with the actual product and the public's trust in it. That's why gambling is so much more punished above and beyond whatever the statutory laws would be.
Yeah, you would think Joey McGuire would know that, as immersed as he's been in this Sorsby thing, but he still just says such idiotic things. My God.
So Kayshon Boutte is an interesting one, though, when you do start bringing that up. And then the way the NFL actually handled it. So current Texan Kayshon Boutte, he was drafted in 2023. And then it was found out, so he's already in the NFL. And then in 2024, after his rookie year, it turned out that he had gambled a bunch while he was at LSU. And he never got punished by the NFL for it.
No, he was actually cleared of that too. The stuff at LSU.
That's right. Yeah. But there's a few examples of guys like that where there's a gray area where guys, when they're already in the league, if it was found out you did anything when you were, in college, they're not going to worry about it, even though it's still gambling. I think that's where There is some argument to be made that, okay, at least could you guys give us some kind of guidelines for how you're going to handle this so it's not a case-by-case scenario?
Yep. Those are the Pettycast leftovers. What we're about to play here is not Pettycast, but it does go back to the Jed York arrest, which is one of the bigger stories of the week. And billionaire NFL owner getting arrested in a prostitution sting at a trailer park in rural Ohio after he negotiated a $160 dalliance with what he thought was a prostitute, but it turned out to be an undercover cop. The guys on the nightcap went deep on this subject. That would be Shannon Sharpe, Chad Ochocinco, and Joe Johnson, the former Rocket, actually, Joe Johnson, basketball player. Shannon Sharpe lays out the details, and Ocho jumps in and is so excited that he's actually been to the place that Shannon is talking about before.
That actual place that Jed York was at?
I believe so, or maybe that part of Ohio.
Okay.
Let's take a listen. Here it is.
Lord have mercy. Court documents revealed that 49ers owner Jed York responded to an ad on a known prostitution website in Columbiana County, Ohio, and arranged to have sexual
Ohio?
Huh?
Yeah, I've been there, huh? It's about 120 real quick.
What you do?
It's about 120 real quick. I've been there, Unc. He's so
I
excited.
didn't know whether he was talking like 120 miles from Cincinnati,
no,
or $120.
I think he
quick.
meant $120 real quick. I don't know. That's a good question.
Well, no, because they hadn't brought up the dollar amount yet or anything.
Oh,
he was just talking
point.
about Columbiana or wherever that is. Ohio.
So I can see where it's 120 miles, maybe from Cincinnati, where he was.
That's what I said.
Yeah. Well, Jed York was coming from Youngstown, so that's why.
Yeah, I know. But yeah,
I'm not
Ocho
arguing.
would have been coming from Cincinnati.
Yeah. So that was Ochocinco. Very excited that he's been to Columbiana County before.
Yeah, but that's before he knew what these allegations were,
right.
and everything. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so Shannon then basically read the police report, which I'm not going to play. We all know what happened. This is funny because at this point they thought this whole thing took place in a trailer park. Like that's where he was going to get the act done, was in a trailer.
Yeah.
The trailer park has since come out and said, hey, we're not that kind of trailer park, all right? He was just coming in here, turning around and leaving, and happened to get pulled over leaving the trailer park. Shannon Sharpe and Ocho are giving Jed York a pass on this. They said, hey, man, like sometimes guys got to wet his whistle. Joe Johnson is disgusted with the two of them.
Hey, the man just trying to get a little hoo-ha.
Oh, ain't that wrong with that? Come on, Joe, man. You think the man, cause he's worth $1 billion, he don't want to wet his whistle?
Hey,
man, listen, you worth $1 billion, man. Come on, man. You shouldn't have to do all that. Sometimes you like him pure. You like him. You like him lazy.
Hey, Joe, the man don't want no ties. I'm getting in and I'm getting out.
Hold on.
Hey, Joe, at the time with a little hoo-ha number for inflation.
150 at a trailer park. That's what he pulled up to. Them the ones that got all the moves. Are y'all tripping? Hey, remember I told you, Joe? She had more moves than a $100 hooker. Hey, them the ones that got the move. Them 5,000, they don't do nothing but model.
Hey,
listen.
It used to be $40.
Huh?
It used to be 40, Joe. You know, inflation.
Nah, man, hey, his awareness wasn't high enough for me, Uncle Ocho. Damn, if I pull up to a place and it look funny, I'm gone. I'm out. Nah, it don't look right. I'm gone. I ain't messing around. Joe, so what you expected to look like? You supposed to you expected to pull up to a mansion? They charge $140. I ain't put. If I'm a billion, I ain't pulling up to no damn trailer park. I know that.
I like that these guys, unlike First Take and everybody that has to wring their hands over the moral implications of it and everything, they just dive right into the practicalities of the things. Yeah. And so I feel like we need to clarify to be sure that Chad Johnson wasn't saying that he'd been to that trailer park before. He's just been to Columbiana. But he's been there in terms of that state of mind.
Well, that state of mind, and he
100%.
apparently has paid $40 at one point.
Yes, before inflation kicked in.
Because we all know prices have gone up more than triple since Chad Johnson was a player back then.
Yeah, like damn near quadrupled since in the last 10 years.
Oh my God! Well, and
eggs and trailer park hose are
and Shannon. Those
a working man can't make it these days.
$100 ones. Those are the ones with the moves.
Yeah,
the other ones just model.
He makes a good point.
Yeah,
I bet that's interesting. Yeah.
All right, you ready for one more here from Ocho? Okay, so this is Ocho and Joe Johnson getting into the price of hoo-ha on their Nightcap podcast.
$140 a damn setup. That's what $140 is.
Joe, it ain't no setup. I'm telling you, it used to be $40.
Come on, Ocho.
Hey, Joe, listen to me, Joe. Let me talk to you. Let me tell you something, man. I used to be out there. Huh? You hear me? I done been in that car before when I was in Cincinnati, Joe. It used to be $40.
Ocho, hoo-ha made a cost $150 20 years ago. Hoo-ha highs I don't know what now. Boy, what you tell me? You think so?
No. Hoo-ha is high as hell for those that want to make you think. That want to make you think it's worth what you're paying for. Hoo-ha don't cost you nothing.
Man,
hell, honestly, let me tell you something. It's really free if you use your imagination and some lotion.
Let me tell you about subjective reality. Okay, so he did say he'd been to that trailer park.
I guess.
I didn't. The first time I listened through, he talked so fast I couldn't hear it.
Yeah.
I think he said, I've been to that trailer park in Columbiana.
Okay.
Oh, God.
It could have been a different trailer. In defense of the trailer park that's trying to defend itself now.
Yeah.
It could have been a different trailer park that maybe is into those kind of things.
God, he's a gem, man.
Joe Cinco, he's just out there like he doesn't care that everybody knows he's paying $40 for it, you know?
Yeah.
Oh my God, the best. Where does Jed York rank on the owner embarrassment scale compared to some of the other peccadillos we've seen out there? Like compared to, the Jim Irsay got pulled over a few years ago with the, what do you have, like pills, and he was DUI, and he had like a suitcase full of cash.
Yeah.
He got suspended for 6 games for that. There's Jim Irsay. There's Robert Kraft, which is probably the most similar thing to this.
Jerry Jones of the 1957 desegregation protests in Little Rock. That's out there forever.
That is out there. Yeah, that is true.
He was a teenager just standing there. He wasn't like one of the
probably
ones
falls in a
angrily
different
yelling
bucket,
and
I would say.
Yeah.
You've even got things just like owners like Jerry Jones and Bud Adams like flipping the bird
I would rather have gotten caught doing all number of things than having a photo of me forever of me at a desegregation protest. I don't care how old I would have been. That's just something you don't want out there, man.
So if the cost of getting that picture off the internet is you have to get caught at a trailer park in Ohio in a prostitution sting, and you've got to be wearing that orange jumpsuit that Jed York had to wear in that mugshot.
Yeah.
You would pay that price to get that picture scrubbed from
Jerry
the internet.
Jones, he's talked about that before, and he kind of, and the picture backs it up. He's just kind of a dumb kid, just kind of like watching to see what's going on.
It doesn't seem to be hurting him right now.
He's not like one of the angry, yelling guys with a cigarette or anything in the front of the crowd or whatever, but it's not like he's not trying to pull people back or anything.
Yeah.
Either.
Yep. All right. Hey, let's give away. Fire up the music, Byron. Fire up that fight song. Cougs and the Oregon State Beavers on September the 5th. Big opener for the Cougs at home. Want to pack the place. Game's going to be on ESPN. This is an 11 a.m. kick. So one of my most underrated things is morning tailgating. Little breakfast tacos, little Bloody Mary, breakfast spread. Get that breakfast spread out for the tailgate. And the best part about a morning game, party in the afternoon after the Cougs beat Oregon State. Top 25 Cougs squad. Willie Fritz has them in the top 25 in the AP and the coaches poll. Caller number 10 is going to win a 4-pack of tickets to be part of the pageantry and the excitement of the University of Houston and Oregon State on September 5th. 11 a.m. kickoff. These tickets are courtesy of the University of Houston. Caller number 10. Get in now. Be there on September the 5th. Cougs, Beavers, we'll see you out there. All right. 713-572-4610 is the number, by the way. 713-572-4610. Caller number 10 is going to win. CBS is ranking all 32 rosters in the NFL. The good, the bad, and the big question for all 32 teams. I'm going to ask these questions of Seth and see if it matches up with Jordan Bijani of CBS. The good, the bad, And the big question for the Texans, and where do they rank among the 32 rosters in the NFL right now? That is coming up next.
I'll tell you what, you guys make good financial decisions. You don't pay $140 for something that should cost $40.
222-22. 95.7 The Fan presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, a couple of things here from North Carolina, from Texans joint practice with the Carolina Panthers. One is a little birdie has told me that the same offensive line that started the game against the Raiders is the same offensive line that they are trotting out there to start things out today. Yeah. So
that's I think that's your starting offensive line.
Barring an injury or something drastic happening, I think that's it. I think it's Ursery, Rutledge from left to right. Yeah. Ursery, Rutledge, Evan Brown, Ed Ingram, and Trent Brown.
Yeah.
Right tackle.
And, unless if something clicked for Wyatt Teller, maybe something changes or whatever. But he's had some rough snaps.
He has.
And in the preseason game versus Raiders backups. That's I don't know.
Good.
And I do think part of it is those two. Between Braden Smith and Wyatt Teller, I think some of it's just adapting to the way Cole Popovich wants things done. Sometimes it's hard for an old dog to learn new tricks. But but even if those guys kind of took a leap forward, D'Amico's talked a few times about the importance of like the group, not just any one individual, but the sum total of how the group operates together, and he likes the way that group has been operating.
Okay, got you, Byron. Sorry about that. All right, so let's get to one other thing from Texans camp. Kayshon Boutte is there.
Yeah,
he is in uniform. Mm-hmm. He is wearing number 88.
Oh, okay. So he didn't. There was a question. Okay, Brevin Jordan wears 9. Kayshon Boutte wore 9 with New England. So at the very least, Brevin Jordan still
lives to fight another day.
A brief hint of a possibility of potentially playing for the Texans. Sometime.
Yeah. Poor Jaquan Jackson lost his number 88. So
he's turning a little bit into who was the guy? Was it Lestar Jean that was always injured? No, Camp Star Gene. Lestar Gene was the guy that would show up in camp and be awesome.
He made the team.
Oh, no, I'm thinking of Lonnie Valentine.
Yeah.
Lonnie Valentine was the one that, man, they kept him around. He was injured every year, but they kept him around because he did have a whole lot of potential, but it felt like 3 or 4 years in a row that he wasn't available.
It was all 4 years of his rookie deal. I don't know that he
ever all 4 years.
It was all 4 years he was injured. I don't know. Lonnie Valentine was here. He was Mr. Irrelevant in the draft he was drafted in.
Yeah.
And they kept it, and I think he stuck around like between, let's see. Yeah, 20, okay, it says Pro Football Reference, it says he played in 2015 and 2016. So he actually got in. He got in 2 games in 2015 and 2 games in 2016. I think he was in camp, though, all 4 years that his rookie deal was going on.
Yeah.
He made a lot of money to play very little football. Lonnie Valentine did. So that's those are the reports we have so far from North Carolina. If we hear anything else, we'll be sure to pass it on to you. CBS is ranking all 32 rosters. They did 17 through 32 yesterday. Not surprisingly, the Texans did not show up in the bottom half of the league in their roster. These are fun times. We have to wait for the upper half to come out. They did just drop teams 1 through 16. Seth, I know you've not looked at this yet,
right.
But the way they're doing it is the article gives the good, the bad, and the question about each of the 32 teams. So I've got it open right now. Give me your guess on what you think Jordan Bijani of CBSSports.com has as the good for the Texans.
Tell me how specific they got, because I think for the good, it's obviously something on defense.
I'll need you to be more specific.
Oh, okay. I'll
need a position group.
The defensive line, defensive end specifically.
Ding, 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 ding. Yep,
Okay.
It is the defensive line. Yep.
I've got mine.
Yeah, get yours. Yeah, Byron's on the phone.
All right, so the next one is the bad. All right, now I already gave myself a ding.
Yeah,
so
I wanted to give you one too.
Oh, thank you. The bad. Okay, again, this is going to be in the offensive side of the ball. I'm guessing they get more specific than that.
You'll need to be more specific. Yep.
And given that I think the question is going to be something about C.J. Stroud, for the bad, I think they'll say it's either going to be the offensive line or the run game. I think since the all-encompassing one that makes the most difference to the fate of C.J. Stroud would be. The bad is they're going to point out that they have not had a good rushing attack the last couple
It's
years.
actually the offensive line.
Okay.
So which I think is
should have stuck with that.
But I think it's hand in hand. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Like you're on the right track. But they do say this, and I agree with this. Like when it says the bad, like I don't think the offensive line is necessarily bad anymore. I think it's going to be improved.
Right, and I give everybody in the national media a pass when it comes to stuff that we've been watching day in and day out in training camp. There's no reason. Every damn team in the league right now is saying, "Oh, our offensive line is incredibly improved." I do personally feel like the offensive line is improved, but if I'm on the outside covering all 32 teams, I'll believe you when I see it.
Yep.
You know, so I don't criticize them for saying that.
They do say this though under the bad. It was tough to find the bad for the Texans, and there's actually some level of optimism around their offensive line, and it goes and lists everybody. Now you're right; they have not been watching practice because they say that Wyatt Teller should be the starting left guard, and Keelan Rutledge fits in at center.
Yeah,
that has not been the case, and again, according to sources that we've got in North Carolina, that is not the case today at joint practice. Nevertheless, I feel the same about that combination of players as I do about Keelan Rutledge and Evan Brown at center, or roughly the same. Like, I don't feel a drastic difference. If anything, I feel better about Evan Brown and Keelan Rutledge being in there because Wyatt Teller's not had a great training camp so far. But I think the big takeaway from that, and we'll get to the question in a second, is it is hard to find an area. If the offensive line improves, the run game is going to improve, almost in tandem with that.
Yeah.
If the offensive line is improved, it's really hard to find something you could call bad on the Texans.
And that's where, again, it's amazing. I was watching ESPN yesterday, and it's just amazing how many people lump in CJ's postseason last year with the entire 2025 NFL season. Because I'm watching Booger McFarland and some white dude, and he annoyed me. He annoyed me because he was the one. I don't know who it was. So he was the one that was most emphatically talking about CJ in the way he performed in the postseason. Like that's the way he played all year.
Right.
Where when you're being as objective as possible about it. Like, if you just look at the different QB metrics and everything, he was either average or slightly above average as a quarterback. He was somewhere between the 10th through 16th or 17th quarterback in the league last year by QB rating, QBR, all that stuff. So, you can't say it was bad. Now, was it good enough to be a slam dunk championship caliber team? No, it wasn't. But It wasn't bad.
I agree. All right. So, with that said, we've got the good defensive line. We've got the bad, air quotes, offensive line. The question. What is the big question for the Houston Texans?
So this will be
CBS?
C.J. Stroud related. And it's going to be, it'll be, can C.J. Stroud, do they push it off all the way to the postseason? I think they say, can C.J. Stroud, it's either going to be overcome that horrible playoff performance, or is it that when they get to the playoffs here, will it be a different version of C.J. Stroud?
Here's what they say. C.J. Stroud is the ultimate question in Houston. He's averaged 218 yards passing per game the last two seasons after averaging 273 passing yards per game as a rookie. That is a big dip. Wow. The Texans quarterback held his team back last year. If Stroud can return to the 2023 form, Houston could hoist the Lombardi Trophy in February. He's got the defense and the weaponry around him to bounce back.
Yeah, I think that's it's interesting that they say he has the weaponry around him to bounce back. Well, the Texans had to go out and add a bunch of offensive weaponry. So, like that alone logically shows that CJ wasn't the entire problem last year. The run game, going back to the offensive line and the lack of bodies at running back last year and no Joe Mixon. CJ can play better, but there was a lot more going on the offense than just CJ Stroud.
Yep.
So I grade them a C- based on logical inconsistencies.
So you're grading CBS's grades
yes.
a C-.
A C-.
You're grading the
If
grader.
they've been a little bit more consistent with the
Okay.
logic throughout their 3 bullet points,
Okay.
then maybe I could give them. But you can't say that it was all CJ's fault.
No.
And yet now say, well, he's got better weaponry this year. Well, why do you have to get better weaponry?
It's good logic by you, Seth.
Yeah.
All right, be better, CBS. These are the teams that are ahead of the Texans. Do you have a problem with any of these being ahead of the Texans on a subjective roster grade like this one? Texans are 8th overall on the list. I don't know if I said that. They're 8th overall on here.
Didn't.
They're 8th overall on here. I will say it again. 8th overall. Buffalo Bills 7. New England Patriots 6. Baltimore Ravens 5.
This is the thing. The only issue I have with the Baltimore Ravens is I don't have an issue at all with saying, all right, look, just as it is with the Bills somewhat, that it's all about the quarterback. Those guys are so good that they do basically drag their team into a tier above where they probably should be. But, I mean, there's big questions with both the Bills and the fact that the Ravens, I feel like people just say, oh, yeah, well, they've got a defensive-minded coach, and the Ravens are always good on defense. There you go. But they're not always good on defense, and they've actually been really inconsistent the last few years.
You know what's funny? I'll finish the list here.
Yeah.
Patriots 6, Ravens 5th, Denver 4, Eagles 3, Seahawks 2, Rams 1. What I look at when I look at the strength of a roster is if their quarterback, if they lost their quarterback for the season in the last week of training camp,
right?
Could that team still make the playoffs? Do you think the Texans could still make the playoffs if Davis Mills had to start at quarterback this year?
It would be really, really hard.
Be hard? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I still think the floor would be like 7 or 8 wins. Like, I don't think the season would go to hell in a handbasket with Davis. I mean, they won 3 games with them last year. They against I
know, but a backup quarterback playing 3 games is not the same as a backup quarterback playing all 17 games.
I get that. I'm not saying they go 12-5, but what do you think? How do you think they would do if Davis Mills were their quarterback?
I think most teams. I'm trying to think of the team in the league that I think would make the playoffs if they who are the. Basically, I go down to who's got the best backup quarterbacks in the league right now.
Yeah. Well, compared to who their starter is.
Sean, a good quarterback is worth 7 wins. There's a huge drastic drop off if you have to lose him for the entire season.
I think the answer is no. Also, I just don't think they'd be horrible. I think they would be a competitive football team.
I don't look at that as a barometer for whether they're a good team or not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, final segment coming up. And let's circle back to Jim Crane. Does this quote from Jim Crane concern you that he had to the media yesterday? That's coming up next.
The Texans offense has a new wide receiver, former Patriots.
For the ones who get it done.
95.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, final segment coming up. Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's get to Jim Creighton yesterday met with the media and was asked about how the team's been run over the last several years. Certainly it feels like it was run very differently with Jeff Luhnow and to maybe a lesser extent James Click than it's been over the last handful of years. Like the turning point really seemed to be that void in the Astros timeline without a GM.
Yeah.
Where they made a bunch of decisions that I don't think Jeff Luhnow would have made in a million years to give Jose Abreu a 3-year deal for nearly $60 million, extend Rafael Montero for $11 million a year, who's not even your closer. Hell, he wasn't even your setup guy, really, just to keep the bullpen together. And then, a litany of other things along the way. It feels like somewhere along the way, the Astros lost their way, and this is where we are now, and now they're certainly on the downside of what was an amazing era of Astros baseball. The question that Jim Creighton was asked yesterday when he met with the media in New York, as you look at your philosophies and how you've run the team the last 9 or so years, and as you see baseball going in the direction it's going, do you think you can continue to run it as you've run it in terms of not wanting to go crazy in free agency, not wanting to give long-term deals? Do you think that's still a viable path for this team to keep its window open? We should be clear. Those things that they're pointing out are things that have been a staple the entire time. Jim Creighton not giving out 10-year deals. Jim Creighton letting guys walk in free agency that are looking for longer-term deals and more money. It's just that they had the farm system and the ingenuity in the front office to be able to overcome those things, and they've not over the last few years, flat out. Here was his answer. I think you're watching some pretty good teams that don't have big payrolls. That's certainly something we'll study very hard. We were able to add as we went along and keep the team in a winning mode, and we're still in a winning mode. We need to make some adjustments and look at how other people do things. There's always something to learn. We do spend some money. We're right there at the cap and been over a little. We're in the top quartile of people spending money, and we try to spend it wisely. I do think one subtle thing in reading that again, I think it's interesting that he refers to the luxury tax as the cap.
The cap, right?
You know, which it's not, but you can see what his
almost psychologically in his mind it's a cap. Yeah, like I don't want to. I got to be really careful about paying this tax here. I'm going to call it a cap.
Absolutely, I think that's just a subtle, interesting thing there. This sounds like a guy, Seth, who is. Let me back up. Jim Creighton and the Astros spend, they're anywhere from over the last few years, anywhere from 6th to 10th in payroll.
Like this year they're 8th in payroll.
Right in the middle. Yeah. So they're 8th in payroll. Does this sound like an owner who's getting ready to spend more money, less money, or the same amount of money?
I think he's a guy that's going to keep spending up right up to what he calls the cap.
You think?
Which tells me also where he stands in these CBA negotiations that are
that's for
upcoming.
Sure.
I mean, I think Creighton, he probably does look at that as, man, for one, nobody knows better than the people at the bottom. They know damn well, like the teams that just wouldn't have the money to spend at all. They know exactly how unfair it is now that the Mets and the Dodgers and the Yankees get to have these lucrative TV deals and incredible revenue, and they can just outspend anybody. Crane's kind of stuck in this place where they've got money to spend, but they're not so rich that they can just be burning wads of millions of dollars on luxury tax every year. Yeah. I think he has to operate that way. Those other teams, they're operating with 50% more revenue than teams like the Astros are operating with.
He sounds to me like somebody who's taking a look at sharpening his pencil and spending less money, I think.
You think it's less?
I do.
Okay.
I do. I think, and I'll give you the sentence here, and we don't know. It's not like there were follow-up questions like, so are you going to spend less money? And I don't think he would even answer that. But the fact that, I'll read it again, just this part. I think you're watching some pretty good teams that don't have big payrolls. That's certainly something we'll study very hard, And then he talks about how we're able to add to the team and keep in a winning mode. He points out how much he's been spending. I don't know. If I were an Astros fan that wants him to keep spending up to and maybe even a little above the cap, that would concern me a little bit.
Yeah.
That would, I think the fact that I'm guessing he's studying teams like Milwaukee.
Well, and especially, I mean, so far, there's kind of an argument in the last couple of years that, oh, wow, there's more parity than we thought there was because some of those lesser spending teams have made the playoffs. But when you get to the playoffs, oh, it's the Dodgers again. All right, okay. It's still the money still matters a lot when you get to the crunch time at the end of the year and just how much total talent you have on your team.
Yeah. So we'll see. I mean, there's so many moving parts right now. There's going to be a work stoppage, but I think you're right. Yeah, we know. I think almost everybody but those huge market teams are rooting for a salary cap to be put in place.
Right, yeah, and I guess whether he spends more or less, it's not like all of a sudden he's going to become a bargain basement team. I think it's the dream is always, okay, you look at a team like Tampa that doesn't have money to spend but is competitive, without spending a lot of money. You got to find that balance between, okay, we use their practices, but we add a little money to it. That's how the Red Sox won their first World Series. They saw Moneyball and said, oh, you know what? This makes a lot of sense. But we can do that plus add some money to it.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, lo and behold, boom, there you go. And I think that's probably somewhat the model of what he's thinking is you got to be smarter than everybody else. And then if you add a little cash on top of it, but not an exorbitant amount, yeah, you can win championships that way.
It's a really interesting, it's a fascinating topic because I have no problem with them spending less money if they get better at drafting young players.
Yeah.
That's the problem is that you can't pinch pennies at all if you're, in the case of, during Luno's era, they were trading out all their young players not all of them, but they were trading a lot of young players to bring in guys who impacted the now, and it worked.
Yeah.
They won a couple championships doing that exact thing. I wonder, as they go through these studies, they really need to take a good hard look at how they handle their pitchers and why is it that their pitchers get hurt more than everybody else's pitchers.
Right.
Is there something, and I don't know if it's something they're doing or not, or if it's just a coincidence, but we know it's killed seasons for them these last few years.
In any given year, I'm always the first to say, look, this is just random dumb luck sometimes, but when it happens year after year after year, yeah, you got to start to take a look at that stuff. And they did a study in the offseason, supposedly, right?
Sure.
But sometimes that stuff takes a couple of years. The Texans have done some things to improve their soft tissue injury rates, and it took a couple years for it to kick in. Last year, defensively, it was really, really good. It's not when you're changing the entire system and the way you operate and everything. Sometimes maybe they'll start seeing results with it next year, but there's got to be something at this point. And even if there isn't, they got to dig like hell to figure if there is something because it's too drastic. And it's not even the injuries; it's their setbacks on the way back from injury.
Yeah. Yeah,
so how is that? Sometimes it's as simple, and I just saw this on the football side of things. Sometimes it's as simple as the coaches and the training staff and the medical people just not being on the same page.
Mm-hmm.
It's nothing necessarily groundbreaking or earth-shattering in terms of medical science or anything. It's that, man, all right, we don't have a good relationship here between the way the coaches are taking notes from the trainers and the way the trainers are working with the medical staff, and we got to all be aligned here. What did Foster Moreau say earlier? All the arrows got to be pointing north.
One of several cliches.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you got to be sure that all those three departments are working in unison with each other, and it might not. It might be as simple as a communication issue more so than anything that needs a deep dive research project.
Yep. Guys, this is a text. Guys, Jim Creighton is trying to coast on the 2 World Series wins as long as he can and pull the wool over Houston's eyes and be as cheap as long as he can before fans finally say something. That's the thing. He's not cheap.
He's not cheap. He's right up against the luxury tax every year. He's cheap amongst the category of rich, really rich dudes.
Yeah.
There's some teams that, and for one, he's never going to be able to brazenly spend as much money as teams like the Yankees and the Dodgers. Like, there's just the revenue is so different.
Not if he wants to turn a profit.
No,
he
even
could,
if he
could if he wanted to. He's got the money to do it, I'm sure.
I don't know. I don't think he's that rich, though, to where he can just be, the throwing away chunks of hundreds of millions of dollars
on luxury tax.
Yeah, I mean, everybody has a limit. Yep. Billionaires do go broke.
Yep.
And you can't call him cheap. He's not as aggressive as you want him to be. But I think the notion that he's just coasting, though, I think amongst professional owners, he might be one of the guys who wants it more in terms of just having a competitiveness to him and a love for baseball.
Yes.
He's not just some trust fund or he's not some hedge fund owner that's looking at it purely as an investment. He's in it. He's in it.
You can criticize certain things about Jim Creighton. You can praise him for a lot of things. Competitiveness is not something I would criticize him for. A lack of competitiveness. He is a competitive person. I don't buy what the texter is saying at all. It's just that if you're going to try to thread the needle of being a team that spends but doesn't spend where the big boys are really spending, and you're not going to give out long-term deals, you got to get a lot of other stuff right. And the fact of the matter is they've got a lot of other stuff wrong over the last few years, and that's how you wind up at 66 and 66.
When it comes to just, him spending his personal money and at a loss to try to win a championship or whatever, he's like, as billionaires go, he's not an exorbitantly rich billionaire.
Right.
He's like, his net worth supposedly is $2.5 billion. He's not in that Steve Cohen territory, which has worked out smashingly for the Mets, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, Steve Cohen just doesn't give a damn. Like, this is his plaything.
Yep.
And they're awful, but it just... So to call him cheap, I feel like that's just you're talking from your gut and frustration, but it's not. It doesn't jibe with the actual reality of the situation.
Yep.
He's just not. He's not as aggressive as you want him to be, but he's not cheap.
Text message: Hey Sean, where did you get that pep talk from Dolly Parton? She's one of the very few great things that's come out of Tennessee. Seth would agree with that.
Yeah.
Also, my New York City born and bred wife, who was raised on hip-hop, loved Dolly, along with me and our kids. Everybody loved Dolly. Who didn't love Dolly Parton? For those who don't know what the texter is talking about, we'll play it one more time on the way out because I think everybody could use this in their lives. In fact, John Lopez, plug your headphones in. I think you could use a little of what we're about to play here from one Dolly Parton. Little pep talk for the people. Feel good about yourself.
You are enough, and anyone who tells you otherwise isn't worth your time. You got this. Yes, I'm talking to you. Other people didn't always believe in me, and in those times, I had to believe in myself. Plus, nothing's better than proving people wrong. Make a list of the things you love about yourself. They can be big or small, like I cook a mean chicken pot pie, or I'm a great mom. And if you tell yourself enough nice things, eventually you'll believe them too. Go in with confidence. You got in the door because you deserve to be there. Don't forget that, and don't let it hit you on the way in.
Yeah, you like that last one. Seth likes don't let the door hit you on the way in.
This is the imposter syndrome. I love that. I love that she addresses the imposter syndrome there. I would say, like, one little note for Dolly. I mean, there are some people who do need to be told that they're not enough.
Be careful.
I always think of the people who are listening to that. It's like, you know what? My boss keeps telling me that I'm late to work too much, but Dolly told me I'm enough, and I'm not gonna listen to him.
Yeah.
I thought he was gonna go listen, Dolly.
Why's your microphone all messed up again?
Listen, Dolly. How about now?
No, the levels are too low.
Yeah. You can turn John up a little bit there, Byron? Okay.
We might need to go to engineering for that one.
I know. What the hell is going on? Yeah. Sorry, John.
You're not enough, John.
That's right. Talk louder.
Yeah, John, tell yourself, I make a great chicken pot pie.
How about now?
There we go. That's way better. Yeah. You make a great chicken pot pie, John Lopez.
Does he?
Actually, chicken pot pie, I've done, but I wouldn't brag
That's
about it.
what Dolly told me.
I wouldn't brag about it.
You're a great mother to your children.
Yeah, but when Seth said he had something for Dolly Parton and I saw your face, I was like, oh boy.
I know.
Like, listen, Dolly.
Today of all days,
there's something I need to say about Dolly
We're less than
Parton.
24 hours removed from her dying, and she's my favorite person on earth, and Seth's like, listen, I got a talking to for her right now. Be careful. Be careful. How you guys doing?
Great. Doing Pretty well.
Yeah, pretty well.
Okay.
Yeah, great over here.
We
Great.
we lost the queen.
We
obviously.
we lost the queen yesterday.
Will say, I enjoyed is not quite the right word, but it's the word that comes to mind. I did enjoy the outpouring of love that happens in the wake of finding out the Dolly Parton passed. And I did enjoy even more, like going and digging through the Dolly Parton archive and reading the Rolling Stone obit, because there's things that you kind of generally know over time, but without having gone and done the research, it's like, oh man, Dolly Parton, even better than you remember.
Well, the best stuff that was popping up was on social media, on Twitter in particular. There were a lot of like old interviews popping up. And it was really interesting. There was one old interview that Barbara Walters did with her, like back in the 70s.
Oh, yeah, Barbara tried to be she was being rude to her.
Snooty.
Right?
If I call you a hillbilly, this was a question.
Yeah.
And it was like a 4-minute clip, and the reaction to it was the same from everybody. That Dolly Parton went through these 4 minutes and 34 seconds of this interview without slapping the lips off of Barbara Walters' face shows you what a great person she was. I'm paraphrasing what Twitter was saying about it.
You're right.
But the two funny ones that popped up were an appearance on the David Letterman show, reading a top 10 about her, which was hilarious. Yeah. And number 1 was like, why doesn't anybody talk about my ass? It was really funny. Number 2 was an interview with Johnny Carson, where clearly like the tone and the direction of the conversation was about her upper body.
I think we played this one yesterday.
Yeah. Oh, did you? Yeah. Okay, so I didn't get to hear that on your guys' show, but I saw it on the internet. And Johnny Carson at the end, and again, this is something that, like, if Jimmy Kimmel or Jimmy Fallon said this, they might get canceled for it these days. But back then it was Johnny Carson. He probably was smoking a cigarette while he's saying this and drinking. He's probably got a whiskey like underneath the desk. Yeah. He's like, I'm just thinking, I would pay a year's salary to take a look at what's under there. I'm like, okay, yeah, 2026. That's definitely creepy.
Yeah.
Now, back then it got howls from the audience. You know,
her wit is probably the most underrated thing of all.
Yeah.
Like, we're gonna play it. Actually, just a little tease here at 12:20 in Confessions. It's gonna be Confessions, and one of them is about Dolly Parton, and we're gonna play it. One of our Good Morning America appearance she had, where the wit is just like one after another.
Yeah.
How does she come up with this?
Yep.
Brilliance. Absolute brilliance. And the other thing about Dolly Parton, just real quick, I honestly don't remember anyone truly, people say universally loved. No. Universally loved.
Yeah, she was
like
the epitome.
Every single corner of the world.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I'll send this to you guys. I sent it to Seth. There was a point last night where my entire inbox, like that I could see, you know, that you could see like the top like 7 or 8 texts, all Dolly. Yeah. All people wishing me condolences because I had a loss in the family yesterday.
We all did.
Her name is Dolly Parton.
Yeah.
You're listening to KIKK FM, KIKK AM, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. With that in mind, what is the question of the day, fellers?
Watching the game last night, Astros, Yankees, that looked like 2017, 2019, 2021, 2022. That was a throwback performance. We're going to get into the details of the game, but the question of the day is around that because they were the boogeyman again. Like they just kept coming back, kept. What's a team that you wish you could just watch a game one more time? Live, an actual watch them play one more time at their best.
I would say for me, probably when I was in college, that Notre Dame team, the one that won the national championship, the Catholics versus Convicts Notre Dame team with Tony Rice at quarterback.
Just take the field again.
Just take the field again, man.
And you don't know how it's going to end up.
A lot of good memories.
You just want to see them.
I would want them to take the field against a really good team. I would want to watch them against those old Miamis. You know what? Honestly, and I'm saying this now as somebody who hated them back in the day, but the old, not the Andre Johnson, the U teams. I'm talking the Michael Irvin, the
camouflage,
the Steve Walsh, the camo, Alonzo Highsmith coming off of the plane for the Fiesta Bowl in camo. I hated those teams, but man, it's like a villain in WWE. Like I would want to go back and root against them one more time.
Yes, that's a fair answer.
Yeah.
This is a game I was at and I watched in person, and I just had a lot of respect for this team at the time without being a fan of them. Was the 1996 Fiesta Bowl where the Nebraska beat Florida.
I was at that game. I covered that game.
You were there? Yeah. I was there.
I covered it. I was there. Yeah.
Were you there, Reggie? I was not.
Unfortunately.
Hey, and Seth,
I would have loved to have gone.
I still contend, Seth, before you finish your thought, those were the best college defensive tackles I've ever seen for Nebraska.
Christian
Peter.
Christian Peter.
And then the big farm boy. I forget his name.
Was it Whitstrom?
He was later.
Defensive end.
Yeah. Okay.
But anyway, go ahead.
They had a really good defensive line, but their offense, I mean, with like Tommy Frazier and Lawrence Phillips, it was just, I'd never seen anything like that in person before.
Wasn't it like 63 to 14?
62-24.
24,
yeah. Was that the game where Tommy Frazier broke like 7 tackles?
It looked like, and that was what was so cool watching it in person was it was like there was no way that a person was going to emerge from that.
Yeah.
And then, there he goes, and boop.
Yeah. What? Okay, so that was the Orange Bowl. It was the Orange Bowl?
Fiesta Bowl.
Fiesta Bowl. What? You were in college at the time. What were you doing out at the Fiesta Bowl?
I was working an NCAA clinic. I got me and one of my teammates got to go out there and just work with kids for a couple days and then go to the game.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fun. All expenses paid, huh?
Oh, yeah.
That was nice.
And it's funny because the first thing that came to mind for me, I was still in high school, but I wish I could see this team one more time. The first NFL game I ever attended in person was in 1978 or 78, I believe. It was when Earl Campbell caved in Isaiah Robertson's chest against the Rams. I was at that game.
Were you?
And the Love You Blue pom-poms.
Yeah.
I wish I could just be there one more time, or just see them like that one more time.
That's fun.
Yeah.
Those Astros teams are pretty high up that list of teams I'd like to see. The ones from just 3 or 4 years ago.
Even 2019.
Even 20. Well, that's the best of all those teams.
Yeah.
I know they didn't win the World Series. The best team the Astros have ever had was the team in 2019.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, boys. Well, have a great show. I look forward to that. So that's the question of the day.
Mm-hmm.
But there's going to be some Dolly stuff during confessions.
That's right.
Yes.
Okay.
You want to hear it. You want to.
Yeah. No, I will be listening, as I always do, as I walk the neighborhood. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies, and I look forward to seeing pictures of you walking through River Oaks with a blonde wig, crying later on this
Singing
afternoon.
I Will Always Love You.
Yeah.
Over and over on repeat.
Mascara dripping down your face.
On repeat. All right. Seth compared me to Colonel Parker earlier on the show, and I still don't know that I can forgive him for that.
I heard that, and I heard the visceral.
It's going to be a while. It's going to be a while before I forgive Seth for that one.
You were so upset.
I was devastated. Yeah. All right.
It hurts.
All right, we're done. Maybe forever. We're out of time. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
We do start now. Happy Wednesday to you.
Happy National Dog Day.
You just came right out the gate.
National Dog Day.
I actually want to, and I know this is not going to sound good because you already think I'm a dog hater.
You are.
However, I have to get to something. I promise you, John Lopez, we will return to this point.
AKA, he don't care.
I promise you we will return to this point.
Stick to sports.
Really and truly.
Right.
You're in the loop here
Dog
on
hater.
this Wednesday, 95.7 The Fan. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Latula, Figgy Fig. Get involved with the program. 713-572-4610 is the text line. Appreciation to the Mo Carey Injury Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
YouTube and Twitch are both 95.7 The Fan. The injury bug is biting the hell out of the Texans right now.
Man.
Joint practice for your Texans in Carolina right now versus the Panthers. And, buddy, the injury bug. Remember early on in training camp, we were like, hey, you're seeing other people get hurt. And, look, the Texans have actually weathered this pretty well. The injury bug is coming through. Thankfully, I guess you can determine what level of importance this is. At the very least, we're seeing that both edge rusher Ali Gay and offensive tackle Braden Smith both have been carted off the field out there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the cart comes out. Now, I will caution against like full-blown reactionism or whatever. I don't know what the right word is there.
Yeah.
In these circumstances, they're going to err on the side of caution with the cart, so that doesn't inherently mean that it's bad. However, I'm not excited by hearing dudes get carted off the field. So, look, the injury bug had stayed away, and now we're starting to see it pop up. Dylan Horton obviously is put on the IR due to his was it Achilles tear? Now you have Ali Gay, the other edge rusher that I thought was kind of contending with him to be defensive end for Braden Smith, who I think this one hits me very hard.
Actually harder than any other so far outside of Jaden Higgins.
That's actually one of the things I was going to ask you. Between these two injuries, which, again, we don't know to what extent, how long it'll be, like what is the actual hit to your Houston Texans. But between your depth edge rusher and I guess at this point a possible depth tackle, or at least one that was contending for your right tackle job, which of those hits you the hardest in this moment, John?
Braden Smith, 100%, not even close. It is the offensive line. It is a place. He's a player that they brought in and they paid some money to. And Trent Brown is not exactly known for his durability. And your option is Blake Fisher, or someone, on the other side. Like this is bad. Like this is bad for the offense. We understand, and you and I were talking before we came on when we first saw this news. Like, don't look now, but defensive end is an issue. Defensive end is a question all of a sudden, because you're starting. Ali Gay was one of the guys that you were sort of turning to as a last resort. So it is an issue at defensive end, but it ain't like tackle. It ain't like tackle, man, because what has been the mantra, what has been the storyline, what has been sort of everything that we have focused on since offseason, really, much less training camp and the preseason. It's let's see what the offensive line can do. Let's see what the line can do. Let's see if they can help the run game. Let's see if they can protect C.J. Stroud. This ain't great. Not in the least bit.
No, not at all. In a weird way, I was like, because I know that at least you have a starting option in Trent Brown, I feel better about that. But yeah, no, you're right. This tackle depth is already a little shaky. You are one injury away, knock on wood, as if Braden Smith is not available from having to have Blake Fisher out there, who I have not seen enough just yet from him in this preseason and training camp to feel comfortable about him stepping in and giving you the type of production that you need for this offensive line be better. And then it's because of that. The defense is so damn good that if your fourth edge rusher isn't as solid, yes, I think it'll show up, but it won't be one of those things that tears you down. Your defense is so good in a lot of different places where there's enough to cover up, and maybe you're not going to be smothering on defense. Maybe you'll just be really bleeping good. That step down is not going to hurt me as much as the step down that can happen for you on the offensive line if you are not able to cover the entirety of 17-plus football games with really good tackle play. Like, that really can hurt you, especially on that right side there, which I know they like running behind and obviously matters in pass protection. So, yeah, this is starting to suck, man. Like this is unfortunately football as it happens. But I was really hoping that you would be so fortunate to be able to go through this, probably in a naive fashion. But I guess this is why the depth that they've had is good, because there's a possibility that an injury like this could happen and immediately give you a hole that you have. Now it's more of a depth hole, and it's one that we should be concerned about. But I think at least I am happy that, okay, Big Trent Brown is there, is informed, does look like he could be his dude that could start and hold on for however long you miss Braden Smith. But I don't know exactly how long that is. So in the absence of that knowledge, it doesn't feel good, John.
No, it doesn't feel good. And just as a reminder, the Texans are in the midst of their joint practice, and we can give you some updates, and we will here in just a second. But the thing with Trent Brown, the last time he played a full season was 2022. And so, 2023, played 11 games, 24, 3 games, 25, 7 games. This is what really, kind of alarms me and should alarm Texans fans in terms of you got to find somebody, you got to be able to have that depth at the tackle position, because there is no real depth right now at the tackle position, or at least none that you think you would feel real good about. I mean, Blake Fisher, how do you feel about that? Sam Hagan, how do you feel about that? Guys like that. This is a tough one. We'll see. Now, it might just be one of those, Jamar Chase things. Looks a lot worse than it really was. But we'll find out about that.
Yeah, you really hope. It's not specifically this, but this is why in conversations of, hey, man, did we talk about this yesterday on the show? Are you concerned about the amount of money that you have? If Wyatt Teller isn't starting, or if Braden Smith isn't starting, I was like, no, because ultimately I appreciate the amount of depth, and this is a team that is not going to be judged on 17 games; it's judged on 4. That is to say, being able to get through the season and get you into a place where you're confidently able to go and play in the postseason with as much of your best foot forward as possible, considering this is a sport of attrition, would be important. And you're already, unfortunately, this early seeing why that's the case. That being said, we'll keep an eye out for whatever injury reporting that we get on those from Carolina. But they are still going through the midst of what is probably probably the last significant practice.
No, I think this is it.
Of the Texans' kind of training camp preseason time. So what are you seeing that the Texans are telling us from what we've seen to this point, John?
Well, this just in, the defense is playing pretty good football, at least from all that we are seeing where we're sitting. Sacked by Danielle Hunter, interception by Kalen Bullock, some real great plays on the defensive side. Offensively, haven't really seen anything that would necessarily say stand out other than the injury.
Yeah, Jonathan Alexander said offense has been a success in the first half at the very least.
Okay.
A lot of medium games is the way that he qualified it. And we'll talk to Jonathan Alexander at noon to get a more in-depth idea of what his eyes saw out there at practice in Charlotte.
Mm-hmm. And, name from the past, John Mechie with a 30-yard touchdown against the Texans, too, for the Panthers. So definitely keep you informed. But it's ongoing right now, and we're not only going to hear from Jonathan at noon, we're going to hear from D'Amico himself at about 11:20, 11:25.
Yeah, no, 100%. But outside of that, we at least we've seen Kayshon Boutte. He's out there wearing the 88.
Mm-hmm.
That is the number that he is wearing, at least for the time being.
But for how long?
What are you doing?
I mean, we'll see. He wore number 9. Brevin Jordan's number 9. It's not exactly a stretch to think that he might end up in that number 9 as well.
Maybe so, but I mean, we haven't seen a lot about what it's looked like from him, and I imagine because you had a particular injury out there, or 2 injuries at least that popped up, that kind of took a lot of attention. It seems like at least we're getting positives on some of the places that you want. Offensive line, you're seeing pluses on Keelan Rutledge, which I think now we've come to expect. Are you with me there? I've kind of come to expect hearing good things about Keelan Rutledge, and
I think he's the leader of the line.
Not any real negative, comments from his play. It seems like, and tell me if you've seen this the same way, it seems like what we're continuing to see out of the offensive line is reps that look like what we had previously had.
Mm-hmm.
That is what it sounded like, is that, hey, we're seeing that same offensive line, so we might be settling in to Keelan Rutledge playing guard.
Look, I think what we're seeing, and by the way, from what I've gathered, it is the line with Rutledge at guard, from what we've seen with the number ones, and Evan Brown at center. I mean, that to me, if we're going to say this is the last good look that we're going to get with the first team offense and first team defense for that matter until September 9th, then that's your line. And I think we feel really, really good about him. All of a sudden we went from, all right, we got some tackles. Let's see what the interior looks like, to we feel good about the interior. Now we got to wonder about the tackles, which really the biggest thing for me is the pass protection. Obviously, they want to run the ball, but the pass protection with tackles that we saw how they, in the case of Blake Fisher, we saw they protected the passer last year. That's not great. Not great at all.
Yeah, I see people on the text line and the YouTube page mentioning, well, we're nearing cut downs. Obviously, that's going to happen this weekend. Maybe that is where you end up shopping for the tackle depth if you need it. I think that we're talking about different stratospheres.
Mm-hmm.
Braden Smith is a starting caliber tackle. The tackles that you would be talking about there are ones that people felt willing to discard after their depth. I mean, it's very clear we're talking about different things there, right?
Yeah.
Ultimately, the thing that I was enjoying about what they have in this offensive line room, and I think I'm still enjoying it to some degree, is the feeling that I don't think that the offensive line at the top end is incredible. I don't know that you have incredible top end talent, maybe outside of Keelan Rutledge with the amount of praise that he is getting to this point. But it feels like you have probably 8 guys that you go, that's a really solid offensive lineman.
Mm-hmm.
And that allows you to have some level of wiggle room, whether it was finding the configuration of who was your starting 5, but also having a level of cover. As you cut into that, especially on the tackles where you were already pretty weak, you're that close to having questions on the edges, which again are ones that's places where you find pressure on your quarterback. And what have we talked about? It's a lot of obviously being able to run the football, but also keeping CJ not just upright, but comfortable in a place where his eyes aren't coming down and where he's able to keep his eyes downfield in order to make productive passes and see if you can have more accomplished passing game as opposed to whatever it felt like you ended up getting to in the playoffs with CJ Stroud.
And how good are you going to feel about, cut down day and grabbing a tackle that was cut from another team? I mean, it depends, of course, but how good really can you feel? How much better would you feel about going into the regular season, especially, as I mentioned, with, who knows the durability of Trent Brown, et cetera, going forward. A couple of notes from the joint practice as we receive them here. Apparently, Keelan Rutledge is just killing fools out there. Aaron Wilson said he had one drive, one block that, quote, drove the defender far off the ball to the second level. So he's just crushing dudes out there. And apparently the defense has at least 3 sacks already in their practice.
Well, I love hearing that.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds like it's been largely good performance-wise. Mm-hmm. The tough thing about it is that you hear that one of your edge rushers that feels like they could have been possibly in the rotation, Ali Gay, and one of your better offensive tackles who seemed like he was still in competition for that starting right guard spot, Braden Smith, both carted off the field. We don't know to what extent. I did see someone kind of point to the idea that it might have been Braden Smith's foot.
Yeah.
Which is, I guess, depending on how you feel about that, right? I know that he has had some injuries in his knee in the past, hip, knee injuries, but I don't think anything I've seen. I guess foot dating back to, I don't know which foot, dating back to 2021. I don't know if that would be in the same foot or if it was any level of tied to that. But he's had a lot of injuries. So then you go, is this re-aggravation? What is this? Ultimately, we don't have any insight into that. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans maybe in about an hour. Hopefully he gives us some insight into that. And then we'll hear from Jonathan Alexander and see if he catches in some insight. But the injury bug trying to bite the Texans a little bit more as we're getting closer to the NFL season.
It ain't great at the defensive end position, but you can withstand it. It ain't great at the linebacker position, but it is depth. It's just not great when you have offensive linemen at any level, starters or second teamers, go down.
Yeah. All right. We'll keep you up to date with any information that we catch, but you're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. And I promise John Lopez we will return and talk at some point about it being National Dog Day. I'll try and make sure that I make good on that to you there. But coming up next, I got my wish, John. The owner of the Houston Astros did speak to the media. How do we feel now that we have heard from Jim Crane on what his thought process is after releasing Dana Brown from his duties? We'll talk about that next.
Dana Brown is out as Astros GM. The Stros and their former decision. 95.7 The Fan. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit it big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Would you rather be single and sit across a table from Joy Taylor at a wedding, or get free tickets to the World Cup final? You don't have to answer, Reggie. I know yours is tickets.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader.
Lopez, I've never considered whooping the ass of my elders.
I don't blame you either, man.
95.7 The Fan.
You are indeed in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan, the OG John Lopez. To my right, I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, and you rolling with us on this second joint practice day for the Houston Texans, this time in Charlotte, North Carolina versus the Carolina Panthers. One of the big things that's happening out there, Ollie Gay and Braden Smith both carted off the field. Ollie Gay, the edge rusher, Braden Smith, the offensive tackle. We haven't gotten anything beyond that just yet. D'Amico Ryans, we'll hear from him a little later, and I imagine he will be asked about that. Outside of it, sounds like the Texans are actually wrecking shop.
Yeah.
Daniil Hunter has 3 sacks, according to Jonathan.
Is that all?
Alexander.
Come on, Daniil, pick it up a little bit.
Kalen Bullock has an interception. C.J. Stroud has at least a touchdown to Jalen Knoll in the red zone, which that's fun because that's not the first time that we've seen C.J. Stroud to Jalen Knoll in red zone circumstances. I hadn't thought of Jalen Knoll as a red zone receiver, and I don't know that this inherently says that he will be, but at least possibility, right? Possibility that you can get the ball to him in the red zone. So, yeah, offense and defense pretty much handled business is the reporting, and we'll hear from Jonathan Alexander at noon to kind of get more in depth as to how that looked out there. But there was not the only thing happening on the East Coast when it comes to Houston sports. The Houston Astros in New York versus the Yankees yesterday, and on the field it was a little bit of a throwback. Off the field, we got the next in a saga that is what is happening at the top of the Astros org chart, because we know Dana Brown was relieved of his duties after the weekend series versus the A's here at Dyken Park. But Joe Espada, who had a leave of absence, interestingly enough, he went with the team to New York, and apparently so did Jim Crane. Jim Crane and Jeff Bagwell, as a matter of fact. Crane supposedly went into the coaches' offices there at Yankee Stadium, talked to Joe Espada. He left. Jeff Bagwell apparently went in, talked as well. And then Jim Crane talked to the assembled media, something that does not happen often, to be honest.
No, he's not. He doesn't do it in a whole lot. He does in impactful moments. We talked about this yesterday. Maybe in this segment, about I hope he goes up there, has the accountability to the public, to the fans, addresses the whole situation. He did. So kudos to him on that. It seemed like he handled it in a very good way. Went in and spoke to. And these are his words. He talked to the media. Went in and spoke to Espada. Was asked about Dana Brown. Handled it very well in terms of just what has happened, and so what has happened, I thought he handled it real well. What will happen is sort of the topics and the questions that he got. That I don't know. You tell me how you feel, because a couple of things he said hit me in funny ways.
Agreed. Just to make sure that we hit the broad strokes. Jim Crane, the owner of the team, said that Joe Espada will remain as the manager for the remainder of the season. When he was asked if any decision has been made on beyond the season when it comes to Joe Espada, he said, "Not yet." I told him we'd deal with that at the end of the season. We've never changed that answer all year long, close quote.
Which was interesting.
Okay. So
the not yet is an interesting part.
In theory, there's a possibility that Joe Espada can remain with the team.
Yeah. The not yet was an interesting part, and we haven't changed our story, all year long on that was an interesting part, because they did change their story on Dana Brown. I mean, literally, they did. Like, he talked about both those guys and seeing them at the end of the year, et cetera, multiple times over the course of the preseason and spring training and the season. So very, very interesting.
Yeah, and apparently, according to Jim Crane, the performance on the homestand did not play a part in his decision to make the change that he did. Now, when it comes to the timetable on finding Dana Brown, he said they'll take their time. He said they've got a little more time, which I imagine is part of why you make the you do the timing here, right? Which is odd in the rest of baseball, but probably not for Jim Crane. But then beyond that, he started talking about kind of what the philosophy is going forward.
That's the part that I think we need to kind of hone in on. The Astros, for as long as Jim Crane has been owner, literally from day one, have been pioneers. They've been trendsetters. Losing 3 years in a row, losing 100 games or more. That is a bold stroke that was pioneering. I mean, I know teams have certainly, tanked in the past, but he was very public. People don't remember that unless you were around back then. And remember, they literally said, "No, this is what we're doing. We're going to, it's going to be tough." And we're building, and we all remember, the Sports Illustrated cover and all that. That was pioneering, in a sense. Not literally 100%, but in a sense it was.
And buddy, it was painful, but
it was painful.
The payoff was incredible.
Pioneering in how Jeff Luhnow built the squad, brought people up, and maybe pioneering is a little strong for that. But I mean, certainly they were trendsetters. They were. Visionaries is the word that I was looking for. They were visionaries in how this team can get great. They did things their way. They took their lumps. They took their criticism. They were true to their philosophy and their plan. And I'm listening yesterday, and we're going to get into some of his exact quotes here, and I'm like, what happened?
Yeah, that was my large takeaway, because Jim Crane was asked specifically, do you think that you can continue to run the team as you've run it, in terms of not wanting to go crazy in free agency, not wanting to give long-term deals? Do you think that's still a viable path for the team to keep its window open? And I am doing a segment that I like to call Reading here, John. Quote, "I think you're watching some pretty good teams that don't have big payrolls. That's certainly something we'll study very hard. We were able to add as we went along, keep the team in a winning mode, and we're still in a winning mode. I think we'll need to make some adjustments, look at how other people do things. There's always something to learn. We do spend some money. We're right there at the cap and have been a little over. We're in the top quartile of people spending money, and we try to spend it wisely." Now, the second half of that feels like him just defending himself from allegations of being cheap, which I don't think that's the only way you could be cheap, big dog, but all right, you can have that, right? Because he's not wrong. They are in the top quartile. They have been up at that competitive balance tax threshold, right? But there's other ways where you can be cheap. But that's neither here nor there. I want to focus in on this top part, John.
Yes.
Where in essence, he is saying, we want to look around at these other teams that are finding ways to win without big payrolls and see if we can learn from them. And in a vacuum, that sounds like, okay, well, let's look around and see what is good and try and emulate that. I think that generally that is a good thing to do in life, right? Take stock. The problem is, and I think this was kind of crystallized by somebody that was writing for The Athletic in a more general sense. The Astros used to be innovators.
Yes.
Now they're in a place where they're looking around
to see who else has
They
were visionary. They were innovators. And this basically says, let me interpret it in my kind of terms. Shoulder shrug. I don't know. Let's see what the other teams are doing. And the fact that he literally said good teams that don't have big payrolls. How does that make you feel about moving forward and 5-year contracts and all that other stuff?
Yeah, no, those parameters that he has stay. I think that in the most giving interpretations of that, you could probably say that maybe he is trying to say, with us spending, we can learn from the teams that aren't spending and do it better because we might actually spend. I think that the interpretation that I'm more leaning towards is, if I'm going to be cheap, let's find a way to do it right.
Right, and still be able to win. Fingers crossed.
And I guess, in theory, if you can make that land, that's cool. The curiosity I have is, because he is so rigid on this thought process, are you going to be able to get the people in that are going to do that at a high level? And I'm not saying that he won't be able to, absolutely. But I mean, we have seen the baseball world, after Dana Brown was fired, react in such a way where they know what this job is, and it doesn't sound like they're all that excited about it. And so maybe with a very clearness of their vision of, hey, this is how we want to do things, maybe you can find somebody that can come out here and do this. I'm just very curious as to whether that'll happen. I appreciated him saying that, though. I did appreciate that. Like, it was fairly.
I mean, it's enlightening. It doesn't make me feel great, but it's enlightening. And tell me how this hits you, because this is the second part of the another question that he received that said, okay, so things aren't really going to change that much. Jim Creighton is really, really involved. So the question was about, not having a general manager. How involved are you going to be in baseball operations? Quote, I've always been involved in one way or another. I try to help the guys in any way I can. At the end, sometimes at the trade deadline, I'm not afraid to pick up the phone and call a player. I've done that numerous times, but I let the guys do their job. If they need help, I'm there to help. I sit in the meetings so I can understand what they're doing sometimes. But we've got 3 good assistant general managers that know what they're doing, and we've got Jeff Bagwell there. I've learned a lot from him over the years. I've just got to help when I can. So he's saying, on the one hand, I call players, I'm involved, I make decisions, but we've got good people who do that. I don't feel great about that. The owner needs to be involved. Does he need to be calling players? Does he need to be making these decisions and quote, let their guys do the job? Well, it doesn't seem like he's doing that a whole lot.
Yeah, it's a little bit of have your cake and eat it too. Right, I'm going to step in a little bit, but I'm going to sit back here. I feel bad because I keep bringing this name up, but man, when you said I call players sometimes, I was like, damn, that is very Jerry Jones.
Yeah.
That is incredibly
literally
Jerry
said,
Jones.
I'm not afraid to call players. Okay. All right. What does that do to the general manager?
I think it makes people that have skins on the wall, it makes them recoil at the possibility of doing this.
Yeah.
Like, let's be honest, it does. And then again, there's a lot of cooks in the kitchen because as of right now, right, he says that we've got people that can do this and there's Jeff there. But there's always the thought, like, how is Jeff always going to be there?
Yeah.
Are there is there and
It
going to be,
seems as if Jeff will always be there.
Any front office is a collaborative effort. I don't want to pretend like it's not.
Of course.
But do you like all the people you're collaborating with, and do you feel like you have the leeway to, especially if you are the man with the name, the name on the placard? Are you able to do your job?
The Astros are playing baseball. Rockets in the playoffs.
Appreciate you.
Shout out to Jack.
Yeah, man. That's
well. One more thing here, because then he was asked about, okay, who's going to be the face? Who's going to be the front-facing member of the operations department?
And this is with the current structure of 3 assistant general managers.
Post Dana Brown.
Gotcha.
So he never really answered. Well, you tell me, did he answer the question? Who's going to be the front-facing member? The assistant general managers are going to continue to do what they do, which really covers most everything. Jeff is around on a daily basis as an advisor, and they know if they need me, they can call me. So him or nobody.
There's not a clear answer there.
Yeah.
And he is just in
That's
that
wild,
place where
man.
we're going to operate the way that we operate and bleep the front-facing portion of this. It seems like it's the case. I don't love that part of it, not at all. And that's the part of the confusion that has always brought us to the point where we go, is this a good circumstance? Is this a well-oiled machine at the top of the system? And I don't know. I don't know if that's something I can live with, but the thing that really alarmed me more is just like the general philosophy. I think everything falls out from that. And it seems like, one, they are no longer in a place where they can be innovators. And I imagine if you don't have that within house, you would want to go out there and get somebody who could be an innovator to put you back at the front end.
Yeah.
And I question, because of this other stuff, your ability to put someone in here as an innovator, because I imagine you would have to turn over a good amount of that autonomy to them. And I don't know that they are willing to do that.
Doesn't seem like it.
Yeah. So there you go. You're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. As much as I might complain about what the responses were from Jim Creighton on the field, the team seemed to react.
Maybe.
A real throwback performance for the Astros. A hilarious baseball team, if you're going to be honest, where you look at the homestand and you go, damn, I don't know if they care. And then they go and they make the Yankees their sons again. And so with that, we get to our question of the day, because this was a real throwback performance. What team do you wish that you could see just one more time? Specific team, not just an organization. 713-572-4610. We do that next.
All right, college football this weekend. It is happening. Several pretty good games.
222. 95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You are indeed in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. 713-572-4610 is the number to text if you want to get involved and give us your answer to the question of the day. What's a team you wish you could watch one more time if you could? Let us know what your answers are, because it felt like you got which iteration of the Astros does it feel like you got yesterday in what was a pretty dominant?
That's a great question.
Because I was about to say I don't think that was 2019 Astros. That's a little much. But
I think it was 22 even more than 17. Well, no, 17, they kept coming back in the postseason too, and either 17 or 22, right?
I want to say 22 because they remember that it was a point in time where we thought the Astros wasn't going to be that good, and then they played the Yankees. I think it was one moment before the All-Star break, I want to say.
Yeah.
And the Yankees pretty much wet themselves and lost to the Astros. That's what it reminded me of.
Yeah, because there's a number of years you could pick out where the Astros are the Yankees' daddies, right?
Yeah.
Whichever one of those you want, because that's exactly what it looked like yesterday. An Astros team that is now 500 again after a 9-7 victory over the Yankees. Here's just some of the things. Jordan Alvarez, 3 for 5. Had a go-ahead triple. I believe is that
my guy Yiner.
Yeah, Yiner. Yeah, your guy Yiner. Your guy Yiner. Nah, man, don't. You know what he tried to pull right there, Figgy?
I was like, "Go Yiner!" I knew it all along.
I always believed in that
I always
kid.
believed in that guy, and he threw a guy out too.
You know, in the Looney Tunes when Bugs and Daffy Duck are going back and forth, and then Bugs slides to the other side, and somehow is now on the other side of the argument. Yeah, man, that's what he tried to just do there. Yiner Diaz, a couple of home runs,
threw a dude out.
They were trying to run on him for real.
Well, they had some success, but we're not talking about that. We're all about Yiner, my guy.
Lopez went Cleo McDowell. I always believed in that kid. I knew he'd be something.
We were just talking about we haven't had a good drop in a while yet from that. Coming to America.
When we get to football season and there's football Fridays, when I have to come up with a dresses idea, we're gonna get back to the 8.
I always believed in him.
Yeah, I bet
you guys know it. You guys know it.
I mean, Don Varsho also with a couple of RBI as well in this game.
Did you hear
that
Spada?
kid I ain't believe in.
Did you hear Spada?
I ain't believe in him at all.
I believe in him.
You hear Spada after the game talking about like, oh yeah, they played our kind of base. By the way, I think they came back from 2 runs down 3 times.
I believe so. They just kept There was multiple crooked numbers on the scoreboard for the Astros.
But every time they would go down 2, I'm like, I guess that's about that because of the Yankees bullpen, which is the best in baseball, or at least the American League. And then they come back, and then they go down another 2 runs. I'm like, well, maybe that's it.
I mean, they put runs on damn near all that bullpen's head tops.
They really did.
And so, a real throwback game, and it again establishes how hilarious. And I texted you guys, this team is hilarious. As soon as you go, man, I'm through with them. They're like, here's a vintage performance of all the runs you could possibly ask for. You good?
That was a boogeyman performance, 100%. To the point of we even got a throwback from
Nick Turturro,
a very well known Yankees fan.
Doesn't matter. Whenever they play the Astros, even a 500 Astro team, even a bullshit Astro team, still finds a way to stick it to the Yankees. I don't know what it is about that team. They just seem to they just own our souls. I don't know what it is. We've never really have gotten the demons of that bullshit. And these aren't even the great Astros or the cheating Astros. This is a mediocre Astro team. And we still lose.
I'm glad you know that, Turo.
That warmed the heart, didn't it?
Boy,
it really did warm the heart.
I feel so good right now.
And for those who don't know, he always be angry.
Yes.
He wasn't even angry.
He was defeated.
He was defeated. He was distraught.
Yeah.
That's where it is what it is coming to play, man.
He was just defeated. So that was the boogeyman performance, even to the point of Nick Turturro. It was a throwback to 2022, 2019. Pick your favorite year. So what's a team? What's a team? I wish I could go back, not even go back there. I wish they could get that team as they were, and I just see them play again.
The real evident ones that are coming on, 94-95 Rockets.
Oh,
get
wow.
back
Yes.
to the championship style, Hakeem, all that.
I thought the obvious was it 2016 Rockets when they lost to the
just a bitter
Warriors.
taste, I guess.
Warriors?
Yeah, just a bitter taste, I guess. Yeah.
I guess there's different ways you can handle this. I think that would fall in the bucket of I want to see the team that was really good again so I can appreciate they were really good so I don't have to think as much about the fact that it didn't get done.
I just want to see them again because I know they could beat that Warriors team.
Right.
Yep. I have so many just
salute to
over
Chris Paul.
Oh yes, absolutely. Over the years, a lot of college football.
Yeah,
I remember those. You know, Sean was talking about that 87, 88 Miami team. I remember those Florida State teams with Dion. Dude,
there's a lot of
they were fun to watch because you had the coach, you had Dion. Just every time he went back for a punt, he would dance, and then he would bolt up the. I mean, just. Charlie Ward, which they didn't cross over, but I mean, you get my point. Yeah, just all those teams.
Florida State of about a decade.
Yes,
has made college football hell for a number of modern fans because they were like, man, this is so cool. I'm gonna be a Florida State fan, and it's just been sadness. It's been sadness
ever since
upon sadness for a very long time. A great answer that I think might be one of my answers. 05 Texas Longhorns.
Yeah, somebody texted, say, tell Lopez the 05 Longhorns. Yes.
Lopez is going to agree with you.
Yes. I covered that team. I loved Vince Young.
It's hard to be mad at that
I wanted
team.
the Aggies to beat them, of course. But, man, that was a fun team to watch. That was a fun team to watch.
I just want to watch Vince glide again.
Yes.
When he ran the football, he really was just sliding on air, it felt like. Especially on that one touchdown.
I just thought of another one. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you got it.
The Boz. Jamel Holloway. This is a throwback, man. This is the 85 Oklahoma Sooners. Barry Switzer. Think about that. Barry Switzer. The Boz. Brian Bosworth. Jamel Holloway. Keith Jackson at tight end. Character. They're shooting AK-47s off the top of the dorm and nobody cares. They're just like, oh, that's just the football team having fun. You talk about characters on the field, off the field, that Oklahoma Sooners team.
Look at you trying to piss off the Longhorn fans some more.
No, I'm not. I said I want to watch it. That was a squad, man. That was fun to watch. Obviously, Manziel years on a personal level, but I think a lot of people enjoyed just watching, tuning in they were like the number one rated team every Saturday on television.
And the best part is, I mean, I personally would probably go for just like, let me get just pure dominance. It was just a chaotic team. That was part of the fun. It's just, all right, is there a play happening here?
What's he going to do?
Don't really think so. It's just on the edge of, I think that this might all fall apart. Nope, he hit Mike Evans. Touchdown. I thought it was coming apart at the seams. I guess this is what they do now. 92 Dream Team comes in on the text line as well.
Yep.
You're going to have to help me out here. 79 Oilers.
That's the one I was talking about earlier. I think mine was, I got there in 78. I'll have to look it up. But my first Oilers game I ever witnessed in person, Houston, NFL game, to be honest. I was in high school. My brother lived in Houston. I came down and spent a couple of weeks with him in the fall, or a couple of weekends, I meant. I wasn't skipping school. Don't get any ideas. But a couple of weekends here and there. And went to go see, I don't know, you want to go see the Oilers? Hell yeah, man. I've never even been to an NFL game. All right, well, they're playing the Rams Sunday. Oh, awesome. Earl Campbell's playing. Dan Pastorini's playing. All this crazy defense. Robert Brazile, all those guys. I was like, yeah, sign me up. And to this day, it is a highlight that is played across NFL circles. It's on all the NFL films.
Hey man, why are you talking about the Titans?
When Earl Campbell caved in Isaiah Robertson's,
by the way.
Yeah, it was Isaiah Robertson's chest and just barreled through him. I was at that game, and the pom poms were going, and the "Love You Blue" song, and the Houston Oil. I want to see that team one more time.
You know what team I want to see one more time? Mm-hmm. The 1995 Cleveland Indians.
Yeah, we talked about that off air.
Yeah.
Not blame me for that.
For those who don't know, can I rattle off the starting lineup?
Mm-hmm.
Kenny Lofton, Omar Vizquel, Carlos Borrega, Albert Bell, Eddie Murray, Jim Thome, Manny Ramirez, Paul Sorrento, and Sandy Alomar.
Dude.
They're so good at football.
And look, it was, I think in this lineup right now, it was only two people that was in the 200s. Omar was batting 266, and Paul Sorrento was batting 235 with 25 home runs, by the way.
25
Everybody else was in the threes.
Yeah.
That was insane, man. It's a travesty. They ain't win nothing.
That is sick. There's a lot of answers coming in. Somebody said
Phi Slamma Jamma.
Phi Slamma Jamma. Some of this is tough because I don't actually go back to them, and maybe that is part of the appeal. Because somebody went, I wish I could watch Mac Brown coach Longhorns. They said they weren't alive during the time. Appreciate you, young buck. I just would implore you, let's be very specific, because Mac Brown had a couple of eras. One where he had his fastball, and one where he didn't.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of pain and sadness in some of these other ones that you did not have. 05 Astros people go to. Obviously, the Astros that went to the World Series is a good one. Someone said Andre and Klinger UH. That team, and Jim Kelly and the Real Party Run and Shoot is one that they brought up. Someone else, and we had some people get into like some individual players, and I'm going to try and expand them out to the teams. Someone talked about in an individual sport, just like give me early Tiger again, which I respect and I understand, because that wasn't just a player, it was a phenomenon. Then someone mentioned that they had to be honest. They said when Deshaun Watson was at his prime.
I don't have a problem with that.
The question I have is, which of those teams is it? Is it like, are we going 18 or maybe 19? Because his best performance came
Was it 18?
His best performance was probably 2020 when the team stunk.
But not
the
that.
team around him was bad.
Yeah, but not. I would say.
I would say the year before.
19.
19. That's when he had the playoff. Remember, I think, was that the year he
That was the Raiders game? That was the Bills game, wasn't it?
Remember, it was one game he got kicked in the eye.
Yeah, that was the Raiders
touchdown.
game, I thought. Or maybe it was Bears. But yeah, that one for sure.
It really is sick that his career is going to go down where his best performance was on a 4-12 team.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know who's going to cry for him at this point. But if you were going from just from a vacuum, from a generic standpoint, he put up a monster season in 2020, and that team gave him nothing around.
Nothing.
Yeah. He was fighting for his life out there. Somebody said, John, specifically, so bleep me, I guess. I've seen highlights of Earl Campbell, but when I looked up a picture of Earl Campbell, I never realized how big his legs were.
Dude, ridiculous. Like, if you stood next to him, you would think, well, he's not that big. And then you see his legs, and you're like, oh, okay, I get it now. There's no stopping this guy.
Are you surprised at all that our common texter, Ocho, is going to high school football?
Get out of town.
He is. 2020 North Shore team is who he's going with.
Yates. Sorry, Ocho, you are incorrect.
Whoa!
Ocho, I know it, but I think he'll agree with me when at 1985 Yates. I think that's the team that beat Odessa Permian in the state championship. Just stupid good. Like, stupid good. Made North Shore look like, I don't know, Needville.
Real quick, are there any basketball ones, like college basketball ones, maybe that you want to go back to?
Phi Slamma Jamma
Someone brought up Fab Five. Phi Slamma Jamma was one, obviously.
Oh, UNLV. 100%.
Running Rebels.
Oh, baby. Larry Johnson, Stacey Ogman.
Shiny Tooth in there.
Yeah. All those guys.
Tark the Shark running.
Yeah.
I like what we're doing there. All right, keep those coming in on the text line, 713-572-4610. I'll try and pepper them in as we go. But coming up next, let's go around the NFL, where the Texans are at joint practice, but also on the other side of things, they're having a question about their franchise, whether or not their quarterback's a franchise quarterback. We'll talk about that and more next.
Ready? The Texans close down the preseason with a matchup in Carolina. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, 95.7 The Fan.
We are indeed about to go around the NFL here, but it's funny how easily you forget just how much fun you can have playing name a player or remember that team.
Yeah.
It's just what we were doing thanks to our question of the day, being what team would you like to see one more time? Based on the Astros just turning back the clock real quick to what felt like a 2022 Astros team beating the mess out of the Yankees. And more teams are coming in as we entered into the high school arena, and everybody was just like, can you remember the 88 Dallas Carter team, the one that I obviously
yes, I do.
is immortalized?
Yes, I do. Who was the linebacker?
Oh,
There was a linebacker that went to Miami that was just a bad man.
My friend, I was not born yet, and that is why I will claim this ignorance. I probably should know. With the amount of reading that I have done
Ocho
on that
knows.
Dallas
Jesse Armstead.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Was not pulling that one.
Yeah.
Was not pulling that one out of my back pocket. Someone made mention of that TJ Ford Willow Ridge team.
Yes. 3 high Division I players. Four Division I players on the same starting lineup in high school.
Someone else mentioned the '96 Lamarck Cougars football, 6 straight state championships. And then there was another one that I missed in here as a high school team. But then I started thinking back to some other. Somebody mentioned a 74 and 75 Kashmir High School, which you got to understand.
You even got me on that one.
I was not.
Yeah, you even got me. I wasn't here.
Apparently, 78-0, undefeated for 2 years, and #1 ranked nationally. Yeah, that'll do it. And then someone mentioned one of my favorites coming back to the professional level. Greatest Show on Turf Rams.
That's a good one.
I thought about them. I thought about that Patriots team with Randy Moss.
Oh, yeah, the 07 Patriots team is a great one. Because it was like, Randy Moss, when was the last time you played with a good quarterback? Here. It is happening now. It is happening right in front of you.
Yeah.
Y'all thought I was washed?
That was the beautiful part.
Yeah.
Because you're like, no, you don't understand. He's just over here playing with a team that they can't do nothing. He got over there, and it was just like, oh, Randy Moss is a god. And I bet Tom Brady was like, I'm really good. Wait a minute. I'm even better with Randy Moss.
Hell, I'll go back to the Dan Fouts Chargers.
Ooh.
They were talking about pioneering. They launched that ball everywhere back in the day.
That's where I was going to bring up the 07 Chargers. This was a real sweet spot for me. Because just listen to the running back room before I get to all the other players they had. LaDainian Tomlinson, Michael Turner, Darren Sproles.
Well, you had me at Tomlinson.
Really, really fun. Then you have Antonio Gates on this team. On the defense, well, obviously Phillip Rivers throwing the football on the defense.
Sayal.
Was Sayal on?
I think Sayal was on that team.
Sean Merriman was on that team, and then cornerbacks were Antonio Cromartie and Quentin Jammer. And I was just like, oh, this was a problematic team.
What year was that?
07.
Yeah,
I think 08 they were all
maybe it
still
wasn't
pretty
Sayal.
good.
Yeah,
but it's funny because they were that damn good, and yet every single game felt like it still came down to 40 seconds left, no timeouts, down by a score. They need to go to the
Come on, Phillip Rivers.
every single game felt like it ended in that same exact way. I don't understand why that's the case. A fair point. No one mentioned 2019 LSU. My bad.
Yeah.
That's my problem because that might be one of the best college football teams that we've seen, at least in the modern era.
Dang, their defense. No Sayal, but Sean Phillips.
Yes.
Sean Merriman.
Yes.
Quentin Jammer.
Yes.
Good Lord.
Antonio Cromartie. Yes. It was a problem. It was a problem. And yet,
Phillip Rivers.
Yeah.
All we need is one good drive.
Every time. I don't know. Just all those good teams came together, and it was like, everybody on this team, really good. Somehow, still going to be down with by one score with a drive to go. All right, let's go around the NFL. Actually, speaking of that 2019 LSU team, that brings us to around the NFL where a member of that team, Jamar Chase, is with the Bengals. And he had an injury scare yesterday at camp. I don't know. Did you end up seeing the video yourself?
I did, yeah.
He's running a go-round, and it seems like his legs just kind of get tangled up. And I think it's being described as a hyperextension of his knee. He said he was trying to go at practice today. He was trying to get back in. But he said, he was attempting to haul in a pass down the field on the right sideline. When the injury occurred, the Bengals star climbed back to his feet, limped off the field under his own power. Briefly, he was evaluated before returning to the sideline. I'm just going to do it. If that had gone the wrong way, does that just end the Bengals and their opportunity? Like, are they that close to having whatever they have built fall in upon itself?
I don't know if they're that close. They have a lot of weapons, but he is the best weapon outside of the quarterback, of course.
Because they really are trying to put it very narrowly on. This offense is going to be really good, and we have a few defensive guys in the spine of what we're doing here that'll make this good enough. And that's just how this goes. I feel like if you lose Jamar Chase for an extended period of time, the efficacy of what they're doing here just doesn't work.
It's a huge hit, but I think they're still going to be a very good offense. I mean, especially, keep Joe Burrow up, right? They have other weapons. But, yes, I think that would be a huge hit. And, by the way, thank goodness it happened now because there's still, 2.5, 3 weeks before the season even begins. Because hyperextension, you might think, okay, well, nothing torn. Well, nothing torn bad. I mean, there's something clearly that happened for him to have that, for it to look like that.
Yeah. So that's this time of year, man. It's just, can you get guys back? Can you keep guys healthy at this point, especially guys that are important? Because they've gotten a good amount of work. Obviously, it's not the amount of work that teams once got, but you want to get into the season healthy as well. Jamar Chase ends up avoiding issues out there. In Charlotte, North Carolina, we've already seen a couple of injuries that you're hoping go the way of the Jamar Chase, where they end up just kind of being looking bad, but ultimately being fine. As the Houston Texans have both edge rusher Ali Gay and offensive tackle Braden Smith are carted off seemingly at a similar time, even though they're playing on different fields. Remember, the Texans offense plays against, or practices, I guess I should say, against the Panthers defense, and then the Texans defense practices against the Chargers offense, or it's the Panthers offense rather.
Yeah.
And it seems like almost simultaneously both of these guys are down on either field, which is honestly what made it more odd to me, is that you have these things happening simultaneously. They're being looked at simultaneously and carted off at the same time. The only update that I've seen is, and I'm sorry to laugh about this, I'm not laughing about the injury, but about the update we got from Adam Schefter where he goes, the Texans believe that Braden Smith injured his foot. And I'm like, yeah, that's what we knew.
That much. Remember that last quote I read from Adam Schefter about the CJ contract where it was like a whole lot of nothing that we didn't already know? He's fallen into a little groove here.
It's like, yeah, that's what we knew. We knew that part of this. But yeah, that's what's happening out there on the field. D'Amico Ryans, we'll hear from him shortly after practice. But then on top of that, or did you have something you wanted to say about that?
No, I was going to say we're going to hear from D'Amico in about 12 minutes, but we can say this from Dave Canales, a couple of quotes that are coming out of the joint practice. Quote, "It was pretty lopsided today, I will be honest." Then he said they were better than us today.
Good.
So both sides of the ball.
Good
work. We're going to hear from D'Amico.
Because this Texas team should be better.
Lopsided.
Texans team should be better.
Yes, and 100%. It should be lopsided.
And so that's a good thing to hear. Speaking of Dave Canales, the head coach of the Panthers, this was him talking about his quarterback. He jumped on the Stephen A. Smith show on Sirius XM Radio, and Stephen A. asked him pretty point blank, all right, is Bryce Young your franchise quarterback? And the answer that Dave Canales gave, with a smile, mind you, he is right now. He's our guy. He's our guy, and I love the trajectory that he's on, and not just the stuff that he's grown in from just operational standpoint, moving the offense, finding chemistry and all that stuff. But it's also just the critical moments, It's those games, it's the close games, it's the one-score games at the end. Whether we're up or down, I love having Bryce out there. I love that he stays cool, calm, and collective and aggressive, and he attacks at the right time. So all those things are pointing in the right direction, close quote.
After he said he is right now.
You were like, everything else
is blah, 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 blah. The head coach literally just said he is right now.
It's like, do you want to be my girlfriend? Well, no, but I think you're a great guy. And we have such fun together. Hey, I ain't heard none of that.
Yes,
I haven't. All of that can go out the window.
Yes.
I said, do we want to be together?
Yes.
You said no.
He is right now the head coach on Bryce Young?
I mean, can you blame him?
No, but damn.
He answered honestly.
Damn.
He answered honestly.
And to be fair, the Texans have kind of said he is right now without saying he is right now about C.J. Stroud, if we're being fair.
They have done that.
Yeah.
I'm very interested to see how they handle this season. I guess it stands to reason that they will do the best to make the most out of it. But it feels very clear that Bryce Young will not be their quarterback next year.
He is right now.
And he is. It's funny, though, because all the things that Canales was talking about there are the things that Bryce Young tends to do well. Like, he has the good demeanor. The problem that he's had since coming out of Alabama is I just don't know that he has a big-ticket thing that helps him overcome his stature. Usually in the NFL, the shorter quarterbacks have a trademark thing that they do or that they have about their game that will help them overcome their lack of height. Russell Wilson was a guy that could, move around and find those windows. Kyler's still finding that himself. I know that he has the mobility, but I'm interested to see how he utilizes that, especially in Minnesota right now. Drew Brees he had a knack for being able to see through the tall trees, which is necessary at that height. When
release and all that stuff.
And then just great release, good accuracy, and to be able to throw over the middle and such. And Bryce doesn't have like speed. He doesn't have strength, because that was another thing. Like Russell Wilson had strength in order to use to kind of when he was running the football and scrambling. Bryce Young has none of those really.
Yeah,
and he's not like a big armed guy either. So how do you make up for the limitation, the distinct limitation of being a shorter quarterback?
Well, obviously today that was exposed. Multiple sacks, lopsided according to their head coach.
Interceptions.
So yeah, no doubt.
Yeah. Did you know that 10 years ago this week is when Colin Kaepernick sat down during the national anthem? And
we came across that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Saw that, yeah.
I found that fascinating because obviously it's been 10 years, but this was such a inflection point in the NFL, and I'm very curious if you think that if this would go the same way right now as it did then.
I think it'd be worse.
You think so?
Yeah, I think it'd be worse. I mean, we know what world we live in. You can't do just look at Enes Kanter, and anything, anywhere.
Everything is pretty polarized.
Is just automatically like, it's sickening. If we're being honest, it doesn't matter where you stand on any issue. It's just sickening that it becomes like so magnified. Every little thing.
The thing that I always found fascinated about it, and I guess when you have people that are operating in fairly bad faith, I think that's where you get to this place.
Yeah.
It did start with him just quietly sitting, and it got missed for a couple of weeks. And then in an attempt to kind of bridge the gap, that is when he started kneeling.
Yeah.
And
the kneeling was the compromise.
And but it never felt like that. Like it felt like that was the issue within it. Colin Kaepernick still to this point, he started his Know Your Rights camp. I think just recently they pledged another $1 million to local communities in this. I will say, as much as he for a long time was trying to, I'm still ready to go. Obviously he's given that up, but he did go and stand on his beliefs, not just in that time, but in the decade since. And so I will give him that credit that he has continued to stand on his morals on that and continue to turn that into philanthropy at the grassroots level.
And actually, just this year, I think the tour is coming to Houston in October.
Is it?
Wrote his memoir.
Oh, okay.
And so there's going to be, so he's still doing that as well.
As we continue around the NFL, you ready to see Braxton Berrios again?
Oh, that guy.
It's quite possible that you will, because Giants have slot wide receiver Calvin Austin tore his ACL, and it looks like he will be out for the season. This Giants team, I'm really, it's going to be me watching it almost for a car crash, I'm sorry to say.
Sure.
Because I already had, and I think there are people out there, particularly in Baltimore, that have questions about John Harbaugh and how good of a coach he is in the current era of football. And now you're starting to see some undercutting in what he has as a team. I am very curious to see what this team looks like this year.
They're just going to be every week, and this is why you're going to watch, I'm going to watch, everyone's going to watch. Every week they're going to be like, all right, is this the week that something crazy happens or somebody does something, that hurts themselves or does something, a little too risky? And the Giants are going to be, one of those must-watch kind of teams in a weird way.
Yeah, because at least
Berrios broke up with his girl, didn't he?
Yeah, that happened. Yeah. That happened last year, didn't it? Or at least what it seems like. I'm not as tapped in as let's say our friend Jessie Watt from over at Mix 96.5. I imagine that she's going to have a lot more of the insight into what happened there. But yeah, no, that separation has happened or had happened a while back. I more power to them is ultimately what I'll say with that. Some other things that are happening around the NFL. This is somewhat happened a little bit more quietly, and I guess another thing that was met with quite a bit of fanfare, for lack of a better way of saying it. The Commanders obviously now called this because of a big transitional period. Dan Snyder no longer there with the pressure that was put on by FedEx, one of the major sponsors that they have. This is a big transit period for that franchise when they let go of the previous name that they held and took on the Commanders mantra, in large part because of outcry due to the previous name being viewed as a slur for Native Americans. Well, that name and that logo that you're used to seeing it is quietly returned as Commanders are selling gear with that abandoned name and logo at their team store.
I'm going to channel Dave Canales. They are for now.
You think, wait, okay, so when you say
because
for
it's
now,
out,
what do you think is going to happen?
Because it's out now. And, they were kind of quietly just doing it, sort of pandering to, the old Redskins fans and all that stuff and the Redskins logo, et cetera. So they're just kind of – and I think they said something about they want to make sure they keep the copyright.
Yes.
Right?
And maybe that's why, because I do know that, like, if you were coming to this and the reason why you changed this is we're acknowledging that this is a slur for this group of people. You can't like keep using it, but also at the same time, if you hold on to the copyright, you don't allow that to then become
someone
in
else's.
The public domain or someone else's, and then there you go, putting that back out there.
But I just don't see this.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it is in that vein, but maybe
it ain't gonna be around for long. They are for now.
I have a feeling that they will be asked about this here shortly. Now that this has become like publicly acknowledged, that is something that I'm going to watch because I have a personal interest in that. And then finally, I know that it feels like I am just out here kicking the Browns because I enjoy doing that. And while that is true, it is not the reason why. I happened to just stumble on this stat yesterday, John Lopez.
And that is?
In 2024, which was Deshaun Watson's last year of playing, he had a passing DVOA of negative 51.1%. I know you're like, okay, what the hell is that? You don't have to understand that. What I can tell you is that it's the 11th worst passing DVOA ever recorded. The problem of this is that in 2025, Shedeur Sanders, he had a passing DVOA of negative 59.6, which is the 5th worst passing DVOA ever recorded. So both of their starting options are pretty damn bad, at least the last time we saw them.
And that's one of the things that we really haven't talked about with this whole Deshaun Watson starter thing and the ripping on the fans and then explaining it, whatever. We never really got to the point of, man, how bad does Shedeur Sanders have to be? How bad is he to not even be a good, viable option for Deshaun Watson?
A dude who they have had on this roster, and they've been comfortable just not playing him and eating that money because
I don't think he'd be this bad.
That's the thing is like clearly, I don't think that this willingness to put him out here is just well, we need to get the money out of it because they've been eating the money for years and they knew what this was. This isn't even expected to be a good team. It's not like they're like, okay, well now we can get there.
Yeah,
it is.
If he was just passable, he would be starting.
It's just a really bad quarterback room because somebody was like, why have you talked about Dylan Gabriel? You know why. This is where they are. Again, I feel for Todd Monken, man, in a weird way. I do feel for him because he is supposed to be an offensive guy, and you got to look around. The guy who operates the offense don't really have one of those.
Yeah.
They're not trying to win this year, man.
Yeah, but they still didn't want Deshaun Watson out there, but Shedeur Sanders is just that bad.
Hell, they didn't even want Shedeur Sanders for real, man. Like, that was the disconnect when they drafted him.
Yeah.
They ain't go out try to get no quarterback that can compete. They out here just playing in people's faces, man.
Yeah.
So expect the Cleveland Cavaliers to be another one of those teams looking at this historic draft class that seems like it's coming up for quarterbacks. I imagine they might want to get
the Cleveland who?
The Cleveland Browns?
You said the Cavaliers.
The Cavs might be in there too. They might have a better quarterback.
They might
honestly.
have a better quarterback. James Harden could probably throw better than Dylan Gabriel.
Oh man, a little faux pas ended up being a little jokey joke there. But there you go. That's around the NFL here on 95.7 The Fan. Coming up next, let's hear from the head coach of the Houston Texans after a joint practice that has been described as one-sided, lopsided even. D'Amico Ryans will talk to the media next.
Dana Brown is out as Astros GM. 95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right, you're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. The OG John Lopez to my right. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, and you rolling with us on this Wednesday. It's a joint practice day where the Houston Texans in Charlotte, North Carolina got some work together. The fullness of the update that I've seen to this point on Braden Smith, who was carted off during practice, is that it was an injury to his foot. That is the most that I know. But maybe D'Amico Ryans heard more and told more to the media. D'Amico Ryans, after practice today, you get to hear that right now on The Fan.
Yeah, today was a really, really great day. I thought we got great competitive work versus the Panthers. They showed up, very gracious hosts. Thankful for them having us. I like the way our guys showed up from start to finish today. We executed really well. Guys played physical, and it was a productive practice on both sides. Like, both teams came in with the right mindset. Appreciate Dave for how he handled it. Really great operation. Practice was ran efficiently, and we got a lot of productive work. So it's exactly what we wanted. Daniil is a problem. He continues to be a problem, and that's why I love having him and Will. When you have two guys off the edge who can be as disruptive as they are, it makes it hard on offenses. It makes them hard for them to operate on the timing that they want to operate on. So Daniil, I saw a few plays. He's back there in the backfield a lot, so it was great to see that.
D'Amico, any update on Smith and Gay?
Smith and Gay went down today in the practice, and we'll evaluate them when we get inside.
Can you say what the injuries were?
We do not know. Yeah, adding Kayshawn was a big get for us. We know we lost a significant player for us in Jaden Higgins, and it's hard to replace him. When you try to go out and find a guy with the caliber of Kayshawn, we've played against Kayshawn multiple times over the past couple years. He's continued to make plays time and time again. He showed up. He's a young player, still an ascending player with a lot to improve upon, a lot to grow. So I'm excited to work with a young player who still has a very bright and promising future, but he has that big play making ability already. So it's been great to have him so far. We'll get him up and rolling here as the week continues.
You haven't had Jalen at the start of camp. What element does he add to the offense that is useful and kind of makes the offense almost look different when he's out there as opposed to when he's not?
Yeah, Jalen does a great job playing the F position, moving around a lot in the slot, giving us the option to move guys around, make defenses have to communicate. That's where Jalen provides that for us, and he's done a great job of punt returning. Last year was his first time doing it for us. He got better. He grew as the year went along, so I'm expecting him to pick up where he left off and continue to improve as our punt returner as well.
What do you think about the way your offensive line protected CJ and maybe worked in unison?
Yeah.
The operation looked really good, giving him time to throw anything.
Yeah, from my vantage point, the offensive line was really the bright spot for me, watching the offense, seeing how much time CJ and Davis had to operate, seeing the guys pass off games and stunts, seeing them, hearing them actually communicate loud, everybody being on the same page. It's what we want from our guys, and that's how it looks when we execute. CJ and Davis made some outstanding throws today as well. Our receivers caught the ball really well. The backs ran well. They blocked it well. Just overall, offensively, we definitely took a jump from where we were in our last practice.
The performances, obviously, when someone does it against you and against one of your best against their unit, what does that kind of say to you? When you watch that, you just see it right in front of you. You kind of have to go watch the tape. You saw it right there.
Yeah, adding Kayshawn is not about the one play. We know it was a spectacular play that he made, but it's just watching him, throughout his career, just seeing what he's done. He's one of the better contested catch players that I've seen. If the ball is close, he has a knack for going up, playing physical, and coming down with the football. So that's what intrigued me when I continued to watch his tape from last year and previous years. He continued to make those tough catches, and that's what you want. I want everybody on our team to be tough mentally and physically, and he's shown that on his tape.
When it comes to Blake Fisher and what he's had to go through, and you guys added some guys to the offensive line, what have you seen from him from a focus standpoint, kind of staying with it with new bodies in the room?
For Blake, I've seen definitely a focused guy. He's improved a ton. If I gave out awards, he would get the award for the most improved offensive lineman this year. Just from what he did last year, from being in that jumbo type role. Like, he's just lined up at left tackle every day. He's gotten better every single day. And I'm really pleased with Blake. I'm proud of the work that he's put in. He's shown up daily. He's improved. He's taken the coaching really well. And that's what it looks like, right? When you put the work in, you can get better. And Blake has shown that tremendously.
What's enabled Hutch to have this kind of – he had a really good day today, another good day.
Yeah.
What's enabling to have that kind of production?
Starting with Hutch, man, it's his attitude. I love it. He has an infectious energy. Every time he steps on the field, like, he has this joy about him. He plays hard every single snap, and he makes plays. Like, the ball comes his way, he finds a way to make plays, and so it's exciting about Hutch. I'll never have a bad day, always great attitude. He works the right way. He works hard at his craft, and he has a confidence in himself, which you have to have at the wide receiver position. Hutch has that confidence, and he's playing confident and showing up every day.
Take a few more. Do you think any starters will play on Friday?
No starters will play this Friday.
Good. What will you guys do to kind of ramp Booty up? I noticed he was working with trainer. I know he's been working.
Right.
What would you kind of do to ramp him up?
Yeah, for us to ramp him up, we'll start with our S&C group. They'll start him on the side, just ramping him up, making sure we like to understand our player's body, understand where they are. We go through some preliminary testing to make sure, he's ready to go when it's time to get in. He got in today, did some routes on air, and we'll continue to build him and progress him, as the week goes along. All right. Thank you, guys. All right.
There you go. That was D'Amico Ryans talking to the Assemble Media after joint practice in Charlotte, North Carolina versus the Panthers. That was lopsided. And J-Lo, there's a few things that caught my attention, but I'm always interested in what catches you, the veteran of many years covering sports teams, particularly here in Houston.
Well, I think they've shown a pretty good penchant for responding to the challenges that D'Amico Ryans puts out there. Remember before that intra-squad scrimmage that we saw at Reliance Stadium,
right?
They had a bad day.
What a fun day that was.
That was a great day. I really one of my favorites because there's also air conditioning, but either way.
Fair.
But either way, they had a bad day the practice before. They came out and had a terrific, both sides of the ball, much like today, performance.
Yeah.
They had a bad day Monday.
Yeah.
They had by D'Amico's own words and everything, I think he said wasn't good enough, They responded. That's the first thing that stands out. Dave Canales flat out said, we got manhandled. Not in that word. He used, what did he use? The exact word, I forget.
I think he said it was lopsided.
Lopsided, yeah. But
to.
I think by all accounts, they got manhandled on both sides of the ball today. So that's the first thing. The second thing, we have an offensive line for the second time this preseason. We think we have an offensive line, and this time I think we really mean it. He's talking about, it was the bright spot. Passing off, games and stunts, hearing them make the calls, run blocking, pass blocking. So yeah, one of the biggest questions we had coming into camp, and although we still have a little bit of a question because we don't know the extent of Braden Smith's injury, big bright spot there, big way to respond.
Yeah, no, that was one of the things that jumped out to me because D'Amico Ryans was asked about the offense, and he went, the offensive line was the bright spot watching the offense. And D'Amico Ryans, I know that he is one to build up his team, but he ain't one to outwardly go out of his way to lie, right?
Yeah,
I think we generally all are like this, where if you have to try and navigate,
if you ain't got nothing good to say,
you might find the place to go. And talking about the offense at large, there's definitely a way where you could not talk about the offensive line if you didn't want to. He went there first, talking about seeing how he talked about something that we have had concerns about a little bit. They've clearly built this offensive line to be able to push in the run game. We're seeing it to some degree, especially against lesser offensive or defensive lines. But he was happy to see how much time C.J. Stroud and Davis Mills had to operate. And that's encouraging. Again, I don't look at the Panthers defensive line and go, "Woo, those some world beaters over there." But the idea that against any other professional line, this offensive line is able to, handle pass protection and specifically stunts. He mentioned stunts specifically.
He talked about the games.
And that is one of the very particular weaknesses that this offensive line has shown, the ability to pick up stunts, particularly those twists where dudes have gotten ear holed from time to time. Even last year, as we had seen them get better, you could still get them with the stunt. The idea that they're, at least the coach is seeing that as notable to mention up top that they are doing better at that is very encouraging to me because I mean, there's people out there, admittedly not on the ground level, watching this team in camp that are looking at it and go, I still think they still think there's going to be the worst offensive line in the league.
Yeah.
If they are capable of blocking and protecting better in this way, and at least being able to run the football and move the lesser teams of the league, and then maybe be hat on a hat and competitive against better run-stopping defenses, it won't be the worst offense in the league. And then we can see what you have to cook. At that point, I don't know if I would say you're cooking with grease, but you're cooking with something that can actually get something cooked.
Yeah, and a texter did ask, what was the iteration of the offensive line? It is the one that we've come to see in recent days and weeks, really a couple of weeks now, is with Trent Brown at right tackle and Keelan Rutledge at guard.
And just to make sure of that, we will talk to Jonathan Alexander from Charlotte here at noon, and we'll get that officially from him. Although I don't know, he might want to protect the team. We'll be all right.
Blake Fisher was asked about specifically, and I have a feeling that was not done accidentally with seeing
Smith out,
Braden
at
Smith,
least for now,
go down with an injury during practice, and he talked a lot about focus, D'Amico. He did say that if he was giving out awards, Blake Fisher would get the award for most improved offensive lineman. And I thought to myself, well, that sounds good, but I don't even know if that's actually that big of a.
I mean, it is good, but who
would be his
how good is it?
who was the competition in the offensive line for most improved?
Right. Yeah, it had to be Blake Fisher and Fisher.
Two of these guys are coming in as new acquisitions in free agency, whether it's Teller and Braden Smith. Trent Brown was here, but he was already like kind of pretty well regarded. I don't know if you look at him as a most improved type candidate. Ed Ingram.
Hey Reggie, he got the award, man.
Okay, all right. My bad. I'm out here pouring a bucket of cold water on Blake Fisher.
Cold water Reggie.
They're etching a plaque as we speak.
Blake Fisher's gonna get it at halftime of the preseason game.
Yeah.
Here you go, big dog. Most improved offensive lineman award. Somebody said, did Tank Dell participate? We'll have to ask. Jonathan Alexander at noon. But one of the things that I found interesting, I didn't hear who the final question was asked about, and I was crossing my fingers that it would be about Tank Dell, but no. D'Amico Ryans was talking about Kayshon Boutte, who he said that they'll start with the strength and conditioning guys to make sure that he's there, ramp him up, get him routes on air, and then get him in, which I found to be interesting, but I appreciate that level of care and concern because he's been in camp.
Yeah.
It's not like he's coming from no camp, but they're like, we don't trust camp over there. We want you to be up to the standard, which I think fits in with what has been a real and true care for the standard with the Texans. It's not just lip service. They want to make sure that you're ready to play Texans
They want to keep him healthy.
They want to keep him healthy.
That's also a good point.
And flat out said a big get. We all knew that, and I think he's going to be integral in it.
All right. You're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, where I think a fascination of John Lopez has become a capital T thing now. We'll talk about that and more next.
All right. This is a great one.
failures. 281-222-2222.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. 95.7 The Fan Style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
What's poppin'?
All right, let's get into what's popping today here in the city of Houston in the Loop on 95.7 The Fan. It's worth noting that the Texans had a joint practice with the Carolina Panthers.
They kicked their butts.
Yeah, I was like, we might have to check on
defensively, especially.
We might need to check on the Carolina Panthers, their coaches, their
Dave
players.
Canales is got the shakes.
They are scared.
Yeah.
They've been beaten and battered.
Mm-hmm.
What'd you say Dave Canales said?
When we dropped back to pass, we couldn't do anything. We couldn't do much.
It sounds like that was Danielle Hunter, William Jr. Danielle Hunter had 3 sacks at one point, and I don't even know if that's like a full accounting of what he did. I know that Kalen Bullock had an interception. That's just the tip of the iceberg. It sounds like they just battered and bruised the Panthers to where that blue on their jerseys, also that black and blue was also on their skin and everything. It felt like they absolutely whooped them. Which again, that is exactly why you do these joint practices is to see. Wait, just how good is this? And apparently on defense, really bleeping good.
Very
Not
good.
that we needed to know it.
The exact quotes, I'll give you 3 of them. When we dropped back today, we couldn't do much. He also said they were better than us today. He also said it was pretty lopsided today. If we want to be good, we have to play against teams like this. So the Texans defense, at least, was just Texans defense-y.
And it sounds like the offense had a good day as well. To learn more about that, we'll talk to Jonathan Alexander of the Houston Chronicle here in about 15 minutes. Some other things that are popping. The old school Astros came out to play, if for no other reason, because they were playing against the New York Yankees. A 9-7 victory for the Astros. A few of those innings with crooked numbers. It was just bad. A number of triples happened in this game. Diaz
Jordan's triple was.
Woo. I mean, and he could have been in standing if he really wanted to. Just kind of a little light slide.
113 off the bat.
Sick. And that's just a small amount of the beating and bruising that the Astros did to the Yankees. Yainer Diaz with a couple of home runs. Jeremy Pena with a big shot himself. It was just up and down. Did a really good job to help Ethan Pecco, who does not make it through the 5th inning. How did you feel about that? Did that do anything for you, or did the amount of offense that came ultimately make it so that you weren't worried?
Looked like a young pitcher in his second major league start. Showed some good things that you realize, okay, that's why he's up here. Couldn't find the zone. I think 44 of his 90-ish pitches were balls.
You're gonna make me go back into this.
But in that area, in that range. So kind of about what you expected. I think one of the things that you can look at with this Astros team as things started, to look like they once did with this Astros organization, as you mentioned, throwback in every sense. They were down at least 2 runs 3 times and came back every time to win this game. Josh Hader nails at the end. Bennett Sousa, what did he throw, like 15 pitches in more than an inning?
Sir, 8.
8. I mean, just really, really a throwback performance just when they needed it after they looked so bad in the homestand. But yeah, I think the one thing you might want to be concerned about if you're still going to say, okay, let's fix this right here before we get too ahead of ourselves. Starting pitching hasn't had a quality start in 12 games.
Correct.
12 games.
And you did use 4 arms out of the pen. A couple of them are ones that you trust a whole bunch.
Yeah.
Even because of the amount of time that of rest that Josh Hader had coming in, you asked him to get a 4-out save, which he did. But you play again today.
Yeah.
Like, you're back playing baseball again today, and it is Hayden Wesneski on the bump versus a familiar face, Garrett Cole.
Yep.
So that's happening. 6:05 first pitch in the Bronx for the Astros as they try and get back above 500, hopefully, with a victory there. The interesting things that happened in Yankee Stadium yesterday were not just limited to the field, though.
Just one note. It's Peter Lambert against Elmer Rodriguez today. It's Wesneski against Garrett Cole tomorrow, if you're going to
today's the 26th.
To tune in. Yeah, my mom's birthday.
Oh.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Mom.
Yeah. R.I.P.
That's right.
Why you say it like that?
Because she would have been, let's see, she was born in 1930, so she would have been 96.
Yeah, I was trying to think, what's the word again? And posthumous, but posthumous felt a little weird. So it's just like, happy birthday, Mom.
Yeah, happy birthday, Mom.
Happy heavenly birthday, Mom.
There we go.
Okay, I guess that's how we do it.
That's how I usually see it done.
I knew we could count on Figgy.
That's part of why we have Figgy here.
And the reason I mentioned Peter Lambert, it's a big start for him.
No, it is.
After what happened last time.
Can he get back to that form, or were we seeing of Peter Lambert? Was the last outing or last couple outings really for Peter Lambert a factor of the innings load that he has had over the course of the season, which is well above what his previous career high had been, or previous high in one of his seasons in his career had been. So we get to see him today. Thank you for correcting me on that. If we're talking about rest in peace, Tim Cook, the actor.
Tim Curry.
Or Curry, goodness gracious. Tim Curry, different person entirely, but Tim Curry, 80 years old, passed away today.
Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Yes.
Just a number of other things.
A number of other things, in fact.
Yeah.
It's sad, man. Why does it...
At 80 also.
Why does it work like this?
Well, because we're all going to die, Reggie.
Well, not that. Thank you for speaking to mortality. I had not considered that. Thank you. No, honestly, someone was making mention of it, and I had not thought about this enough. When we have people that are so ubiquitous, like a Dolly Parton that passed away, I imagine that there's like young people that had not at all considered mortality. They're like, oh wait, this is a thing. So yeah, you kid, but I imagine that there actually are some young folks that are like, oh no, this is something I have to think about. But yeah, the old folks will say that these things happen in threes.
Yeah,
and here you go.
And they were both 80 years old. Who are some 80-year-olds?
Don't do that. Don't do it. He's putting together a short list.
Who's next?
Lopez is putting together a short list as if he's hiring a general manager.
Press enter 80-year-old celebrities. Boy, I don't want to do this, but
don't do that.
No!
What are you doing?
Not the first name, please,
what was
God,
the first name?
Cher.
Oh man!
See what he did?
No.
If Cher passes,
dude,
John
all of
P.
these,
Lopez,
all of these, Goldie Hawn, 80, Steve Martin, 80. This is dark, by the way.
If any of this happens, it's John P. Lopez that takes the responsibility.
Yeah.
I didn't do this.
I know everybody.
Not my fault.
I know everybody got to pass at one point, but sure can't pass away, man.
I saw somebody tweet yesterday. I thought Dolly Parton was one of those people that are just going to live forever.
Yeah. It's certain celebrities that's not supposed to pass away ever.
Yeah. Candace Bergen, Helen Mirren, Steve Martin, Goldie Hawn, Cher.
Why'd you just put everybody on notice? I hate you.
I did not.
I hate you for doing that.
Dang, I didn't realize Steve Martin was 80.
I didn't either.
Yeah.
It is kind of amazing because a lot of these people have like lived still very vibrantly into. I mean, even Dolly Parton. Dolly Parton. I know that there had been kind of signs of some health issues because she had canceled some shows here in the last year or so.
Yeah.
But she still kind of operated almost with a aura and an air of these are small setbacks and we're gonna be back.
Right.
Active.
Well, she's also optimistic.
Yeah, that is fair. That's one of the reasons why people loved her so much. So rest in peace to her, obviously, but rest in peace to Tim Curry, who we found out passed today. Not really a transition for this. We also heard from the owner of the Astros. We heard from Jim Creighton, and Jim Creighton was talking about the circumstances. Joe Espada, he said that Joe Espada will finish out the season and that he has not made a decision on whether or not to extend Joe Espada further after the season.
Is that right? No, look, it's going to happen. I think he handled that part well. We talked earlier about some of the other things about how he's going to handle the things moving forward. It was not so well. But yeah, he didn't say all the right things when it comes to Joe Espada. I think we know better, but he didn't say all the right things.
Yeah. So we'll continue to see how that is. But we talked a little bit earlier, and if you want to go back to it, 10:20 was when we talked about the other conversations that Jim Creighton gave as to the forward-looking kind of way that they're operating this team. And I don't know, I was not super optimistic about the things that came out, but it seems like the big takeaway for me is that where the Astros used to be innovators in baseball and teams were looking to them, they've now fallen into the pack, and they are going to look at other teams to see if they can find a way to be better.
Other teams that don't spend a lot.
Yes, specifically. Hey man,
baby. What happened to the Astros?
Hey man, somebody's gonna be hard pressed to fight the cheap allegations. I'll say that. One more thing here with what's popping. John Lopez, you have been fascinated by the niece of one Colby Rasmus, Kinley Rasmus. She's made more Little League World Series history as I think 2 days ago, she had tied Monet Davis's record for strikeouts in the tournament by a female pitcher. And then she also went and set the record for most hits in a single tournament by a female player as she helped Phoenix City, Alabama, escape elimination with a 4-2 victory over Tacoma.
Yeah.
And so they are on the brink of elimination, but she just continues to be a fascinating player because she's just really good. But she's also a girl amongst boys holding up at that level as well.
As they say, fear the bow. That's a nice little trademark she's got with that white bow coming out of the back of her ball cap in every start. But no, here's the thing. The reason I'm fascinated, I mean, she's a stud. Like she's one of the best players in the Little League World Series and truly brought that team back from elimination. They were down 5-0 and consistently has done it, strikes out people, has just an incredible pitching form. It's a great story. It really is. I hope they go a long way.
Well, I mean, they're gonna need to get a victory here because there are stipulations for pitchers who are 14 years old and under, and she fit in with staying under 66 pitches, where I think she needs 3 days of rest before she can be used again. Yeah. Which would mean that if they continue to win, she can pitch again on Saturday.
Okay.
You could see her in the U.S. Championship game if they make it that far. So that's where what you would put on your calendar if you are specifically coming to the show for one Kinley Rasmus, who is making the Rasmus name proud in
baseball.
baseball.
A feature on her on Good Morning America. I mean, she's taking it by storm.
Yeah. All right. You're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Coming up next, let's turn back to the Texans and get some boots on the ground from Jonathan M. Alexander of the Houston Chronicle, the Texans beat writer. Let's hear what he has to say from what he saw out there at practice next.
Ready? The Texans close down the preseason. sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. 95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Thanks for rocking with us on this Wednesday. The OG John Lopez to my right. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig here rocking with you. J-Lo.
I got something for you.
Okay.
I got something for you guys.
All right.
And we're efforting to get Jonathan M. Alexander. If we can, we will. But so, Figgy, I want to get y'all's thoughts on this too. Y'all have been plugged in with training camp. Something got me thinking when we heard D'Amico Ryans a while ago.
Okay.
What did he call Blake Fisher?
The most improved offensive lineman on the team.
All right. So there you go. Coach says he's the most improved offensive lineman on the team. And we also know that he said the starters will not play on Friday against the Carolina Panthers.
Those are both correct.
So we've pretty much seen, outside of some practices, we'll get some reports on that between now and the season opener on September 9th. So we kind of pretty much seen everything in camp in terms of, ones versus ones, et cetera, outside of some practices. So I got some questions for you on awards.
Oh, okay.
On awards. If Blake Fisher this is the training camp preseason award list for us here. Blake Fisher is the most improved. Who's the MVP of training camp?
Ooh.
Who's the MVP of training camp so far?
This is tough. All right. Let me see if I can set out some candidates. My immediate thought was Colin Wright, but I wonder, is that a high enough level?
MVP?
That's what I'm saying. Is that a high enough level for MVP?
Because that wouldn't be my first thought.
I'm thinking there's a candidates right now. It got to be Rutledge, right?
I was going to say, is it Keelan Rutledge? Because he
a candidate.
We're gonna have all different answers on this, I guarantee you. Because I got other categories as well.
I'm like, some of this is also, some guys I just expect to be really good. Like, all right, Daniil Hunter, like for example, who
that might be MVP.
Some people were saying had four sacks today.
Dang.
Yeah. Dang. I think it might be Keelan Rutledge. Like he's been a guy that we talked a lot about. He's on a portion of the offense that is super important. Yeah, I think I might go there.
I don't mind that answer. Figgy, do you have an answer on who might be the MVP of training camp so far?
Honestly, like I was thinking Rutledge to be honest. I know he's a rookie and all that stuff, but I felt like he'd been the story.
Yeah, Rutledge would be good on that.
I haven't heard any bad things.
I'm gonna say Kalen Bullock.
Really?
Yeah, he is stood out. Picks, plays, preseason games. Pretty much across the gamut. Now, the easy answer would be Will Anderson, and we probably will hear Will Anderson, his name called in some of these other categories I have.
You really think that it's been Kalen Bullock?
Kalen Bullock's been a stud, man. Kalen Bullock has been a stud from day one. Had an interception today, by the way. I had another one today. So I would say him. All right, let me ask you this then. Who is defensive player of camp?
Defensive player
and give us another answer. Like I said, Kalen Bullock, but I'm going to give you another answer.
It's Kamari Lassiter.
You think it's Lassiter?
Kamari Lassiter's been cooking, right? And some of this is we got to a place where Kamari Lassiter finally got his Pro Bowl love last year. Kamari Lassiter has been even better this year. Yeah, man. I think that this is pretty easily Kamari Lassiter, don't you?
I do not. But that's a good answer. I'm saying that's not my answer.
That's a great answer.
Yeah.
I was the first person I thought about was Aziz.
Oh, Aziz. I have him in another category. I got Will Anderson. I mean, just day in, day out, absolutely just a big time, stud, so to speak. You never have to worry about him. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Let's see if we can get out to let's see if we can get out to Charlotte. I think we hear him. I believe that is Jonathan M. Alexander of the Houston Chronicle, covers the Houston Texans out there in Charlotte right now. Can you hear us? As technical difficulties, have we managed to get past it? Jonathan, can you hear us?
The answer is no.
All right.
The answer is
we'll keep efforting, Jonathan.
Yes.
All right. So go back to what you were just saying.
Yeah. So I say Will Anderson for Defensive Player of the Year. Here's the big one: Offensive Player of training camp.
Offensive Player of camp. Let's see. I'm thinking camp, not just preseason games.
Well, both. I mean, the whole training camp, including preseason games.
I mean, honestly, it sucks because it would have been Jaden Higgins if he didn't get hurt.
Right.
I think at this point, maybe I lean towards. Is Marlon Klein too much of a depth?
I mean,
answer
that would
there?
be your answer. I'm not gonna argue on your answer too much. I mean, I think he's a candidate for sure. Absolutely, I do. I would say offensive player. I think that this is where I would put Keelan Rutledge. Offensive player of training camp, for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Do you have any more questions that you want to answer in here?
I do. Leadership award. Who's the leadership award in training camp?
I think that this is where I might bring up Keelan Rutledge myself, but Foss Moreau is a good answer that you throw in here.
That was my answer. We finally agreed on one.
All right.
We finally agreed on one there.
All right, let's turn to Jonathan Alexander, who is again out there in Charlotte of the Houston Chronicle, covers the Texans. Can you hear us? Do we got it?
I can hear you.
All right, very good, very good. All right, first and foremost, how bad of a beating of the Panthers was it out there? Because all the quotes, especially from David Canales, makes it sound like they got beaten black and blue more than their jerseys.
Yeah, I've covered both of these teams, so I think I'm one of the journalists qualified to give a straight opinion. I don't think I've ever seen the Texans dominate on both sides of the ball like that in a while. I mean, they did against the Raiders, but you would have thought that the Panthers would have gave them a better match because they're a good team. And I thought that the Texans handled them on both sides of the ball fairly easy. It wasn't hard at all.
All right, well, the thing that jumps out to me then, Jonathan, is the offense. Because for the offense, they've had some good days. They've had some impressive days. I don't know if, at least from where I'm sitting and what you just said, I don't know if they've had a day like this. So what really stood out on the offensive side?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing was that C.J. Stroud wasn't protected. And we all know, was protected.
Mm-hmm.
And we all know that when C.J. Stroud is protected, that's when he's at his best. And that's what we saw out there. I didn't see one time he even got hit. Now, he got rushed maybe a couple of times. But for the most part, I thought that offensive line, which, we've seen that in that preseason thing, I think is finally coming down to that group. I think that offensive line is really starting to get a rhythm, and they're finding their best five guys. And as long as they're good, then C.J. Stroud, I think, is going to be able to perform well.
Without putting you in a lurch here, their best five guys, or at least the ones that they turn to first, does it look similar to what we've seen recently, or would you say that it was maybe a throwback to what we had seen earlier in camp?
I think it's more so what – I'll say it like this so I don't, risk getting in trouble. I think that the offense, and this is just my opinion, I think that the offensive line that we'll see out there is the offensive line that we've seen recently.
Yeah. No, that's absolutely the case, and it seems like they're finally finding that rhythm. I kind of want to stay on offense. I know, they're the issues at the wide receiver position, but even with that, what did C.J. Stroud look like in terms of not just the protection, as you mentioned, but putting the ball in the right spot, making the right decision, the old D'Amico Ryans getting in and out of the huddle and controlling the line of scrimmage, all that stuff.
Yeah, he made some impressive throws, especially on some of those out routes to Nico Collins. Placed it really in tight windows, and I thought that was perhaps one of the most impressive things. He did miss one throw, I thought, and it was a would-be touchdown to David Montgomery, where David Montgomery had one on a real route. But outside of that miss, he was pretty much on the money all day. He had two touchdowns, one to Jalen Noel and another one to Lewis Barnes to end practice. So I thought it was one of C.J. Stroud's better days today.
I'm real curious as we're talking to Jonathan Alexander of the Houston Chronicle here on 95.7 The Fan. Jalen Noel, we see some people kind of talking about some of the things that are happening in red zones, and he seems like he's a factor in the red zone, which is not what you would think of with a shorter, speedier guy. How have you seen them utilize him in the red zone? Does it feel like they've actually looked to him specifically, or is this kind of we found our way to him in the course of progressions?
Yeah, I think he's a good weapon there. Obviously they play him in the slot. So when you get him in the slot, whether that's against a slot corner or whether you get a mismatch on a linebacker, I think he has the advantage there. So they did it a little bit last year, I felt, and got him on a couple touchdowns. And I think they'll probably continue to do the same this year.
Jonathan M. Alexander joining us here from the Houston Chronicle on In the Loop on 95.7 The Fan. So defense does not ever seem to be a worry. They absolutely seem to dominate today. But I can't stop thinking about the edge rushers, some of the shortcomings in terms of health that we're seeing there, and also linebacker. What are you seeing at those two spots?
Yeah, those are probably the biggest concerns I'd have if I was the Texans, that depth at edge rusher, because they lost an edge rusher,
right,
Ali Gay, who went down simultaneously with Braden Smith. So, I don't know what kind of injury it was, but they were already a team that was lacking depth. Jadeveon Clowney did not participate. I don't believe Dominique Robinson participated either. But that starting group is going to be good. They seem to be healthy going into the regular season. Danielle Hunter was really dominant today. It's just, they need some guys to get healthy, and they need them to get healthy quick.
All right, so I'd be, skirting my duty if I did not talk about some of the other things that are happening here. Tank Dell is one of those names that we continue to hear about, we continue to think about, even as we have not seen him ramp up. What involvement did he have, if any? Is he even out there with the team right now?
I didn't see him. I'm not sure if he made the trip. It's curious about, maybe he's a little bit, I don't know if this is the answer, but maybe he's a little bit farther along than they initially thought. I heard he didn't have a setback, and I reported that earlier. He didn't have a setback, but just the fact that he hasn't been seen practicing, I know he's practicing on the inside, but the fact that he hasn't been seen practicing in 5 days just kind of indicates that he's probably not close to playing in the game yet.
And then to that end, the receiver that does come in and that they do have some expectations of, Kayshon Boutte, obviously they went and acquired him. It seems like he was not a full participant today. What was his workload out there in Carolina?
Yeah, he worked off to the side. He was not he did not participate in any team drills. D'Amico Ryans talked about it at his press conference today, that they want to first assess where he is at. This is only his first day. So they want to see where he's at first before just fully immersing him. And so he'll have a ramp up period until he gets fully into the offense.
How do you think that'll play out? Clearly, they brought him in to be that number two, we can all presume. But beyond that, Nico and then Boutte, and how does that all play out in the wide receiver room from what you're seeing?
Yeah, I think that it'll probably be a process for him to develop chemistry with C.J. Stroud. I mean, the good news is you're not getting him late in the season compared to 2 weeks before the end of camp. So I think he'll have time to learn his quarterback, learn the playbook, and fortunately, it's probably similar to what the Patriots run. And then eventually, I think he'll emerge as the number two receiver. He has a lot riding on this year. This is the final year of his rookie deal, so he'll be motivated to have his best season. And the Texans are going to need weapons opposite of Nico Collins. I think Xavier Hutchinson will probably step up, have a better year as well. I think Jalen Noel will have a better year, but I think it's set up for Boutte to be their deep play threat.
We're talking to Jonathan Alexander here, and a curiosity that I've had. Obviously, we were very enamored with Colin Wright earlier on in camp. Where are we right now with the young cornerback that seemed like he could factor into kind of more immediate depth for this team?
Yeah, we haven't seen him. He's still been injured and has not returned to the field in probably about 2 weeks or so. So, for me, I didn't have him on my final 53-man roster because he hasn't participated. He came off that Chargers game where it wasn't great. And the fact that he hasn't participated, you got to imagine the Texans want as many healthy players as possible in their roster. And right now, they're dealing with a lot of depth issues at edge rusher and even linebacker, like Lopez said earlier. So, I think there's a good chance that he might not make the roster so they can have as many healthy guys as possible.
Who doesn't love a good 53-man roster prediction? Let's get something from you here so people can go read about it and read your stuff at chron.com.
HoustonChronicle.com.
HoustonChronicle.com. Yeah, HoustonChronicle.com. What was your toughest cut? What was your toughest cut on each side of the ball?
Yeah, I think my toughest cut on offense was Jared Wayne. Cutting him from that wide receiver group. But I tend to think they'll probably keep 6. I think it's possible that they could keep Tank Dell and then later put him on the IR. And then they could pick up Jarrett Wayne. But, I thought Jarrett Wayne even had a good day today in the joint practice. As far as on defense, it was one of the linebackers. I'm trying to remember. I think it was Jake Hansen. And I thought Jake Hansen probably would have made the team had he been healthy. But I think the fact that he's also been hurt would probably hurt his chances as well. I'm trying to think who else. Maybe Colin Wright was the hardest.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, due to the way that he's shown up. Every time that he was out there, he did show up. I want to circle back to this because Blake Fisher was asked about, I know, with D'Amico Ryans, but his presence becomes even more important when, whatever Braden Smith might be dealing with. I know that D'Amico is very positive towards him. From your eyes, that's a little bit more unbiased. Like, have you seen the same improvement from Blake Fisher that seemingly the head coach has?
I have, but I don't know if he's like starter level, but I think in the past we've often talked about him getting beat by Will Anderson, and I just haven't seen that as often. So I do think he has improved. I know that they're more pleased with him than they have been in the past, so that's a good thing.
Yeah.
So I think having that depth is good for them, and especially if Braden Smith must miss time. So yeah, I think Blake Fisher they're gonna need him in his depth.
All right. Go
ahead.
Real quick before we go, I was just like, anything else that we might have neglected here in our conversation that you feel the people need to know?
I just think this joint practice, I think the Panthers are a good team. I don't know about great, but I think they're a good team. And I think that this joint practice was really indicative of what, we probably could expect of the Texans, that as long as they remain healthy, they have every chance possible to come out of the AFC. I'm not guaranteeing that'll happen, but they certainly have the talent. And I think their offense is going to be better than it was last year as long as they stay healthy.
Jonathan M. Alexander, you read him in the Houston Chronicle, does great work covering this team, and make sure that you're following him. Go ahead and hit that bell, too. Getting those alerts of when he tweets is worthwhile. Jonathan, we appreciate you giving us some of your time, man.
I appreciate you all.
There it goes. All right, you're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions. We'll do it on The Fan.
Dana Brown is out as Astros GM. The Stros and their former decision maker are parting ways after 4 years together before his contract. 95.7 The Fan. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on 95.7 The Fan.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, boys, this is a confession, but it's also going to end up being a question for you guys and our listeners, 713-572-4610. So the tributes, as I think anyone who has a phone and accounts on social media can attest, the tributes for Dolly Parton, I mean, just absolutely mind-blowing. Like every single corner of the planet was giving her much deserved tributes from the royal family. They had their, I guess it's called the
Zamunda?
The honor, not that one. Here we go. That's two.
Yeah, I forced that one.
Yeah. I think they call it the Royal Family Honor Guard. The guys with the hats we were talking about yesterday, their band, they shut down the front of the, or whatever. They put them in the front of the castle and all that stuff, and they played 9 to 5 as a band, a marching band. From that to Pitbull stopping his concert yesterday and giving her due to Eminem. I mean, that's kind of the point. Like literally
anyone and everyone,
every demographic, every age, every preference of music, everybody gave her some great tributes. And we talked about it a little bit earlier. And it made me realize, and this is maybe the confession part, is I'm not so sure we will ever again have someone that is truly, legitimately, universally, not just using the word, but legitimately, universally beloved like that. I don't know if we will.
I can rock with you on this thought.
Mm-hmm.
I think I agree. Dolly Parton, one, just an incredible person, but also she existed in a time where we had monoculture, right? Whether or not you liked all different types of things, at least it feels like we're losing this, there is a certain group of people that everybody knows, like real true celebrity, as opposed to what is quote unquote celebrity now, where you're a celebrity in this niche and then this little subgroup.
Yeah.
Right. How many times have you heard someone be like, oh, you don't know about some clavicular? And I'm like, no, that's not, I don't know what that is. Like everybody knows about it. No, they don't. Everybody knew about Dolly Parton.
Yeah.
And then because everybody knew about her, you got to know that she was a really cool person.
And she was all over the place too. Like, she was on 106 in Park. I didn't even know she was on 106 in Park.
She was on all these different
and that's
music.
a hip-hop type of show.
She acted as well.
She sang Led Zeppelin better than Led Zeppelin. Stairway to Heaven.
And then she also wrote a crazy amount of songs that also then filtered into other genres. So like you're able to touch all these different
and just
areas.
Her being beloved.
Right.
Always knew what to, publicly and privately always did the right thing. Very humble. Her wit, in fact, I want to play this. Like her intelligence and wit, I think it all comes through in this. I think this was on Good Morning America.
These are rapid fire questions. You just answer them first thing that comes to your mind. Favorite color?
Clairol, number 249.
That's funny.
Yes, mine too.
Do you get tired of dumb blonde jokes?
No. Oh, sorry.
Because we know we're not dumb and we know we're not blonde.
That's my girl.
Oh, boy.
What do you want on your tombstone?
On my tombstone?
I didn't write these.
I think tombstone, pepperoni, mushrooms. Oh, the pizza you made?
Of course.
I ain't going anywhere soon, so forget that.
First thing you do when you get out of bed in the morning?
I usually get up and put on my clothes and go home.
That's what I'm talking about.
Actually, I used that before.
Okay, we're running out of time, so they're telling me to skip down to the last question. Are they real?
Well, of course not. You think I could ever grow my nails that long?
I mean, dude, one after another, perfect answer.
Yeah, punchlines.
Just perfect answers. So yeah, just incredible in every way. But it did lead to a question, and that question is: if we had to pick someone that could be universally beloved, Like, who replaces her, basically? Who is the most beloved person on the planet?
Anne Hathaway?
That's a reach. I mean,
I don't have a good answer, man.
Yeah, I don't know.
Or Julia Roberts, maybe, if I was going for an
I was thinking
actress.
Tom Hanks.
Hanks is an interesting
I was
one.
thinking of The Rock.
Maybe
Somebody
The
that
Rock?
everybody know who he is.
I think people look at the movies and like, word. All right.
I see all these have like, there's real questions about it. Like I said, Snoop, but then, that whole, maybe he killed somebody thing might get in the way.
Somebody said Taylor Swift, and
But no.
man.
And I like Taylor Swift.
Salute to the
that.
Swifties.
But no, absolutely not. It's an incredible Morgan Freeman.
Well, I don't want to tell you about the things that have happened to Morgan Freeman. Friend.
Okay, see what I mean? They all have holes in the resume.
Someone
there.
said Steve Harvey. I don't know why I find that so funny.
Yeah.
I don't know. Keanu Reeves.
Keanu's a good answer.
Maybe Shaq is an interesting answer that someone has put. He's ubiquitous. I don't know if he's like beloved everywhere.
Nothing like this.
Oh, Reba is an interesting answer to throw out.
Mm-hmm.
I like Reba McEntire. I don't know if she's as wide.
What about Willie?
Willie Nelson. George Strait.
Mm-hmm.
George Strait's a little bit less wide-reaching.
Yeah. Martha Stewart, no.
Yeah, man, it's
Mm-hmm.
there's we still got some candidates out here. If I thought more,
But we
deeply
talking about worldwide, like
Yes.
in
That gets
everybody's
real hard to
household.
go worldwide.
Because
Yeah.
Dolly Parton was on 106 in Park.
Yeah.
I can't stress that enough, man.
Let me say that again.
No, seriously,
Yeah.
man. That was pretty much a rap and R&B show.
Mm-hmm.
And she was on there.
Reba with the TV show has a little bit more reach than I think we give credit for it.
Mm-hmm.
Denzel Washington maybe.
I mean, all these are good
It has to be-
candidates.
It has to be somebody superstars in the maybe
They're all
entertainment
good,
industry.
but none of them are Dolly.
Not quite.
Yeah,
And the other thing about her,
Dolly
though-
has some emotion behind it too.
Right.
Like my wife was damn near in tears.
And just to show you how smart and witty, as I've talking about, like she really was, like she was really good at, like no one ever saw her husband. She kept her private life private. Loved him, immensely.
Yeah, I honestly didn't realize
Yeah.
that they were married the whole time.
Yeah, the whole time. Even though she did that joke that we just heard about,
Yes.
get up and get dressed and go home. And also just very apolitical. I think I saw a quote once where she said, "My dad was a Republican, my mom was a Democrat, and I'm a hypocrite." So just absolutely an incredible storyline.
Just loved by everybody.
Everyone.
Like I never seen anybody say an awful thing about her.
Exactly.
These are my confessions.
Well, mine is going to be about something that's a little bit less less wide-reaching. You remember the kind of the promotion that the Akron Zips ran to be able to draw up the opening script of
the player,
versus Robert Morris. Well, not a player, but they were opening it up to anybody that's bought
Offensive
season
coordinator.
tickets to be help them be an offensive coordinator for a day almost. Well, they have a winner. There was a winner for this promotion, and his name is Martin Allen Wims II, who was named the OC of the game, which apparently was presented by Arby's. Did not realize that. He was already a season ticket holder. So all the season ticket holders that they got, like there's not going to be influencers and all those people that were trying to get into, which I appreciated. But I'm going to be honest. My confession is I think that this is going to make it really boring.
Really?
Obviously he doesn't have any like football coaching experience, but I also think that he's going to be, I think the coach is going to be capable
of
manipulating him into just being like, hey, this is what we typically do. So, you want to just do this? And I feel like we're just going to get a very boring opening script. I think it's
God, I hope not.
I think it's going to be good for the Zips because I think that there were people that went and bought season tickets just to be able to just go, I'm going to get in here in four verts the whole way. Or I'm going to go up here and have them do the tush push on first down.
Yes,
I think that there would have been people doing bits.
What's his name?
Martin Allen Wims II.
That sounds like a butler.
It does.
Yeah.
He's just a good working class man in Akron who I think is just going to call very boring.
I
plays.
hope you're wrong.
I do too, but I think it's going to be boring.
Because this could be a lot of fun.
So do y'all think he actually going to get through the playbook and he going to make a call on his own? or they gonna give them like
That's
a multiple
what Reggie's
choice?
saying. Yeah, I think maybe.
I don't think it's gonna be that way. I think they probably gonna give them like 2 plays and be like, which one?
Yeah,
run to the left or run to the right.
Yeah, well, no, not necessarily, but like you give them some options, maybe.
Yeah, I don't think they gonna give them the whole playbook. Be like, you know what? I'm gonna call a Hail Mary right now.
Yeah.
Either way, even if they had given him the option, I don't think that he's going to call it, which I think is the boring part of it. But I think it's good for Akron themselves that it's not going to turn into an absolute spectacle. I think we probably would have enjoyed the spectacle, though.
Have some fun.
These are my confessions.
So I know yesterday I was kind of critical of the Tennessee Titans rivalry uniform. And I got to confess, I think I need to walk it back a little bit because I actually looked at them. And I realized the issue I have with these uniforms because they're not bad uniforms. I think my issue is them being rivalry uniforms, like an alternate rivalry uniform. I think these should be their regular uniforms, man.
They kind of were.
To me, this is their identity. And I know they went back to the Oilers and all the Oilers colors and all that.
Yeah.
But I feel like this is more of an identity to the damn city.
The Music City joint?
Yeah, you got the Music City on the front.
Yeah.
You know, they got some details that represent the city. And I'm like, damn, I feel like they should have leaned into that more than the Oilers. And look, I feel like the way they did the Oilers the last couple years, like wear them once, twice a year, I don't have a big issue with that. Like I get it.
Right.
I understand it. It's theirs. If they want to pay homage to some of the legends and all that stuff, I don't think they should have went right back to the Oilers colors. I think they should have, roll with this one as their primary uniform and maybe make a white version of it.
Right.
Kind of, I feel like they missed the mark right here.
I actually do. I mean, I do agree with you. I didn't necessarily like the new rivalry uniform compared to others, especially the Texans, which, by the way, the Texans, if you look around at some of these ratings and rankings, they're always at the top.
They're getting a lot of love.
They've been at the top of,
they're pretty strong,
almost all of them. But I do agree, like Music City, darker color, it kind of fits them.
If that was their regular uniform, I think I will probably stand up and give them a round of applause, man. Because to me, that's more of an identity.
I think I agree with you there. So there you go. Those are your lunchtime confessions here on this Wednesday in the Loop on 95.7 The Fan. All right, coming up next. On Wednesday, we go into the court of Judge John Lopez, where I think that we need to litigate something that's happening in the college ranks. You know the big story. We'll talk about that and more next.
All right. And everybody's talking about the heat, right? Hey, it's pretty hot enough for you? Well, look, it can wear...
2. All guests on 95.7 The Fan join us on the Texas Mattress Makers Hotline. 95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Well, we got a hot one today. This isn't no. We got a hot one.
You mean just outside of the hot one?
No. In the court of the honorable me, we got a hot one today. This isn't like, hey, some minor infraction, misdemeanor charge. This is a hot one. This is NFL players returning to college football. And I do want to lay out a couple things for you guys before we start to litigate here. So the Big Ten announced, let's take it a step further back even. NFL players were allowed, because of a court injunction in Baton Rouge, to be able to go back to college. Lane Kiffin, being the turd that he is, it was kind of the...
I would say objection, but you're the judge.
I will cite you for contempt. But Lane Kiffin, being the turd that he is, kind of not only, and this is another report, not only accepted these players to come back to LSU or to come to LSU, but apparently was actually actively recruiting them to pursue this litigation in another court, not mine. So since then, the Big Ten pretty much announced they will not accept any players that were quote unquote professionals, and they had more. They put it in a different way than that.
Yeah, they went as far as it's all professionals, not just NFL. Because we've seen NBA players do this as well.
Right.
NFL, NBA, and WNBA.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The SEC then followed yesterday, or was it this morning? I think it was yesterday afternoon, saying pretty much the same thing. Not only if you ever played in the NFL or any professional football league, any professional men's or women's basketball league, if you have played on a professional team, been drafted by a professional team, et cetera, signed a contract, you cannot play in the SEC. And there is an update even today that I came across, and this was
that per Matt Norlander?
Matt Norlander relayed the story that was on CBS Sports that included in the SEC their punishments. For any program that tries to roster a player who previously signed a pro contract and or declared and didn't formally withdraw with the NFL, NBA, G League, or WNBA, these are the punishments that they are going to put out there for those who violate it. A half-season suspension for the head coaches, SEC voting privileges revoked on business matters for the school in violation of the rule, up to a 50% fine of that sport's annual operating budget, and the league retains the right to levy other penalties by Greg Sankey, who, of course, is the commissioner. This is wild, first of all. So the case I'm presenting, the case you guys are going to argue today is that, that this should happen. In essence, the way that we put it on here is the SEC is going to capably curb, by doing this, the SEC and Big Ten, they're going to be able to curb the returning pros problem by doing all these things. Would you say that they will, and it will, or they will not, Figgy?
Yes, Your Honor. I think they will, meaning they will. I think this is the right move, man. Mm-hmm. I think they had to do something because it was going to be the Wild Wild West with more players, undrafted players, just signing with teams, possibly playing in preseason games and then going right back to college. Mm-hmm. And I think they had to step in to do something like this. I'm guessing we'll probably see more conferences stepping in, doing the same thing. But I think it was going to get really out of hand. I didn't see not one person really down with this call, especially with the tight end.
Lane Kiffin.
Yeah, outside of him, outside of the actual doggone team that took this guy. But to me, I just felt like this was going to be a bad look. It was going to be a lot of weird stuff going on within sports. So I think it was right that they had to get a jump on this. And Lord knows how it would have looked in other sports. Mm-hmm. And you got basketball and WNBA, all of that stuff. It would have been a hot mess. So I think they had to do something. I don't know if this is going to fix everything, because, it's always some type of way where somebody beat the system. But I think right now they had to do something.
Mr. Atatula, I believe you don't think that this is going to actually curb the returning problem.
That is correct, Your Honor. And honestly, Figgy, what you're saying at the end, Bingo, right? Because what is worth noting is that what the SEC is doing here, they have not claimed that this is a new rule on the books. They have claimed that they are going to act on rules that are already there. Now, making sure that they affirm this, I think they took a vote amongst their member institutions. You want to know how many institutions voted in the affirmative for this?
I saw it.
All 16 institutions!
Including LSU.
So you mean
LSU
tell me,
voted to do this?
They're like, guys, we're going to make sure that this doesn't happen. Everybody's like, yeah, sure. It's like, wait, but y'all are the ones who are doing it, right? The question I have, because you were mentioning that Matt Norlander of CBS was pointing out the ways, the disciplinary, the disciplines rather, that the SEC is purporting that they will enact against their member institutions if they take this. What is going to stop the member institutions from doing the same thing against? Because what they're doing, because somebody asked, like, how does this make Lane a turd when he's acting within the rules? This isn't within the rules. What they're doing is they're going and having players sue for injunctions so that disciplinary action can't take place. And what you're saying is, we're going to stop y'all from doing that by having more disciplinary action. And you know what I imagine is going to happen?
Sure.
More suits for injunctions, right? Yeah. We're just going to end up more and more in this cycle of law red tape, legal red tape, because again, nobody buys in on the rules. And so I understand how we all want there to be something that's logical, something that feels like it is a set standard that we can all operate on. But I really and truly think that unless you have like something that is a larger collective bargaining agreement, I don't know that you can have it to where all of these institutions, all 100 and something plus member institutions in the NCAA are all going to act in the same accordance. And you're not going to have one or two institutions in the time where they feel like they can make it shake.
Yeah.
Just try and operate outside the balance to get themselves an advantage. Hell, in this offseason alone, we've had two member institutions try to do something funny with legal. I don't think they're just coming out and saying, well, we're going to punish you really bleeping hard.
Yeah.
In fact, I think that might, and I don't say this to mean like that the SEC is going to make it happen more, but I think that with the larger that the fines or whatever, not the fines, but the disciplinary actions are, the more incentivized they'll be to go to the judge and be like, we actually don't want this heavy-handed discipline to come on us, and let's see if we can step around this by getting a favorable judge to rule in our favor.
No, and they did that in Baton Rouge. Now, I will say this to your point, because there will be more lawsuits. All this is going to do is create more lawsuits. However, a court that was about the same level as mine, I think they call it the Supreme Court, said
all right, man. Okay.
said that even the Supreme Court ruled that while the NCAA may not have the power to be able to do this, and then they sided with the complainants on that one, that the conferences as sort of like their own entities, sort of guarding their own crops, so to speak, that it's much more difficult. Even the Supreme Court said it's much more difficult to make them do anything. Now, it doesn't mean they're not going to be more lawsuits and more people aren't going to be trying, but I do think if we're saying curb the returning pros problem, I do think it'll curb it. But I will say this, and this is just my opinion, if I'm the Pac-12, we got you. We got anybody who wants to play pro and come on. If you
That's
want,
an interesting thought.
If you want to like all of a sudden increase your profile and frankly your standing, if there's any of those guys over there that hey, Xavier Thomas or any of these guys that are, we'll take you. We'll take you over here.
Yeah, especially the places that don't have the immense amount of talent that is being hoarded now.
Right.
As all of the transfer portal moves talent up to the higher realms. Yeah, Texas is hoarding talent. Obviously, LSU, as you can tell, is hoarding talent. SEC, Big Ten are bringing in that talent. If you're one of these other conferences, maybe not the Big 12, maybe not the ACC, but as you mentioned, like the Pac-12, if you're trying to get a little bit of a talent to your league, do you then look up and go?
Because it's a conference thing.
Yeah,
it's not an NCAA thing, and that's why I mentioned. The Supreme Court said like it's a lot more difficult. Now they didn't say it was impossible. It's a lot more difficult to sort of make sure that they abide by the these rulings and all that other stuff. The other thing that I think is really interesting, by the way, long story short, I am going to side with Figgy on this one because I think the operative word there is curb. I think it is going to curb more of these players. It's not going to stop it by any stretch, and there's still going to be lawsuits.
It seemed like they're trying to scare the schools from going after these players. It's going to drive the players out.
It's a message, and I think that message is going to be heard by a lot of these players.
The big question I have, though, is remember, much like the NFL the SEC is a collection of member institutions.
Mhm.
And so you're going to fight with one of your member institutions in the same way? And are we certain that right now LSU doing it doesn't mean that at some point, I don't think Georgia would. Georgia's just general philosophy has been further away from transfer portal and more really just to
he said it again yesterday,
Yeah, that's just been there. They haven't done as much transfer portaling as the rest of the nation. They can because there's just such a rich talent bed in Georgia generally. But you mean to tell me that Florida doesn't find their way to maybe doing this at some point if it seems advantageous for them when it pops up? Ole Miss doesn't look up and go, actually, you know what? We might need that player.
But that's why I like this because, maybe Ole Miss is tempted, maybe Florida is tempted, but at the potential price of, first of all, you're going to have to hire a bunch of attorneys, which I know they have money for that, but your coach gets suspended for half the season. Because while you're litigating this, your coach is not coaching.
Well, that's the point of the injunction, baby. That's the point of the injunction.
Maybe, but voting privileges, and as they always like to say, follow the money. 50% of your operating budget, all these things can maybe be stopped with an injunction, but maybe it goes the other way, in some of these things.
Yeah, I just feel like we have seen how ruthless college football can be just generally. And I'm obviously narrowing this to college football, but this is the entirety of college sports. They can be very ruthless and narrow-minded in their goals. And in a particular year, if it is just we need to get this done and pulling out all the stops, I imagine that going to judges is one of those stops that they are willing to do. We've seen this in a lot of different areas for a lot of years, and I don't think that the SEC coming out and being like, you know what? We're putting out heavy sanctions on this. Yeah, when does that stop?
I do have another question. What does this do for – because keep in mind the two conferences that did this are the Big Ten and the SEC.
Yes.
Does this further push them to their own thing?
I think that's the more interesting thing.
Yeah.
The fact that the NCAA is not having this overarching kind of regulatory capabilities, which is what the NCAA is supposed to do. I think the SEC and the Big Ten got to be looking at it like, what do you do here? What do you actually do for us? Right? We schedule our own games. You're not putting anything together for this, and if you're not setting the parameters for how we operate as a
we can go do it ourselves.
We might as well do it.
You think they have a closed doors conversations?
I think they've had multiple.
Hey, y'all want to leave?
I think they've had multiple. I mean, it's been reported.
Hey, we can run this country, man.
And they are. and they are. No, I think that it is that's another thing where you got to tread lightly, because the SEC and Big Ten are just say, fine, we'll just do it ourselves.
All right, there you go. Little Judge John Lopez here on a Wednesday in the Loop on 95.7 The Fan. Coming up next, let's get to some NFL biggest movers because we've seen a lot of the preseason to this point, and obviously we're starting to get a feel for what the 2026 season will look like. Who's inclined to maybe improve the most and who's inclined to decline the most in the NFL in our estimations? Play along on the text line 713-572-4610. We'll do it next on The Fan.
All right, let's talk about it.
Online health questions required.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KIKK-FM, KIKK-AM Houston, your home for the Texans. Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. 95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yes, indeed. You are indeed in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. That's the OG John Lopez. I'm Reggie. What is wrong with you? Why are you like this? That's Figgy Fig breathing heavy into the mic for some reason.
That wasn't me.
Come on, dog.
Prove it.
Come on, now.
Prove it.
Come on now. Appreciate you rocking with us. Somebody said we need to start a drive to make September 25th Dolly Day, 9/25.
Hey, don't be surprised.
9/25. Okay. I could see that.
Right?
Wouldn't we just make it her birthday?
But she died on 8/25, huh? August 25th. I like the 9/25 Dolly Day.
It definitely should be a Dolly Day.
I mean, she's not worthy of like a national holiday or anything. Or is she?
That was John Lopez.
Is she?
I think she is.
That's a great American. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you know what? They have just great Americans, who have national holidays. Yeah. We need another day off.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
Actually, day off. I'll take it. I do not look gift horses in the mouth.
By the way, coming up next month, if they pass it real quick, 9/25.
Yeah, I have a feeling that one's not going to happen. Maybe we could get it for her birthday, which is January 19th. Maybe we can. But there's a lot of holidays in January.
Move over, Martin Luther King. It's Dolly Day.
It's Dolly Day. You can have them all.
I don't know if that one would go over the
you
way
can
that
have
you
them
want
all.
to.
Yeah.
How about another variety of honoring on the text line? Someone says, should Keelan Rutledge wear a captain's patch this year? I don't think so. However, it does feel like you're getting to that place, right? Because
why you don't think so?
Well, when you go captains, how many captains are you getting?
You're going to get usually one offense, one defense, and another on either offense or defense, and the special teams. So 4
of all the people on offense. It's Keelan Rutledge who given the patch.
Last rookies who have been captains for the Houston Texans: D'Amico Ryans. And
Will Anderson?
Not Will. Not.
Okay.
Will Anderson. Not JJ. I don't think JJ was as a rookie. And maybe I'll have to go back and search this, and I could be wrong. But I wouldn't mind it.
Yeah,
Nico probably is the answer.
I wouldn't have an issue
or CJ.
with it.
I thought CJ is the captain.
Yeah.
If not CJ, I feel like Dalton gets it before.
But keep in mind who the head coach is. He loves dudes like
he does. I think that's where it starts too, man.
And it's a team vote, but I think the head coach usually has a little bit of an influence on that.
Puts a little bit of a thumb on the scale there.
Yeah.
I can see it. That would be interesting as well. We'd see how that goes. But I mean, he's clearly operating as a leader. Like, do they have the leadership council? Am I remembering correctly? Yeah, man. I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up in that joint there. But also, you do also have Trent Brown. Like, you have guys that are.
Trent Brown don't want to be any captain.
But when you talk about like a leader, I think that
he's definitely a leader. Yeah.
All right. Let's talk about this because we haven't talked about the NFL at large really as much, and we're headed into a season, man. We're getting close to this weekend. Will give us the final preseason games, and then we'll be fully turning our attention to the 2026 season. But we still have the history. We still have the thought process of what we had in 25 headed in. And Bill Barnwell of ESPN put together a couple of lists of the teams that are most likely to improve and most likely to decline from 2025 to 2026. And so I wanted to do a little exercise. I want us to look at who we're thinking of, and then let's compare them to what Bill Barnwell has. Does that feel like something we could do?
I love games like this, and you know that. Yes.
Do you want to do this as a team, or do you want to do these individually and then see who's more right?
Well, I was going to I was going to give you my answers.
Okay, fine. You went ahead and did it by yourself.
I'm going to go ahead and.
This is great because I could just tell you how much I dislike your list.
But I'm saying we can all do that and see how it plays out.
Tell John Lopez how much you dislike his list on the text line 713-572-4610.
Well, that's kind of putting your thumb on the scale itself.
That's exactly what we're talking about.
Or just tell me how great it is. I'm going to go with the obvious answers first.
Sure.
I think the teams that fall, the obvious answers would be Patriots. We've seen that already in the offseason because of the schedule.
You think that's like the biggest decline, though?
I'm going to give you, what'd you say, 5?
Yeah, I mean, we don't have to get to that's a lot, but yeah,
I'll give you 3 on in AFC and NFC.
Okay, because I do think you're right. The Patriots do stand to take a step back, especially because their schedule last year was so easy,
right?
Comparatively,
I think Jaguars.
But I think they're still supposed to be good. Jags is an interesting one because I think that they're a similar level team, but they also had a pretty relatively easy schedule. So both of those teams feel like they fall in.
I think those are the easy ones to fall. I'm going to say Rising. I'm just going to give you a couple of the ones that I think are the obvious sense. I think Risers, the Lions.
I mean, I have one obvious riser that everybody gets mad at me for bringing
Cowboys.
up. Yeah, man.
No, that was my other pick. That was my other pick. Oh, and in the AFC, probably Chiefs. Risers.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I mean, if Patrick Mahomes is back, are we just talking about something else different entirely?
Yeah, so I would say those, and again, maybe not a complete list, but just the ones that I think just jump out at me.
I wonder how much perception impacts this with the Minnesota Vikings. You know, I've talked to you about my thought process here. The Minnesota Vikings, by some regards, like especially coverage, I was looking at, there's some coverage metrics that I was looking at, and yes, I know. But the Texans were...
I heard it myself.
The Texans were number one when it came to like EPA, I guess EPA not allowed, right? Defensively in coverage. The Vikings were too. The Vikings were just an incredible defense under Brian Flores and the scheme that he runs. It's still that damn good. The problem was their quarterback play was abysmal in what they were capable of doing. If Kyler Murray can be fine at football, which it does feel like he can, especially under the tutelage of KOC, I think that they have an opportunity, especially with the perception that they had, to have a large leap back up into some level of relevance. I'm not out here telling you that the Vikings will then win the NFC North. Although the NFC North does feel like a division where every single one of the teams could win it.
Yeah, they all feel good about it.
I think that could be a big riser as well.
Yeah, no, I think that's one. I just thought of another one that might
throw it out.
It might fall. Bucks. Buccaneers?
I think that's a fair point.
Yeah.
I think that's a fair point. It does feel like they might be near the end of their run. I'm trying to, what was their actual record last year? I'm trying to remember because that's also part of this. The Bucks ended up. I'm looking at preseason standings right now. Goodness gracious. But the Bucks ended up right in that. I mean, the NFC South was again one of those silly divisions where you're like, does anybody want to win this? Yeah, they ended up 8-9. So it feels a little difficult to go. Yeah, now this is going to be a 5 or 6 win team.
Yeah.
But I guess for our perception, I think that they could be a faller. You know?
Yeah, just from where you think they realistically are. In terms of risers, I think you have to also go on. I didn't mention this one, Bengals.
Yeah, I mean the Bengals just feel like a good answer to throw out here. All right, now do you feel good about kind of the names that we've thrown out here? We feel strong. All right, let's make sure that we have a top and a bottom for this. If we had to have the number one possible riser this year in the NFL, who are we looking at?
Number one?
Yeah.
Lions.
You're going with the Lions?
Yeah.
I'd probably go Cowboys. And if you go with number one
Cowboys
possible decline,
yeah.
Which one were you going?
Patriots.
You go Patriots.
And I actually like the Patriots, but I get the whole argument, and I think, a couple things go wrong there. You still have the Bills, doing, the other two teams are a disaster, but you still have the Bills in there, and their schedule's going to be tougher. So, yeah, I'd say probably the Patriots. Maybe the Jaguars.
All right, Fig. Which side do we go? Risers first or fallers first? As we examine this,
I say fallers.
All right, let's see the teams that we are hoping for their demise, John Lopez. All right, here we go. We start with the team that is set to possibly be the biggest faller here, and I guess he didn't put him in order. But he starts with the Chicago Bears, interestingly enough, and this is actually a fair point. I guess we should have thought about this. 11-6 last year. Plus 26 point differential, and they had the 10th. They have had it in the 10th toughest schedule by projection, but this is a high regression candidate, if no other reason than you kind of were really great in fourth quarters and comeback circumstances.
You had a lot of things go your way. You really did.
So yeah, this is it. This is they were unlucky in the previous 2 years. They got really, really lucky last year. What does a normalized luck profile for them do? Especially, again, in this NFC North where they've got 3 other good teams. I don't think that you could look at any of the teams in the NFC North and go, they're bad.
Yeah.
And they had a good amount of interceptions as well last year. Yeah, there's just so much luck that happens on this team. Plus, I think there's still a question of how good is Caleb Williams, right? He was clutch last year, But there was a lot of metrics in there that go, yeah, this actually isn't all that good yet.
He's getting a lot of love, man.
A lot of love.
Getting a lot of love. Who are the other fallers?
All right, another potential faller from our guy Bill Barnwell of ESPN. Interestingly enough, he has the Denver Broncos in here.
Okay, I can kind of see that.
What? Let me know why you think.
Well, how much are you investing in Bo Nix? The defense is still going to be good. In terms of other weapons, and they're going to be playing a tougher schedule too.
They will be playing a tougher schedule. Yeah. I'm curious as to what the new offensive coordinator situation, or the new play caller. Because remember, Sean Payton hands things over to Davis Webb, and I'm still leery of what the hell is happening there. Because Sean Payton is notoriously, I want to do all this. Yeah. So for him to willingly hand this over to Davis Webb, who was doing head coaching interviews, I wonder if this was like a something to keep him. I don't know exactly what's happening there, and I don't know exactly how comfortable it will be there. I mean, he has a big, long write-up on this about, you mentioned the defense should still be good. He says that he's not confident that this will be a top 5 unit. And it did feel like they did a lot more. Shout out to Nick Benito. I don't want to,
They were a big play team.
I don't want to, but they felt like a big play team. Plus, it felt like they got a lot of pressure in a way that I don't know. Vance Joseph does a great job. I do wonder if they'll be able to continue to get to that level. And I hadn't thought about. I really and truly had not thought about the Denver Broncos. They're a team that honestly they feel steady in my mind. So I'm curious about that. Jaguars do come in as one of the most likely to fall. Right? They were on a list last year as an improver, but they're heading into. They just didn't take away the football last year. And they only had 6 interceptions and 9 forced turnovers all of 2024. And
the other one, was there one more faller?
They were you want me to get the other ones? The Patriots are another one in here, and the Panthers, because the Panthers were 8-9, but
they looked at today.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe that helps.
Texans made them look like fallers.
So there you go. Yeah. The two teams that you threw in there, and obviously it makes sense. Like they were able to really overachieve on maybe a lesser schedule.
Yeah.
You go for the risers. Did you mention the Kansas City Chiefs?
I did.
They're on here.
Yeah.
And that's what you would expect, right? 12 months ago, the Chiefs were coming off of a 15-2 season. This time they're coming off of a 6-11 season. And they're not crazy different from where they were in either of those circumstances. They started the 2025 season with a 6-point loss to the Chargers. They lost by 3 to the Eagles. The Jags had a late charge. Are you getting what I'm setting up here? Like they had a lot.
Those were games they won the previous year.
Yeah, they had a lot of one-score wins the previous year. Again, how does that normalize as well? And then, of course, the very clear, you did not have Patrick Mahomes for a good little while within that. Although, have you seen some of the videos that we've seen out of Chiefs camp where it feels like Patrick Mahomes, even though he's out there doing stuff, you go, how ready is he?
Yeah, is he? And maybe you just see what you want to see, or you're trying to be skeptical or whatever. But I think just him being out there is obviously going to be the best sign they have.
Detroit Lions come in here.
Yeah.
Second easiest schedule projected this year as well. Plus, it feels like they're getting a little more solid when it comes to play call. Honestly, play calling offensively last year, I was going back and looking at some of the metrics there as well. Definitely, it wasn't as bad as it seemed.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, like they were still in. If memory serves me, they were top 7 offensively still in various metrics. But
they had a lot of bad luck too.
A lot of injuries was really the big thing. And so if they find any level of health especially on the defense, where you lost Jack Campbell, Aiden Hutchinson, DJ Reader at point. That opposite way. Those are the only guys that suited up for all 17 games. Campbell, Hutchinson, Reader, and then Derek Barnes as well. And then that's 4 guys out of a potential 11 that start for all, and that's just all the way across. So they get more luck injury-wise, and then they end up in an interesting place there. I could see that being the case. The Giants, interestingly enough, 4-13 last year.
Really?
Yes.
Dang.
I wouldn't have assumed that, but maybe this is just Brian Daboll was in that situation, just fighting for his job. And then they had the injuries to their backfield. This just feels like it's a more serious operation, all things together, with John Harbaugh. I just don't know how much of a riser they end up being.
That's the thing. I mean, how can you not respect what John Harbaugh can do? But how good are they? And their players are maniacs.
They are. I just feel like they're going to put themselves in a bad place. Yeah. Baltimore Ravens seems very evident. That was just a absolutely atrocious season for them injury-wise as well. if they're healthy, they're still a really good team. Plus, I think I'm buying into the Declan Doyle offense thing. I think I'm buying in. But
I haven't seen them at all. Really?
Right.
Yeah.
We haven't seen them. That's one of those teams early on in the season I will be tuning into their games. Not just the curiosity of an AFC team that is going to contend in that, or that can contend at that high level. I really do want to see what a first-time offensive play caller in Declan Doyle does. And there might be a hometown thought of that as well, as how does yet another first-time offensive play caller look like early on, and compare it to the guy that you had in-house. And then, interestingly enough, maybe because how much worse could it possibly get? The New York Jets come in here.
As a riser.
Yes, as a potential riser, in part because they have the 6th easiest schedule. And, buddy, their point differential last year was a -203.
And they also had 3 wins.
And they had a season where they just
5 wins would be.
Didn't get interception. They didn't get an interception last year.
That's right.
It just has to be better, doesn't it? For our guy Aaron, it just has to be better.
Oh my gosh, I completely forgot about that. That was one of the best at the end of the season. It was like every week, still didn't get an interception.
Still not there. Is the texter here right that we probably should have given a little bit more love to the Pittsburgh Steelers as a potential faller? They just feel like.
I mean, they did win the division. 10 wins.
Yeah.
I mean, what the head coach going to do?
Yeah.
Like, is he going to keep them afloat, or is he going to make them better?
Well, I don't know that he's going to make them worse ultimately. I don't think that there's a opening for him to make them significantly better.
I mean, the Jets as a riser, I guess.
There's just a lot of room to rise into when you're sitting that low on everything. All right, so our outlooks on the potential rises and fallers are written down. I'm going to keep notes of that, and we'll watch how that goes as the season
goes on.
Your guy
Tyler Shuck might be able to do something.
I actually don't think. I think that I'm holding on to the hate. I'm going to be honest. I'm holding on to the hate. If you're new to the program, last year during not this past draft, but the draft prior, Tyler Shuck out of Louisville. When he was drafted, I was like, I don't like him at all. I think I saw him be pretty poor in my estimation of Louisville. And he helped New Orleans look pretty good. You look at some of the advanced stats, pretty poor. Really a lot of short passing and stuff like that, where I imagine with the whole year of tape on him, I think the defense is going to be like, yeah, no, not again, big man. But we'll see. We'll see how that goes. It just points to the fact that we are very excited for the 2026 football season, especially because of the Houston Texans. You don't need them to be risers.
No,
They're
you do
already
not.
pretty high up there. All right, you're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. It's about that time we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, so we talked about the collab with Nike and the NFL with the rivalry uniforms and all that. We ain't talking about the other collab they got with Disney. So each team got a Disney character. So we're going to kind of go through which team got what.
Ooh, okay. I'm ready to hear this. Next.
Dana Brown is out as Astros GM. The Stros. 7 The Fan. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape. Presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers, the official personal injury law firm of the Houston Texans. On 95.7 The Fan.
Yes, it is the Mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on In the Loop 95.7 The Fan. Hurt in the accident? Don't face the insurance companies alone. Put the Sheriff Company or the Sheriff team in your corner. Visit callthesheriff.com today. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. So we've been talking about the Nike and NFL collab with the rivalry uniforms and all that stuff. And this one kind of
just 5 more days, Lopez.
Oh God.
Just 5 more days.
You go order that jersey.
Don't get me started.
We're gonna get you a nice rivalry uniform hat.
Well, thank you, but could
5 days. Don't
yesterday.
worry about it. It's about discipline, J-Lo.
Mm-hmm.
We're trying to teach you discipline.
Don't have a lot.
Hey, you've been waiting all this time. You can wait 5 more days.
That's right. Sounds like Christmas. Your parents talking to you at Christmas. You don't even get away from those presents.
So, the NFL also got a collab with Disney. I don't know if you guys saw this, but for those who don't know, the NFL Disney got a joint collab which includes Disney characters for each NFL team. So they were going through the different shirts and all that stuff, and every team has their own Disney character. So we're gonna go through all 32 teams. All right,
all 32.
This is gonna be good.
So this is audio courtesy of I guess a TikToker. She was kind of going through all the teams and the characters they got.
The Arizona Cardinals got Jafar and Lago. The Atlanta Falcons got the Millennium Falcon. The Baltimore Ravens got Maleficent and Diablo. The Buffalo Bills got the Beast. The Carolina Panthers got Bagheera. The Chicago Bears got Baloo. The Cincinnati Bengals got Shere Khan. The Cleveland Browns got Pluto. The Dallas Cowboys got Woody. The Denver Broncos got Maximus. The Detroit Lions got Simba. The Green Bay Packers got Chewbacca. The Houston Texans got Jesse. The Indianapolis Colts got Horace Horsecollar. The Jacksonville Jaguars got Pepita. The Kansas City Chiefs got the Big Bad Wolf. The Las Vegas Raiders got Darth Vader. The Los Angeles Chargers got Pegasus. The Los Angeles Rams got Sully. The Miami Dolphins got King Triton. The Minnesota Vikings got Thor. The New England Patriots got Captain America. The New Orleans Saints got Louie. My New York Giants got Wreck-It Ralph. The New York Jets got Buzz Lightyear. The Philadelphia Eagles got Dr. Doom. The Pittsburgh Steelers got Pete. The San Francisco 49ers got Stinky Pete. The Seattle Seahawks got the Seagulls. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers got Captain Hook. The Tennessee Titans got Thanos. And the Washington Commanders got Ham.
That's actually not bad. Most of them fit.
Some of these stink.
No, some of them.
Some of these matchups really stink.
Some of it was a hard find.
I ain't gonna lie. I wasn't a fan of the Houston Texans
Getting
with
Jesse.
Yeah.
Well, it feels like what they did was like, hey, let's get cowboy type characters, and they were like, well, clearly the Dallas Cowboys get first dibs. What do we have left over? Jesse, the other one. All right, and
they both play in the same state, so let's connect them together.
How did the Jets get Buzz Lightyear and Houston didn't get Buzz Lightyear?
I figured they got Buzz Lightyear because of the whole flying thing, jet fly and all that. But
And I
I'm
guess
like,
the
that would have been
Texans-
perfect for Houston.
But I
If you
guess
wanna-
they're trying to fit the. Well, I don't know, because I was at first I was
on
like,
the
they're-
national scale, I get it.
Yeah.
But from a local scale, I'm like, Buzz would have been perfect here.
No, Buzz would have been perfect. That would have been going to. What I'm saying is, that generally speaking, you could tell they tried to match them up pretty well. Some of them weren't good fits, and it was kind of a cheap shot on the Texans, I guess.
That's how I kind of took it.
Yeah.
But
how did the Packers get Chewbacca? How did we get here? What is that association?
Well, Packers got Chewbacca.
Yeah,
that's not one of the better fits. But like they did, I
thought
Baloo for the Bears. Remember? The Bears assisted, all that
Simba
stuff. Yeah.
for the Lions and all that stuff. I thought that was good. I will say the Marvel ones will probably clean up.
100%. Well, I mean, some of these other ones will clean up as well. Okay, I was wondering why Sully for the Rams, but literally they got his horns kind of prominently. I'm looking at some of the merchandise that they have here, and it makes a little bit more sense when you see the merchandise.
Darth Vader for the Raiders.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's
easy money.
That's
going to clean up.
Yeah,
that's easy money. And the Eagles one, I'm looking at it and I can't remember what that is. They got Dr. Doom, and that's cool as hell. Like I don't think it even fits as much. It's just the green, but it looks cool as hell.
Yeah.
Like there are some that I genuinely would buy just off of the strength of it without giving a damn about the team themselves.
Yeah. I'm mad Tennessee got Thanos.
Yeah.
I'm like, man.
Yeah, there's no reason for that to happen. Thanos is purple. This don't even make like that. Oh, I guess he is a Titan. That there, it's right there.
Yeah, no, that fits. But I thought they did a pretty good job with this.
I will say, if we're here to hate on the Titans, which I believe that we are,
of course,
I think that at least the design that I'm seeing kind of stinks. Like
Really?
Thanos is a really cool character for the Titans to have, but it really is the design I'm seeing is just Thanos' face in the various colors of blue, and then a script Titans underneath it. It doesn't have any real it doesn't have any pizzazz to it. So at the very least, they still do it stinky.
The Vikings with Thor, I thought that fit
was
perfectly.
good. What did the Dolphins have? It was not Spartacus. The Little Mermaid.
Mermaid.
Little Mermaid guy, King or whatever it was. I thought that was a good one.
Somebody said Ferdinand the Bull is in a Disney movie.
I actually looked that up, and it was just a Disney short, so I wouldn't put a lot. Well, Ferdinand was pretty popular, and it was a bull, so maybe.
All right.
Yeah. It's a mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on Interlude 95.7 The Fan. So a weatherman gets the case of the giggles.
Oh, you're going there.
Yep, I'm going here. Here is Inside Edition with this story about this weatherman who couldn't stop laughing while trying to give the people the weather.
The weatherman just can't stop laughing.
We gotta finish up this weather right now. I'm so sorry.
What is this?
That's him laughing.
Patrick Osborne loses it right in the middle of his live weather forecast, squealing with laughter.
70s, some low 80s, and spots on Monday. I can have this stuff on screen. I've never had this happen before.
He walks off camera, desperately trying to get it together, but he just can't stop.
Oh, jeez. All right, let me get it together real quick.
Okay, get it together.
I'm so sorry.
Finally, he begs the anchorman to save him.
Josh, please take it. What happened to professionalism, Patrick?
I caught up with Patrick Osborne today from his station in Bangor, Maine.
Is that his real laugh?
That's his real laugh.
I want to know what the prank was.
So the prank was something to do with Charlie Brown and the womp womp womp.
Yeah.
Turns out the meteorologist was playing the Charlie Brown womp womp sound effect to amuse his coworkers. And he couldn't shut it off.
I heard the Charlie Brown, that phone call sound on the speakers. And so I started giggling a little bit.
You truly could not stop laughing.
I'm so sorry.
When you watch the video back, do you still start laughing?
Part of me is, cringing a little bit. I didn't know my voice could go that high. I'm just happy that I was able to make people laugh, smile.
When the last time you laughed that hard over something?
Great question.
I can.
It's been a minute.
It's a great question. like uncontrollably just like that. Yeah. It's been a while. No doubt about it.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm judging. Lock in, man. That uncontrollable laughter to where you can't just get through this part of it. Yeah, that was rough.
That's the one thing that is actually fair. He's in Bangor, Maine, not a tiny market, but not a big market. And if he really has ambition, this is a bad look.
Hey man,
it's a bad look.
Like I get it, you can be laughing, but I think we've all been in that place where I just need to lock in right now.
No,
I need you to compose yourself a little.
I just seen news anchors that not laugh like that, but cracking up a lot, and they just power through the story.
Right.
Sometimes it be a wild story, and they just power through it. They giggle a little bit, but they power through it.
No, that's a good point.
He couldn't even give you the weather.
What
was he saying?
He couldn't talk.
He was squealing.
Yeah.
There was no talking there. He was squealing through it.
Yeah.
And then
would you
the whole prank was the entirety of the prank was womp.
Yeah.
That got you know what I think is happening here? And I will quote one Stephen A. Smith. Brother, stay off the weed.
You think?
That's
the type of giggle that was.
Yeah.
That was I am high off my ass.
That's some edible type of energy right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you had edible or something.
Yeah. It really is.
Laughing at something that's silly.
Yeah.
It's the mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on In the Loop. So, couple shout outs I got to give. I got to give a special shout out to one of my favorite spots, the deck on Fountain View. So they unfortunately had a bad situation happen to them, and they caught up with KHOU with this story.
A local bar is out an estimated $30,000 after its owner says a group of thieves broke in over the weekend. The act caught on camera. This happened at the deck on Fountain View near the Galleria early Sunday morning. Houston police say a group of men broke into the bar. The owner told us they took off with $7,000 worth of liquor and caused $10,000 worth of damage, and they took off with the safe. He's hoping someone out there recognizes them. What went through your mind when you realized just how much was taken?
I was very disappointed. I mean, this is a tough business, and we just try to keep it open for all of our employees. We've got 15 employees that depend on this job every single day.
Again, the owner is urging anyone that may recognize the suspects to give HPD a call.
Yeah, so I just want to give them a shout out, man. If you got some time, tomorrow is their wing night. They do wing night every Thursday. Show them some support, man. Like, I hate to see stuff like this happen, especially with smaller businesses.
And that's something of an institution over in that part of town. The deck has been there. I've done anyway. I know I did some college football remotes there back in the day.
They've been around for a minute.
They've been around.
Yeah.
Do you know at all if this is tied to? I saw Trendy Dumpling, which is not far from our studios, also had someone break in there. Like I do wonder if that is at all tied up, and you just got some rapscallions, some ruffians out here just messing with local institutions.
I mean, could be, but I mean, it is Houston.
But shout out to the deck on Fountain View, man. Some good people over there, man. My man Kenny, Kate, Tracy, all of them. They're some really good people. So support some locals, and stop by. Show us some love, man, because I think they need it. All right, a couple more things real quick. I ain't got time to play the big back intro right here.
There's always time,
but I'll play a little bit.
There's always time.
Big back.
All right, that's all I got.
Right. No,
that's all I got.
We got the point.
Yeah. I want to see how y'all feel about this. So Buffalo Wild Wings decided to try something new when it comes to their ranch dressing.
Oh no!
And I want to see what y'all feel about this.
Buffalo Wild Wings is launching dressing that can make the wings pop in your mouth.
Oh boy, customers can sprinkle the Poppin' Ranch sauce onto the wings or into the ranch dressing to add a little extra hint of ranch flavor and a snap of popping candy.
Is this like Pop Rocks? Well, each packet costs about $1, but surprisingly already sold out almost everywhere.
Would you guys try this?
No. I don't think so. No.
What?
No.
Even if they had it in blue cheese, would you try this?
No, I don't think so. I don't want it popping in my mouth.
Yo, that is not the sensation that I'm looking for eating wings.
Yes, exactly.
Like, who was eating wings and they were like, you know what? Not quite fun enough.
Mm-hmm.
I need to find out what the research and development process of this. Like, who brought this up? Who at Buffalo Wild Wings HQ was like, you know what I think is a good idea?
Yeah.
And I need to find everybody in the chain of command that was
wings, but they pop in your mouth.
That's wild. That you just don't believe in your product.
Do kids still eat Pop Rocks? Is that still a thing?
Yeah. Never was a fan even. Never was a fan.
I had it a couple times, but it wasn't like must. It wasn't go to.
Yeah, I didn't love them. I didn't love the feel.
Yeah.
So I definitely don't want that with my. Can you imagine trying to be a serious human
wing.
being? Like, let me dip this wing in a little rain.
It would be funny to give somebody that and they don't know that it pops in your mouth and they sitting there eating wings. I'm like, what the hell?
Plus, I don't know about y'all, but I know a lot of people like getting the really hot wings. What is that experience? Not only is it crazy hot, but it's also
How about
popping?
the hot stuff popping into your eye or something?
That's also, I hadn't even considered that.
Like, ow.
Because one of my favorite stories is the time I went and got wings with a group of my friends from college. One of my friends went to the restroom and he did not get the order right.
Right.
But he came back and he was squirming for the rest of the evening.
Oh man.
Because, he went to the urinal before washing his hands, which a reminder.
Yes.
If you're eating the
do
hot
that.
wings,
wash your hands first.
Urinal, wash your hands again. Like that's how it has to happen.
Hey, did you get the all the special treats for National Dog Day?
That's right. Damn it.
I didn't.
I got them right here. Got to help our listeners out.
Oh, you mean like you can pull up to the very like
Starbucks.
you can go get the pup cup?
Oh, the puppuccinos.
Starbucks free puppuccino.
Aren't those free anyway?
DQ pup cup.
Free.
Free Wag cup at Sonic. Cup for pup at Dunkin'. Free treats at Culver's. So yeah, go to your.
Man, I got an attitude with my damn dog, man.
What's wrong?
This dude was sitting there as I was watching the game. All I hear is.
Oh no!
I looked over and I saw he throw it. I'm like, hey, I just did a hey. He looked at me, got up, went upstairs.
Yeah,
I'm like, hey,
clean it up.
I'm like, hey, get back here, man. he took off. He didn't even look back.
Yeah,
went all the way upstairs.
Good for him.
I'm like, man, why would you do that, man?
Well, that's what you're here for.
He was establishing dominance.
He could at least stayed there and watched me clean it up.
For emotional support?
Yeah, he just took off, didn't even look back. I'm like, hey, come here. I ain't try to yell or anything. I'm like, hey, come here, boy. He took off.
He threw up, looked at you, was like, clean up this.
Ain't been downstairs since.
Hey, can you take care of that?
Did he have some of the Pop Rocks ranch? Is that what happened?
Mm-hmm. I hope not.
All right, there you go. Another fantastic edition of the mixtape here in the Loop on 95.7 The Fan. 1:20 p.m. every weekday on the program when you want to hear it. And if you see something mixtape worthy, hit our guy up on social media at @TheFiggyFig, and he'll shout you out. All right, coming up next, we'll get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive, and we'll do that next on The Fan.
The Texans offense has a new wide receiver. Former Patriots pass catcher Kayshon Boutte is headed.
Thank you, Figgy.
95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right, Mr. Big Voice Guy. You are indeed in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Much appreciation to all of you rocking with us, as you always do. Thank you for all your kindness, your ability to get involved. Also, great appreciation to JMA himself, Jonathan M. Alexander of the Houston Chronicle, for joining us at noon to talk about what happened out there at joint practice in Carolina, in Charlotte to be specific, in North Carolina, where the Texans just seemingly boomed on the Panthers. Like, it did seem like all indications were they demonstrated themselves and they proved themselves incredibly well. And it is fair what Jonathan said. Like, the Panthers aren't a bad team, mind you. They were right in there. They were right in there in that morass of teams in the NFC South. They were 8-9, and they definitely did better last year. I don't know that I
kind of had the Rams on the rope a little bit.
They did. They proved themselves, or at least they played a better brand of football last year to where they were respectable. And the Astros, the Texans came in today and made them pay. Like, Dave Canales sounded like somebody that
he was a beaten man. Speaking of beaten men, like Turturro.
Yes. You were just like, damn, man, this team might be really good. Excited for that. And obviously now I think this is the last like fully serious all-in day, at least, that we can consume. Right?
Yeah, I'll be interested to see.
Context.
And man, I really wish I could have seen today's practice, but of course we're here.
Are we now?
But we've been able to watch them a lot.
You should have went then, man.
We've been able to watch them a lot. But it sounds like this was just ass whooping, like just flat out.
Yeah.
Now would have loved to have seen it.
The negative side of it was that Ali Gay, one of your depth edge rushers, and Braden Smith, your acquisition at right tackle, both carted off oddly enough at the same time, even though they were on different fields. All we have gotten, at least to this point, is that Braden Smith, it seems to be a foot injury. Don't even know what the Ali Gay portion of this is, but I imagine tomorrow we get a little bit more insight as to what degree that shows up. There was something else that I noted from kind of the dispatches from camp that I wanted to talk to you about, J-Lo, here. And it's, again, the way that Lewis Bond is being utilized, because Lewis Bond, you think of him coming in as a slot receiver. He's played at Boston College, and he played under Bill O'Brien. So there's that familiarity with the system that I think makes it intriguing that he's going to come in and be able to understand what's happening rather soon. So there's not as much of a learning curve for him to jump in. That's understood. But as a slot receiver, you kind of expect him to do certain things. Option routes, sit down, hitches, maybe ends, things like that. And I made mention of this relatively early on, not to pat myself on the back too much, but I'm like, damn, they're really having him do more vertical type routes than I would have anticipated.
Yeah.
And I don't know exactly how this happened, so I want to be very careful about it. But Jonathan Alexander, in giving some of his, breakdown of what's happening out there, mentioned that C.J. Stroud threw a 25-yard touchdown pass to Lewis Bond. To be fair,
could have been a 5-yard in the air throw.
Correct. It could have been 5 air yards and then Lewis Bond doing a whole bunch of yak, which honestly, cool
Good
as
with
well.
That too, yeah.
Cool with that as well.
Yeah.
But that feels a little bit like, again, we getting him downfield. And he is so fascinating to me, John, Lewis Bond, in a way that I did not anticipate. I know that there was people that were really high on him, and now rightfully so to you guys. Kudos to you. But I think of the non-starters on this team, particularly offensively for me, he might be the most fascinating to me.
It's interesting to me that there, and this happens at a lot of camps, but there are always players that you don't really necessarily say, flash big time or, steal the headlines, or from day one they stand out, a la Keelan Rutledge, a la Jaden Higgins before the injury. But there are always guys that just kind of hang around making plays here and there. And that's what Lewis Bond is. He's just been kind of hanging around. Maybe a couple of days you don't really notice too much, and then all of a sudden, a couple of days he's making plays. Did it again today with that play that you just described. It is, you're right. Nobody, said, hey, watch that Lewis Bond guy. I mean, yeah, they drafted him, and he's a 6th-round pick, something like that.
Yeah, 6th round out of Boston College.
And
5'11", 190.
Well, and that's part of the reason. You think, okay, very defined role. We all actually somewhat expected Tank Dell to be more involved by this time, and that's where we thought he might end up being. Jalen Noel, of course. But he just keeps hanging around, and that's the intriguing part. And I'm guessing we will see him. The starters are not going to play. If you missed that earlier, both coaches, Canales and D'Amico, said that the starters are not going to play. And this goes back to your first point when we started this segment, kind of our last look. Now, there still are going to be, I'm sure, some serious 11-on-11, segments that they're going to have during practice, but nothing like this or a preseason game. So the kind of the last look we had, I think we will see Lewis Bond, and he's one, especially given the opportunity in front. I mean, what do you alls ask for? Just give me a chance. It looks like he's making the most of it.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that's curious is if he's going to have opportunities to do kind of these vertical things, I know that he has the capability of doing kind of the more traditional slot things, I guess, for lack of a better way of saying it. I think that also feeds into the idea, assuming that all of that is correct, more of that versatility and moving guys around. It's something that D'Amico Ryans kind of gave Jalen Noel praise for. And when you add that, obviously what you were talking about with Tank Dell not being a part of this, like these are all reasons why I'm very fascinated about him, and I'm intrigued about him also going into this third preseason game. Is there anybody who is a non-starter that has that kind of same fascination for you?
Yes. That's exactly what I was going to ask you. These players that we've seen and all the time we've been out there and, of course, following this team every day that are just kind of hanging around and you kind of go, I wonder. Because Aiden Fisher is that guy for me.
Really?
Just kind of hanging around.
I don't know if you're going to be as impressed as I am.
I don't even know if he's going to, make the 53. I don't think he probably will if you had to bet on it. But he just kind of hangs around just like Lewis Bond, just sort of making plays here and there, enough to at least make you, take a step back and go, I wonder if there's anything there.
Well, if that was the case, don't you think he would have taken a step forward, at least in the way that they deployed him?
With the linebackers now?
Yeah, man.
And he may have been out there more.
I mean, Marte Mapu got released this week.
We weren't there today, so he may have gotten more reps, maybe just didn't get his name mentioned.
I hear
much.
you.
Yeah.
But they had Marte Mapu in there, and he got waived this week, and he was probably the first man, on that first lineup with Wade Woodaz when they were rolling guys out there in circumstances where it wasn't Azeez and Henry To'oTo'o. And I mean, I'm talking about KC Osai getting burned before Aiden Fisher at time. And so maybe this is a little too negative on the late round draft pick and a dude who has won a national championship at Indiana. I just feel like, man, if this was something where it was notable, I feel like we would have seen him operating or at least utilized more prominently in some of these features, some of these opportunities.
But he's just made plays in the games, which, again, doesn't really matter if you're the third teamer, ultimately on the roster. But there are guys, like I said, Lewis Bond's one, Aiden Fisher's one. I'll tell you another one that's just kind of hanging around. And, again, don't even know where he's going to stand ultimately on the 53. But Elijah Huzzie has just
glad you mentioned
just kind of been hanging around, making plays here and there in the games, in scrimmages, in the joint practices. There's a good group of players where you kind of go, well, let's see how that plays out.
You know what's funny to me about the Elijah Huzzie thing is he sits at least on the depth chart, but it feels like in practice as well as Jalen Petre's backup. Remember that was one of those questions that we asked in the offseason where we're like, all right, who steps in? And it feels like they're getting more and more comfortable with him. I also am seeing more and more of kind of not exactly the Jalen Petre physicality. That's a lot to ask.
Yeah.
But I'm seeing more and more of that show up as he does more and more of the role. Like, he serves as a curiosity to me for me as well. And I'm enjoying watching him play more so than I thought I would at that previous time. I guess it makes sense that the Texans were so high on him and excited about him, and he's proven them wrong, right, at least to that point.
Yeah.
I should, what I just realized? Did not ask about the running back core when we talked to Jonathan Alexander, because that is one of those things that'll be interesting going into Friday.
Yeah.
As well. But appreciation of D&M Auto Leasing for the opportunity to crosstalk, and a reminder that you're listening to KIKK-FM, KIKK-AM Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station as we welcome in the fellas of the drive. It's Clint. It's Ron. Fellas, how you living?
Living good, man. That's why I'm telling you, man, I thank God for you guys.
For us?
For us?
I really do. For a lot of reasons.
Well,
I feel this feels like a setup, man.
Yeah, it does.
I don't trust this man.
First of all, y'all good people.
Absolutely is a setup, but appreciate
that.
Y'all good people.
I'm just waiting for the butt. I'm waiting for the butt or the however.
Well, I think we and our listeners really need you. I understand my strengths and weaknesses.
Thank you again.
And one of my weaknesses is I can't watch Huzzie. I can't watch none of them. Some of them guys that y'all just named, I ain't watched them a snap.
Really?
But you've seen him make a play. You had to have watched that.
Yeah, man. I ain't got a lot of Huzzie snaps. Who's the guy? The Fisher,
Aiden Fisher.
Linebacker?
Yeah.
I've had some people call me and tell me about him.
And the other one was Lewis Bond. We're talking about.
I've seen Lou Bond.
Yeah.
But
are we calling him Lou?
Yeah,
like Alcindor?
I call him Lou Bond.
One of my favorite things that show does is name everyone He calls by their first name.
The names are good too. I do appreciate that about it.
But I'm serious. They like we need some diversity on this thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm more of a frontline backups guy.
No, I get it, but that was kind of
hard. But like when Reggie says like I am really interested in seeing some more snaps. Like Reggie's serious.
Yeah,
I need to see my first ones. Like I'm more into.
I'm looking
gonna,
for
like
a snap.
Like listen, like hey, Huzzy's gonna enter the chat for me when I need him to.
Yeah.
Just like Miles Bryant did last year. I didn't have a lot of Miles Bryant until I needed to watch Miles Bryant.
Hey, fair enough. Like I ain't mad at you because that is my.
That's me. But I'm glad we got some diversity in here that brings that to the table.
It was a little bit of a backhanded compliment, but I'll take it.
It's not. I meant that.
I know you did.
Heart.
Yeah,
I'm gonna tell you what it was.
Good. He means.
I meant that.
He means.
He does.
He can't help it. He
means well.
He can't help it. He really does mean.
Bless his heart.
I know where both of y'all are coming from. I'll put it like that.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Clint's gonna bang out Toledo in the middle of the week. I ain't got it.
Hey, I tell you,
and it's not because I got kids.
You picked the wrong one though, because old Huzzy's had a couple interceptions, and more importantly, he takes. You remember my old Uncle Adrian, man? He show up at the live broadcast. Yeah. He passed away. Rest in peace.
Rest in peace,
Uncle A.
One of Jim Brown's good buddies.
Yeah. Cleveland. He moved to Cleveland. Big in Pepsi Cola back in the day. Is that a thing? He used to call them Huzzy's boys.
Oh, okay.
Hey, that old Huzzy. I mean, it would. Hey, just right dead in the middle of a conversation, boy. You'd be talking about somebody, and if he disapproved of that individual and she was female, that old Huzzy. I mean, it was, and that was. He wanted to say like nowadays we say you old dirty. Nah, that was about as filthy as he could get with that. You Huzzy.
It wasn't heifer. It was.
Oh, heifer was more of a term of endearment. Huzzy was like she ain't no good. Heifer was.
My mother-in-law called them tarts.
Tarts, huh?
She's just a tart.
Yeah, that one that doesn't sit well with me. Maybe it's the hard of the T, like that hard end. I don't like. I didn't feel good in my spirit.
I guess I come across a couple tart ones in my time. But old Huzzy, every time I see Huzzy or I hear somebody say Huzzy, I think of Uncle Adrian referring to one of them old broads. He wasn't numbered old Huzzy.
Yeah.
I mean it, man.
So if I asked you, because how this came about was Lewis Bond had a 25-yard touchdown. I didn't see it, so I don't know exactly how it happened. But I think you guys have seen they've used him on more vertical type stuff than I would have anticipated for a guy that's coming out as a slot.
I heard y'all talking about that maybe last week.
Yeah, it's just a weird thing. So he's become one of the non-starters that's kind of just fascinates me for that reason in particular. Where I go, they're not using him how I would expect him to use. So what do they know that I don't? So
it kind of turned into like players that are just kind of hanging around, and that's why I mentioned Aiden Fisher and Elijah Huzzy.
Now we done got you mixed up. You're gonna start calling him a Hussy out here, and that's not what we want. But yeah,
guys that are just sort of like, well, maybe not.
Are there any other
stuff? They're hanging around.
Are there any non-starters dudes that we do not anticipate starting that you just fascinated by, interested in to anything of that degree?
I mean, the obvious one for me is Jarrett Wayne, who now is obviously I'll probably have him in the category of having to maybe not start but play. From a fascinating, most of the fascinating depth for me is more about if those guys end up getting used more than just like Justin Watson. Like every time you have a conversation about the Higgins thing, the size and the ability to block on the backside of runs and stuff like that. You know, they talk about Watson. Oh, Watson! I heard somebody who was y'all? Somebody brought up Watson's three Super Bowls in Kansas City, and I thought, well, it was definitely it was a different John.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it was like that kind of thing is why the depth interests me. You know, is with the Higgins injury, do you see some of the bigger bodied receivers, whether it be Jarrett Wayne or Justin Watson, or do they get more run than expected? Are they higher in the pecking order than the others? That's kind of how the depth comes across my radar.
Fair enough. Cade McDonald, does that count?
I think it does.
That does not count.
He's not starting. That's what
he isn't starting.
That does not count.
He intrigues me.
That's a show.
Don't listen to John. Don't listen to John. Don't listen to John.
No,
I appreciate it.
I brought this up kind of in passing because he said the name. I'd written it down and I meant to talk about it. Like Reed Blankenship's not going to play Friday, right?
No,
he shouldn't. But he played last week.
Shoot, he played till halftime.
He played. None of the other starters.
I mean, half of
Reed was
the
out there.
media, half of the press box had already gone home, and Reed was still in the field.
He was still out there.
Yeah.
I said, "Boy, what's
I ain't
going on
kidding
here?"
They were half the seat, at least half the seats were empty.
I'm like, "What's going on?"
Hell, half the defense is gone.
Reed still in the field. Yeah, right.
Going home, man. They didn't even have on pads. Reed was the only one that you look at the depth chart. I don't think he will. But
token.
I mean, so they
token.
just that's
they
what,
left old token.
Is that what he has to do?
Milk check. Milk check out there.
That's it, man. They milk checking my boy, man.
That's the business.
Tony, he is the one white guy in the starting
there ain't no
line.
doubt. Boy, still got like a sore thumb.
They got Jake Hansen in here as a starter right now, but we know that's not the case.
Look like your boy on that Baytown League basketball team back in the day.
And what's tough is you go around there and you go, "Hey, man, milk check the one with the ring." You know what I mean? Like, he's the one with the bona fides out here.
Y'all brought me in here to play the halftime when everybody else sitting out there, sitting on the side.
I was surprised. I mean, like Aziz, they didn't have on pads.
No.
They never even stepped out.
Mm-hmm.
My man's in the second quarter getting snaps.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I believe he's a free agent. He's all right with it.
Yeah, oh yeah.
He enjoys hitting and all that. I just wonder how much of that is.
No, he knows where he came from.
I'm say you enjoy hitting.
8th rounder, as he likes to call it.
Yeah. I don't think Reed looks in the mirror and goes, "Yeah, y'all better treat me like a Pro Bowler." I think he looks in the mirror and says, "Well, boys, I've done a lot with this. Good Lord, you blessed me with a little bit. I have exceeded expectations. Good Lord."
He is a lunch pail and shovel guy.
Yeah.
I guess.
No doubt.
I don't know.
Communicator.
You look out there and you see Will ain't out here. Hell, Tommy ain't out here.
Mm-hmm.
Sheldon ain't out here. Deal ain't out here. Aziz ain't got on pads.
I love that you do.
Hank,
you gonna go down all 10 of them?
Yeah.
None of them out here.
We calling him Hank. I like that. He's not Henry no more. That's
I'm
Hank.
out here communicating with Wade Woodass.
I got to tell these young
guys
pups where to go, man.
On the bench.
Got to bring these D'Amico ass.
Maybe he did. Maybe he requested to get
D'Amico likes players that put the team first. That they like to help others. He likes veterans that bring.
Will wanted to get out there too, but he didn't put his ass out there.
The hell you are.
I bet he won't be out there this week. Reed got traded.
Yeah.
They got to be down. So, I guess they do like a couple of young guys.
I just didn't know that Evan Brown was going to be the one that got less time in the preseason games than Reed Blankenship. That free agent, I didn't catch that.
Shoot, if you counting snaps, some of them second team linemen got fewer.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's going to be on my mind all
I'm like,
no,
man,
you're right.
I know Ramsey was playing well. Had a pick, and maybe they're into it.
And Jalen Reed was still on the roster at that point.
Reed, I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Am I supposed to read something into this?
I sure hope not.
There's 11 starters.
Mm-hmm.
10 weren't dressed. 1 played into the second quarter.
Yeah.
I heard. This ain't a gang. Is that how he got beat in? Like I don't.
You got to earn your stripes by playing against the Raiders.
You got to play in the preseason game.
We're paying you. You playing?
Man, yeah.
All right, fellas. Excited for what you got on a Wednesday show. J-Lo, catch you tomorrow for a Thursday.
Of course.
Until then, we appreciate DNM All Lisa for the crosstalk. But right now, with Clint, Ron, and T-Mill, the drive is live.
Okay, we're coming. We're
All
coming
right,
around. We're coming
that's
around.
right. The drive is live, and you hear and see us if you're on YouTube and Twitch. Clint Stoerner, Tyler Milner in the building. Those of you on the text line, we see you rolling through here, 713-572-4610. You can jump in and be a part of the show. A lot to get to today. Do you want to be kicked in the nuts, or do you want the good news?
Well, I mean, that's easy. I would prefer the good news. I don't want to get kicked in.
You don't want to get
cause,
so we'll save you from getting kicked.
No. Give me the good news, man. Let's go. I typically like to get the bad stuff out of the way, but since you phrased it like that, I'm
just checking. All right, D'Amico today, in terms of the joint practice, this feels like D'Amico just said earlier today that the starters will not play. So we'll see, Reed. The starters will not play against the Panthers. All right, now if Reed Blankenship, if number 6 waltzes out there on Friday, now we got to have something to talk about. But he said they won't play. So this is the last time they will get run against somebody else in a game-like scenario. This is probably the last time they'll do something pretty much in a game-like scenario. They're not going to the ground or anything in practice leading up to the Buffalo game. But this was D'Amico's thoughts on the practice today in the joint practice against the Panthers.
Hey, today was a really, really great day. Thought we got great competitive work versus the Panthers. They showed up, very gracious hosts. Thankful for them having us. I like the way our guys showed up from start to finish today. We executed really well. Guys played physical, and it was a productive practice on both sides. Like, both teams came in with the right mindset. Appreciate Dave for how he handled it. Really great operation. Practice was ran efficiently, and we got a lot of productive work. So it's exactly what we wanted.
All right, there's D'Amico expressing getting better, good work in. And, Clint, when you look at all the reports, obviously we weren't there.
Gracious host. Yeah, nothing like if somebody inviting you over into their home and just letting you kick the hell out of them.
They went in there and as Chris Broussard would say, put their feet up on the furniture, went up there and made themselves a sandwich, got them something to drink.
Told Mom to get them some tea.
Went in there. They made Cam put on a Texans jersey when they got in there. No, they apparently, but what we read, Clinton Tyler, the Texans went in there and just beat the brakes off of them on both sides of the ball. According to reports, this from Aaron Wilson, Clint, that defensively, the Texans' defensive line just dominated the Panthers' offense. Danielle Hunter had at least 4, maybe 5 sacks himself. Will Anderson was in the backfield the entire way. It was out of hand. And then Kalen Bullock, a guy we've talked about, a guy that I said that outside of Will and Danielle and Derek Stingley, he's probably the one that has a chance to be an all-pro at his position going into this upcoming season. He had 2 interceptions of Bryce Young during team periods today. So they just absolutely did what we think this defense would do to most teams. Now, this is a team that made the playoffs last year, but they absolutely dominated them according to all reports.
Yeah, and this is, I go back to, again, Foster Moreau speaking a couple of days ago, and I thought he laid it out beautifully with our defense, with the Texans' defenses. This is not just a good defense. I mean, this is a defense that if you go out there and if you don't, the base floor is you've got to match the intensity. If you don't match the intensity, it is like a tidal wave and you have no chance. Right? It's like a tsunami. You have no chance. And that is ultimately what it sounds like the Texans did to Carolina today. And I'll be honest with you, probably what the Texans are going to do to, I don't know how many teams are on their schedule that are just
teams like that.
Kind of middle of the pack to bottom of the barrel. Those teams are just going to get overwhelmed by this defense. And It's going to be fun to watch on our end, but it's going to be one of those where it's just you feel for the opponent because they have no chance. And so, look, anytime the opponent's head coach starts with, "Boy, we just got dominated today," that's you know you would have handled your business.
Speaking of that, there are times, Clint, where we go out and watch camp practice, and we come away with different thoughts than some other people do and some other things that are reported.
Yeah.
But when the head coach of the other team comes out and says basically, man, they came in here and just whipped our ass, then there's no really disputing it. If you Dave Canales, the head coach of the Panthers, right? Good young coach. They got to the playoffs last year. This is a team that has expectations. I mean, not Texans expectations, but they have expectations in that division. This is what he had to say about practice.
It was pretty lopsided today, I'll be honest. I would say that in general, over camp, I'm very excited about where we're at as an offense in our scheme, the variation of the run game, the actions tied into that, the drop back pass game, Bryce's rhythm with a lot of our guys with T-Mac. Xavier hasn't been out there, but with Jalen, just finding different ways to get completions. And also, I've been really encouraged by that. Today did not show that. Today there was a couple of flashes of some nice throws and catches, but that was a good group today. So again, I try not to just take it all in a microcosm, but if we want to be good, we have to be able to play against teams like this.
Dave's not an a-hole.
No, that was good. That's how you do it right there.
When someone, Tyler, says to be honest after a statement, they mean it. Like today was lopsided, to be honest with you. Like
Yeah.
they mean.
And then he went back over the last 2 weeks of camp and said, "Hey, we've done some good things, but that was not obvious today." So, yeah, man, that's what you hope you come away with when when it's the last real action that your starters are going to get before you start prepping for Buffalo Week 1. This is exactly what you want. You want a defense that was overwhelming. You want a defense that was dominating, and then you want an offense that went out there and was efficient. A quarterback that was pinpoint. A quarterback that communicated well. An offense that communicated well. And I think the Texans, I think they got exactly what they wanted out of this joint practice. Now, again, I hate how little all NFL teams are actually practicing before the first game. I hate it. I mean, I would pull the Tom Brady and have secret practices just to have the advantage in week 1.
I don't think you can do that.
Well, Tom did during COVID. Tom damn sure did. If it's player organized, you damn sure can. I think. I think Tom did it, but that don't make it legal. But if you look at just what's legal, I guess, and what's they do in 2026, you look at both drives that the first team had. One was with Davis Mills and just the first team offensive line. Then one of them was the entire first unit minus 3 guys, Dalton Schultz, David Montgomery, and Nico Collins. Both of them. One was 11 plays, 75-yard touchdown. One of them was 10 plays, 69 yards, and a touchdown. And so that's your action in preseason games. And then, I think today sums it all up with an overall team effort that was pretty impressive.
Yeah, Frank said, sounds like the Texans defense suffocated the Panthers offense. Yeah, the coach said anytime we dropped back the pass, we just couldn't do anything. Yeah. I mean, that's probably what a lot of teams are going to see. Also, on the other side, C.J. Stroud reported to have a sharp day. Hit Nico Collins a couple of times. Touchdown to Jalen Noel. That is a good sign to see. Him and team, touchdown to Marlon Klein, the rookie as well. They seem to have success and get the better of the Panthers defense.
Again, I know there's a lot of people that'll minimize it. I think it's a mistake if you do. Right now, we've gone through the bulk of camp that's going to be at least competitive for your ones. Like, you've gone through the bulk of camp. You're not going to see much, if anything else, right, moving forward. The fact that C.J. Stroud navigated this thing and there was never a day where it was just – really, there never was really a bad day. There was a day where there was an interception here, an interception there. There was a day when, sure, the pocket collapsed around the quarterback and – but there never appeared to be a day where it was just a real stinker for C.J. Stroud and to kind of awake the critics, if you will, about how the season ended last year. I just personally believe that was a fragile window for C.J. Stroud, right? And for him to navigate this whole thing and not have any hiccups along the way. And in fact, you can argue the chemistry that he was building with Higgins, right? The chemistry that he's building with Marlon Klein, what we've seen him do with Jarrett Wayne. Now you kind of throw the Higgins wrinkle in there. Now all of a sudden you got Jalen Noel coming back, and apparently that is bearing some fruit over the last couple of days. And now you got Boutte. Like to navigate that whole process and never have really a hiccup to where anybody can really zone in on a turnover issue or holding the ball too long issue, I think is a really positive experience for really the whole offense, for being honest. I mean, D'Amico down, everybody was tuned into how's he going to react, what's this offense going to look like, what is the 2026-27
well, especially in the big moments. Like, the big moments have been the preseason game that he played.
Yep, really good.
Which he did. You gave him an A.
Mm-hmm.
When we talked about
A+. Yep.
We talked about everything he did, running the offense, making the plays when he needed to. Against the Raiders the first time, I think he had a pretty good performance there as well, showed up pretty good there. And then this joint practice, like and then to go with what you're saying, the everyday of just this is far better than it was last year, obviously.
Yes.
Far better, and a lot of other things around him far better than it was last year. Like, not experiencing what Bryce Young probably experienced today.
Yeah. Let me look. You heard Bryce Young You heard what happened to him today. I don't know if he talked to the media. If I was a coach, I'd probably ask him not to. But last week, you got Kirk Cousins talking about don't hit my arm. You can hit anything you want, but don't hit me. Like it is extremely frustrating to the opposing quarterback. It seems like this year. Now, I don't know if it's by design. I don't know if D'Amico called the dogs off when they were doing one-on-ones or if Nick Caley and CJ have caught up. I have no idea how they got there. But the fact that this camp was not one where we're talking about, man, this is criminal. Last year, I remember talking about, man, this is criminal, man. You're just going out there and ending every practice with just collapsing the pocket around C.J. Stroud and Nick Caley and expecting them to install an offense. What the hell are we doing, right? This year, it didn't seem like that I saw. Maybe there were moments, maybe flashes, but it didn't seem like there were many, if any, of those types of practices. So that is a huge positive coming out of camp.
And with the offense, CJ, same thing with Nick Caley. Nick Caley is looking a lot more comfortable as well. I see you on the text line with that also. Coming up, the Astros did what they needed to do. Huge win in New York.
Fun watch, wasn't it, T?
I mean, yeah, if you we talked about yesterday, are you invested? You still invested? Hell, last night they might have brought you back. As Clint said, they'll do that to you.
I was there.
They'll bring you back.
I was there.
Big comeback win. We'll look at it. And also some potential news of someone you should look out for by one of the best reporters in baseball to replace Dana Brown. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, look, if you dabble in the real estate.
Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
I got a message for those Yankee turds.
95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Patch those things up the best they can. There we go. Yiner, have a night.
Yiner, 2 home runs and now an RBI single. Another 2-out run for the Astros. Yiner into second.
And hustling.
Safely with an RBI double. What a night for Yiner Diaz. 10 total bases and another 2-out RBI.
I don't like how Ty just assumed that was going to be a single with Yiner. Maybe he doesn't listen to the lineups where I tell you he doesn't run like a catcher. You don't
and let's be honest, he's probably got an unhealthy level of confidence in his speed.
He should be. Look at him. He got in there.
Get your ass to first base. Good job, bud. I love it. I love it, man. Big night for Yiner.
Now, clearly he doesn't catch like one either. But, yeah, big night for Yiner as they get that dub. They were down. They had to fight back a few times in that game. Ethan Petco, his first road start at Yankee Stadium. I mean, I guess it was, 5 earned runs and 4 innings. It's not. It's not good. I mean, for the Astros, hell, you may take it from some of these guys with their starters they get, but it results in a 9-7 win. And with the Rangers' loss in Chicago, or to Chicago, they now reclaim the lead in the American League West and are at 66-66 right now, in first place in the West again, as they got 2 more with the Yankees. But Clint, we could talk, and I want to talk about Yiner at some point today.
That was a hell of a random Tuesday night ball game, man.
Yeah, it was. It was a great game. They kept coming back. I want to talk about Yiner. Yiner had a big night down there. Cam Smith, I see you with that triple. Son almost fell down 3 times coming around the bases. I don't know if you saw Cam running around on that triple. He runs like, God bless him, he runs like my son Nicholas. Nicholas runs on his toes. Cam, if you are watching it, Cam almost stumbled around second. He almost stumbled coming around between first and second, but he got there. I like the emotion from Cam. But Clint, this game was about what is going to be needed for this team to get where they want to get to. Yes, Yiner Diaz had a big night, but Clint, the top 4 of Pena, Jordan, Paredes, and Altuve were on base 10 times and had 8 of the 14 hits, including a home run, a huge clutch homer to tie the game by Pena, and then Pena getting a base knock with 1 out, and like in the playoffs, hey, man, you're a bloop and a blast away. Well, they get a single with 2 outs, and then Jordan comes up, and they got a pitch to him, and this joker hits a triple, and he gets in there easy as well. So they got a homer, a triple, Paredes, big moments. He got a couple of walks, multiple hits from Altuve. That front 4 right there, I don't mean football, but those guys up there, that's what it's going to be. They're going to need them to really perform, and I think that's a big reason why they got to the 9. Yeah,
and I think the 2 with the most pressure are the obviously the most important. I think Paredes and Altuve, we know what we're going to get. The reality of it is your leadoff hitter and your 2-hole hitter have to be better than we know they are, right? I mean, we obviously know those 2 are really good players, but like in order for this team to scare anybody, right, from a playoff perspective anyway, and hell, in this run of games that they're playing right now, the only way they're going to even scare anybody is Jeremy Pena has to be over and above, the really good shortstop that we've seen him be. Like, he's got to be hot, right? And Yordan Alvarez has to continue to swing the bat at a Triple Crown level, kind of Yordan. Not just a great hitter and having a good year, but like at that level of just super clutch, hitting for average, hitting for power, hitting in clutch moments to get RBIs. Like those 2 guys, you're right. Paredes and Altuve have to be really have to be.
They got to be something
piece.
behind them.
Well, they got to be a big piece of it because the rest of the lineup's not going to get it done. Your Varshows and your Christian Walker.
Hold on, Varsho now.
He's coming around.
He had 2 RBIs last night.
He had 2 hits last night too. That's fine. That's fine. Good job. Good job. I mean, a blind squirrel every now and then. Now, what does he do? He finds one.
We'll get all these
it's still not real convincing. But the reality of it is like Jordan and Pena have to be, like you said, a bomb to tie this thing up after your young pitcher's giving up 5
clutch
earned.
hits, clutch
right?
moments,
Yes. Yeah. So those two, I'm gonna go one step further. 2 guys we saw last night, right? One of them once again a little shaky, and the other one just absolute shutdown. If Brian Abreu, in the same vein of Pena and Alvarez.
You mean the gymnast, Brian Abreu?
Well, I thought he was going to break that ankle, man.
I thought he tore something.
Yeah, man. I thought, but if Brian Abreu, and this is a big ask because he has not been consistently the Brian Abreu we thought we were going to get. But if Brian Abreu and Josh Hader can be the players the pitchers that we know they can be, which Hader's right there. I mean, he's fearless. He is nails, right? But if Brian Abreu can come along, if you've got your leadoff hitter and your 2-hole Triple Crown winning bat at those 2 guys rolling, and then you get Abreu up to speed along with Hader, those 4 pieces, I guess, those 4 pieces right there give the Astros a real shot. A real shot. Now, I don't know if Abreu deserves to be in that conversation or not, but, man, when he
just can they get it to those 2?
Can you get it to those 2, man? I feel like
the problem.
And the reality of it is Okert's been really good too. So, I mean, there's a couple of arms that you can really that you can really lean into. But, man, those first 2 hitters and those last 2 pitchers, man, if you can get it to them boys. Look, if the 2 hitters can get it to them 2 pitchers, then we got a real shot here, man.
Yeah. So that was a huge game last night. This big Joe Espada, the manager, talked about his team's response and what they did what they needed to do.
Is this kind of the response?
Yes, this is the way we needed to come here and play today. Any other way, it wasn't going to be acceptable. We needed to come here today and play like a team that is hunting to go to win a division, and we did.
Joe sounds like a guy who's got 20-something days left, 20 games left.
I wonder if Joe walked in there and said, "Boys,"
no, he didn't.
Just had a convo with the owner, man.
That was a no-brainer.
We ain't got much time left together. Y'all think y'all can go out there and play a little inspired baseball for your skipper?
Yeah, they did. You think yesterday was the win this one for Joe?
It damn sure looked like it. They were winning it for somebody. Because I don't disagree with one thing he said. We needed that one.
He cut him off. He said yes. Yeah, and he hit us with wouldn't have been acceptable. I didn't know Joe had that one in him. Good shout out.
You get put on that short leash. You need to bring things out.
Baseball talk on 95.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. I said this also on the other side. John Paul Morosi, reporter for MLB Network and Fox, said, as the Astros begin their search for a new GM, former MLB infielder Will Rhymes is a name to watch. Key member, of the Dodgers front office with a focus on player development, an area needed for the Astros. He is, though, Tyler, a Houston native and has strong ties to the city. He's got a twin brother that's also in the video department. They work together tightly with the Dodgers. But, yeah, he's moved himself up. He became a scout early in his career when he retired in 2016.
Tell him he can bring his brother, too, because that Chase the Fight stuff is a joke.
Same year I bought the Camry. He started as a pro scout, and now he's worked his way to being the vice president of player development. So he is somebody that is really on people's radar. And, I mean, this look here doesn't say his general manager, but let's go. But
I like it.
There he is last year with the Washington Nationals. So that's potentially a name to watch. And, hey, you pull them out of that Dodgers organization where they've been able to do things, spending money, and a lot of them from the philosophies of the Rays to be able to draft and do all of that stuff too. Player development is potentially something that the Astros would be interested in. All right, coming up. If you missed D'Amico, he spoke to the media, and I think there was a few things that I think you need to hear. Where we'll let you hear what he had to say to the media, and the other news of the day coming out of the joint practice. Braden Smith carted off. Ollie Gay carted off. We'll let you know the latest there.
All right, y'all. Look, Mokaram Injury Lawyers, if you've been injured in an accident, right, if you've been carted off after any kind of accident, and you're sitting there now possibly in pain, not knowing what to do, don't wait any longer. Call my guys.
can handle everything from battery replacement and bracelet sizing to water resistance testing and complete mechanical service. Their experts can also help with straps, trade-ins, certified pre-owned watches, or finding your next timepiece. For any watch need, trust the team that's been serving Texas since 1976. Visit Zadok Jewelers in Houston or online at zadok.com.
I love D'Amico.
95.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. The Texans, they were in Carolina today. They will play their final preseason game on Friday, but they had their joint practice, and we would assume this is like the final run through for the front line guys, as D'Amico already announced today that he would not be playing any of his starters in the preseason game on Friday. Carolina also won't be playing their starters anyway, so the NFL is just stealing people's money at this point in Carolina.
I'd not have them, man. I'd not
They're
have
full
them.
price, by the way.
What are you talking about, tickets?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They don't even have preseason.
At least in spring training, the tickets are cheaper. By the way, looking for a man trip, hey, that spring or family trip, that spring training one, that's a nice one. I haven't been to Florida, but the Arizona one, you get as close as you could possibly get to players, go watch games for a lot cheaper. Fun trip. Fun little trip. But at least the prices are cheaper. Nah, man, they got this part of your season ticket package. What this is.
Yeah, no, I just can't. Legit,
Davis may not play.
Like legit, forget the money. Davis shouldn't play. Forget the money, financial aspect. It's a complete waste of time. I mean, it is a complete waste of time. I mean, just go from cancel the games and have and in your joint practices have two good days. The second of which is majority young guys, and see what you can get done. Traveling these guys and packing these guys up and flying them across country for 2-3 days. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of money. It's a waste of effort. It just do the joint practices, at least make it worth your while, and come on home. Quit trying to bleed the damn fans of preseason tickets. You got to be kidding me.
Yeah, it's wild what the first preseason game and now the last preseason game has become, like, for most teams. Just really not playing a lot of guys. All right, we'll let you hear what D'Amico had to say in just a second. I do want to talk about the other news of the day, and there were a couple of injuries for the Texans out there. Braden Smith, that's the big one. He went down, and they stopped practice. He had to be carted off. It has now been later thought to be a foot injury, and he is being examined on that. You'll hear from D'Amico here in just a second, his thoughts on that. But right now it's a foot situation, and then Ali Gay was also – hell, they were put on the same cart. He also went down.
HOV lane.
Yes. Both
legal. Both
at the time could not put weight on their legs. Someone texted in, "Good Lord, how bad did the Braden Smith injury look?" I hadn't seen it. We hadn't been able to see it. The situation with Ali Gay, MRI is pending for him with the knee is what it looks like. So a knee with Ali Gay and a foot. That neither could put pressure on with Braden Smith. So
part of the game, man. Part of the game. You go out there, you go hard. Some guys get banged up and end up in the training room. Here we are. Here's two of them.
Yeah. All right. Here is D'Amico. He'll give some comments on that and a lot of other things that happened today as they had a joint practice with the Panthers.
Yeah, today was a really, really great day. I thought we got great competitive work versus the Panthers. They showed up, very gracious hosts. Thankful for them having us. I like the way our guys showed up from start to finish today. We executed really well. Guys played physical, and it was a productive practice on both sides. Like, both teams came in with the right mindset. Appreciate Dave for how he handled it. Really great operation. Practice was ran efficiently, and we got a lot of productive work. So it's exactly what we wanted.
No surprise, obviously. But Daniil Hunter, the kind of things
he's doing off that edge. I think they've got close to 5 seconds.
Daniil is a problem. He continues to be a problem, and that's why I love having him and Will. When you have two guys off the edge who can be as disruptive as they are, it makes it hard on offenses. It makes them hard for them to operate on the timing that they want to operate on. So Daniil, I saw a few plays. He's back there in the backfield a lot, so it was great to see that.
D'Amico, any update on Smith and Gay?
Smith and Gay went down today in the practice, and we'll evaluate them when we get inside.
You say what the injuries were?
We do not know.
D'Amico, you all traded for Kayshawn Butte. Why did you all want to make that move, and what do you hope you can bring?
Yeah, adding Kayshawn was a big get for us. We know we lost a significant player for us in Jaden Higgins, and it's hard to replace him. When you try to go out and find a guy with the caliber of Kayshawn, we've played against Kayshawn multiple times over the past couple years. He's continued to make plays time and time again. He showed up. He's a young player, still an ascending player with a lot to improve upon, a lot to grow. So I'm excited to work with a young player who still has a very bright and promising future, that he has that big play making ability already. So it's been great to have him so far. We'll get him up and rolling here as the week continues.
You haven't had Jalen at the start of camp. What element does he add to the offense that is useful and kind of makes the offense almost look different when he's out there as opposed to when he's not?
Yeah, Jalen does a great job playing the F position, moving around a lot in the slot, giving us the option to move guys around, make defenses have to communicate. That's where Jalen provides that for us, and he's done a great job of punt returning. Last year was his first time doing it for us. He got better. He grew as the year went along, so I'm expecting him to pick up where he left off and continue to improve as our punt returner as well.
What do you think about the way your offensive line protected CJ and maybe worked in unison?
Yeah.
The operation was really good, giving him time to throw any big plays.
Yeah, from my vantage point, the offensive line was really the bright spot for me, watching the offense, seeing how much time CJ and Davis had to operate, seeing the guys pass off games and stunt, seeing them, hearing them actually communicate loud, everybody being on the same page. It's what we want from our guys, and that's how it looks when we execute. CJ and Davis made some outstanding throws today as well. Our receivers caught the ball really well. The backs ran well. They blocked it well. Just overall, offensively, we definitely took a jump from where we were in our last practice.
The performances, obviously, when someone does it against you and against one of your best, against their junior, what does that kind of say to you? When you watch that, you see it right in front of you, you don't have to go watch the tape. You saw it right there.
Yeah, adding Kayshawn is not about, the one play. We know it was a spectacular play that he made, but it's just watching him, throughout his career, just seeing what he's done. He's one of the better contested catch players that I've seen. If the ball is close, he has a knack for going up, playing physical, and coming down with the football. So that's what intrigued me when I continued to watch his tape from last year and previous years. He continued to make those tough catches, and that's what you want. I want everybody on our team to be tough mentally and physically, and he's shown that on his tape.
When it comes to Blake Fisher and what he's had to go through, and he has added some guys to the offensive line.
Yeah.
What have you seen from him from a focus standpoint, kind of staying with it with new bodies in the room?
For Blake, I've seen definitely a focused guy. He's improved a ton. If I gave out awards, he would get the award for the most improved offensive lineman this year. Just from what he did last year, from being in that jumbo type role, like he's just lined up at left tackle every day. He's gotten better every single day, and I'm really pleased with Blake. I'm proud of the work that he's put in. He's shown up daily. He's improved. He's taken the coaching really well, and that's what it looks like. Right? When you put the work in, you can get better, and Blake has shown that tremendously.
What's enabled Hutch to have this kind of? He had a really good day today, another good day.
Yeah.
What's enabling to have that kind of production?
Starting with Hutch, man, it's his attitude. I love it. He has an infectious energy. Every time he steps on the field, he has this joy about him. He plays hard every single snap, and he makes plays. Like the ball comes his way, he finds a way to make plays, and so it's exciting about Hutch. I'll never have a bad day. Always great attitude. He works the right way. He works hard at his craft, and he has a confidence in himself, which you have to have at the wide receiver position. Hutch has that confidence, and he's playing confident and showing up every day.
Take a few more. Do you think any starters will play on Friday?
No starters will play this Friday.
Good. What will you guys do to kind of ramp Booty up? I noticed he was working with trainer. I know he's been working.
Right.
But what would you kind of do to ramp him up?
Yeah, for us to ramp him up, we'll start with our with our S&C group, they'll start him on the side, just ramping him up, making sure we like to understand our player's body, understand where they are. We go through some preliminary testing to make sure, he's ready to go when it's time to get in. He got in today, did individual, did some routes on air, and we'll continue to build him and progress him, as the week goes along.
All right, that was D'Amico speaking to the media earlier today. His comments about Kayshon Boutte, that's the first time we were able to hear his thoughts there and what he was thinking about. As he said, that the contested catch and toughness was a big thing that jumped out to him when he watched his tape. That intrigued him. Not much on Braden Smith and Ollie Gay, the injuries today, but seemed to like today's practice. He was hot Monday. Did not seem to like their practice. They bounced back again after he cut loose.
Well, I'm sure he challenged them, and against a group in Charlotte, they stepped up big time, and sounds like they dominated from both perspectives.
All right, I have had no problem playing this. The latest of disrespect towards C.J. Stroud. This is right up there with the top. But I think listening to this, with us having Clint Stoerner, who has been in tough shoes like C.J. Stroud has been in, and played in the National Football League as a quarterback as well, I'm really intrigued to get his thoughts about everything surrounding him and how much that's going to affect him this year. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, if you've got big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property, there's something else we got to discuss before we
money. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KIKK-FM, KIKK-AM Houston, your home for the Texans. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. 95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right, The Drive. It is live and live here on The Fan. We appreciate you jumping in with us, and we enjoy the back and forth. I see everybody rolling in here on the text line. I see Joel. It's Chewy, as always, on Twitch. I see Cornbread has just made an appearance. Nick goes vest mode in here. Isaiah. And Weird Horse is down. Horse down. Rocky is in the building. Frank, I see you. Rob said, I got 5 more hours of work. Please make it better for me. We're trying. We all appreciate you jumping in and hanging out with us today. One thing that has just been just wild to me is just, and I've talked about it a lot, the narrative on CJ, and it always seems to bring a reaction and response to you, the people, and he's the biggest thing, potentially the biggest athlete that people are thinking about on people's mind as this season nears, and that's CJ Stroud. And the amount of what I believe is just too far disrespect on CJ Stroud, and especially where he is looked at now compared to before, where he is like the 20th best quarterback, or can he just be okay? If Davis Mills was the quarterback, this team have the same chance they would have. Just the things that have been said. This is the latest. I want to mostly put this on LaShawn McCoy, Shady McCoy, the former running back in the National Football League. But he was on Speakeasy with Emmanuel Acho, who dipped in a little bit but didn't go as far as him. This is the next line and level of what I look at as disrespect and just too far from his performance against the Patriots on C.J. Stroud. Here's LaShawn McCoy with this blistering take.
Every team is different, so I don't want to say this on record, but with that type of defense, with that type of coach, even a skill position on offense, you don't need no top 15 quarterback to win the championship with that. You really don't.
Mm-hmm.
You really don't.
Yeah.
Who, out of all the starters, give me some – I don't even think he's that good. Like, I think he's okay. Baker Mayfield. Do the very minimum, dude.
At minimum,
great defense.
At minimum, they go to the Super Bowl. Do they win it? To your point, I don't know. It's hard to win. At minimum.
Well, don't you throw the ball 30 sometimes?
No.
Nah, please, hell no.
No.
Hell no.
But to Shady's point, Baker would just run it too.
Yeah.
Small as can be, Baker would just be like, look, bruh, ain't nothing open. I ain't finna force nothing.
I don't think he like that at all.
I'm just
but for the bare minimum, Tampa Bay feel the same way I feel.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm saying for the Texas team, can I say one more name?
Who that?
Shedeur Sanders.
What? I mean, what are we doing?
Is that it?
I mean, what are we doing here? I mean, the dismount of Shedeur Sanders. Now, I want to be very clear. Everybody else in the room was not rolling with that. We did still. I'm not saying I don't believe it, but I just need to see more. No, stop it.
Oh, my God.
Now, first off, my man, I mean, and I know as Clint for over the last 6 years will tell you, guys hey, man, I'll go to the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, hey, Baker the quarterback, Tyler, at minimum, they go to the Super Bowl. I don't know if they win it, is what I just, at minimum.
Wow.
At minimum. Josh has never been to the Super Bowl.
Lamar's never been.
Lamar's never been. Lamar's had the number one defense, number one rushing attack. Lamar's been to one AFC championship game. Minimum. Listen, we believe in the Texas defense. I just listened to Bryce Young do his presser today. He seems a bit demoralized. He said it wasn't fun, was his words. This defense is something else. Shedeur? We've reached this point, and you know how I feel about Shedeur. I like Shedeur. I think he's going to eventually take over with the Browns. Now Shedeur can walk this team to the Super Bowl.
Mango tear.
I mean, come on, guys. I mean, this is getting ridiculous, and I don't even want to take it and discuss it at that point. I'm just using that to get here, and I am really interested to see how myself, Tyler, some of the listeners, and then you've actually not only played quarterback in the league, not only played quarterback in college. You have had, I don't want to say to end your season, but you have had a rough ending to a year that all you heard, I'm assuming, even in 98, all you heard was how that ended. And probably how terrible you were and how worthless you were and probably how you need to be replaced. Your situation of how things ended in 98 is, I would say, also a traumatic football moment, just like CJ's was a traumatic football moment. So I think you are uniquely qualified to answer this. But Tyler, I look at this and I'm hearing all this stuff from, I mean, they didn't put Daniel Jones in front of him as a quarterback. I don't know if Daniel's got a leg. Nobody in their right mind had ever fixed their lips to say that Bo Nix was a better quarterback than him. Boy, but now people, I mean, it's not even close to where people are. My thing is, I don't know about you, Tyler. I look at this. There is no way that CJ is not affected in some way in terms of this as bulletin board material. Like in my opinion, I look at this. There is no way. I don't know if he's got pictures of Ray Finkel in his room that he's throwing darts at like that or anything. I don't know what he has, but or maybe it's pictures of Dan Marino that Ray Finkel had in his room. I don't know what it is. I don't know, but there, in my mind, there is no way, Clint, that he could not be affected, and at least his preparation in the offseason, at least how he's going into the season to just want to shut these people up. I know we're on FM, but I know I can't go that far. But to just like, that's how I view it. But I've talked to a lot of former players, Clint, that tell me that bulletin board material stuff is a little over the top sometimes. Like that's not, when you get into the game, you're not thinking that. It is hard for me not to think that he's not hearing this and seeing the disrespect. And it is hard to watch him now. He's a different person. Like the way he is approaching media, he is a different person. Do you think, coming from your experience, which I think is similar, do you think, Clint, that this stuff is becoming motivation? This bulletin board material is real in terms of affecting him? Oh, no, I think it's real in 2026. I mean, for me, you're right. I did have an ending ultimately to a year that cost us a shot at a national championship. I would argue that CJ's very similar in a sense of costing you a chance to make a run to a Super Bowl. The luxury I had was the access that I had to media, to the opinions, and that they had to me. It wasn't right at my fingertips. So for me, it was easy. It was easy to just go, the only guys that I'm worried about and that I feel for and that drives me are the guys that I have to face every day as my teammates that I feel like I let down. Now, I think that is a big part of what drives CJ. CJ is absolutely a great friend. CJ is absolutely a great teammate. CJ is very close to a lot of the guys, probably in a way that not many folks can understand from a football perspective. And I would imagine that all the motivation CJ needs is when he walks in the locker room every day. He's chomping at the bit to have the opportunity to right the wrong, right? To get the monkey off his back, the proverbial monkey off his back kind of deal. So I think the difference between my situation, my experience, and CJ's is there's no way, to your point, that these. Now I don't know about LaShawn McCoy. I don't know that CJ's real worried about what Shady thinks, but at the end of the day, it's just an overwhelming talking point in the offseason, and then it's boosted up by the fact that your organization doesn't choose to extend you when most quarterbacks
of your caliber, hell, I guess all quarterbacks of your caliber at this point in your career have been extended. So I think the organization kind of poured some fuel, little gas on the fire, if you will. And Ron,
that's even almost a little like you could even get behind that, but just. I mean, it is people questioning if this cat can play football.
There's just, and I would argue in 2026 that the quarterback and the quarterback's representation have to be. It's like it's in their best interest in the future to know what, again, not Shady McCoy, but maybe like what Stephen A. Smith is saying. Right? What there's certain media personalities and I think overarching media opinions. Dan Orlovsky's one of them.
Dan has jumped off. Marcus Spears is
yes. I think there's guys that this is maybe where we disagree a little bit or have in the past. Like I do believe that organizations listen to what those guys say. I do believe that what those guys say in big moments like that could, if not handled the right way, could impact a negotiation or could determine whether a team extends or maybe not determine, but impact whether a team extends a player or not. I believe that those opinions matter. And so I only say all that to say that it is David Mulugheta's job to know exactly who's saying what, who potentially could be a source, who's got the ear of Nick Caserio, who's got the ear of DeMeco Ryans, and kind of manage all of that, Ron. So I say all that to say I don't know how C.J. Stroud would ever ignore and not hear the overarching negative or minimization of the quarterback, the need of quarterback, the Houston Texans quarterback.
But I get that. Do you think that affects him walking into the season as like an extra space of motivation, like bullet, like the how we say bulletin. So you don't think so?
I don't know. I don't think.
See, it's hard for me to think not.
I think he sees it. I think it affects him. I don't think it motivates him to go to practice. I think if anything motivates him, obviously it's internally being disappointed with your play in that moment, knowing that you're better, and then more importantly, you walk in. The only people in your football world that really matter are the people that you walk in and stare in the face every single day, and that's a stark reminder of every time he sees DeMeco Ryans, there's no way that he doesn't feel like, hey man, I let that dude down. And I'm not saying in a way of like, boy, he should walk around with his dauber down. I mean, a normal human being would be like, hey man, I want to go out there and play at a level that the offense should play at, that I'm capable of playing at, so that I can right the wrong, or I can look DeMeco in the eye and get him back kind of deal. That to me, that's what probably motivates him on a day-to-day basis versus the outside noise.
Text line coming in. I definitely agree CJ is hardened, but I think it's good. Sad he had to grow up so fast and doesn't show that side of himself anymore. Also from the text line, come on guys, you sound like such homers. We were all there last year and saw how CJ played, especially during the playoffs, and whatever negative people say about him is valid. If he's not that terrible guy, he should prove. But this year, plain and simple, but let's not stop being naive and sound like homers, guys. No, I think it is stupid for somebody to say that Shedeur Sanders could step in and be the quarterback of the Houston Texans and win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean it's hard for me to even take a comment serious that comes at the drive with being homers.
Yeah. For starters,
I mean, not that we went into this whole drive thing, this whole radio show being like, hey, we're never going to be just the personalities that are here. I mean, it's hard to lean into a homer takeout between 2 to 6, Chief.
That's the first. No, I think it is. I think it is nuts. Some of the stuff that's been said.
And they say no.
Yeah, like John Middlecoff. I think it's nuts that John Middlecoff has seen 3 years of C.J. Stroud and says C.J. Stroud should start trying to be Ryan Tannehill. Yeah, to me, I think that's stupid.
Aggie ring, baby.
Middlecoff, is he an Aggie?
No, Tannehill is.
Oh, Tannehill is.
Alex Smith. I don't agree. I just had a dude I did a hit earlier this week. Man, the Texans got maybe the best roster in football. Really? Their draft pick, who they drafted 25th, has come in and become their best offensive lineman. we've not seen him play a game yet. Like, that defense is stacked. That other side playing with CJ is not. At least at the point we see right now. So I think it is over the top what we are getting from CJ based upon the 2 games that he played at the end of last season. I think there has been some over the top stuff. I think there's been some fair stuff. I think what Marcus Spears said when he said the only reason why a lot of people aren't really talking about the Texans is they don't trust the quarterback. I think that's fair. It's a fair statement. I do wonder why they trust Justin Herbert so much, but that's a fair statement. It is. All right, coming up, a little stock up, stock down. We do it every Wednesday. It's an Astros edition. You can participate as well on the text line, YouTube, and Twitch. Stock up, stock down, Astros. That's next.
All right, when I get a choice, I like to do business with
And we've got your tickets. Head to the 957thefan.com contest page now and enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets for the Coy Meets World Tour at Toyota Center in October. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Every season brings highs.
I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets.
And lows.
No way, because I know one of you two asses would have done the same thing that I just did.
Are you kidding me?
This trio always has eyes on the market in H-Town. It's time to buy or sell. It's stock up.
The arrow's pointed up.
Stock down.
They're selling, Mortimer.
On the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Stock Talk on the Drive. It's live and unsponsored. Any potential people who want to advertise out there, come join us. Right here.
Great
Get in
call.
on some stocks, man.
Surge, Utopia, any of you.
But it is time for some Stock Talk on the Drive. And the Astros, they are encompassed in H-Town Sports, as you heard there from the big voice guy. In the open, we always keep an eye on everything going on. And then we talk some stocks. Astros, big win last night over the Yankee Turds. Yes, the Stros have been confirmed. They are still the daddy of them Yanks.
That was fun, wasn't it, T?
Gosh, man, it was such a good game.
Yeah.
That is one of the best weekday ball games I have watched in a minute.
A little back and forth with the Stros coming out on top.
Damn right.
Yeah, come on.
So, it's always fun whenever you get to quench your thirst with Yankee tears, and the Astros do that often. They are their daddy. We're talking Stros. We're on the show, Hughley. Stock down for you for the Houston Astros right now. We'll get to the ups and the positives in a bit.
Stock down for me, Christian Walker right now. His and this is one of these situations where it's not just like in the last week, like
The Christian combo.
The last 2 months. I mean, he's been batting in the 8-hole, 7 holes sometimes, and now I still look at it and think, now come on, because it's not like this is a situation where Hughley is in his prime and in front of him, and Correa when he had to bat 6th or 7th, and Kyle Tuckno, this is late night Lamont Wade Jr. 3 spots ahead of him in the lineup, which feels aggressive, but his numbers have been awful. July, Clint, slash line. The entire month of July, 21 games, 208, 305, 389, 3 homers, 7 RBIs. And then in August, even worse, 196, 286, 321, 1 homer. It was a big homer, but 1 homer, 8 RBIs, 6 runs scored. He is really struggling. He got off to a really big start, but that is the last 2 months.
It's not ideal.
And to be honest with you, if you start stacking up some of his power numbers, he's still maybe just right behind your Don, which is really tough as well. But
so what you're telling me is the search for a hitting first baseman for the Astros rolls on.
Well, he's just fighting, man. I mean, he is. It's a tough watch. He's gotten up there now where I'm at the point where I see him at the plate, and it's all right. This probably ain't gonna work out. I'm more. Hey, when he gets it.
Nice single.
Yeah, he is struggling big.
Well, and he's obviously outwardly frustrated. At the plate. The last at bat last night when the ump took the bat out of his hand, obviously it was ball 4. He called it a strike. And we were out of challenges. That carried over into 2 more pitches, and then he thought it was 3 outs, and he took his helmet and his bat down, and he realized, well, it was only 2. Let me get out, and I look foolish. Yeah, he's just frustrated. He's frustrated as ever, and rightfully so. I mean, he teased us a bit starting out so hot. So, yeah, man, it's painful to watch at times with Christian Walker at the plate.
So there is Ron the Show Hughley stock down for these Stros. It is first baseman Christian Walker. You are tuned into the Drive. Stoerner Hughley Hump Day action. Stock talk, stock up, stock down. Houston Astros after the big 9-7 win last night over the Yankees. Clint Stoerner for you. Stock down for the Stros at the moment.
I'm gonna go with the man at the top, man, Jim Creighton.
That's probably a good one.
Look, I know,
I agree with
I
you.
know there's a lot of folks, probably several folks in this building that have been here for a while with Jim. I'm not one of them. I don't critique every single move that Jim makes. I accept the fact that Jim's not going to sign long-term deals. He's, everything's going to be shorter term. He's not going to give some of our favorite players the monster contracts that they deserve. I've accepted that. I don't like it, but I accept it. And quite frankly, what I live by is I don't need to like it. I just I need to see the method to the madness. I mean, the guy's won World Series, so I accept it for what it is. But I've arrived at Jim Creighton's stock being down for, I think, a pretty good reason, and it's the disconnect between the manager, the general manager, the front office, and the owner. It's the vetoing of a trade at the trade deadline, just to then turn around and let a trade go through, right? It's waiting until now to fire Dana Brown instead of doing it before the trade deadline if you were going to veto trades and not give him the autonomy to make those decisions, right? It's about allowing your head coach, multiple head coaches now, and your general manager, Dana Brown, to publicly be in different spots with injuries and roster moves and lineups and pitchers that are going to be starters versus bullpen arms, like
differing in the messaging.
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly. Like it's like how long have you sat there? You've watched go through two managers, your general manager and your manager having two different press conferences within 2 minutes of each other and having two different stances, like
and very different, not just a little.
Yeah,
that is
and where it appears that they're at odds, right? And so I blame all of that on Jim Creighton, and I just look. I'm an Astro fan. I want to see these guys win, and I think it's a crying ass shame when you're a professional sports organization and those wires aren't connected. Your manager, your general manager, your front office, your Jeff Bagwells of the world, of how consultants or whatever the hell you want to call them, all the way up to the owner. It just blows my mind that is a real thing and that it was allowed to go on for so long.
Yeah, that being a problem is a problem.
Yeah.
Needs to be fixed. But we're through the negatives. We got those negatives out of the way. Stock downs. It's time for Stock Up. This is Stock Up, Stock Down, an Astros edition with the drive. Back to you, Ron, the show. Tell me something good. Stock up for the Houston Astros.
Well, I'm sorry. I don't know if this is a positive, but I'm just going by the place of whose stock is up in the organization. And I think Jeff Bagwell's stock is up.
What an answer.
Once again?
Oh, man. It just his power to me gets stronger.
Bull market, huh?
Oh, yesterday, Jim Creighton, when he spoke to the media, was asked, is Jeff Bagwell a candidate to become the full-time GM? We don't have any candidates at this point. We haven't even started looking. Jeff's in the same role he's always been. He's a senior advisor, and he works with the assistant general managers and myself and assists when necessary. Yeah. He's got more power. I believe if he really wanted it, he could be the general manager to take all the power. But why do that? You have somebody else do a lot of the work that they have to do, and you just come in here and
no blame.
I don't know about that. Oh, he's getting the blame.
But not like at the level of losing your job.
He ain't
like
getting fired. Yeah, and look out! I feel like his friends have a chance. Brad Osmus, are you going to take one of these spots? Like
the ladies would like it.
Yeah, I know they would. But it until he starts stinking. And so I think Jeff Bagwell, he's just gaining more power by the day. That they roll out of here.
That is a hell of an answer for Stock Up for these Astros, but I
would you be
it.
surprised if he didn't hit up Jim at some point and say, "Hey, man, I think we probably need to cut with Dana Brown."
Nothing with the power
that happened in the last week.
I don't with his position. I don't know that Jim Creighton makes a decision without, unless Jim Crane's in the building every day and he's already running stuff. I don't know. I mean, that's the one guy that says, like, hey, man, you might as well cut bait with this cat.
I'm not saying it happened, but I'm just saying, would you be surprised? Like, I think he's got that much power.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it keeps growing somehow. Anyway, Clint Stoerner, put a cap on this thing for us. Stock up for the Astros in your view, Clint.
Jeremy Pena, 2 for 5 last night with a monster bomb to tie the game up late. A couple of good defensive plays. And doing it all in the park of the team that was linked to him leading up to the trade deadline, and I'm sure will be linked to him again this offseason. The Yankees, I just don't know. I don't know that Pena's ever been hotter, but the fact that he's doing it in the building of the team that is damn sure gonna come flirting, gonna come hunting, fishing, makes that stock through the roof right now.
That'll make you holla.
They need him to stay hot, man. They need him to stay hot. 2 huge plate appearances yesterday for him that led to tying the game and then scoring a go-ahead run off of Jordan's triple. All right, that is the latest Stock Up, Stock Down. We do it every single Wednesday, and I see some people sending their stock ups and stocks down. We appreciate that. Coming up, as we continue, there's some guys going to fill you in that did not practice today. Spoiler alert, Tank Dell did not step on the field again. We'll let you know the rest, which is starting to mean a little bit more with some of these injuries. And as we said, we're looking at these big 3 schools. We talked about Arch yesterday, and now U of H fans. Connor Wegman, former Aggie, should be excitement. Do you believe it? Do you believe he can actually get you to a college football playoff? We'll talk about Connor coming up as we continue right here live on The Drive. But let me tell you this, September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day.
95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back here to The Drive here in just a second as we're going through, talked about Arch Manning yesterday and his expectations, which Clint said are very real, and what it looks like for his season upcoming for the top 5 Longhorns. We'll get to Connor Wegman, another returnee. Texas A&M, Houston all have returning quarterbacks that I think a lot of people feel really, really good about, up for all the preseason major awards. We'll get to him in just a second, but I wanted to let you know, guys, that did not practice in today's joint practice against the Panthers, and really, as D'Amico said, none of the starters will go in the game on Friday, maybe the last look against other competition before the Buffalo game. Jadeveon Clowney down again today with that ankle. I know that was somebody you looked at and you said, boy, you got to hope that gets itself right before the Buffalo game. Dominique Robinson with the calf also not practicing. Those two become even more because the last couple of days, they've lost Dylan Horton for the season, who was one of the other rotating defensive linemen, and we'll see what's happening with Ali Gay today, who went down with an apparent knee injury, and that's going to get more imaging and an MRI looked at that. So those two guys not practicing. Wade Woodaz has a broken thumb. He had surgery. He's not practicing. Jake Hansen's not practicing. Colin Wright, who the corner, he hasn't practiced for a minute either with the groin. And then Clint Brevin Jordan and Tank Dell. Both of them still not practicing. Makes you wonder with Tank, is there a setback that occurred? Because he was moving along, rolling, practicing, and it looked like he was building up. And hell, I remember saying, like, at the point where he was, he's catching the ball, in almost a team drill. You're like, all right, where's he going to be in a week? Well, he has not practiced in a while and just hasn't even been out there. So that's not a great sign of what's going on.
Well, again, I've said it from jump. There's a big difference in the doctors clearing you medically and you being ready to play football. And the fact that they kind of just eased him back in to certain parts of practice to see how the body reacts. Obviously, the strength isn't what it once was yet. And you never know how the injury, the surgery, all the movement's going to go. Now, it's easy to manage that when you're running straight lines, when you've got a trainer that's with you every rep, that's icing it when it needs to be iced and letting you off of it when you need to be let off of it. But when it comes down to practice and all of a sudden you're sticking your foot in the ground and actually cutting off of it, and there's not a trainer right there examining it every time you misstep kind of thing, then maybe you push it a little bit further than you have in the past, and you got some problems. So I've said it from jump. I think there's a lot. There's a long way to go before Tank Dell is actually football ready. I think it was Luke Morrow said it, and I think this is legitimately the case. Is when he's ready for violence is when he's going to be ready to play football. Right now, this just running stuff and catching a football stuff is enough in its own right to cause some issues or a setback, like you said. But the other piece seems to be a pretty good ways away from where he's at right now.
You would think, man. I don't know. Don't know what happened. D'Amico hasn't been asked about it. Wasn't asked about it today. I don't think it was asked about it the last time. I know the last time I remember him saying something about Tank is that Tank's on his own schedule. Mm-hmm. And again, we just haven't seen him participate in practice. And then the other signs also, they've like signed 3 or 4 receivers since he's last been on the practice field. Yeah. Right. And like he's not participated, like not even been out there at any of the joint practices, either one of them or the preseason games. Has he put on pads or anything? So that is a situation to watch. Him, Brevin Jordan. We haven't seen Brevin Jordan. I feel like since like the first couple of days of camp. So not sure what's going on there. But Clowney, Robinson, those are 2 key ones that you hope do improve. All right. as I said, man, this is a special, unique year where three of the teams that a lot of people around here care about, Texas A&M. By the way, I had to stop on the Vince Young thing. I started falling asleep. I had to stop on it, so I wanted to make sure I was fully awake. But I'm in the middle of the USC game. The doc last night. That's pretty decent so far.
Well, you know, I married a Longhorn, and she was already in bed last night, and I started it, and I said, "Hey, babe," yeah. I said, "Did you want to watch this Vince Young doc?" She said, "Well, I'd like to, but you don't have to wait on me." You know what that means.
Yeah.
I hit exit and went to another show.
Oh,
so
good.
I hadn't seen it yet. I'm gonna watch it with my Longhorn bride, man.
There you go. Watch it with her. But yeah, Arch Manning, and then the University of Houston, top 25 University of Houston. Connor Wegman, returning, had a really, really good year last year. Did his thing as he 13 games. He had 25 touchdown passes, 11 rushing touchdowns, 700 yards rushing. That's kind of his thing, and I think they're looking for more and expecting more, and the expectations for this team and him. He's up for a lot of the awards preseason-wise.
Yeah.
To you, what should be the realistic expectations for him this year going into his final year?
Look, I think the sky's the limit. I mean, I've said it. Look, that he's in the conference that is the path of least resistance to the college football playoffs. In fact, we've seen that come to fruition over the last couple of years. So I absolutely think for U of H that the college football playoffs and a Big 12 championship and the college football playoffs or the college football playoffs are right there in reach. They won 10 games last year. And now they got to improve and be better in the conference, but they won 10 games last year. So the next step is compete in the Big 12 for a championship, and the next step is, if you do that, obviously, then you're right there in the mix for a college football playoff appearance at the very least. And I look at Connor Wegman, and you just mentioned it. I think less is more.
That's what I was wondering. 700 yards rushing, that seems, a little rich. Is he going to take them hits? Because they got to have him on the field.
Yeah, there's kind of what I talked about yesterday with Manning. When you watch Wegman, it looks, even back to his A&M days, it looks like he's getting the hell beat out of him. It looks like it's hard yards. It ain't 700 just coasting around there, Jalen Hurts and sliding and just kind of floating around the field. It's hard yards, and so I think less is more. I mean, I think ultimately, big picture, he is a pocket passing quarterback. He gets pushed into the dual threat category because of the 700 yards, because of the 11 touchdowns, because of the production. But in reality, I think that a Connor Wegman that plays a cleaner brand of quarterback from the pocket. Now, I don't think his is necessarily the system. I think it's the brand. I think he is a little bit on the gunslinger, wild man side in terms of play style, and I think he's got to really buy into being that pocket passer, and I think it's and really the reasoning behind it isn't because they'll win more with it. I think they will, but he's got to stay healthy. He's already coming off of got a little injury. I don't think they specified exactly what it is, but something in his throwing motion had a little bit of hitch, so he didn't throw for 4 days, and now here you are up against it. Like, you got to keep him from having those kinds of issues 2 or 3 or 4 times throughout the year. And if that means less running, less hits, you got to find a way to make that happen. I ultimately think that he can be productive and score touchdowns without rushing for 700 yards.
That's what I was going to say. His downfall potentially is how much they need him to make so much happen, which puts him, as you talked about, taking as many hits that he potentially.
Right. That's the nature of the beast, though. Right, is if you've got a quarterback that is a dual threat guy, and look, by production he is a dual threat guy. I don't believe he should be, but by production he is a dual threat guy. How you manage the physicality and the violence that comes along with being that dual threat guy is ultimately whether you're going to last or not. And yes, obviously he is super productive, most importantly scoring touchdowns with his legs and his arm. But where he's not productive is when he's injured, he's on the sideline. And so
they're
think
a completely different team with.
Sure, I mean, at least so far. I know they got a stud behind him, but right now, I don't know, man. I don't know enough about Willie Fritz's system to know, hey, man, can he really back off of that and protect the quarterback with play calls and do a little bit less and still produce the way that they did last year? I don't know. I don't know the system well enough, but I think Connor Wegman. I think his future is a pocket passer. His future is not a dual threat quarterback. I've watched a lot of Connor at two different schools. I understand the production. I think it's going to be he's going to have some sore Saturday nights and sore Sundays if that's what he plans to do, and they're going to be able to get to a college football playoff with it.
Yeah, just like Arch Manning, he's on the Manning Award watch list, the Davey O'Brien, the Johnny Unitas Golden Arm watch list. He is thought to be one of the better quarterbacks coming this year. All right, what you got coming up?
D'Amico Ryans spoke from Charlotte. Carolina Panthers, a little joint practice going on, and there's two things. One of them, get you good in football horny. One of them is just an update on the most important unit for the Houston Texans this year. We'll have that audio for you, and we'll cuss and discuss next right here on 95.7 The Fan. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about –
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KIKK-FM, KIKK-AM Houston. Your home for the Texans. Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan.
Clint Stoerner. Look at Stoerner.
95.7 The Fan presents
Clint Stoerner is the last man standing. Now, who is Clint Stoerner?
His two strongest strengths, he's competitive and he's smart.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I'm going to put my hands on this bathroom counter and see if I can't twerk a little bit, see what it looks like, see what it feels like.
The Drive is live for Dirties Daily.
Dirties Daily is powered by, I don't know if it's called Task or if it's just the letters TASC, but that clothing line, boys. It's the T-shirts I should go with. The clothing lines I think is geared heavily towards women, even though there are a lot of men's polos and sweatpants. It's athletic wear, right? It's athletic wear. But, boys, you might see me wearing them pretty often. Task, I slid on by the location today, Ron, on the way in. Picked up 3-4 more shirts. Yeah, you know when you buy a T-shirt, man, you buy a T-shirt and you just I'm a big T-shirt guy. When you buy a T-shirt and it fits right, you always look back and go, damn, I should have bought 2-3 of them.
More of those, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I went and got a couple more colors today, man. So I doubled up on the white. My white one's getting a little dingy, so I got me a good clean white one and then changed 2 other colors. By the way, Tyler, I did consider buying you that one with that A&M logo on the chest of it, but they didn't have your size.
Well,
they didn't have your size
thought.
hanging up. Now they may have had it in a box somewhere.
Yeah,
but I didn't ask.
Well, I appreciate
my effort
the
was
thought,
minimal,
man.
but the thought was definitely there.
Yeah, that's all that matters.
I told you got to go by and get it, man. They do have. She must be an Aggie because they do have A&M. That's the only school represented in the whole building. But Task Athletic Wear. I know one of the locations over by Takova's boot store over in Rice Village. So anyway, big fan of the shirts.
I got to get over to Rice Village more.
Shirts are tremendous. I mean, you ain't gonna find too many bargains over there.
Well, okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is a little different deal. You better be ready now.
Shows out.
Panthers it is.
Oh, the Texans had a little joint practice today. Final live action, if you will. It wasn't completely live, but the final closest to live action that the starters are going to get before they square off in a couple of weeks against the Buffalo Bills. The joint practice against the Carolina Panthers, they absolutely dominated. And if you listen to D'Amico Ryans, he puts it nicely. He thanks them for their hospitality. And if you listen to Dave Canales, the head coach of the Carolina Panthers,
we got to go back to the drum board.
Yeah, we got to be able to compete with teams like the Texans if we're gonna get where we want to get. And so he even reverted back to the first couple of weeks of training camp to find some good, and then circled back and told them how bad it was today. And it wasn't evident today that they've had a good camp. And you know, again, they got to be able to compete with the teams like the Texans. So obviously, as a Texans fan, we should be really proud they went over to the East Coast, if you will, and really put on a show. And the big names stood out. Bullock had a couple interceptions. I know Daniil Hunter had a handful of sacks, literally damn near 5. Will Anderson was a problem all day long, apparently, and our offense shined as well. Very efficient. D'Amico Ryans was happy about the communication piece, being able to stand back and hear his team communicate in the way that they've been searching for. The O-line was really, really good. The running backs were really good. And there's a couple of things that we need to address here. One of them is my football horny audio from D'Amico Ryans, and one of them is something that's flown under the radar a little bit, but could end up being a much bigger play here, a much bigger piece for the Texans offense than we once thought. I'll give you a hint. To start training camp, this guy was arguably the most disappointing player, and he's somehow become very important. Number one, though, let me start with this. I've said this before training camp that I thought the X factor, the guy that was going to take the next step and become a big part of the offense and a guy that would be an X factor and kind of giving this offense a chance to take the next step, I thought would be Jalen Noel. Noel was injured, which I didn't know at the time. He was injured and has been injured for the majority of training camp. Jaden Higgins obviously stepped up and balled out and took that position of the move receiver in this offense and was really running with it. Well, he gets injured, so the opportunity presents itself. It just so happens the day after he gets injured, or maybe it was the day. But anyway, Jalen Noel comes back. And I think we talked about it yesterday, Ron. Where does Jalen Noel fit in this offense? My thought was, hell, I hope he's the move guy. I hope he can handle that workload and handle that position, because that's where he fits. Now, the reality of it is he could have landed anywhere. They want receivers all over the place to be able to do all things. So DeMeco Ryans talking about Jalen Noel. This is my football horny here, folks. DeMeco Ryans talking about Jalen Noel after practice today was exactly what I've been hoping to hear, because this kid's got the skill set, and I believe he's got the ability to take this offense to the next level. Here's DeMeco talking about Jalen Noel, wide receiver, second-year wide receiver out of Iowa State.
Yeah, Jalen does a great job playing the F position, moving around a lot in the slot, giving us the option to move guys around, make defenses have to communicate. That's where Jalen provides that for us, and he's done a great job of punt returning. Last year was his first time doing it for us. He got better. He grew as the year went along, so I'm expecting him to pick up where he left off and continue to improve as our punt returner as well.
I like the punt returner piece. That's where I think you first fans really have seen him excel, and if you pay close attention, even on the ones that aren't great returns, there's still characteristics of a guy that's dynamic with the ball in his hands, right? But to hear, Ron, just simply that, because we've heard DeMeco do this, right? Of hey, man, he's just next man up. He's just another receiver in the group, and he's got to do all things, and he's got to play all positions, and he's got to be able to block and be grimy and physical. To hear DeMeco Ryans get really specific about what Jalen Noel is doing and really what he wants him to be able to do and what he allows this offense to do, being that move guy, Ron, that is exactly what I wanted to hear. I think from a skill set perspective, he is a perfect fit. I think from just an overall, the ability to, as I've said before, now we see it a lot in the deeper passes that he's caught. But the chemistry that the natural chemistry that he has, I say it's quarterback friendly. The natural chemistry that he has with the quarterback, Ron, when he's playing that position, should maximize that dynamic of this offense, man. I'm excited to see Jalen Noel in that role.
Well, I knew you would like what he had to say, because in particular, as he talked about, he allows us to be able to move guys around, not just himself, but move guys around, and forces the defense to communicate. And I know that is something that you have despised over the years, that the Texans don't use enough motion, enough something to make the defense have to adjust, talk, something, potentially miss, a coverage or something. And it's good to hear that they're thinking that. Yeah. You would assume that maybe Higgins was playing that space and that role. Yeah. But now it looks like they may be going that way with him.
I'll be clear. I mean, there is just to nerd out on football a little bit. There is a big difference between a shift is a movement that everybody resets again. The Texans do a lot of that, right? When I'm talking about movement, right, I'm talking about he's on the move when the ball is snapped. Right, so what you do is you take Nico Collins from the boundary and you put him to the field. You cut his split a little bit. You put Noel outside. The defense has got to make one call. He motions inside of Nico. Because he's motioning inside of Nico with a cut split, now the defense has to make another call. And they got to figure out how they're going to handle a cut split with one of the best receivers in football, right? So that's what he means by moving guys around. But to be clear, I'm looking for motions. I want to see motions. I want to see things that create free releases. I want to see things that you are snapping the ball literally as the defense is making a call. If you just move and they make another call and then you sit there for 3 seconds, you've really not accomplished much, right? But I'm talking about the on-the-move stuff. I think Jalen Noel, because then he can change directions, right? Then he can stop and go. He can accelerate, decelerate, where he really it thrives and what he's really, really good at. And so That's what I'm looking for, and I hope that is exactly what DeMeco Ryans is talking about. But nonetheless, at least he's talking about Jalen Noel being a move guy, creating matchup problems, and making the defense communicate. Please, thank you. That is everything that I want out of Jalen Noel at this point. If he's doing that 2 weeks before you play, or Denver 3 weeks, but 2 weeks before you play the Buffalo Bills, then he can damn sure be full go, full tilt, offense wide open with him in that role by the time you play Buffalo. So I love that. Another one, DeMeco Ryans. Now, one thing that did happen in training camp in the joint practice today was newly acquired, I say newly this year, Braden Smith, the tackle out of the Indianapolis Colts organization. He comes over. 2-year deal, I think $25 million, a good chunk guaranteed, expected to be your plug-and-play right tackle. Looks like he's been beat out by Trent Brown, so he was a depth piece at this point, I think, if the season started today. He goes down with, I think what's being reported of the most recent is an ankle sprain, right? But apparently it may be a little bit worse. Is it a foot? I saw something in the break a while ago that said sprain. I didn't have time to check the timestamp, so it could have been old. But nonetheless, a lower leg injury that took him out of practice. He was carted off today. And obviously, had he been the starter over Trent Brown, that would have been a bigger problem. But it does create a depth problem, Ron. And that's why this next piece of audio is important. Blake Fisher, right? A guy that if you follow the team from a depth perspective, you know he was the jumbo tight end last year, the sixth offensive lineman that came in last year. I'll be honest with you, I'm a little higher on Blake Fisher, just big picture, because I don't think he's ever gone in a game and just been what the hell is going on, like a 4-quarter problem, like he's overwhelmed. Now, he hadn't been great at times, but I didn't ever look at him as a damn outcast. But boy, early in training camp, Ron, apparently it was bad, right? I mean, it was rough. Mini camp rough, OTAs rough, training camp rough. Well, it's of late, it's been really, really good, and apparently he was really, really good again today. And the reason it's important, because Braden Smith goes down, right? You now have a true swing tackle. We've seen Blake Fisher play right tackle and left tackle, so it's absolutely paramount that he plays well, right, and that he can contribute to this team. Well, good news, Houston. Here's DeMeco Ryans on Blake Fisher and how much he's improved and how good he's been of late.
For Blake, I've seen definitely a focused guy. He's improved a ton. If I gave out awards, he would get the award for the most improved offensive lineman this year. Just from what he did last year, from being in that jumbo type role, like he's just lined up at left tackle every day. He's gotten better every single day, and I'm really pleased with Blake. I'm proud of the work that he's put in. He's shown up daily. He's improved. He's taking the coaching really well, and that's what it looks like, right? When you put the work in, you can't get better, and Blake has shown that tremendously.
Well, and here the timing couldn't be any better with obviously the struggles at depth tackle right now. But here's the beauty of it, right? When you talk about Blake Fisher, again, this is a swing tackle, right? He can play left or right, and I don't know that he's better one place or the other, right? He's a good depth swing tackle, right? The other piece, Ron, that I think is very important is, yes, I think when you look at Trent Brown and Ariante Ursary, the tackles that are their starting tackles, clearly you're going to lose a little something in the run game if Blake Fisher has to play either or. Right, he's not the run blocker that either one of those guys are currently or will be when the time comes. But what he does do is give you a capable pass protecting tackle. Right, he's more athletic than both of those guys. He's got really, really good feet. He's lighter in the tail, obviously, so he moves better. And I think when you insert a backup tackle in the game, the first thought is, boy, he's gonna get ran through in pass protection, right? And I'm not saying he's Laramie Tunsil. I'm just saying you got a swing tackle that can protect decently on both ends, and so if he has to go in the game, it's not like you worry about your quarterback safety. A lot of times, a backup tackle goes in, and you're like, boy, I hope that blind side's taken care of.
Yeah, he gets my man DeMeco handing out awards. Baby.
Yeah,
he said, man, he most improved. Yeah, there you go. I think so many people look at Blake Fisher, and hell, I'm probably one of them at times, and just think about Blake Fisher for the Blake Fisher you have remembered years before. or the 2 years before, or hell, even Blake Fisher in the preseason game against the Vikings last year, where it really seemed like he was leaking oil. And the struggles of, man, they didn't relegate this cat who was a second-round draft pick when Cam Robinson is out and he can't go, and they bring in Trent Brown, who's halfway injured, and then they leave Trent Brown out, and then they got to move Titus and move all this stuff, and he has never been one that they were putting in at tackle. He was just staying in as that jumbo set guy. And there was, like, you could tell, like, he probably wasn't somebody that you wanted to be a starting tackle on the team. And I think that's the view that people have for Blake Fisher. I think it's time that you can, with new evidence, as hard as it is at times, to view him for what he is right now. And I'll be just honest, the times I've been out there, it has not been that big of a difference between, like, him and Braden Smith.
Oh no, I completely agree with that.
You know what I mean? Like,
I think Braden,
not in the mindset that you would think, all right, they brought in this veteran who's been a right tackle. Like, no, I watched him against Max Crosby. Hell, Braden Smith never faced Max Crosby that day. I watched him against Max Crosby, and yeah, he got beat by an All-Pro at a couple of times, but he held his own. He did. So he has looked a lot better than he has been before. And I do think what D'Amico was saying, based off what we've seen, is accurate. So he's not the guy that I think a lot of people in their minds remember when they see 57.
Well, you think about it with Blake Fisher appearing to be your depth tackle again, Ron. He can play either side, so he's a swing tackle, right? He's athletic and agile and fleet of foot, so you assume he's going to be okay in pass protection. You don't really worry about that piece. And also, we're back to, if he is in a spot to make this team and be active on Sundays, then now guess what's back in play? The 06th offensive lineman, baby. Big fish in the game.
Right, and maybe he's a better version of it.
What do you think they call that person? You think they call it Big Fish?
He's got to be. Yeah. Oh, that package.
Oh yeah, Big Fish. It's some kind of big fish name, right? Tuna, yeah, marlin,
tuna. Yeah.
What would you go with? Would you go with shark? Would you go with some
sea bass?
Kick his ass, sea bass.
Hey, why'd you say it with a lisp though? You see how he said
that? Sea bass. Kick his ass, sea bass.
He said that real sassy right there, T.
Coming up, I wanted to. Listen. I had a real big epiphany watching the Astros last night, and I do want to talk about this, but then it's just pissed me off because the lineup came out, and it just absolutely throws cold water on the entire conversation that I want to have. Because damn it, Joe, why? We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we get there, something big is coming, and that's something that is.
Congratulations to everybody over there on your great work, and thank you for all the great years of coverage and many, many more to come.
No, thank you, JJ. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. 95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here in The Drive. Coming up here in a few minutes, the bottom of the hour, our guy Brandon Scott joins us. We'll get his thoughts as the Texans have one more preseason game left, and I know he is somebody who is completely invested into the Houston Astros. I know he is watching them every night and living and dying with them, just like he did when they were in the golden era.
Holla at your boy.
I know he is. So, but we'll talk to him coming up here in the next 10 minutes or so. But Clint, I did, man. Yainer had himself a big night last night. 2 homers. Drove in another run late. What do you have? 10 total bases last night. I think his OPS jumped up 40 points last night. He had a big game. Here's your starting lineups today, guys. As the Astros are now in first place by a half a game. Pena leading off. Yordan Alvarez is the DH. Paredes is behind him. Altuve. Varsho had him a couple of hits, drove in some runs. He's in the lineup again. He's in there. Christian Walker behind him. Taylor Trammell. Cam Smith, big triple last night. And catching tonight, Christian Vasquez.
Who's catching?
Christian Vasquez.
Come on, Joe.
Listen, I don't know. I don't care where you play him. I mean, I just we got to ride that. We got to ride that Yainer Diaz train one more time at the bottom of the order. I mean, somewhere. So we got to ride it. I don't care. All right, if Peter is so comfortable with him, then maybe today is the day. And I can't believe I'm saying it, but today's the day that maybe we give Yordan a night in left field. And maybe Yainer's the DH.
Is that my boy Ron?
I'm sorry. Anybody out of the top 4 gives you 10 total bases and multiple home runs in a game, they play the next day.
Yeah, you might want to think he's seeing it pretty well in that park. Yeah, I'm with you. This is an overthink.
Come on, Joe.
This is an overthink, boys. Once again. You would think that little meeting with Jim Crane yesterday maybe would have changed some of this. You think that maybe some of this would have left the building with Dana Brown, but clearly it didn't.
We got to change the best I can.
It's
we
Joe.
Got to change the plan. I don't care if this was the plan walking in to the start of this series. No, we got to change the plan here.
That ain't good enough.
Taylor's got to be a late game
scratch
replacement. I'm just saying he's got to be. We got to lead late game best outfield out there. I do because I honestly believe whoever it is next year that's going to be the new general manager and manager. Like, to me, watching that game yesterday, Yainer Diaz has to stop becoming he can have a night guy. He's got to stop being a one-off guy. Like, they got to figure out a way to get the best out of Yainer Diaz.
Yeah, I think you got a couple of those.
I think, but he's got to be a priority in figuring out, all right, what is the best thing? Now, I told you what I think. They need to get his ass up out of that catcher spot. I know he threw somebody out yesterday at second base before the text line gets me, but they need to get his ass up out of there. Now, I don't know if he goes play first base, whatever. They need to get him from behind the plate, because if we're listening to what Jim Crane talked about yesterday when he was talking about his philosophy, and if he can still do things the way he's done things lately, which is, hey, not giving out big, crazy free agent deals, not signing real long-term deals. And he responded with, I think we're watching some pretty good teams that don't have big payrolls have success. Some certainly we are studying very hard. That we do spend money. But if you're going to be this team, you got to make some of these guys work. And you got a guy who in 2023 hit over 280, 23 homers, OPS 846 in 104 games. Backed it up the next year, hitting 300, 16 homers, 84 RBIs in 148 games. Hell, last year, 256, 20 homers, 70 RBI. He should be the right-handed hitter with Jordan, to pair with Jordan. That's what we thought he was going to be, and they have got to figure out the best way to get that out of him because they're not paying people. They got 3 years of control of him. They got to figure that out. But now he can't even play after he hits 2 home runs.
You took the words right out of my mouth. I agree wholeheartedly with you. But you got guys that can't even just they can't wake up in New York and go, hey man, the kid's clearly seeing it well. He's clearly feels good at the plate. He's got a ton of confidence, man. Let's give him some more swings. Again, you're not dealing with the Astro lineups of old that you're pulling out. I mean, you're literally putting in, and look, Vasquez is fine, but to your point, we're really talking about Trammell, and we're talking about some of these other guys. You could massage the lineup in a way that it doesn't take Vasquez out of the catcher position. I just don't get it. I hate this about Joe Espada.
You had to have 9 runs. Listen, I ain't gonna say. I mean, we all know that last night's not sustainable. You go just keep falling down and giving up leads and having to fight back. They needed 9 runs. And he was a huge part of that.
Come on, Joe!
I'm just saying, this is asinine to me. Maybe some baseball people, no, that's not big of a deal. They had a game plan. No, this is crazy to me. He's got to play again today.
Mm-hmm.
Not with the other options. Not the other guys you're throwing up against the wall. He's got to get in the lineup today. Christian Walker, he could take a night off. Vasquez can take a night off.
Mm-hmm.
Pete, you're going to have to get it together. I don't care how much you want to throw it to him. It's not like you're going to go more than 5 anyway. I'm sorry, Pete.
Hey, man, get off Big Pete, man.
He's been doing
Hold on,
the best thing we had all year long. What the hell wrong with you?
They got to figure out how to get the best out of this dude moving forward. That's got to be a priority for the general manager and manager.
Should be a priority for the next 30 games.
That too. But definitely, the Joe ain't going to be here
They
next
should have
year.
Meeting. Involved in the meeting.
Well,
here's what you got to do, Joe.
Joe ain't going to be here.
Cam and Yainer need to be in the lineup.
Wild to me. All right, B. Scott's going to join us coming up next. We'll get his thoughts on the big move that the Texans made this week, getting in a viable replacement for Jaden Higgins. Get his thoughts on that. Who's in trouble? Who might be in trouble on this roster? Notable names that could be in trouble of not making this roster. And maybe he could tell us the next time Tank Dell will play. We'll do that coming up next.
Tom Ball Ford is the
Experience internet without compromise from Easy Fiber. Named the best overall fiber ISP in the United States for 2026 by PC Mag. Make the switch today at EasyFiber.com. Easy Fiber isn't available everywhere yet. Speeds and performance depend on plan and location. No contracts. Lifetime pricing is valid as long as you remain an Easy Fiber customer. For full details, visit EasyFiber.com.
Houston, it's time to turn up the heat. From Hiram Clark to Lake Houston, breaking news, bold takes, trades, and trash talk, you name it. Get ready for the hottest sports talk in the city.
Holla at your boy.
The B Block is hot on the drive.
All right, welcome in. It's Wednesday. B Block is with us. The block is hot with Brandon Scott in here as we're getting closer and closer to this season starting. They had joint practice today in Charlotte with the Panthers and apparently just dominated their asses in a major way. When you got the head coach for the other team telling you how bad it was. That's
going back to the drawing board, waving the white flag.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Bryce said it wasn't very fun today. That's what got me. We can get into that a little bit, but the big move and the big news of the week with the Texans is we knew they got the injury to Jaden Huggins.
You trying to combine him with Hutchinson?
Him and Hutch together. Yeah. Jaden Higgins, and obviously that was huge. And then it was even bigger when you start to hear the coaches talk about him, especially D'Amico, and talk about how important he is. Well, they go out and they make a move, an aggressive move, I would say, and they trade a young promising safety in Reed over to New England, and they bring back Kayshon Boutte. Your thoughts on the aggressive move that the Texans made to bring in a replacement for Higgins?
I thought they had to have it, and I'll be honest, after this Higgins injury happened, I didn't really like none of the options because I didn't know who was really available. Obviously, Kayshon Boutte's name had been thrown out there once we start kind of looking at the landscape, looking at who has a surplus at wide receiver. But without really knowing how available he was and how doable a deal was, I just didn't like any of the options, talking about grabbing guys off the street, some of the older guys, which they did do, brought in Sterling Shepard and Zay Jones, didn't necessarily love that. And for as much as I've respected what the wide receivers, the depth of the wide receivers have done in camp and in preseason, I didn't feel like any one guy could step into that role that you were expecting Jaden Higgins to fill or to serve in. So I thought that they were going to have to do something, or we were going to have to expect something outsized from somebody that was already on the team. Like Xavier Hutchinson, you got to really show your worth now. Tank Dell, the question of what is Tank Dell? When is he going to be ready? And Clint, by the way, you let Luke take a turn from me about Tank Dell. When is he going to be ready for violence? Luke got that.
Was that you? I may have heard you say it. I've been giving him credit for a month.
I've said it with you and with Luke. So, but that was my thing. It's like, when is he going to be ready for violence? And we still don't have a great answer for that question.
Yeah.
But I thought it was a much more urgent question. Obviously, once Jaden Higgins goes down, you go get Kayshon Boutte, and now that Tank question can go sit where it's been sitting the entire time, and whatever he gives you is luxury. And to the point that y'all have been making over the last couple of days, I think it's a good one. You do a couple of things. You replace, relatively speaking, the production that Jaden Higgins either had given you or was expected to give you. You can reasonably expect that from Kayshon Boutte. And then more specifically, that downfield threat that I think Ron was talking about maybe yesterday of like, man, they haven't had that.
That may be more important. I'm not saying, like I said yesterday, I don't know that he's better than Higgins, but that quality, that skill set, you've talked about Fuller, you talked about that. They just haven't even had that as a threat, and I think that is that's a big potential if they use it.
Yeah, so that's my big thing is the big playability plus the production. I think he had 6 touchdowns last year, just like Higgins did, right?
13 games, yep.
But then you've got that big playability. And then another big thing, and Clint, I know you appreciate this, is the fact that he already knows the offense.
Yeah.
The learning curve should not be too steep. It should be relatively smooth from that standpoint, having played in the system already. So all of these things kind of come together and just make perfect sense for the Texans.
What about, because this is the most fascinating piece of it. I didn't think the Texans I didn't think New England would trade a much needed piece, regardless of what you think of the player. I would think there would be other suitors that they would choose to do business with before they do it with the Texans. It was my thought. So I mean, hey, tip the cap to Nick for pulling it off. The fascinating thing to me about Kayshon Boutte is man, if I think the ceiling is a lot higher than what we've seen. Like I think Boutte, I think he is a 1,000-yard receiver potentially. I'm not saying he's going to do it here because you're doing it with Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz and a run-first offense and all that. But when he slipped in the draft and he came to the league, I thought, okay, this is a dude that in the right spot could give you like 1,000-yard type stuff. And so I've thought that in my mind. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I heard D'Amico Ryans kind of mention today, hey, we think we can get more out of Kayshon Boutte, not just what we've seen him do. So
yeah, I 100% agree with that. And then another thing that I would say is specific to his role with the Texans, he has not played with a receiver as good as Nico Collins in his NFL career. So I think that the opportunities that are going to be there for Kayshon Boutte. One of the things that I was focusing on with Jaden Higgins and that injury, and I think I mentioned this last week, is how, Nico Collins is your coverage dictator and Jaden Higgins was the guy that's supposed to make you pay for said strategy against Nico Collins. Well, I think Kayshon Boutte can fill that role specifically, and then just the fact that he's been productive without playing with a guy like that. And Nico Collins, as we already know, is going to take up a great deal of attention. And I suspect that Kayshon Boutte and also C.J. Stroud, a guy that likes to chunk it deep, but haven't really had the time to chunk it deep as much over the last couple of years, or the personnel with Tank Dell being in and out and mostly out of the lineup. So it does a number of things: the production, the deep threat ability, the familiarity with the offense, and then, of course, him not ever playing with a player the caliber of a Nico Collins. I think you're going to be able to get a lot out of Kayshon Boutte.
Yep, that's the hope. But at the very least, to me, what Rashid Shaheed brought to the Seahawks, that fear of a downfield threat, just that he was out there, loosened up things for Jackson Smith and Jigba and their offense. So, the sky, the ceiling may be up where you're talking about as a 1,000-yard receiver, but at the very least, he is going to bring a fear. That is proven fear.
Look, it's likely that it's not going to happen because it's just for a guy to jump into a system and all of a sudden skyrocket like that. But it's not crazy. Look, he was in an organization that was hiring defensive coordinators as OCs at one point. Wasn't he there that year? And he was there for 3 years. Maybe he missed the Matt Patricia year.
Oh, I don't think he was. I don't know if he was there for that year.
He didn't get a Matt Patricia year with Belichick's last year there?
He's been there a few years now, so he might have. He's been
there 3 years, so I think he may have.
Yeah, I think he did. But to the point that you're making, just think about the fact that you can even make that point about him. Who was the receiver that the Texans had before, absent of Jaden Higgins, obviously, that you could even said that about? Honestly, I think this guy's got 1,000-yard potential. Yeah. It just was not there outside of Nico Collins. Of course, Tank has that as well, but you don't know what you're going to get there. So just that you could even say that about a guy that they've added, or that they've added a guy that you can say that about, I think speaks volumes.
You cover this team. B. Scott here with us on the drive, as he is every Wednesday. Any notable players, if we're getting closer to the end, any notable players that you think may be in trouble of making this team?
Yeah, I got to look at the offensive lineman, and I hate that what happened to Braden Smith happened to him today. But I'm very curious to see I know he's being evaluated for a foot injury. But he already looked like he was sort of competing for a spot that I think when he got signed here, a lot of people had already kind of penciled him in for and just assumed that was going to be your right tackle. So there's a question there. But the big one is Wyatt Teller, right? Wyatt Teller is the name, the former All-Pro. One of what I thought at least was one of their marquee signings outside of David Montgomery. And I think I was even making the case that he was their most important signing of the offseason, just because left guard had been such a turnstile and such a disaster, if we're just being real about it, a disaster for years now, years. And so I thought that they finally had found the answer, assuming that Wyatt Teller was going to be healthy and extra motivated for how things ended in Cleveland. And it could just be the case that Buddy ain't got it no more. Or at the very least, the guy that they drafted in Keelan Rutledge is a better guard, and something we've been talking about from watching practices. he might be their best offensive lineman, period, already. Now, that's tough to say considering he hasn't played a real NFL game yet, but based off of what we're seeing right now, that's not a crazy claim or a crazy thing to say about Keelan Rutledge. And certainly one of the better guys, the best guy on the interior. So whether it was him playing center or guard, you figured he was going to have to play. But to your question, Ron, I mean, it's turned out that Wyatt Teller could be like this year's version of Laken Tomlinson. Him and Braden Smith could have been this year's version of the combination of Laken Tomlinson and Cam Robinson, guys that you brought in.
They made it to the season, though.
Yeah, well, but
sort of.
It could be that you learn your lesson. Like, let's not fiddle around with this thing when we know and we can see in training camp that they can't even play with our young guys, that they can't even make it through training camp truly. So Wyatt Teller is the main name for me out of guys that I was expecting to be a big part of this team that may not be on the team at all.
All right, before we get you out of here, what's your feel? What's your feel on Tank Dell? Tank Dell, they're like, it's hard not to look and feel like, was there some sort of a setback or something, because he was rolling, and then they have halted it. Now they bring in multiple receivers, including trading a valuable member of their team and a draft pick to bring in Booty. Do you got a feel of what's going on with Tank Dell, when we may see him?
If it's not a setback, then they clearly changed their plan with him midstream somewhere or decided to dial it back. Like, I got a hard time believing that it was a part of the plan to throw him out there in practices a little bit and then to completely withhold him from there, right? My ears first perked up last week when he didn't really participate at all in that Raiders joint practice. He was actually out there. People have said he wasn't out there. He was out there, but he was out there with a muscle shirt on and some sweats and walking around with the McNair kids and that type of thing, right? Like, he wasn't participating. Might as well not have been out there. And so it is an odd thing if there wasn't a setback. And of course, it's a discouraging thing if there was. And so if you had asked me this a week and a half, 10 days ago, 2 weeks ago, I would have felt really encouraged. I was optimistic, actually, that Tank Dell was not only going to be back, but perhaps be ready to play.
He's not playing against Buffalo.
Well, we see the workout videos. It looks like he's moving fluid. It looks like he could be Tank. And then he's not out there. So it's definitely been kind of a yo-yo type of feeling, like up and down. And no, I don't have a great sense for when we're going to see him. But if you were to hold my feet to the fire right now, I would guess that he starts the season either on IR or PUP list or something to that effect, which would be really discouraging and disappointing because everybody is rooting for Tank. On top of the fact that just having him would add a whole nother dimension to this offense.
That old Instagram life ain't always real, is it?
It's not. I thought that him running routes against Azeez Alshire and company was real.
Yeah.
Well, I thought.
Well, I expected by now, kind of to your question, I expected by now to have an answer to my original question, which was, when will Tank Dell be ready for violence? And I don't know the answer. I don't know if they know the answer, right? And so without that, it's hard to predict when we might see him.
Well, we know we're about to be through 3 preseason games, and it has not occurred.
And it makes you are doubtful that they would throw him out there having seen no action in the joint practices, no action in preseason, and even being dialed back at practice. Kind of hard to believe that he'd go out there and be ready for week 1 or week 2 or week 3 for that matter.
That's Brandon Scott every Wednesday with us, 440. Coming up, 5 o'clock fire. We got you covered. We get you ready for the big events coming up tonight. That's next.
All right, y'all, look, it takes a split second, man.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Baseball season is in full swing, and there's no better place to be than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. Last week, New York was trading at 10% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $989 with a win. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. As the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Download the Kalshi app and use code UPDATE to get up to $500 in bonus credits when you trade $25. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. Bonus credits do not expire. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, KIKK-FM, KIKK-AM Houston, your home for the Texans. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. 95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
That ball's into right center field. If it gets to the wall, the Astros will take to the lead. It does get to the wall. Payne is going to score. Jordan is going to think about 3. The big guy going for a triple. He's in there, and the dugout explodes. 7-6 Astros.
I think he timed me with triples this year. That's unacceptable. Nah, but, Jordan feels like he comes through every single time. Nothing surprises me with that guy anymore.
There it is, a big win last night for the Astros, and those two guys, Jordan Alvarez and then the voice you heard there, Jeremy Pena, they were right in the middle of it, and they needed it. They needed every bit of it. Yainer Diaz chipping in with a big performance, probably the best game he has had all season, and it puts them in first place, Clint. They are in first place now. The Rangers lost to the White Sox last night, so they came into the game in second place and out of the postseason, walking into the game, and now they, as I said, they are back in first place in the West with a big performance. And Clint, they're going to need more of that again tonight. And Peter Lambert gets the ball, and he's one to watch, Clint, because Peter Lambert, I would say, if you look at the full season, has been their best, most reliable starting pitcher, right? Obviously, the injuries to Hunter Brown, and Hunter Brown obviously not being the Hunter Brown that he was, especially last year. But they need to get Peter Lambert kind of back going again. Lambert has 5 innings his last two outings, and it's looked like he has really labored to get to his 5 innings and has struggled big time. Don't know if he's starting to reach a wall. He's a veteran, so don't know if that is a big deal there, or teams are starting to get used to what he's doing out there. But he has not been the same guy that he was. They desperately need him to get back on track to being the guy that was at times you got to a point where you could depend on Peter Lambert. You could depend on Peter Lambert to come out there and give you a solid outing and give you a chance. And he has struggled a little bit here of late, and they need him in the worst way. Like, I don't think they can sustain like what the Petco kid did last night, giving you 4 innings and 5 runs. They're going to need somebody to come in and give them a pitching performance where they don't have to score 9 runs and multiple home runs.
Yeah, look, needing 8+ to win a game is not going to be ideal for this Astros team, for damn sure. So, yeah, man, I don't know. I look at it with Pete Lambert. I've thought this is one of the more fascinating things to follow as the Astros season unfolds. 3 2/3 against the Angels in that game where they lost 18-3 on August the 20th, I believe, is his last outing. 9 earned runs. Now, to be fair, that's the only game that he's given up more than, I think he gave up 5 earned runs once. He gave up 4 earned runs twice. Everything else has been 3 or fewer. So, we're talking about 3 or 4 starts where he may or may not have struggled a bit, the last of which was the worst, 3 2/3, 9 earned. The thought of Hey, man, because a lot of these advanced stats guys will tell you that Lambert's getting lucky. Down the stretch here, he's getting lucky. It's liable to unfold. The wheels are going to come off at some point. I'm not letting that one game of 9 earned runs ruin it for me. I just don't see it. I hope the kid holds it together. Obviously, because I'm an Astros fan, but I'm pulling for him to complete the season in impressive fashion.
Lineup behind him. The Astros, they bring in Payne and Alvarez, 1-2 at the top at short DH. Hopefully they can continue to stay hot. Paredes got on base multiple times yesterday. Altuve had multiple hits. Varsho had multiple hits yesterday. Christian Walker did not. Taylor Trammell is in the lineup. Cam Smith had a big triple yesterday, and then Christian Vasquez is catching. No Yainer Diaz after 2 home runs, multiple RBIs, total bases. He is not in the lineup tonight, which is interesting, to say the least. I see Joel right here on Twitch talking about you can't trust Diaz. Well, I don't know who the hell else you could trust up there either.
Yeah.
At the back end of that lineup.
That's a hell of an approach to take with this lineup. Is that you can't trust somebody. I don't necessarily I do disagree, but I don't necessarily give that much of a rip. But the thought is, well, the way you can manipulate this lineup. We're talking about choosing guys like Trammell over.
They got about 7 guys that have the same level of trust.
Yeah, fair. Good call.
and when you hit 2 home runs and drive in multiple runs with 3 hits in a game, I think you get to play the next day. I'd find a way to get you in the lineup the next day. So big time. They have fared well against teams with 500 or above records, and we can see if they can continue. They're 24-13 in those games. We'll see if they can continue that tonight, as they need to keep racking up all these wins. Can they get above 500 again? They can with a win tonight.
Peter is kind of being that guy for us.
5 o'clock fire.
Yeah, he has. All right, joint practice, a couple of things to get into. Overall, if you're trying to get an understanding of how joint practice went today, generally we'll let you hear from D'Amico, but I don't think that is the play here. Yeah, you're the coach of the team may soft shoot some things at times. It may make you feel a little bit better than it was. If you get the other coach expressing honesty about them getting their asses kicked in their own joint practice, that says a lot. Here's Dave Canales, the head coach of the Panthers, in his description of what happened, especially to his offense at this joint practice between the Panthers and Texans.
It was pretty lopsided today, I'll be honest. I would say that in general over camp, I'm very excited about where we're at as an offense in our scheme, the variation of the run game, the actions tied into that, the drop back pass game, Bryce's rhythm with a lot of our guys, with T-Mac. Xavier hasn't been out there, but with Jalen, just finding different ways to get completions. And also, I've been really encouraged by that. Today did not show that. Today there was a couple of flashes of some nice throws and catches, but that was a good group today. So again, I try not to just take it all in a microcosm, but if we want to be good, we have to be able to play against teams like this.
Today did not show that. I appreciate the coach going back and really dipping into the previous 2 weeks of training camp to give his fan base and his team a little bit of confidence. But it sounds like they got absolutely that tidal wave that old Foster Moreau keeps talking about. This defense will turn into if you ain't ready. It sounds like one of them old tsunamis hit Charlotte.
Yeah.
In the form of the Texans defense. So.
He said anytime we dropped back to pass, we just couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
He said Will Anderson, Daniil Hunter, Aaron Wilson reported Daniil Hunter had 4 to 5 sacks himself today, and Bullock had multiple interceptions today. We've seen videos of one of them, which was clearly affected by the pass rush.
Well, this is. Yes, the Texans' defense is really, really good, and they're going to be really good against anything the NFL can throw at them. The fun, when it gets real fun to watch as a Texans fan is when you run up against a team that has no business being on the field with the Texans from a talent standpoint and from an intensity standpoint. They are just going to absolutely destroy those offenses. Look, we've seen it before, but I think this year it's got a chance to be even worse.
Yeah,
the likes of the Carolina Panthers, they will destroy them for 4 quarters.
Yeah. Also today, we got to hear from D'Amico talking about their new addition, Kayshon Boutte, for the first time. Here's D'Amico's thought process in bringing in the new wide receiver.
Yeah, adding Kayshon was a big get for us. We know we lost a significant player for us in Jaden Higgins, and it's hard to replace him. When you try to go out and find a guy with the caliber of Kayshon, we've played against Kayshon multiple times over the past couple years. He's continued to make plays time and time again. He showed up. He's a young player, still an ascending player with a lot to improve upon, a lot to grow. So I'm excited to work with a young player who still has a very bright and promising future, that he has that big play making ability already. So it's been great to have him so far. We'll get him up and rolling here as the week continues.
There it is. D'Amico Ryans talking about his new addition, Kayshon Boutte. And it looks like the big play ability and personally being able to have to play against them multiple times seemed to also be a big help in bringing him in here, because they knew what they were looking at and the issues they had with him.
I like the part where he says it's still an ascending player.
Yeah.
We talked about it a little bit with B. Scott when the block was hot a little bit earlier, but the again, I've thought this since he was at LSU, and I know there were some distractions off the field. I've thought it since he was in New England. He's a good receiver, good complementary piece, good number two, and puts up some good numbers. I've always thought that there was, D'Amico says, still an ascending player. I always thought there was another level to him. I may be wrong, but I'm hopeful that D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caley and this bunch can bring out in Kayshon Boutte what obviously New England was not able to do. Because I just see a next level, like a higher level receiver than just that complementary piece that gives you 500 to 600 yards and
it's certainly there.
Yeah, it's something there. I just always thought there.
And I think they believe it. They clearly believe it too.
Let's get it on, baby.
5 o'clock fire.
So that was the good of the joint practice. The bad and concerning was the injury front has hit the Texans again. And it's kind of hit him. Dylan Horton, a reserve rotation defensive end, tore his Achilles. Obviously, we know the ACL injury that has Higgins out for the year. Woodaz broke his finger. He is depth there as well. And we, maybe not for the year, but Jadeveon Clowney and Dominique Robinson, those guys have not been able to practice. Obviously, the Tank Dell situation, Brevin Jordan, they've had some guys. It looks like two more today. Braden Smith and Allie Gay both had lower leg injuries. Hell, Clint, they shared the cart. It happened so close together. They shared the cart in what happened. And it looks like with Braden Smith, it's a foot issue that he is being evaluated for. And Gay, it is a knee issue that he is going to have an MRI on. Here is D'Amico giving you the latest when he spoke to the media about those two injuries.
Smith and Gay went down today in the practice, and we'll evaluate them when we get inside.
Say what the injuries were?
We do not know.
Okay, at this point, as we said, we know it's a foot with Braden Smith and a knee with Ali Gay. And Clint, it looks like that's the big thing, is the depth that's starting to be looked at and challenged. And Braden Smith looks like he was going to be outside of the top 5, but we all know that the probability of him playing with a normal offensive line is high, let alone Trent Brown.
Well, even if he wasn't going to be relied upon as a depth piece, and they chose to move him a lot like they did Cam Robinson last year, you need him healthy to do so. So any way you slice it with Braden Smith, that's the big one here, that whether you were going to keep him as depth and quality depth, or hell, maybe if you thought one day he'd be a starter, or you were going to move him outright. I mean, either way it goes, that's the one that's a little bit of a ding here. Can they get him back to where he can play, or is this some longer term injury? We'll keep you posted.
Yeah, and then Allie Gay, that hurts when you got two guys that are out, and then you had Dylan Horton, who just pulled him.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, one last thing, Clint.
Sorry, Shell.
You're good. I know you're over Dylan Horton too. I mean, what?
My bad.
I mean, more Allie Gay. Probably not Allie Gay. Anyway, the Pro Bowl It's done. It's been eliminated. At least the game has been, thank God. The NFL has eliminated, according to Adam Schefter, the Pro Bowl games per league officials. The focus now will be shifted to celebrating the honor of being a Pro Bowl selection. So
The game is over.
they said, hey, man, what are we doing here, man? We've shifted this thing to flag, and now we got guys that have seven touchdown passes and 10 interceptions making the Pro Bowl. We've got to shut this thing down. I'm glad for this.
Shador played in it.
Yeah, that's what he had. 7.
Oh, was he? Yeah,
he's 7 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. Like at some point, man, like they needed to do this. The players didn't want to play in the game. Now they seemed like they enjoyed being at the Super Bowl last year, but they didn't want to play in the game. They can go on vacation. And now, when you make the Pro Bowl, you really make it. Like it's going to be the top 3, whatever it is at a position, and not getting all the way down to 7 or 8.
Look, well done. You want to give the fellas that make it an all expense paid trip somewhere, and have a big celebratory evening with them. That'd be great. Take their families. Cool. This is a smart thing to do. It's common sense, right? Preseason's next.
That's what I was thinking. Is the preseason going to be next?
Got to be next. I mean, this is a joke. It's got to be next. I mean, you can make training camp a week earlier. Reporting a week later. Everybody do a couple of joint practices if you so choose, and let's go play ball. We don't need these preseason games. This is a joke.
People watching these suckers. Kind of attending them.
I mean, we'll look. Hey, send them folks out here to these joint practices, man. Get a whole crew around them, man. Now, Nick Casario and the family and the folks may not want you video on their plays now. They may have some folks out there telling you to put them cameras down, but that to me would be ideal. It's clear the coaches. I mean, it's clear the coaches. Feel like the joint practices they get a significant more out of. So let's just make it a deal.
All right, coming up, do you think C.J. Stroud is actually going to be affected by what appears to be bulletin board material that is stacking up against him all offseason? We'll discuss that coming up next. But let me tell you about something big that is that's approaching. It's almost here. And on September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day.
louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. 95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. That's right. Someone texted in Pro Bowl. Now the rest of the sports need to shut it down. We'll see. I'm surprised they did it.
I am too.
I'm just surprised they did it because the number of people who watch it is just it's crazy for what it is that they're doing.
Yeah, the NFL usually adds things, not subtracts.
I'm just saying that they're playing flag. And it's just
it's whack, yeah.
And people are still watching it though. The numbers.
The flag game was more fast paced than the real game. Isn't that Joe Burrow dove over the guy's goal line or something last year?
Yeah, but the injuries. I think they should do this. I do wonder for I don't know, how I don't know if it's Hall of Fame or whatever. It's been there's been what has it been the last 10, 15 years. At least 10 years, it's been real loose on how hard it is to get into the to get into the Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
It used to be, 15
everybody bails out and they get 10 quarterbacks deep.
12 time. That's one of the things on Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson's a 10-time Pro Bowler.
Yeah, that's
Now I think some of them are absolutely legitimate, but
Mr. Unlimited.
Yeah, they got a little free with it.
Yeah, they got a little. Yeah, Shador's got one. Shut it down. I mean, CJ's turned it down the last 2 years to do that. All right, speaking of CJ Stroud, by the way, coming up in a little bit, get ready. T-Mill's best bets is he back in the green last night with the help of Jordan. So hopefully he can jump in. By the way, if you were thinking about making bets, try to catch the hot hand of Yainer Diaz. He is not in the lineup.
Can't ride that wave.
I
rest day, man. He exerted himself a lot yesterday.
All I want to know is, did Omar Lopez in there and say, "Now hold on, Joe. I mean, we've got to find a way."
This is what you hoped would have left the clubhouse with Dana.
No.
This kind of mindset of
now it makes you feel like it was Joe.
I'm assuming this is some.
Well, it might have been Jeff.
I mean, it can't be right, left, right. You got Vasquez in there as a righty.
No, it's a right-handed pitcher. It doesn't matter. Yeah.
Yeah, looks like we got to pin this one on Joe, boys.
Yeah, Joe. Maybe Jim and Jeff said, "Let's do this, guys."
Ain't no way.
Anyway, CJ Stroud, man, we've heard tons of it, a lot of comments about him. The latest, we heard John Middlecoff of the Volume going around and saying he needs to find his inner Alex Smith and Ryan Tannehill.
Oh my God!
We've heard, from Daniel Jones has jumped in front of him. He was the 20th best quarterback, I believe, from execs and others. Bryce Young made the NFL top 100 from the players. He did not. I mean, if you go look down his numbers, I mean, it's just that. I mean, I don't know what Bryce has that's better. Maybe some touchdown passes, but I just think there's probably been a lot of where you could see, damn, disrespect towards CJ. Some of the stuff you've heard. If he could just be okay, if he could just be all right. Shady McCoy, I'm sorry, Tyler. I can't hear it again. I just won't. I will just tell him I can't. He suggested that Baker Mayfield would be one. Emmanuel Ancho said minimum Texas go to the Super Bowl with Baker Mayfield. Minimum.
Wow.
Minimum. I've watched Lamar Jackson have the number one defense, number one offense, number one run game. and he has never gone to the Super Bowl. So stop. Like just minimum. And then they broke out Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur Sanders could be somebody that could go to the Super Bowl with this team. I just think there's just been a lot of it. And I talked to you about this earlier, and I was just like, you have probably had an off season in which you had a really bad moment to end your season, basically kind of end your season that many people remember you by, and probably heard it a lot. Probably all you thought about or heard about, people talked about during the off season, and you had to respond and react to that in the next year. I think CJ's obviously going through this probably at a more public way than you did, just because the world's different than it was in 1998. I don't see how it is not I don't see how he isn't taking all of this as bulletin board material, and this isn't a big motivation as he gets ready for the season and this season with all of these things being said. But you've been there. From your experience kind of going through football traumatic situations like CJ did you take a lot of this stuff as bulletin board material and motivation for you going into the next season?
I did not. It did not. Now, again, you mentioned I did not. People didn't have the level of access they have to see in the Texans.
They was right. Y'all emails though, wasn't you?
Yeah, I was getting emails. My Clint Stoerner at UARC edu or whatever the hell it is. That address. They're still the same address. This email address is for the University of Arkansas, so it wasn't hard to find. When they found it, boy, they really went to town. But yeah, no, like it's. The interesting thing is that it's so, and I would bet that CJ, this is very similar. Like the guy, what is the most obvious, the most prevalent, the most important motivation, for lack of better terms, is having to walk into the locker room every day and face guys that you let down. That's the piece. Do I think he's fully aware? Maybe not of Shady McCoy, but he's fully aware of what people think of him right now and where he's at right now. He's fully aware that probably is the straw that broke the camel's back when it comes to him getting the extension after year 3 instead of after year 4. He's aware of those things, right? But I think the when you talk about motivation to get better and things that are actually on your mind constantly and on your heart constantly, I think it's looking in D'Amico's eyes. I think it's looking in Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz, even though those guys were hurt. I think it's looking in the eyes of the guys and
Daniil and
yes, the whole defense. You're right. That should have started there, right? Aziz, like looking in the face of those guys right there and knowing, man, they were good enough to win a Super Bowl. And you repeatedly put the ball on the ground or threw interceptions to a degree that, I think it's fair to say it cost you an opportunity to definitely an AFC championship, if not a Super Bowl. Walking in and facing those guys every day, even though they're great guys and they appear to not take the low-hanging fruit of, boy, CJ really screwed us, right? You know deep down what the hell happened. You know that they know deep down what the hell happened. And I'll tell you, to this day, it's still painful when I see some of the guys that I truly care about and truly love as brothers and kind of do. When I see them and know that I cost them and us a chance at least an SEC championship, if not a national championship, it's painful. I'd be lying to you if I told you it didn't hurt, right? There's no doubt CJ is feeling some of that.
It's more from the. Because it's loud.
Yeah.
And it's loud, and I believe over the top with some of the stuff.
Oh, yeah, no question. And it's a nuisance. And, yeah, I'm sure, it's a nuisance to him.
But you don't think he's sitting there like that's a part of, all right, man.
I'm sure the other piece was.
I'm gonna shut all these dudes up.
The other piece was nobody at the time said anything to my face about the when I fumbled, but the motivation that I got from other people's thoughts or other people's opinions were when somebody said it to my face. I had a photographer in high school, of all people, try to say I was too small to play D1. My arm wasn't strong enough to play D1. For whatever reason, that always stuck with me. Right? I had a reporter in when I was at Arkansas saying that I wasn't good enough to start at the D1 level. told me that my freshman year that I wasn't like the future and wasn't the starter kind of deal, and that drove me. But nothing like that was in a paper or was in, obviously today on social media. I mean, I think he's aware. Hell yeah, you got to be. I mean, if you're human with a heartbeat, you're aware. But I don't think it's motivates or drives him. No,
I don't. It's good to get that perspective. You've been there. Because I'm telling you, it would drive the hell out of me. And I'll be honest, something has shifted with him because he's not fooling with any of the nonsense, or he's not high and kikiing at all anymore. There's he's in and out. That man's press conference that last 3 minutes and 2 seconds.
The other piece of it, I think. Look, CJ's a far better quarterback, obviously, than I ever was. But I do think I've probably got and have always had, even before I knew I had it, I don't really give a rip what nobody thinks or says. I think CJ probably struggles in that category. I think he pays attention.
We're starting to embrace it.
Maybe that's where he's getting to. Yeah, I always had that in me, and so that served me well in athletics typically.
All right, coming up as we continue T. Mill's best bets. He had a good rebound from Monday in the green. Let's see if he can keep that rolling coming up tonight. T. Mill is gonna make you a little cash coming up next right here live on the Drive.
All right, y'all. We've been lucky, but you better not get comfortable out there, right? We've been lucky this hurricane season, but don't get comfortable because crazy things can happen around here. They can sneak up on us, right? Power outages, y'all. Power outages can happen anytime. You got to stay ready so you don't end up in a panic. Don't wait till we have a hurricane bearing down on us to call and ask about home generators. All right, it's going to be too late. You're going to be in line now. You're going to be in a train.
renovation?
Yes! Download the Albert app and use promo code PLAN to access Genius. Plus, get up to $10,000 for whatever you need. Just download the Albert app right now and use promo code PLAN to get up to $10,000. That's promo code PLAN.
The best burgers in town and so much more. Check them out at Bex Prime online, BexPrime.com.
All right, H-Town. Today's picks are in. The choice is yours. Are you tailing?
Forget the myths the media's created and just follow the money.
Or fading?
There is no nobility in poverty.
It's time for T-Mill's best bets on the drive.
I want you to deal with your problems by becoming rich.
All right, here we go. T-Mill's best bets. He had a great week last week. Every single day he was in the green. He bounced back from Monday and got in the green 2 of 3 yesterday. So now he's 3 of 6, trying to jump over 50% with tonight's best bets. Remember, if you aren't able to hear him here, you can always head to @Space City Sharp, where he has those posted. @Space City Sharp, where he has those there for you, and some nuggets also to help you figure out what things you want to bet. Last night, Jordan came through easy with him. Well, that triple, that was enough.
Yeah.
Not to mention that, I mean, he made that single that he hit hard. Jazz didn't have a chance. He looked like he hit it to Jazz.
He ripped that.
That would have, if he had any elevation, that might have gone through the wall. He hit that thing so hard.
Scalded.
But yeah, he had a big night. See if he can jump on that. But T-Mill's best bets, what you got tonight?
3 more. Being consistent, 3 picks around Major League Baseball, including 1 bet within your Astros action for tonight up in the Bronx against the Yankee Turds. We'll get to that one last. First, Sonny Gray. He has been excellent on the bump for the Boston Red Sox this year. He is starting tonight in Miami against the Marlins. Red Sox traveling down to Florida. Take the Red Sox money line with Sonny Gray on the mound at -130 odds. Red Sox to win it. Second best bet on a hump day with the drive is going to be the Blue Jays money line, taking Canada to win it tonight as they host the Kansas City Royals.
And the Royals, baby, 9 in a row, baby, the hottest team in baseball now. They've won 9 in a row to get to 15 games under 500.
Yes, sir, and that's honestly part of my reasoning in this bet on Toronto. Law of averages, people. Law of averages. Royals come back down to earth tonight as the Blue Jays win it, hopefully. Put money in your pocket. Third best bet, final best bet on a hump day. Again, why change it if it's working for you and putting money in all of our pockets? Yordan Alvarez, old reliable, the big fella, over 1.5 total bases for Yordan once again tonight up in the Bronx against the Yankees. Those are your 3 best bets.
There it is. Their 3 best bets. Red Sox, Blue Jays, Yordan Alvarez at Space City Sharp. You can find those each and every night right there. T-Mill's best bets, sponsored by Surge.
I loved Surge. No, I think it got discontinued when I was like a kid, but I loved that.
I'm going to start this saying it's sponsored by items that I know don't exist.
I like it. Surge is a really good one.
Surge, man, that was good, man.
The only drink my mother ever eventually told me I couldn't have anymore because apparently it made me hyper.
Yeah, so you should have switched to Mountain Dew. Same thing. Should have done that. All right, coming up behind us after we get done, the fellas, Texans All Access. They will roll through, and I'm sure we'll hear from them talking about today's joint practice. They'll probably give an update and their thoughts on the injuries of Braden Smith and Ali Gay, what that could mean. But obviously what we've read and heard from everyone, a dominating performance on both sides of the ball. To be honest, I hope Frank Ross was happy. But both sides of the ball, offense and defense, seem to get the better of the Panthers. We'll hear from the fellas Mark Vandermeer, John Harris on Texans All Access as soon as we get done here on the drive. You'll hear that right here on the Fan. Also, after that, Area 45, 7 to 11. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Bryson. I see them back there all ready, getting ready for the show, and they will have baseball's best post-game show. It'll be right here till they get done in the Bronx. Hopefully, again, they win the first 2 which means if they sweep them right, Tyler has to go to the game. Is that what it was?
They just have to win 2.
Just have to win 2.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I'm a man of my word.
There it is.
We'll see. Would love to go to a game.
But they've got it for you tonight, 7 to 11, live and local right here on The Fan. Houston's sports leader. All right, Clint, yesterday, as they get ready to take on the Yankees again tonight, it was a game they had to have, a game they needed. Joe Espada expressed that after the game. They put up 9 runs, but it wasn't just 9 runs. They had to keep fighting back. Took an early lead, but then had to keep fighting back after a couple of home runs were hit. And Pena hit a huge home run to tie it. Jordan drove in Pena to give them a lead. Big contributions from Varsho outside of the top 4 or 5 there. Also, Yainer Diaz, 10 total bases, 2 home runs himself, several RBIs. But Clint, for them to have a chance, obviously their pitching has to do something for them. I don't think it's going to be sustainable to have guys going 4 innings and giving up 5 runs. They need guys like Pete Lambert, Hunter Brown, Christian Javier to come through. But the most dependable thing that you should be able to have confidence in, Clint, is that top 4. And that is Pena, Jordan, Paredes, and Alvarez. And yesterday, with all the help, they had 8 of the 14 hits. They were on base 10 times altogether at the front of the lineup. And big moments, too, right? As I said, they're down 2 outs. Pena hits a home run to tie it, right? They're down 2 outs. Pena gets on in front of Jordan, and Jordan gets the RBI triple to give them a lead they would never lose again. They need those guys because that's the most, outside of Josh Hader, I would say, that's the thing you can depend on the most with the Astros. And I'm not saying they got to go, and get on base 10 times every day, but they're going to have to be the catalyst to this team getting where they want to get.
Well, it obviously, I think Pena is the key. I mean, Jordan obviously is who he is, and we all know that. But he needs a little bit of help somewhere along the way. And I think when Pena's rolling, it just changes the dynamic of the entire lineup. And it just changes the dynamic of the amount of pressure that the Astros can put on an opposing team. So, yeah, man, I mean, that top of the lineup is, it's an absolute must that they're swinging it well. But I go back to what you said initially, man. Like tonight, last night was rough for the bullpen. A couple of guys gave up runs and put us in a spot where we needed the bats to come through, and thankfully they came through. Tonight's one of those nights where, man, you mentioned it, Peter Lambert. Last outing didn't make 4 innings. He's got to get back to that 5 or 6 number, and then the bullpen's got to get us to Hader. I mean, that's the big key to me. Obviously, tonight is the pitching's got to be better because 8+ runs a night to win a game.
Yeah,
the Bronx ain't gonna be a recipe to win a series and get Tyler back in them damn seats over at Dyken.
Yep, Varsho getting multiple RBIs and multiple hits. Yainer getting 2 home runs. Those are hard, but if Pena, but again, as you said, those 4 are doing their deal. That means they're always on base, and you increase the chances even for those guys, and they get better pitches to hit for those guys. Like you said, if Pena's rolling now, maybe somebody at the bottom may get better pitches because they don't want to, flip over to get to Pena and Jordan. But yeah, everything that happened, like you said, that's not sustainable. But those 4, they need them to get hot and stay hot. And when you have your main dishes and your best side dishes together, that's when you need. Paredes is in the side dish category, and we obviously know the gentleman who bats behind him, Altuve. The best side dishes we've ever seen.
Boy, I tell you what, you think that's cute, don't you, Tyler?
This is not.
I see you in there. I see you in there smiling.
We saw it last night, man. We saw it, man. Like we saw the main dishes. We saw that brisket rolling.
You're just disrespectful.
We saw that porterhouse rolling.
You're just disrespectful.
1 and 2, and then look at Paredes getting his walks, getting his hits. Man. The Paredes. There you go. There you go. Some sweet potatoes in there. I see you.
I got a message for those Yankee turds.
I'm not joining y'all's disrespect.
A little cinnamon in them sweet potatoes. Yeah.
I don't like sweet potatoes.
Cinnamon sweet potatoes. You kidding me?
A little cinnamon in there.
Are you kidding me?
I don't want to.
You better get back to the lobster mac and cheese.
I don't want to make him the yams. I don't want him to go that far. But yeah, man. Yeah,
What if I
lobster,
told you?
Look at that lobster mac and cheese. He was probably without the lobster last night. Maybe just mac and cheese last night. But look at that mac and cheese.
Hey man, there's a report on Carlos, man.
Los?
Correa.
I assume you mean Los.
Joe Espada said Correa is going to be ready to go at some point in September.
Believe it when I see it.